This is an era where everyone is engaged in answering questions as a form of practice. Everyone will be bound by the tower of questions and trigger problems. Answering questions correctly can earn you various magical rewards. Answering incorrectly will lead to various life-threatening dangers. Yet, you who have just crossed over find that the questions posed by the tower of questions are actually common knowledge questions from Earth for you. As a short video blogger who popularized common knowledge in your past life, what you have in abundance in your mind is various kinds of common knowledge. Therefore, the tower of questions, although not the system you crossed over with, is not much different either. Just as you were secretly pleased, the classroom descended into chaos. More and more students are triggering the tower of questions. You see, a classmate's body suddenly turned into a puddle of mud, yet they were still alive. When they touched the corner of the desk, it corroded instantly. Another classmate's body turned black, like a piece of charcoal, and broke with a light touch. One classmate's eyes lit up, emitting beams of light that melted 2 holes in the classroom wall. Ah, Li Bai is not a poet. I made a mistake in answering the question about playing in the jungle. A student let out a frightened voice. A bone spur shot out from his spine, causing him immense pain. He screamed in agony while saying, however, before this person finished speaking, there was another voice of surprise from the other side. Li Bai is a poet, I got it right. The student's voice was thunderous, causing the windows to vibrate. Everyone hurriedly covered their ears, not knowing what ability he had gained. A student who had not triggered a question looked around, unsure of what was happening. Feeling both angry and anxious, is Li Bai a jungler or a poet? You remain silent. Li Bai is a jungler and a poet. The former is common knowledge in gaming, while the latter is literary knowledge. You observe a moment of silence for everyone. These questions, no one besides you has a 100% certainty of answering correctly. It's all down to luck now. You look around and see the chaotic classroom deciding to leave first. You choose not to help. Everyone is unrelated. There's no need to waste time. The tower of questions descends. Surely the whole world has changed. Helping one person can help everyone. Moreover, the original host had an unfortunate childhood. They lived with their grandparents. Your beloved grandparents, who loved you the most, passed away due to an illness in the last 2 years. You are now alone, without any attachments. Now, the key is to continuously improve yourself. Fortunately, in this already chaotic world, you have a solid foundation. As you were leaving, a figure walked in from outside. It was the class monitor, Li Wanhong, who had just rushed out of the classroom to find the teacher but triggered a question at the door. Looking at his current appearance, his body is unharmed, and there's a hint of joy on his face. He must have answered the question correctly, but it's unclear what reward he received. Li Wanhong stepped onto the platform, banging on it loudly, his voice drowning out the chaos in the classroom. The commotion he caused captured everyone's attention. Quiet down, all of you quiet down. Li Wanhong looked coldly at the crowd, his voice serious. Everyone, calm down. Don't panic. The more chaotic it is now, the more likely problems will arise. The theory is one thing, but who can truly remain calm at this moment? Let alone these 16 or 17-year-old high school students. Even middle-aged people in their 40s and 50s facing this situation. Only the flustered Li Wanhong scanned the crowd, saying with an unquestionable tone, now we must unite. Only by helping each other can we possibly overcome this difficulty. Answer correctly to receive a reward, answer incorrectly to face danger. Perhaps it can create a hedge. Any action could potentially trigger a problem. So it's best to do nothing right now. As the class monitor, Li Wanhong is respected in the class, and after he finished speaking, soon, most students agreed. We must unite, sum up the issues, only then can we possibly answer correctly. Wanhong, what reward did you receive? Everyone is very scared. Li Wanhong's proposal is a lifeline for them. Whether it's truly effective or not, they'll grasp onto it. Li Wanhong is very pleased with everyone's reaction. He just answered the question correctly and received the reward of cleverness, becoming a cultivator. He's like the cultivators in online novels. Although his current cultivation level is not high, it gives him confidence. It must be said that Li Wanhong's character is indeed good. To be able to react in such a short time, the idea he proposed is also the most appropriate approach at the moment. But it's useless for you. You don't need to stay, it's not beneficial and will only cause trouble. So you didn't stop, planning to walk through the podium and run out of the classroom, attracting everyone's attention. Li Wanhong frowned. He reached out and stopped you. A faint spiritual power emerged from his body as he raised his hand. What do you want to do? Staying in the classroom is the safest option now. The power emanating from Li Wanhong attracted everyone's attention. Although they didn't know what kind of power it was, they all sensed danger from it. If that's the case, you have to listen to what the class monitor says. You glanced at the power emanating from Li Wenhong, but didn't take it seriously, thinking it unnecessary. What are you trying to do? Li Wenhong's face immediately turned cold, and the spiritual power around him intensified. You didn't bother to talk to him, and flames ignited around you, engulfing your whole body. An intense heat instantly swept through half of the classroom. He silently answered the question correctly. Is the reward related to the power of flames? Li Wenhong's expression turned cold, quickly retracting his hand and using spiritual power to protect himself. But in just an instant, his spiritual power dispersed. It's obvious that your power is stronger than his. You glanced at him, walked directly past him and out of the classroom in just over 10 seconds, causing a great shock to everyone in the classroom. Fang Chen's strength is stronger than Li Wenhong's. This is the power of mutant superhumans. Answering questions correctly can obtain these rewards. Does that mean they can also gain these abilities? Suddenly, the fear in everyone's hearts lessened, and their desire increased. Who wouldn't want such extraordinary abilities? Li Wenhong watched the direction you left in, filled with frustration but helpless, in an instant of contact. He lost. Even if we go all out, the outcome probably wouldn't be different. He scanned the crowd and said in a deep voice, Fang Chen is unwilling to help us. We can only unite on our own. I hope at this moment everyone won't be so selfish. Only by helping each other is the sole way out. No one opposes, and no one dares to oppose. They are not like Fang Chen. They don't have a power stronger than Li Wenhong. You didn't divert your attention elsewhere. You only want to leave school as soon as possible, return home, answer the questions slowly after going back, while observing the development of the situation. You quickly ran down the stairs. You are running down the teaching building. Successfully triggered the question. Countdown of 10 seconds. The voice of the Tower of Questions once again resounded in your mind. You couldn't help but exclaim, the frequency of triggering this question is too high. At this rate, by the end of today, how much of the world will be left? No time to think about it. After 10 seconds, you enter the answering space. You have entered the Tower of Questions. Please listen to the judgment question. There are 26 English letters. Is it true or false? Fang Chen instantly gives an answer. The correct answer is correct. Congratulations on your reward, mastering the water element, previously fire, now water. Will the 5 elements be completed next? Forget about the 5 elements for now. Let's talk about it after leaving school. You run out of the classroom building and head straight to the school gate. The security guard at the school gate has a twisted body, lying on the ground, like a 4-legged creature. He keeps screaming, his body as dry as a mummy, with a terrifying face. He sees your figure, roars, and pounces on you, while you are always on guard against potential dangers. When passing by the guard room, you thought of many possibilities. Now seeing the mutated guard pounce, you remain calm. Directly control the fire element between heaven and earth, pressuring towards the guard. These control techniques don't need to be learned at all. Like breathing, it has become instinctual. This is probably the direct reward from the Tower of Questions. Rewarded with strength, as well as the method of use. In an instant, the guard's body starts to burn. Like a pile of straw meeting a raging fire, it burns brighter and stronger. The guard in the flames lets out a miserable scream, but he continues to rush forward. His eyes filled with fading desire, the intense flames unable to conceal it, your gaze sharp, body unflinching. And charging towards the guard's direction, you rush up. The two collide, the guard completely failing to capture your figure. Instead, in the moment of contact, his face is gripped, then you swiftly flip him over, pressing him tightly to the ground. The guard struggles desperately, but you do not give him a chance, controlling the fire elements to enter his body. Compressing and then detonating, this is another use of fire. With a light sound, the guard's body is torn apart and scattered on the ground. Every piece of the body is still burning fiercely, emitting a sizzling sound, killing, but not truly a person. The mutated guard turns into a monster, still resembling a person, yet not evoking guilt or fear in you. It's somewhat unclear why the guard would attack oneself. Is the desire in his eyes an instinct after mutation? Take a deep breath, calm the agitated emotions, and check the body condition simultaneously. While killing the guard, you feel the power in your body growing stronger, mastering the control of fire and water elements, becoming even more immense. Killing mutated gatekeepers can enhance strength. Strength isn't obtained by killing, or it could be solving the strength gained from mutations. Can resolving danger enhance strength? Now is not the time to think about this. Go back and clear your mind, run out without hesitation. Vehicles are still driving on the road, everything looks normal, but in reality, many have entered the Tower of Questions to answer questions. Hailed a passing vehicle. Get in, driver, go to Middle Community. Make sure you're seated securely. The driver seemed very excited, not sure what he was happy about. He stepped on the gas, and the car shot out like an arrow. Nervously said, "Driver, slow down, don't worry, I just answered a question correctly in the Tower of Questions." Gained the skills of a master race car driver, the taxi driver exclaimed. Increased the speed of the car. Don't know what this Tower of Questions is, it's like a divine skill. At first, I thought it was doomsday. Young man, what did you get? You pretended to be scared and said, "I got a bottle of mineral water." My classmates didn't answer the question correctly, they all mutated. The danger of answering incorrectly is mutation. The taxi driver looked shocked. Why isn't anyone in the group saying anything? Most taxi drivers have Bluetooth. Chatting with colleagues while driving, who told you that? You're just like a parachute seller, no negative reviews in the comments section. Who told you about the mutations? There are more and more accidents on the road, all caused by answering questions incorrectly and triggering danger. With superb driving skills, the driver navigates through the chaotic streets. It must be said, this taxi driver has a strong sense of professional ethics. Even though it's chaotic outside, they still managed to get you to your destination. Along the way, you encountered many people facing danger and undergoing mutations. Not just mutations, there are also accidents and rewards for answering questions correctly. With a maniacal laugh, Black Heaven pulled out a pile of weapons, scattering flour everywhere with a wave of his hand. All sorts of things. All sorts of strange things. Ignoring the surroundings, you ran directly into the residential area. Passing by the convenience store at the entrance, you bought many essential items. The convenience store owner was bathed in golden light. Looking extremely sacred, it's unclear what reward was received. You honestly paid, carried the groceries back home, triggering an event by purchasing items. Entering the Tower of Doubt, you didn't stop, running in while waiting, until the countdown ended. In 10 seconds, you will enter the answer space. Please listen to the judgment question. Is the mythical figure who created the world called Pangu? If the answer is correct, congratulations on receiving a reward and mastering the wood element. Subsequently, you rush into the apartment building, enter the elevator, and return home. After putting down the rice and oil, you slumped on the sofa, not physically tired, but mentally exhausted. The continuous changes caught you off guard, like a cold drink poured into your stomach. Calm your emotions and start thinking about what to do next, considering your previous thoughts. At the moment, it's better to stay calm, adapt to changes, as the Tower of Questions brings both danger and opportunity. There will inevitably be a climax, and once it passes, the world will gradually return to calm. A new order will slowly be established, affecting many people, with danger looming at any moment. Danger doesn't just arise from answering questions incorrectly, but also from the darkness within people. Think about it calmly, the general direction is not wrong. What's needed is to add details, like how to get food. Since I have a nearly cheat-like golden finger, there's no need to worry too much about safety. With this frequency of triggering questions, rewards will increase, and strength will grow. As for food, you looked at the garlic and scallions growing in the flower pots on the balcony and covered them with wood elements. The next second, you see the garlic and scallions grow rapidly, and soon they mature. You pull out a garlic to inspect, identical to the one sold outside. This is the foundation of wood elements. Without hesitation, you quickly plant the vegetables you just bought in the flower pots, each pot with a different type. You push a chair, successfully triggering a question, now entering the answering space. Please listen to the true or false question. Can the club-shaped finger be used as a criterion for heart disease? The answer is correct. Congratulations on winning the reward, mastering the earth element. Now the soil for planting is also available. The food issue is resolved. It is almost noon now. You thought about it, no matter how things change outside, you still need to eat. At this point, let's eat first. You turned on the range hood, successfully triggering the problem, and are now entering the answering space. Please listen to the true or false question. Is Teddy's nickname Tyree Tion? The answer is correct. Congratulations on winning the reward. You have mastered the gold element, with gold, wood, water, fire, and earth all under control. Things are looking up now. You have been living alone for over 2 years. You've long mastered the skill of cooking. Coupled with another skill, making a meal is a piece of cake for you. An hour later, 3 dishes and a soup are ready. Nothing is more important than satisfying your hunger and eating slowly. After lunch, you return to the bedroom to take a nap. You cover yourself with a blanket, successfully triggering a problem. Please listen to the true or false question. Is the next line in the throes of death? I sit up in shock. Is it burning my calories? The answer is incorrect. Congratulations on winning the reward. You have only mastered the thunder element for half a day, yet you've triggered 6 problems. In a day, who knows how many others will be triggered. After a moment of silence, you close your eyes and drift off to sleep. The chaos outside doesn't affect your afternoon nap at all. You wake up from a nap, and it's already 5 p.m. Pick up the phone by the bedside, prepare to check the situation outside, pick up the phone, triggering a problem. Please listen to the judgment question. Can cockroaches be used as medicine? If the answer is correct, congratulations on the reward, mastering the wind element. The elemental level is difficult. You can already anticipate what your next reward will be. Whether it's light elements or dark elements, it doesn't matter, there's still a long way to go. You open the short video app to check the latest situation. If things go as you expected, you will definitely be able to obtain a lot of useful information here. You scroll through short videos one by one. After watching the content, you fall into contemplation. Resolving dangerous events can enhance strength. You have experienced this, it should be correct. By killing the gatekeeper, your strength has been enhanced. From this perspective, this is the balance setting of the Tower of Doubt. Forcing those who want rewards to solve dangers, maintain order. The frequency of triggering problems is different for everyone. This should also be correct. If everyone were like you, there would be 17 or 18 problems a day. It won't take long before humanity goes extinct. In this case, I can't just hide forever. I must go out, solve dangers, and enhance my strength. You can obtain rewards by continuously answering questions. But whether it's fire elements, thunder elements, or other elements, these are all about quantity, not quality. You need to enhance your strength, like a cultivator, possessing 7 or 8 different spiritual roots. But his cultivation is only at the chi refining stage, due to having only one type of spiritual root. Being killed in seconds is also related to this. Don't rush tonight, observe for a night first, and see what changes tomorrow will bring. You calmly thought about getting up, poured a glass of water in the living room, then hid behind the curtain quietly, looking outside. The morning was the same as usual, but by evening, it turned into doomsday. This stark contrast brings a profound sense of loss. Outside, you can hear screams and cries, car horns blaring incessantly, the sounds of collisions and explosions coming and going. This is just the prelude to doomsday. Through the crack in the curtain, you see several figures in the community entangled in a fight, with a man relying solely on muscle strength, ripping apart 3 figures. As the figures are torn apart, the man's body visibly, with a massive fist, he smashes it on the ground, causing the tiles to shatter and fly. He resolves it, faces danger, and the mutated person undergoes enhancement. This should be physical strength. You shift your gaze away from this man, looking towards the opposite unit building, where the living room on the 5th floor is lit up, with the curtains open. 2 figures embracing tightly. The man's mouth is biting on the woman's neck, greedily sucking blood. Whether zombie or vampire, frowning at either, they are both detestable. The man releases his mouth, letting go of the woman in his arms. The woman's body trembles the next second, then returns to normal, hugging the man as if nothing happened. It seems she is a vampire. If it's a zombie, it won't immediately resurrect after being bitten, and its movements won't be so agile. You suddenly think of a question. Is a vampire's ability a reward or a danger? It doesn't seem like a reward, nor does it seem like a danger. But to others, it's quite dangerous. They appear to be ordinary people, but they could easily bite your neck if you're not careful. There's a large group of moths hovering in the sky. These moths seem familiar to you. Upon careful recollection, it seems like they are the same moths that flew out of the classmate whose palm split open in the classroom before. But back then, there were only a few. Why are there so many now? More than one person has acquired that kind of danger, which is why there are so many moths. These moths have been circling for a long time, gathering into a shadowy mass, like a dispersed dark cloud. The next moment, they suddenly pounce towards the entrance of the residential area. At the entrance of the residential area, a figure stands, emitting a golden light all over, which appears very dazzling in the evening. The moths are attracted to this golden light, which is the convenience store owner. You immediately recognize the identity of this figure. The moths tightly envelop the store owner, seemingly gnawing at him, but with a dazzling golden light, all the moths fall to the ground at the same time, turning into ashes. The golden light becomes even stronger. It's not fire, you're unsure of its nature. Previously, you felt a threat from above, but it wasn't strong. Now, seeing the change in the golden light, a sense of crisis subtly increases. Rewards and dangers come in all shapes and sizes. One wrong move could lead to disaster. You shift your gaze, walk over to the sofa, sit down, pick up the leftover pomelo from yesterday, and wrap it slowly. If nothing unexpected happens, in this neighborhood, the owner of this convenience store is one of the strongest. You peel open half of the pomelo, triggering a question successfully. You are already accustomed to the sudden appearance of questions. You leisurely eat the pomelo, waiting to enter the answering space. Please listen to the true or false question. Is there a panda in the Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit 7 Heroes? If your answer is correct, congratulations on receiving the reward in mastering the light element. Indeed, it is the light element. This reward comes as no surprise to you, but this question makes you feel nostalgic. If I remember correctly, that panda is called Dada. At this moment, another explosion is heard outside. Not sure if it's a car explosion or someone intentionally setting fire to a gasoline drum. You don't get up, quietly sitting on the sofa, eating the pomelo, enjoying the silence. You toss the pomelo peel into the trash, tidy up the table. As you bend down to pick up the nail clippers on the floor, you trigger it once again. Question, please listen to the true or false question. Is 100 CF points equal to $1? Is that correct? The answer is correct. Congratulations on receiving the reward, mastering the dark element. Now that you have obtained both the light and dark elements, up to this point, you have triggered 9 questions. For someone else, if they hadn't been extremely lucky, who knows how many times they would have died. Take the last question for example, who the hell knows what CFD looks like? And as for Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit 7 Heroes, the 7 heroes should be about knights, right? What does this have to do with cat, rabbit, bear, panda? Just get to the point. Why bother asking a question first? It's unnecessary. The phone in your pocket rings, someone sent a message, you unlock the screen to check. It's not someone messaging you, but someone in the class group that everyone loves, all members. After reading the content from Class Monitor Lee Won-hong, I plan to establish an organization. Anyone interested in joining? Soon, someone replied to me to join. You were somewhat surprised, didn't expect so many people in the class survived. This Lee Won-hong is quite capable. For those who want to join, I'll create a separate group. Lee Won-hong sent a message, and then specifically mentioned you. Will you join? You ignored the message, closed the phone and tossed it aside. Sticking together for warmth is indeed the most effective method at present. But for you, the disadvantages outweigh the benefits. There's no need to join. Moreover, things have already fallen apart before. Is Lee Won-hong truly helpful and altruistic, or is there another motive? You have no way to verify this. As long as it doesn't bother you, everyone can get along peacefully. It's still early. When there was nothing going on before, it was all about watching borderline videos to pass the time. But with what happened today, I guess no one will be watching those anymore. Unable to watch those borderline videos, a big chunk of life's joy is suddenly lost. Gotta find something else to pass the time. Went to the study to browse through, you picked a few books. As a short video blogger specializing in popular science, you actually enjoy reading books. Please listen to the true or false questions. Is a chrysanthemum just a flower? Under standard atmospheric pressure, does water boil at 100 degrees? Before going to sleep, you answered several questions correctly again. After counting, from the appearance of the Tower of Questions until you went to sleep, there were a total of 12 questions. Excluding sleep, you can trigger around 15 questions in a day. With 15 questions, even if you're not a time traveler, not even Jesus can save you. Close your eyes and drift off to sleep slowly. Occasionally, there are still some sounds coming from outside, but much less than before. As night falls, the city becomes quieter, with reduced activity. The likelihood of triggering questions has also decreased. Meanwhile, on the other side, two fists collide, causing a commotion that rustles their clothes. The owners of the two fists are a towering giant, standing at 2 meters tall with a robust build, and a handsome young man with fair and tender skin. What abilities have you gained? The giant looks at the man before him, furrowing his brow slightly. The young man licks his lips, smirks mischievously, revealing 2 sharp fangs. It's not that the bigger the size, the stronger the power. Are you a vampire? The giant raises an eyebrow, slowly withdraws his hand, and sits down on the sofa nonchalantly. If we really fight, I could crush you. The vampire lad looks indifferent. I know, but you have to catch me first. The abilities of a vampire involve not only enhanced strength but also speed and reflexes. Filled with fear and uncertainty, he glanced at the children's books on the coffee table, picked one up and flipped through it. Then he bitterly smiled. I used to have a happy family, but now this has happened. Sigh, no need to go to work tomorrow. Haven't you been wanting to quit your job for a while now? Now, it's a matter of life and death, constantly on edge waiting for problems to arise. You need to focus on improving yourself. If you don't progress, others will suppress you. Fate is in the hands of others, with no ability to resist. The burly man put down the children's book, glanced at the closed bedroom door. They, mother and daughter, are asleep. As they slept, the young man sat down and asked, "What should we do next? Wait like this, passively, or take the initiative?" The burly man didn't hesitate. Before taking the initiative, they encountered the convenience store owner. He suggested that we unite, can't control the outside, but can manage the Minghui community. This way, whatever happens outside won't affect us. The young man pondered and asked, "What do we do next?" The burly man's gaze was deep as he talked about clearing out the mutated individuals in the community and connecting with the rewarded normal people. They probably won't listen to you. Whoever has the bigger fist, they will listen to. Boss Lee is stronger than me, so I listen to him. The abilities he gained are very unique and powerful, but he told me that he's not the strongest in this community, only second best. The burly man took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. There's another guy who's very powerful. Boss Lee said he's a young man, not very old, looks like a student. He even bought something from him back then. After paying him, he felt a powerful force from this person. If we can find him and work together, there should be no problem protecting Manhwa district. The vampire young man Chening analyzed for a moment. From this morning until now, I haven't seen anyone who looks like a student make a move. If he is truly strong and doesn't act, it's definitely not out of fear but a choice to keep a low profile. It would be difficult to make such a low-key person come forward. The giant nodded in agreement. Lee Boss and I also thought of this. However, we are not asking him to do anything. We just want to leverage his strength to deter those flatterers below. Lee Boss, we also have a few very strong guys. With him added, our Manhwa district will be safe in Tiannan City. It should be safe. The vampire young man looked surprised. Lee Boss also sensed this. What ability does Lee Boss have? The giant shook his head slightly. It should be some kind of precognitive ability. Relying on this ability, he answered all the questions correctly today. The vampire young man remained silent for a long time, then sighed. It's all luck. Even if you answer the questions correctly, you don't know what reward you'll get. It could be trivial items or powerful abilities. On this night, many people began to react, huddling together for warmth. The weak seek protection by approaching the strong. Various news, from killings to mutations to accidents, flooded the internet with endless incidents. Danger is approaching, human desires are expanding, the management agencies are close to paralysis, order is collapsing. The giant man and the vampire young man begin to contact the surviving residents through the community owners group in the name of Boss Lee. You don't need to worry about answering questions incorrectly, but you should worry about those dangers coming knocking. So, sleeping at night is not particularly reassuring. The Tower of Questions still has many rules yet to be discovered. You dare not be careless. Proud individuals will ultimately die in great embarrassment. Opening your eyes in the morning, seeing the sunlight shining through the curtain crack, triggers the first question of the day. Please listen to the multiple choice question. Who is the sculptor of David? Your answer options are 1. You are cheerful, Kiro. 2. You are happy, Kiro. 3. You are lost, Kiro. 4. You are sad, Kiro. You are somewhat surprised, not by the question itself, but unexpectedly, the multiple choice question was triggered on the second day. According to your speculation, the question shouldn't escalate in difficulty so quickly. Is it because I answered all the questions correctly, or is this a random question that I just happened to encounter? In fact, others had triggered the multiple choice question long ago. I chose the first one. The higher the difficulty, the greater the reward, and the danger. Without much thought, you directly gave the answer. Correct answer, congratulations on receiving the reward. Ideas about worldviews. An analyzed piece of information has entered your mind, seamlessly merging, and you instantly grasp the worldview ideology. This is a technique, to be precise, it is a method to enhance spiritual power, complementary to the rewards of mastering various elements. By using your mental power to control elements, the stronger your mental power, the stronger your ability to control elements. After killing the gatekeeper yesterday, you felt the enhancement of your own power, which is the power of the mind, lying in bed. You directly operate the worldview ideology. Your mental power spreads out, with the limit just filling the room. It may not seem strong, but in reality, this represents the strongest power at the current level. If this state is defined as level 1, then you are the strongest in level 1, no surprises there. Who made you master so many elements? For each element mastered as a reward from the questioning tower, your mental power increases. Mastered all elements. Your mental power has also reached the limit of the current level, but this is the limit without obtaining the worldview ideology, not your current limit. As you operate the worldview ideology, your mental power surges instantly, like piercing a balloon, breaking the limit. You have broken through to a higher level, which is level 2, with your mental power bursting out of the room, enveloping this 8-story apartment building. Only advancing one level, yet the power has increased so significantly, which you did not expect. However, after breaking the limit, the ideology falls silent. No matter how you operate it, the effects are minimal. You speculate whether this visualization method should be broken, using daily power enhancement, or if you need to deal with the dangers, end the practice. You then pick up your phone, check the class group chat. The person who was silent inside should have been taken away by Lee Wonhong. The homeowners group is lively. Someone is calling everyone to gather at the entrance of the neighborhood, discussing the establishment of a team. Many people are responding. Dozens of people are gathered at the entrance of the neighborhood. They are all survivors who came through the homeowners group contact, the giant man and the vampire boy from last night. They possess various powers, but compared to Boss Lee's power, most of them fall far short. So after witnessing Boss Lee's power, they also agreed to form a group with him as the leader. When doomsday arrives, sticking together is the only way out. Everyone knows this truth. They are the weak ones. Without the right to choose, everyone gathered together for a brief discussion. Suddenly Boss Lee raised his head abruptly, looking towards the unit building where you are, a glint passing through his eyes, muttering to himself. Indeed, the prediction was correct. He has become stronger. Upon hearing his words, the people standing nearby started discussing. John and the vampire boy followed his gaze, looking towards Unit 3. Boss, do you feel something? He has become stronger, although only fragments. I saw a contemptuous thunder. Boss Lee's breathing became slightly hurried. If he testifies, our neighborhood will be one of the safest places. His words surprised everyone. The power he obtained is related to thunder. So what are we waiting for? Let's go find him now. The young vampire was a bit excited. Their gathering had become one of the safest places, ensuring the safety of his family. It's not the right time yet. Mr. Lee looked serious. Although he was pleased about this matter, with his precognitive abilities, he knew that seeking you out now would be in vain. They need an opportunity, a chance for dialogue, but now is not the time. When will be the time then? Just as Mr. Lee finished speaking, two figures emerged from the side. These two men had similar figures and appearances, likely brothers. They scanned the crowd with a hint of disdain in their eyes. While looking at Mr. Lee, their eyes were level, indicating their confidence in their own abilities. They only saw Mr. Lee as a rival. Your meek and submissive demeanor shows no sign of a cultivator's spirit. You used to be a lackey, even with great power. Now, you're still a lackey, unable to change the servility within you. The leader sneered, igniting anger in the giant man's heart. He was about to make a move but was stopped by Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee looked at the brothers Xiao Yong and Xiao Yu, with a calm gaze. Among the survivors in the community, there were a few strong individuals, and the Xiao brothers were two of them. From the beginning, the two showed hostility towards him. With the arrival of a new era, there are dangers and opportunities. No one is completely sure to only have opportunities without risks. So at this time, we need to be more cautious. If you take caution as mere compliance, then I think there's no need for us to cooperate. The Xiao brothers do not belong in this neighborhood. They are just here to visit relatives. When the Tower of Questioning arrived, they got stuck here. Their relatives answered the question incorrectly and mutated, while they answered correctly, gaining power. After killing the mutated relatives, their power increased. Then last night, they dealt with several more mutants, making their strength rival Mr. Lee in the Mingyuan neighborhood. They are not like the strongman or the vampire lad, willing to be Mr. Lee's subordinates, just willing to cooperate with him. Initially, they wanted to gather survivors and control this power, but Mr. Lee beat them to it, which made them unhappy. Now that they found an opportunity, they naturally stepped forward. Working with you is because we value your precognitive ability. Don't think we can't do without you. Your precognitive ability can only predict some fragments, far from foolproof. Xiao Yu spoke up behind Xiao Yong. This student has gained the power of thunder. The power of thunder is strong, but you didn't know that, right? The restraint of attributes still exists within these powers. Not everyone fears thunder, at least we don't. Xiao Yong's ability is rubberization, while Xiao Yu's is earthization, meaning rubberman and mudman. Mr. Lee foresaw their abilities and knew they were not lying. Indeed, these two abilities have no need to fear thunder. But does that student really only possess the power of thunder? Boss Lee cannot fully predict. Your level of ability is too low, subject to various restrictions. On the other hand, isn't the inability to predict a special kind of prediction? After predicting the consequences of the brave brothers meeting Fong Chen, Boss Lee coldly uttered two words, "Let you see our strength when we capture this student." You will know then that opportunities are for the courageous. Being indecisive will only lead to life or death. At that time, you will realize that we are right. Strength is not a simple comparison of data. Only through actual combat will you know who wins and who loses. Xiao Yong and his brother turned around without looking back, walking towards Building 3 without hesitation. Watching their backs, some understood easily because what they said was right. In special times, the fearless spirit of charging forward fiercely is needed. But most people remain indifferent. Even Bosley, who has the ability to predict, did not act, proving that he foresaw an unfavorable outcome. In times of crisis, a fearless spirit is indeed needed. But the results of cautious combat are also necessary. Although not a simple comparison of data, influenced by various factors, as long as one becomes powerful to a certain extent, other factors can be disregarded. Bosley did not offer advice, leaving the two to their own plans. Different paths do not converge. Whether bravery and progress or caution and prudence are better, reality will be the best proof. It may seem like a difference in opinions, but it is actually a struggle for power. Where there are people, there is a world. Bosley is very helpless. He never thought about controlling power, he just wants to die less. Who do you think will win? I believe the Brave brothers have a better chance of winning. I also think so. Rubber and mud restrain thunder and lightning, and they have a stronger sense of battle. That person is just a student, with little experience. Even with great power, they don't know how to use it. I actually think that student has a better chance of winning. Absolute strength can eliminate all secondary factors affecting the battle. Bosley can predict. Listening to him is definitely right. Despite the discussions around, Bosley remains silent, just staring at Unit 3, waiting for the battle outcome. In his predictions, you winning was foreseen, just not the process. He really wants to know how the power of thunder can defeat Rubber Man and Mud Man. Xiao Yong and Xiaoyu confidently entered Unit 3, still taunting. The residents around Bosley have changed with the times. Everything must now be fought for on their own. They actually entrusted their fate to others, hoping for their kindness. A bunch of fools. But this also gives us an opportunity. Once we defeat this student, we'll prove to them that the times have changed. It's a survival of the fittest world now. Whoever has the bigger fist is right. Whoever has the bigger fist. Whoever can become the master. The weak have no choice but to submit. Xiao Yong and Xiaoyu's ambitions grow, as the Tower of Questions descends, ushering in a new era and releasing their desires. They want to rule Manhwa district and gain control here, to face the potential dangers that may arise in the future. Although Bosley took the lead, as long as we eliminate him as an obstacle, everything is still salvageable. The residents of the district all believe in Boss Lee's predictive abilities. What they want to do is to break Lee's boss's precognitive ability, which gives everyone confidence. As long as they defeat you, it can prove that Lee's boss's precognition is not entirely correct, and at the same time, it also proves their strength. Leading the Manhwa community again, everything will fall into place. Xiao Yong walked to the door on the left. The rubber arm painting squeezed in through the crack in the door. Opening the door, "Are the students here to find me?" As Xiao Yong and Xiaoyu entered Unit 3, you sensed their presence. Your mental power enveloped the entire building, and any movement inside couldn't escape your perception. Hearing their conversation, you fell into contemplation. The newcomers have a clear goal, obviously not to search for survivors in the building, but to come straight for you. Why? You are certain that there hasn't been any major disturbance since you returned home, just breaking through to level 2. Your mental power surged, causing a stir. But without practice, mental power wouldn't be perceptible. The abilities these two people just displayed seem to be related to the body rather than mental power. They formed a team, and someone inside knows of my existence, so let them come find me. You remembered the convenience store owner, the strongest person you've encountered so far. Before reaching a new level, you were still cautious. But now that you've reached level 2, the sense of danger from that person has completely disappeared. I don't want to attract attention, but since you've come knocking, I won't hide. Xiao Yong searched the first floor. No sign of the person was found on the second floor, nor on the third floor. They encountered someone on the third floor, covered in clovers. This is a middle-aged man. He is not wearing any clothes. Clovers sprouting from his pores, covering his body. Why didn't you go down? Xiao Yong squinted, a hint of danger in his eyes. Don't misunderstand, even though I answered the question correctly, the reward is quite lackluster. It's about turning hair into clovers. I was afraid it would scare everyone, so I didn't go down. But I signed up to join the neighborhood team. I'm one of them, and I'm in the group. Received a reward, though lackluster, it's still mastering extraordinary power. By mastering extraordinary power, you can sense the aura of your kind. This middle-aged man felt a tingling sensation from Xiao Yong's body. This means the opponent's strength surpasses his. He understood he was facing two people. It's likely he wouldn't even take a move. However, the ability to turn hair into clovers is indeed lackluster and poses no threat to others. Xiao Yong glanced at the man, then lowered his guard. There's a student living in this apartment building. Do you know which floor? The man thought for a moment and replied, I remember there's a student on the 5th floor. He lived with his grandparents before high school, but they passed away. Now he lives alone. What do you want with him? So it's the 5th floor. Xiaoyu glanced coldly at the man. You want to know? The chilling gaze fell on the man, giving him a pricking sensation. He shivered, shook his head quickly, avoiding a cold smile from the two, with a mocking look on his face. He glanced at the man and then headed towards the 5th floor. A man with only the ability to accumulate, not worthy in their eyes. The man looked at the clover on the departing two, hesitated for a moment, then quietly followed. The 5th floor has 4 doors, meaning 4 households. If you don't know which household they live in, you'll have to open each door one by one to search. But you don't need to open the door now, just stand in the corridor and wait for them to arrive. Opening the door triggers a problem. Please listen to the multiple choice question. Classical mechanics is based on what law of motion? Your answer is 1. Sheep's law 2. Chicken's law 3. Newton's law 4. Horse's law. I choose the 3rd, Newton's law. Correct answer. Congratulations on winning the reward, Storm Sword. Storm Sword, which doesn't exist. A sword can summon a storm, the Storm Sword can summon a storm, but it's useless for you right now. Your level is too low, you can't summon a storm with it. At most, it can create a breeze. But for someone who controls the wind element like you don't need to use the Storm Sword to create a wind. A little regret, but only a little. Every day, there are over 10 questions, and you will always get a weapon that suits you. Listening to the footsteps coming from the staircase, you focus on that. Xiao Yong and Xiaoyu pushed open the door to the fire escape route. At a glance, they saw you leaning against the wall, arms crossed, looking at them calmly. Both furrowed their brows, a strange feeling creeping in. They walked to the corridor and locked eyes with you. You are the student Li Aigua mentioned. Who is Li Aigua? You don't remember, but this person is in your memory. At the entrance of the residential area, the convenience store owner Xiao Yong moved his neck, as if preparing for battle. What did he say about me? Mastering the power of thunder, Tian Nan is the strongest. Xiaoyu spoke up, a bit of dandruff falling from his hand, which turned out to be mud. Ah, you believe him just because he said so. Among the rewards Li Aigua received, there is the extraordinary ability of foresight. He foresaw that you are very strong. Lei Tang scorned you, asking in surprise, accurate or not. Of course it's inaccurate. Xiao Yong chuckled, saying, we are here to prove this. Foresight only sees the most likely event in the future to happen, while other low-probability events are also possible. Moreover, his level is low, and his abilities are limited. So the accuracy rate is only 20%, as Xiaoyu mentioned. Actual combat isn't about data comparison. Any situation could impact the battle outcome, and combat intelligence is crucial. I think you are still a student. You are still lacking in using your brain. How can you say that? You asked with a half smile. You might as well lower your head and take a look. Xiaoyu reminded you. As you lowered your head, what met your eyes was a picture already engulfing your calf. These soils appear out of nowhere, continuously increasing, slowly engulfing your knees, tightly wrapping around your feet. The power of thunder. The speed should be very fast, but now I have immobilized your feet. How will you move? Moreover, these soils are my body tissues, possessing the ability to devour extraordinary powers. You will only become weaker and weaker. Xiaoyu becomes more excited as he speaks, constantly shaking off the soil from his body. If viewed from the side, it can be clearly seen. Only the front half of his body remains, becoming a thin layer. So all the talk just now was to ambush me. You remain unfazed. We are not fools. Since Li Aigua said you are strong, we must use all our strength. Xiong wrist moves slowly towards you. The soil restricts your movement, absorbs your strength, still an insulator, while my body's rubberization, also an insulator. At least with your current strength, thunder cannot harm us. Xiao Yong is ready to strike. 5 meters away from you, he throws his fist, his arm elongated, fist swiftly smashing towards your head, to prevent more trouble in the future. He directly used all his strength in this blow. Moreover, on top of his fist, there are many protruding metal spikes, each capable of piercing through a 3-inch thick wooden board. This is his utilization of his extraordinary abilities. Hiding metal spikes in the hand, taking them out when necessary, the fist can be used as a meteor hammer. Not only as a break, when necessary, he can embed various foreign objects into any part of the body. Watching as the fist flies towards you, you neither dodge nor evade, as if still in a daze, completely unresponsive. However, in the next instant, just as the fist hits your face, an unexpected event occurs. Suddenly, a division appeared, flying past both sides of his cheeks. It was as if a razor-sharp blade was placed in front of him, and the rubber fist didn't hit his face but struck the blade instead. Ah! With his fist and arm split in two, Xiao Yong let out a scream. While his body could withstand blunt force due to its rubbery nature, its advantage was instantly shattered when faced with a sharp blade. The pain in his heart was overshadowed by shock. As he stared at Fang Chen in astonishment, a chill creeping into his heart. This chill grew and spread throughout his body. At that moment, he felt the urge to retreat. Fang Chen glanced at Xiaoyong and then at Xiaoyu. One with a rubberized body, the other with a soil-like body. These abilities were not as impressive as he had imagined. His earlier banter with them was merely out of caution and curiosity to see what abilities they possessed. Now that he had witnessed their powers, Fang Chen lost interest immediately. Gathering the surrounding gold elements, a flash of light appeared, and Xiaoyong's head was severed. The light continued to shine, and with each flash, Xiaoyong's body was cut apart. When the light faded, Xiaoyong's body had turned into scattered rubber eraser pieces. Without blood and lacking a human form, it didn't look terrifying. Throughout the ordeal, the victim didn't utter a word. Not because he didn't want to, but because he never had the chance. Xiaoyu, horrified, hastened to engulf Fang Chen's body with the soil. Despite another power of Fang Chen being present and visible, he remained unaware of it. If it fell upon him, he would face a dead end. There was no escape, only the chance to utilize his extraordinary abilities to absorb Fang Chen's power. Only by doing so could he survive. However, as he watched the soil engulfing Fang Chen's chest, a large amount of water overflowed between the soil and Fang Chen's body, gushing. In the blink of an eye, the water surged from a mere overflow to a gush. The water continuously washed away the soil, dissolving it in an instant. The soil turned into mud water, flowing everywhere, submerging the remaining half of Xiaoyu's body. In the murky mud water against the light, Xiaoyu struggled to take shape, like a drowning person trying to climb out of the water. Amidst the piercing screams, his efforts turned into splashes. The mud mixed with water, completely dissolving his body, turning him into nothing. No! No! Xiaoyu's voice echoed in the corridor, but all that responded was a flowing mud water. It wasn't just a puddle but more like an endless sea, swallowing Xiaoyu without a chance to resist or escape. TSK. Fang Chen sneered, pushed open the door, and returned to the room. These two individuals were even weaker than he had imagined. They talked big but couldn't even resist for half a minute when it came to action. All bark and no bite. You opened the door, triggering a question, and are now entering the answering space. Please listen to the judgment question. Rock, paper, scissors is a game. Yes. Fang Chen. Correct answer. Congratulations on receiving the reward, paper people. Fang Chen now held some paper people, all attractive women with no other purpose than being eye-catching. Well, it's better to have them than not. Fang Chen closed the door, smiling wryly. The battle was too short, lasting only 10 seconds from start to finish. Even with the previous banter time, it barely lasted a minute. Upon hearing the door close, the man with clover leaves all over his body cautiously ascended the stairs from the corridor. He listened carefully for a while, then, finding no movement, he bravely approached the glass window on the fire escape door and peered inside. Hiss. When he saw the scene inside clearly, he couldn't help but gasp. He quickly took out his phone and sent a message in the chat group created last night. It's over. Not long after the message was sent, someone replied. Zhuan at Qin Fu, what's over? Brother, don't despair. As long as we unite and persevere, dangers can be well resolved, and there will be hope in the future. Qin Fu, the two people who were arrogant in the group last night are dead. Zhuan, Xiaoyu, Xiaoyong, Qin Fu, it's them. Downstairs, at the entrance of the residential area, everyone was looking up at Building 3, thinking that once the battle started, there would definitely be some movement. Not to mention piercing or destroying the building, but at least there would be a huge noise. The sound of collisions, or the sound of glass shattering. But after waiting for a long time, there was no sign of any movement. This made everyone doubt Mr. Li's predictive ability. The end of the world by thunder, now not to mention thunder, there wasn't even a spark. Would that student not be easily dealt with? In the silence, a middle-aged man suddenly spoke. It's over. Qin Fu said the battle is over. Who is Qin Fu? Your mistress? Whose battle has she ended with? Check the group. He sent a message. The crowd realized and took out their phones to check the chat group. Liaigua at Qin Fu. How did it end? Who won? How long did they fight? Zhuan, we didn't hear any movement at all. Hao Qiu, did you see their battle? How could it end so quickly? Wan Xishu, take a video to see. People typed questions one after another, and the chat group suddenly became lively. Qin Fu didn't keep them in suspense and directly sent a video of the scene. Where are the people? I don't see anyone. Someone typed. The erasers on the ground are Xiaoyong, and the puddle of mud is Xiaoyu. Qin Fu couldn't be bothered to type and directly sent a voice message. Too fast. I followed them closely, but didn't see the process of the battle at all. Not even a minute. The battle ended in a minute. This is what I saw as soon as I arrived. That student is too strong. Mr. Lee, what did you predict? Wasn't it the end of the world by thunder? Are you trying to deceive Xiaoyu and Xiaoyong with false information? Li Aiguo looked around at the crowd and replied directly with a voice message, I can only predict fragments. He definitely has the ability of thunder. But certainly not just the ability of thunder. Judging from the way Xiaoyu and Xiaoyong died, there must be abilities or items related to water and swords, and the level is not low, otherwise, they wouldn't have been dealt with so easily. Damn, let's hurry up and curry favor. Qin Fu said, I'll wait here for you, let's visit together. We sent messages in the homeowners group, but he didn't join the group, which means he doesn't want much interaction with us. In my prediction, we won't see him, so it's better not to visit now. Li Aiguo replied, in his eyes, we probably don't have much value. The burly man Hao Chou next to him was slightly surprised and puzzled. Mr. Li, you have the ability to predict, can't that help with answering questions? Isn't that valuable? Li Aiguo looked serious and said, perhaps in his eyes, it's not. Everyone couldn't understand. The tower of questions descended. Who doesn't need to answer questions? The harder the question, the greater the danger of answering incorrectly. Even if one is powerful and fearless of danger, why involve oneself in dangerous situations when rewards can be obtained, unless one also has the ability to predict, or some kind of power that prevents them from answering questions incorrectly. Seeing everyone lost in thought, their spirits low, Li Aiguo smiled reassuringly and said, don't be so down, I'm pretty strong too, you know. The group paused, then smiled. Li Aiguo continued, there's no need to feel lost. We formed the Survivor Neighborhood Committee to help each other through dangers. I can handle most dangers and troubles to keep us safe. And for those we can't handle, our friend will step in, after all, he lives here too, and dangers and troubles affect his life too. That's true. The vampire lad Wan Sisu agreed. But we shouldn't scheme against him, or he might not only solve the danger but also deal with us. Zhuwen rubbed his chin, saying, honesty is the most precious thing in this post-apocalyptic world. Li Aiguo clapped his hands, alright, let's move on to today's agenda, discussing the rules of the committee. Only with rules can we work smoothly. Let me start with mine. I won't force you to seek me out, but if you do, I'll help you with the questions unconditionally. Getting the answers right, we can share the rewards, consider them my payment. Of course, if you get it wrong, don't come looking for trouble, as we'll share the danger. And you might not be able to beat me. Of course not. I unconditionally support Boss Lee. Thank you in advance. Before Li Aiguo finished speaking, someone immediately voiced their support. I'm the same. Support Boss Lee. Me too. +1. Even in this post-apocalyptic world, the sense of propriety hadn't completely collapsed. People remained cautious but still cared about appearances. The idea of showing respect persisted. Combined with Li Aiguo's strength and extraordinary abilities, they were truly convinced. So, no one opposed. There were dissenters before, but they couldn't be more dead now. Learning from past mistakes, trusting Boss Lee meant not having to die. Alright, now speak your minds freely. I suggest forming a patrol team. I propose listing everyone's abilities and then assigning tasks. Let's introduce a contribution point system, complete tasks to earn points, which can be exchanged for supplies. I triggered a question. We must not only guard against the dangers of answering questions wrong but also against external threats. Wait, what did you say? I triggered a question, said the woman with curly hair. Gong Yuanshan, quick, seek help from me, Li Aiguo urged. If answering a question wrong led to a huge danger, with most survivors in the community present, it could be a disaster. Regardless, at least for now, no issues could arise. Okay. Gong Yuanshan immediately sought help from Li Aiguo. Seeking help was simple, just look at Li Aiguo, then request assistance from the Tower of Questions. The tower would ask Li Aiguo, if he agreed, they would enter the answering space together. Gong Yuanshan requested, Li Aiguo agreed, and they entered the answering space together. Because he was helping Gong Yuanshan answer, Li Aiguo was now in Gong Yuanshan's answering space. Each person's answering space was like a storage space, used to store items. After death, the answering space would shatter, spilling its contents. It was like in games where enemies drop loot. In the corner of Gong Yuanshan's answering space lay many petals, like trash in a corner outside. Are these petals your rewards for answering questions correctly? Li Aiguo asked curiously. They're edible, Gong Yuanshan replied. Well, in the era of the apocalypse, the most important survival resources are food, water, and medicine. Eating flower petals may seem strange, but it can be life-saving in critical moments. Flower petals are the second reward. My first reward is illusion. Gong Yuanshan said, otherwise, with my 5 out of 7 accuracy, I would have died long ago. Illusion, when used well, is a powerful ability, Li Aigua remarked. As they were talking, the voice of the Tower of Questions rang out. You have entered the Tower of Questions. Please listen to the true or false question. Jie jie jia is a type of laughter, true or false? Jie jie jia? Who laughs like that? If it were someone else answering, their head would be spinning, sometimes thinking the question is not that simple and must have a hidden meaning, and other times thinking it might just be a regular question. No one laughs like jie jie jia, so it must be false. But with Li Aigua here, answering doesn't require thinking, just foresight. He foresaw the 2 answers in his mind, and after a moment, he answered directly. This is true. Correct answer. Congratulations, you have won 2 marrow cleansing pills. Correct. Gong Yuanshan breathed a sigh of relief. If she had to answer on her own, she would have to think it through and take a gamble. With Li Aigua here, answering questions became easy. Holding the marrow cleansing pills, Gong Yuanshan's gaze towards Li Aigua became warmer. Li Aigua gave her a great sense of security. Question session over, leave the question space in 10 seconds. 10, 9. However, Li Aigua did not look at Gong Yuanshan. When the time was up, he directly exited the question space. Please listen to the true or false question. Jie jie jia is a type of laughter, true or false? Faced with the same question, Fong Chen didn't hesitate and gave the answer directly. It's true. Correct answer. Congratulations, you have won a foundation building pill. Coming out of the question space, Fong Chen held the foundation building pill, but he didn't think much about it. He didn't cultivate immortality, didn't have spiritual power, so the foundation building pill wasn't much different from a candy to him. What he was more concerned about was the storage in the question space and the time freeze. When answering questions in the question space, time outside stopped, yet he could still use the space for storage. Would it be possible to hide in the question space if danger arose in the future? I'm really silly, indeed. Fong Chen suddenly realized a problem. When storing items, his thoughts freely entered, but during the question session, his whole being entered. That's why there was a 10-second countdown and forced expulsion after answering. Although the foundation building pill wasn't very useful to Fong Chen, it was better than nothing. It could be used as a decoration, which looked quite nice. However, after searching around, he couldn't find a container to store the pills, so he ended up finding a chessboard. The size and appearance of the foundation building pill were similar to the glass beads used in chess. After some thought, Fong Chen placed it on the chessboard. There was no need to worry about the pills being exposed and losing their efficacy, as good pills were wrapped in pill casings. After placing the pills, Fong Chen picked up a paper figure. Life-size and visually appealing, but flat objects ultimately lack the interest of 3-dimensional ones. They could only be admired when bored, not used for entertainment. However, Fong Chen's interest in such things was not that strong, as his mind was focused on one thing, improving his strength. Yesterday, he triggered over a dozen questions in just half a day, and today there should be more. He took out his phone to continue checking the news online. While the network was still up and running, he should gather as much useful information as possible before it went down. Opening a short video, as expected by Fong Chen, overnight the platform was flooded with content related to answering questions and mutations. There were always people in this world who never lacked such things, making a big deal out of trivial matters by filming short videos. Even major events need to be captured in a short video first. Right now, it's the latter. A major event has occurred, so despite dangers looming everywhere, many people are still posting videos online. Opening the short video, refreshing it again and again, soon the latest video appears on the homepage interface. Family, something big has happened. I might have obtained the system from the novel. Just now, a voice popped up in my head, and then I answered a question correctly, and the system rewarded me with internal strength. I'm about to reach the peak of life. Look, this is my internal strength, deceiving people to death. As this blogger spoke, he also demonstrated his internal strength. The blogger was so excited that people were trembling, and he was speaking incoherently. Listening to his description, Fong Chen felt a bit strange. Looking at the time below, this was yesterday's noon video. At that time, the Tower of Questions had just descended, no wonder he was saying such things. There were quite a few comments on his video. Only a few hundred likes, but the comments had already reached tens of thousands. What's even more outrageous is that some people actually reposted it. Everyone was in a hurry. Who has time to look at your reposts? Fong Chen subconsciously clicked into the comments section. I got the system too, it's called the Tower of Questions, and I answered a question wrong. The danger I got was a scar on my face. Picture, I have it too. I answered correctly. The reward I got was a flower spell. Now whenever I speak, flower sprays out of my mouth. It's not just one person. This is a system for everyone. People on the streets are going crazy now. Some are exploding on the spot, some are flying in the sky, some are turning directly into a puddle of mud. Damn it, there's someone next to me who attracted zombies, and he's coming towards me. Check out my homepage for more. Damn, everyone online is talented. It's already this time, and they still have the mood to play such jokes. Fong Chen clicked into this person's profile and found nothing. It was indeed a joke. He clicked into the comments section of the person who posted the latest comment, and sure enough, there was a new video. It was a young man running away while filming himself. Behind him, zombies were hopping and chasing after him. Just like in movies and TV shows, wearing Qing Dynasty official robes, they couldn't walk, only jump with their hands raised. Judging by its appearance, it was just an ordinary jumping zombie. The man ran outdoors, and the zombie followed him outside. Upon contact with sunlight, it started smoking, trembling, and then quickly retreated. The video ended here. Having watched 2 videos already, the algorithm of short videos automatically recommended related videos to him. Inside a taxi, there was a dashboard camera recording, and the driver had 3 heads and 6 arms on his shoulder. The left head looked back, the right head looked forward, and the middle head looked left and right. One hand held the steering wheel, one hand gripped the gear lever, one hand operated the wipers, one hand controlled the air conditioning switch, one hand held a phone, and one hand swiped through short videos. It didn't look terrifying at all, but rather amusing. However, this wasn't a video made by someone for fun, it was real. Next video. A woman surrounded by a dozen kitchen knives controlled the knives to chop down the rats rushing into the crowd. Each of these rats was as big as a cat, agile and swift, but every chop from the woman could accurately hit the rats. Not only did she chop down the rats, but she also took down those mutated people. She was saving people. Scrolling down, a new video. One person was emitting golden light all over, another person was shrouded in mist, and when they collided, a huge explosion occurred. Their attacks easily destroyed a car. The recommended related videos kept increasing, and Fong Chen saw more and more things. All sorts of strange and unimaginable things were there. After reading the comments in these videos, Fong Chen also collected some information. 1. Some triggered only one question, while others triggered 2 questions in a row. The number of questions triggered varies from person to person. 2. The tower of questions can be hedged against risks. As long as the first question is answered correctly and power is obtained, even if the second question is answered incorrectly and danger is triggered, one can still preserve their life. Therefore, as long as one seeks help from those around who have already answered the questions correctly to answer together, there won't be as much danger. 3. The same question may trigger on different people, but the rewards are not the same. 4. Resolving danger can enhance power. Those who resolve and receive rewards will become stronger. 5. Various powers and abilities exist. The world is currently in chaos, with food, water, medicine, etc. being looted like crazy. 6. Reducing activities can lower the probability of triggering questions. Questions won't be triggered while sleeping. Some Fong Chen already knew yesterday, and some he had already guessed. The summary is not detailed, but it's close enough. He also saw a question bank online, collected from the comments section by someone. Not many, but not few either. Fong Chen looked and saw that some answers to the questions were correct, but there were also many wrong ones. Going through them one by one, at least 60% were wrong. He let out a mocking chuckle, with no intention of pointing it out, and continued to refresh the news. If someone believes in this kind of thing and something goes wrong, it's their own fault. There won't be pie in the sky. During peacetime, freeloading is fine, but in the doomsday era, still thinking about freeloading without vigilance. If you don't die, who will? After watching short videos for half an hour, Fong Chen exited and habitually checked the chat group. The grade group was quiet, and so was the class group. In the residential community owners group, someone posted about a promotion for a certain product. The world has never lacked optimists, but it also never lacked idiots. Sometimes you can't even tell the difference between the two. Fong Chen's facial muscles twitched slightly. He left the group and found some ribs in the fridge, preparing to stew a pot of rib noodles for lunch. After exiting the group chat interface, a red dot appeared next to the contact list. Someone had added him as a friend. Adding a friend at this time? If you dare to send me a friend request to watch videos, you're dead. Fong Chen frowned, clicked on the contact list, and then on the new friend request. We Family Convenience Store, Liaigua, requests to add you as a friend. Note, I am Liaigua, the owner of the convenience store at the entrance of the community. I have compiled the abilities of the survivors in the community and will send you a copy. Fong Chen remembered this Liaigua. Yesterday, when he went shopping, this guy was bathed in a golden light. He also felt a threat from this person. Earlier, Xiao Yong and Xiao Yu came to him for trouble, mentioning Li Aigua and his abilities. He actually has the ability to predict, which is almost like cheating in answering questions. Although he can't answer fill-in-the-blank questions, he can ace true/false and multiple-choice questions. At this moment, these words made Fong Chen somewhat puzzled about what he meant. After some thought, Fong Chen sent a question mark in response. Hello? I sent you a statistical table. I know you are strong and have no intention of joining our team, but since we are active around you, I believe we should inform you of our details to show our sincerity. Li Aigua placed himself in a humble position, carefully choosing whether to address Fong Chen as you or Mr. Fong. Times have changed, with the strong being respected. When it's time to be humble, one should be humble. In this doomsday era, things like face have the least value. Looking at the words on the screen, Fong Chen pondered for a moment before typing directly. What is the accuracy of your precognitive ability? 99%. There was no difference from 100%. So, have you answered all questions correctly? Yes. I have also helped others in the community answer questions correctly. Basically, anyone who seeks my help has had their questions answered correctly. You're amazing, Li Aigua. At this moment, Li Aigua was sitting in the security room at the entrance of the community on duty. He looked at the sentence on his phone screen and fell into silence. Was this praise? Or sarcasm? Are you not interested in my abilities at all? I can help with answering questions. Since your precognitive accuracy is so high and you can answer all questions correctly, what does it mean to come to me? Seeing the message from Fong Chen, Li Aigua thought for a moment and quickly replied. I know I am strong, but you are stronger. In my precognition, you possess the power to destroy the world with thunder. Under this power, the entire city of Tiannan would be destroyed. So what? So I hope to attach myself to you. It's rare for a modern person to say such words, but Li Aigua was no longer the arrogant young man. He had been tempered by the vicissitudes of life and had become very resilient. Coupled with his precognitive ability that allowed him a glimpse of the future, he held great respect for Fong Chen. If he could get close to him, anything would be worth it. I like someone. Fong Chen replied. Who is it? I'll help you find them. Li Aigua quickly responded. Fong Chen. S13. Li Aigua stared at the screen intently but never received a reply. He looked up and glanced outside, vigilantly observing the surroundings. It was not like before, danger could come at any moment. His current task was to guard the entrance of the community and prevent any dangerous elements from entering. On the street, a figure caught his attention. He focused and saw a ragged little boy. The boy was thin, unkempt, lifeless, resembling a refugee from a war-torn area in the news. He sat by the roadside, staring across the street, lost in thought. Suddenly, he seemed to sense Li Aigua's gaze, stiffened, turned his head, and locked eyes with him. A faint smile appeared on the boy's lips, but under the clear sky, it gave off a sinister and eerie feeling. Li Aigua felt extremely uneasy. He glanced at his phone screen, saw no reply from Fong Chen, and prepared to investigate. The community was close by, and any potential dangers had to be eliminated quickly. However, when he looked up again, the boy had somehow appeared at the entrance of the security room. Leaning against the doorframe, his face bore a creepy smile, staring fixedly at him. Li Aigua was shocked, his body trembling. A golden light emanated from him, and instinctively, he threw a punch at the boy. Puff! Without any resistance or attempt to dodge, when Li Aigua's force hit the boy, his body disintegrated directly into black smoke. There was no sound, just a dissipation. What the? Li Aigua widened his eyes, warily watching the door, surprised at how easily he had eliminated the eerie boy. It was at least 50 meters from the street to here, and in a blink of an eye, the boy was at the door. With such ability, his strength should not be weak. How could he not withstand even a single punch from him? He walked to the door, then outside, circled the entrance of the community gate twice but found nothing strange. Strange. Li Aigua remained vigilant and, after some thought, sent a message in the group chat on his phone, reminding everyone to stay safe and informing them of what had just happened. After receiving everyone's replies, he left the group chat. Seeing that Fong Chen still hadn't replied to his messages, he refrained from sending more to avoid being a bother. If he annoyed people, it would only backfire. After another quick look around to ensure nothing was amiss, he hurried back to the security room, set down his phone, and directly used his precognitive ability to investigate. Without foreseeing what had just happened, he couldn't calm his mind. Foreseeing events, whether they were significant or not, and staying vigilant at all times was the key to surviving in the apocalypse. Having the ability but not using it would be pure foolishness. Li Aigua closed his eyes and activated his precognitive ability. At the moment of activation, he felt his consciousness darken, as if he had entered an endless abyss. In the next moment, a bolt of lightning illuminated the darkness. In that brief light, he suddenly saw a ghastly figure approaching him. The scene shattered in the next instant. Not good. Liaigua opened his eyes, stood up abruptly from his chair, and gasped for air. That scene just now almost suffocated him. It was a fear of the soul, just a glance almost made his willpower collapse. What the hell was that thing? Liaigua panted heavily, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Despite the sunny weather, he felt as if he had plunged into an icy cellar, shivering all over. Buddhism emphasizes mental state the most, but at this moment, even my mental state was on the verge of collapse. That thing is probably 2 levels above me. I'm at level 1, and it's at least level 3. Liaigua's expression was unsettled, his mind in turmoil, waves crashing within him. Thinking of the terrifying scene in his precognition, he hesitated for a moment, then picked up his phone and messaged Fang Chen. I just foresaw something extremely powerful. I don't know if I triggered it, but it might endanger our Manhwa community. Fang Chen had just taken the ribs out of the fridge when he saw Liaigua's message and casually replied. What thing? What did you do? After replying, he set his phone aside and started rinsing rice to cook. You are rinsing rice, successfully triggering the question, countdown of 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. You have entered the Tower of Questions. Please listen to the judgment question. Is a fish one of the 12 zodiac signs, true or false? False. Fang Chen. Correct answer. Congratulations on receiving the morning stick. The name morning stick made Fang Chen feel familiar, and upon careful recollection, he remembered it was a tool held by black and white impermanence. He could sense the power contained within it clearly. Even with his current strength, a single strike would send him to his death on the spot. He needed to break through at least 2 more levels to have a chance against it. Exiting the quiz space, Fang Chen continued rinsing the rice. He poured the rice water into the sink, added some more water until it was just over half an inch, then placed the pot into the rice cooker. At that moment, Liaigua's message came through. I just killed a little ghost at the entrance of the community, took precautions with precognition, and foresaw a terrifying scene. A ghastly woman was walking towards me. Just one look from her made me feel like my will was about to collapse. If I'm at level 1, she's at level 3 when riding a horse. What if she's not riding a horse? At least, Liaigua wanted to curse. What time was it to crack jokes like this? Was this the time to talk about such things? I'm afraid this might bring disaster to our community. Looking at Fang Chen's response, Liaigua felt a bit overwhelmed. Come on, man, please don't be so indifferent. I'm telling you something serious here. But in the next moment, Liaigua suddenly realized. Such calmness. Could it be that he had everything under control? Has his strength reached such a level? Sigh. What should I do? Liaigua hurriedly messaged, can your power overcome this level 3 danger? If you don't go to hell, who will? Fang Chen replied, then stared blankly at the rotating indicator light on the rice cooker, lost in thought. Not lamenting anything, but he remembered he was thinking of eating pork rib noodles. How did he end up cooking rice? Being indecisive, indeed, leads to no good. Looking at the message sent to Liaigua on his phone, he set the phone aside and carefully pondered the matter of this ghostly woman. To say it has nothing to do with Liaigua is unlikely. After all, it was he who killed the little ghost that attracted her. But to say how much it has to do with him, it's actually just a little. The origin of the ghostly woman must have been triggered by someone answering a question incorrectly, leading to danger. According to the hidden rules of the Tower of Questions, rewards and dangers are opposite. They can be expressed differently as justice and evil. Those who gain rewards belong to the justice camp, while those who trigger danger and undergo mutation belong to the evil camp. Justice eliminating evil can enhance power, and evil eliminating justice can also enhance power. From the arrival of danger resulting in large-scale casualties, it can be seen that the evil camp actively seeks to attack nearby justice camps. This seems to be a program set in their origins. The stronger the evil power, the more it seeks powerful justice forces. Fang Chen is not inherently just, but since he received his first reward, he has been labeled as part of the justice camp. Moreover, judging by his current strength, he is at the pinnacle of the justice camp. So, even if Liaigua hadn't eliminated the little ghost, attracting the ghostly woman, she would have found Fang Chen eventually. It was unavoidable. It's just happening a bit earlier now. I don't know if this speculation is correct, but trying it out will reveal the truth. It's good that I just obtained the morning staff. If the speculation is correct, it's better to act early, as I now have the ability to eliminate her. If I wait for her to keep eliminating survivors, increasing her power while mine doesn't grow as fast, then it's game over. And by eliminating her, I can further enhance my power, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, very cost-effective. Thinking about the classification of extraordinary power levels, although no one has proposed it yet, everyone defaults to just gaining power as level 1. Breaking through a realm advances one level. From Li Aigua's precognition, that ghostly woman is at level 3, with a deviation at most to level 4. Level 5 is impossible. If it reaches level 5, with Li Aigua's level 1 precognition ability, it would be impossible to foresee these ghostly women. Even considering level 4 is taking a step back. And the morning staff Fang Chen just obtained can eliminate ghosts of level 4 and below. Fighting people is one thing, fighting ghosts, they won't make a sound when hit. So facing this ghostly woman, Fang Chen is 100% confident. Pouring cold water into the pot, adding the ribs, some scallions, ginger, cooking wine, waiting for the water to boil and skimming off the foam to proceed to the next step. Fang Chen lifted the kitchen window blinds to look outside, the sky that was just sunny moments ago, now half covered by dark clouds. Rolling black clouds surged from the other side of the city. At this moment, the scene looked like the meeting point of two rivers, clearly demarcated. Such a sight truly resembled an apocalyptic scene. They came quite fast. Being able to change the weather, this should be level 4. Fang Chen estimated, even if he broke through another realm, he couldn't achieve the effect of influencing the weather, so this couldn't be level 3, only level 4. Level 4 may not sound high, but for humans today, it's a disaster. Relying solely on brute strength, no one would be a match. However, it's not absolute to say that, given the randomness of rewards from the Tower of Questions, it might just grant someone the cultivation of level 4 or 5. Fang Chen had seen a level 2 body cultivator in a short video before. He broke through by relying on the world fantasy law and directly gained level 2 power. Luck is something that can make one envious. However, Fang Chen was not envious. Quantity can make up for quality. With more attempts, good things won't be lacking. And most importantly, only he in this world can answer fill-in-the-blank questions. You can predict true/false questions, you can predict multiple-choice questions, but how can you predict fill-in-the-blank questions? Li Aigua was extremely anxious, feeling a strong sense of crisis rising in his heart. Looking up, he saw the sky changing color, his expression unusually grim. His body couldn't help but tremble, his limbs out of control. Seeing Fang Chen's reply, a sense of despair filled his heart. Watching the residents coming out of the apartment building, Li Aigua gritted his teeth, made up his mind, raised his hand, and kept slapping himself. When the pain overcame the fear and his feet regained control, he turned around and decisively walked out. It's better for him to die than for everyone to die. If I don't go to hell, who will? In fact, the original Li Aigua would never make such a self-sacrificing decision. But he was rewarded with Buddhist teachings. Buddhism emphasizes if I don't go to hell, who will? His mindset had been influenced by Buddhism. Boss Li? Hao Chou came out of the building and called out to Li Aigua as he walked out. What's going on? Wan Xishu came out of the building holding a child, looking at the sky. Wan Xishu was a vampire who dared not come out in the sunlight, but with the overcast sky, there was no need to worry. I killed a little ghost and attracted a more powerful character. She's coming for me, Li Aigua said helplessly. This power is so strong. The crowd looked fearful. Hao Chou said, Boss Li, can you defeat her? No. Shall we? No, we can't. A bitter smile appeared on Li Aigua's swollen face. This is my doing. I'll lead her away. I'll go first, wishing everyone safety. With that, no matter how they called out to him, he continued to walk away without looking back, a golden Buddhist light emanating from him, manifesting his powers. With each step he took more resolutely, the Buddhist power within him grew stronger. Are we just going to let Boss Li face this alone? Wan Xishu's voice trembled as he watched the approaching dark clouds, reaching the peak of fear. We can only watch this power, and endless fear surges in our hearts. Even if we go together, what can we do? Hao Chou sat paralyzed on the ground, his feet out of control. What about the person from Building 3? Someone asked tearfully. I'm afraid he's helpless too. Someone replied. Everyone had estimated Fang Chen's strength. Very strong, stronger than everyone here, but definitely not as powerful as the creature that could cover the sky and earth. After all, Xiaoyu and Xiaoyong dared to confront Fang Chen, but facing this imminent danger, they would surely be as physically frightened and uncontrollably trembling as the rest. After all, Xiaoyu and Xiaoyong were only slightly stronger than them. Is self-sacrifice the only way to practice Buddhism? Standing in the kitchen, looking through the blinds, Fang Chen watched Li Aigua, whose power was growing stronger, and couldn't help but sigh. This method of practice was truly Buddhist. It seemed too simple. Seeing Li Aigua already riding his electric scooter, ready to leave the neighborhood and lead away the growing danger, Fang Chen directly controlled the earth element, raising a tall earth wall at the exit to block Li Aigua's path. If Li Aigua left, he would have to chase after him, which would be troublesome. The sudden earth wall made Liaigua crash into it, riding his electric scooter, leaning against the wall with a puzzled expression. This wall. He turned to look at the people in the neighborhood. He had seen everyone's abilities, but couldn't remember who had gained the ability related to controlling the soil. If it weren't for these neighbors, then... Liaigua suddenly looked up and gazed at the 5th floor of Building No. 3, where Fong Chen was located. What does this mean? Not letting me go? He muttered to himself. The black clouds in the sky became denser and denser, especially near the Manhwa residential area. Under these black clouds, a gust of gloomy wind swept through. Within this gloomy wind, there was a figure shrouded in energy, surrounded by countless faintly visible faces filled with resentment or pain. A ghostly atmosphere lingered. As she flew overhead, various laughter could be heard. Ha ha ha, he, ho ho ho. These laughter mixed together like a curse, causing those who heard it to feel a soul-wrenching, unbearable pain. Manhwa residential area was in the north of the city, and this gloomy wind blew from the south. As the sky darkened, figures rose up in various places in the southern city, ascending to high places. In the south, an old man radiating Buddhist light leaped onto the rooftop of a skyscraper, gazing solemnly at the female ghost in the energy. At least 2 levels above me. Who triggered the danger? How did it attract such a formidable opponent? What is in the north of the city that draws her there? In the east of the city, 2 figures ascended to the rooftop. One held a sword, the other rode a dog. They gazed at each other from a distance before looking up at the sky. Someone in the north of the city obtained a treasure? The female ghost is dangerous, and only rewards can pique the interest of dangerous entities. Are you suggesting that someone has gained immense power, attracting this female ghost for sustenance? I don't know, but I do know that we are in this together. If we don't eliminate this female ghost, we might be next. Let's go. To provide support. In the west of the city, one person carried a flying device and held an electromagnetic cannon. Beside them, another person flapped their wings, emitting a holy radiance. Birdman, it's bad. My electromagnetic cannon is useless against ghosts. How many times do I have to say it? I'm an angel. Damn it, I'm now at the peak of level 2. Give me a little more time, and I can reach level 3. This female ghost can influence the weather, at least at level 4, your level 3 is not enough to handle her. At least I won't die after you. The 2 of them continued to bicker as they flew towards the north of the city. In the central district, a young Taoist priest in Taoist robes rushed out of the ticket office at the Taoist temple scenic area, heading towards the north of the city while manipulating his fingers. Damn it, I'm a step too late. Who released her to hunt down the flesh-seeking little ghosts and got them killed? In the heavenly city district, a stone man emerged from the water, glanced at the sky, and then submerged again. I am made of stone, immune to ghostly beings. You guys fight it out, I'll just sit back and reap the benefits. In the southern district. In the 19th new district, powerful individuals appeared in various parts of the city, each reacting differently. Some provided support, some observed, some resigned to their fate, and everything in between. At this moment, in the Manhwa residential area, the female ghost had flown over the neighborhood, appearing much larger than what the eye could see, exuding a surge of ghostly energy as she looked down on everyone. Liaigua stared fixedly at the female ghost, his Buddhist light shining, but under the oppressive ghostly aura, only a thin layer of light clung tightly to his body. Food. The female ghost spoke softly, devoid of any emotion in her voice. As she spoke, not only Liaigua but everyone in the neighborhood was swept up by a gust of wind and lifted into the sky. Even those indoors were carried out of their windows by the wind. Fong Chen was no exception. Under the power of the female ghost, he was unable to resist with his own strength. This was a gap in sheer power, and he had no way to fight back. At this moment, it was the first time he had seen all the survivors in the neighborhood, roughly counting about 40 to 50 people. Although the Manhwa residential area was an old one, there were at least 200 residents living there. The survival rate didn't even reach 30%. Among these people, apart from Liaigua, Fong Chen didn't recognize anyone. However, he was very clear about their abilities. There were vampires, cultivators, martial artists, illusionists, and even someone with a clover growing out of their pores. The talent pool was quite diverse. Fear permeated the crowd, some couldn't help but scream and cry, while others fainted from sheer terror. The Buddha light on Liaigua had been compressed to the extreme. He bit his tongue to stay alert through the pain. Despite being on the brink of being devoured by the female ghost, he still held on to a glimmer of hope. And there was one who hadn't made a move yet. That person should have the ability to deal with this female ghost, otherwise, they wouldn't have stopped me. That person. Liaigua turned his head and caught a glimpse of Fong Chen flying past him at a faster speed, swept away by the ghost's sinister aura. Ah, morning. You. Liagua widened his eyes, feeling a mix of shock and despair. How come you got swept up too? How come you have no power to resist? Then why did you leave me behind? Brother, don't claim kinship, we're not that close. Fong Chen glanced at him. Can't you do anything? Liagua panicked. Didn't you stop me? What do we do next? Aren't you capable of foreseeing? Give me a glimpse. Fong Chen said. Her power is too strong. My foresight is useless under her influence. The Buddha light on Liagua shattered, ghostly energy invading his body, slowly draining his young energy, causing him to let out a muffled groan. Since you can't foresee, let me give it a try. You also have the power of foresight? Already foresaw it. What happens next? Next, I'll look very handsome. Fong Chen smiled faintly, manipulating the wind element to fly faster towards the female ghost. A faint layer of thunder surrounded him, blocking the extraction of his young energy. Liagua stared blankly at Fong Chen's figure, ignoring the weakened feeling from the draining young energy, with only one strange thought in his mind. What is he up to? Smells good. A voice came from the air, sounding a bit lewd, but not from Fong Chen's mouth. The female ghost gazed at Fong Chen, speaking slowly. In her eyes, Fong Chen was the most delicious thing in the world at that moment, and she couldn't wait to savor this delicacy. The horror of ghosts lies in their mystery. If they keep appearing in front of you, the fear diminishes over time. The fear in the crowd was only due to the overwhelming power contained within this female ghost, causing inevitable terror when faced with it. If this female ghost were on the same level as everyone else, who's to say who would be considered delicious? Fong Chen carefully observed the female ghost, finding her appearance matching his imagination. A pallid face, eyes with only white sclera, skin the color of mold, disheveled hair, eerie and chilling. But it's all the same in the dark. Face to face, her horror was not as intense as those bloody scenes. I'm curious about your origins. Fong Chen looked at the female ghost hopefully, asking aloud. The Tower of Questions brought down danger. Were these dangers created out of thin air, or taken from another world? He was curious and wanted to know the reason. The female ghost hesitated, seemingly surprised that someone facing death would ask such a question. It made her feel challenged. A strange smile crept onto her face, ghostly energy surged around her, various eerie laughter filling the air, sending shivers down one's spine. The dense ghostly energy enveloped Fong Chen and the female ghost, forming a black cocoon. At that moment, the gloom in the surroundings seemed to dissipate, and the air lost some of its chill. Wasn't he supposed to look very handsome? Why? Liagua stared blankly, looking worried, as the scene unfolding was quite different from what he had imagined. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed without any movement, and his worry turned into fear. If Fong Chen couldn't deal with the female ghost, they would be in real trouble. Inside the cocoon, it seemed like a separate space. Fong Chen carefully sensed that besides dark elements, he couldn't detect any other elemental forces. He could hide himself using dark elements, but his level was too low, and he would be quickly found. Looking at the female ghost so close, he had no intention of being verbose. Obviously, no matter what he asked, the female ghost wouldn't speak. I'll show you a treasure. Long and hard. Regardless of the female ghost's expression, Fong Chen took out the morning staff. As the morning staff appeared, the expression on the female ghost's face changed significantly. First, she was stunned, then puzzled, and quickly turned from puzzlement to astonishment, and finally to fear. How do you have this thing? The female ghost screamed in horror and quickly retreated. Poof! In that instant, the cocoon directly collapsed, turning into black smoke and dissipating. Cough, cough, cough. Ghostly aura can also be used as smoke bombs? Fong Chen waved the morning staff in his hand, absorbing all the ghostly aura around him. His gaze pierced through the faint gloomy aura, locking onto the female ghost who had flown several hundred meters away. In an instant, she had flown 600 to 700 meters, reaching twice the speed of sound. Fong Chen concentrated, he couldn't let her escape. Once you're here, don't think about leaving. As he spoke, he waved the morning staff in his hand and uttered 4 words. Peace under heaven. By the time he said these 2 sentences, the female ghost had already escaped over 1,000 meters. But it was of no use. With the appearance of the 4 words peace under heaven, the entire space's gloomy aura was frozen. The female ghost within that gloom was also imprisoned in midair. Strands of mysterious power flew out from the morning staff, quickly condensing into a huge shadow behind Fong Chen. Just like the law of heaven and earth. This shadow was not the law of heaven and earth, so it naturally didn't have that power, it was just a normal projection. The figure wore black clothes, had a fierce face, a long tongue hanging out, and wore a tall official hat with the words peace under heaven on it. Holding the morning staff in one hand and the soul binding chain in the other, the morning staff looked more real, while the soul binding chain looked more illusory, almost like holding a strand of gloomy aura. Fang Chen looked up and saw the huge shadow, recognizing it instantly. This was Lord Eighth, Black Impermanence. Exhale, he took a breath, calming his excited emotions and turned to look at the female ghost in the distance. Without any hesitation, he swung the morning staff in his hand again. There seemed to be a whistling wind, but in reality, there was nothing. However, the gloomy aura flowed in the sky, and amidst the dark clouds covering the sky, a huge gash appeared, and a mysterious power directly struck the female ghost. Ah! Accompanied by a piercing scream, the female ghost didn't even resist and was directly struck, her soul scattered. As her figure dissipated, the gloomy aura also dissipated. So powerful! Fang Chen widened his eyes, staring in astonishment. This morning staff was even stronger than he had imagined. A 4th-level female ghost had no resistance at all. Facing a 5th-level ghost, wouldn't it be just as effective? But before Fang Chen could continue thinking, the shadow of Lord Eighth suddenly dissipated, and a wave of weakness swept over his body, making him feel dizzy and disoriented. That one move had drained all the power from his body. His body plummeted rapidly. Seeing this, Liaigua hurried towards Fang Chen, wanting to catch him. He couldn't fly. At this moment, he was leaping on the ground. When the female ghost turned to flee, the control of their gloomy aura had already dissipated, and they all fell back to the ground. Arriving at the spot where Fang Chen was falling, Liaigua jumped high to catch Fang Chen's body. But in the next moment, the rapidly falling Fang Chen twisted his body and flew back into the air. Liaigua caught a blank, and fell back to the ground, falling flat on his face. His Buddhist protection shielded him from injury, but he looked up at Fang Chen with a resentful expression. You still have power? Then why did you fall down? Fang Chen glanced at Liaigua, said nothing, and flew back home. In fact, he hadn't expected his power to recover. It was only when he remembered that overcoming danger could enhance his own strength that he realized it. Not only had his power fully recovered, but it had also directly reached the peak of the 2nd level. Next, as long as he used the worldview visualization, he could break through to the 3rd level. He had just broken through in the morning, and now, before noon, he was about to break through again. So cool! You are climbing into the window, triggering a problem. Countdown 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. You have entered the Tower of Doubt. Please listen to the judgment question. Mount Everest is the world's highest peak, true or false? True. Fang Chen. Correct answer. Congratulations on obtaining Spirit Law Flame Buddha. As soon as he landed, he triggered another problem, and Fang Chen couldn't contain his smile. Let me see what the Flame Buddha is. Fang Chen's figure disappeared from the 5th-floor window, but the onlookers remained dumbfounded, staring at the sky. After a while, the black clouds in the sky slowly dispersed, sunlight descended, dispersing the gloomy atmosphere in the air. Only then did the onlookers come back to their senses. They glanced at each other, their emotions unable to calm down for a long time. So strong. They knew Fang Chen was strong, but they hadn't expected him to be this strong. This wasn't the 2nd level, this was the 4th level. And it was the peak of the 4th level. Bossly, didn't you foresee the end of the world with thunder? Hao Cho, with muscles all over his body, had just fallen from a high altitude. Although his body was strong, he still ended up with a fracture. However, a minor fracture was no big deal for him, and he even caught a neighbor who had no power. Liaigua glanced at Hao Cho, then looked back at the 5th-floor window. It is the end of the world with thunder, but that doesn't mean he only has that kind of power. Can I understand that he has even stronger thunder power that he hasn't used yet? Hao Cho asked with a serious expression. It won't be stronger. He was able to deal with the female ghost because of the artifact in his hand. Liaigua knew more. However, by killing such a strong female ghost, his cultivation strength will increase again. Next time he comes out, he will be at least at the 3rd level. 3rd level. Hao Cho muttered to himself. The others remained silent. The 3rd level. They were only at the 1st level, and not even the strongest within that level. Some had only obtained useless items and had not received any power rewards. Comparing themselves to others was truly frustrating. Here it comes, I triggered a problem. Bossly, help me. A resident suddenly spoke up. Ask for my help. Liaigua withdrew his gaze and looked at the person. The onlookers, however, still focused on the 5th-floor window. In their eyes, triggering a problem was nothing compared to Fang Chen's recent feat of eliminating the female ghost. Throughout the city, various powerful individuals rushing towards the Bright Moon community came to a halt. They heard the eerie cries of the female ghost, watched as the dark clouds dissipated in the sky, and were astonished. There are more experts. They were momentarily stunned, then quickly headed towards the north of the city. Others leaped from one high-rise building to another, and when faced with gaps between buildings, they had to jump down and run on the streets for a distance. Only the young man carrying a flying device on his back and the youth with wings could fly faster and reach the bright moon community more swiftly. However, even with their speed, it would still take time to fly over. Before they could cover half the distance, the female ghost had already been eliminated. So fast? So strong? Damn, there's hope! Exclaimed the young man with wings. Follow him, and you won't have to worry about 3 meals a day. The young man carrying a flying device exclaimed excitedly. Hurry, don't let him escape. The Birdman was impatient. Wait, what's wrong? I triggered a problem. Damn it! The young man's face turned serious as he grabbed the Birdman next to him, waiting quietly. 10 seconds later, his expression changed dramatically. Damn it, answered wrong. What danger is approaching? The fly insect squadron. What squadron? The Birdman angel nodded, suddenly seeing ripples in the surrounding space, like raindrops falling on a lake, creating waves. In the center of these waves, fly insects the size of hot water bottles emerged one by one. Judging by the quantity, there were at least hundreds, enveloping both of them. Damn it, let's deal with these things first. The young man raised an electromagnetic cannon, switched to machine gun mode, and started shooting. The Birdman angel conjured a spear in his hand, engaging in close combat with the fly insects. The battle was intense. Not only did they encounter danger, but several others heading north to the city also faced obstacles on the way. Their steps halted, needing to resolve the issue first. As long as there were people alive, problems would continue to be triggered. As long as problems were continuously triggered, people would keep answering them incorrectly. As long as people kept answering incorrectly, dangers would keep emerging. Endlessly, without pause. What reward did you get? Liagua looked at the ordinary fruit in his hand, asking his neighbor who had just answered a question. You got a fruit? We're different, I got an ability to accelerate plant growth. Saying this, the middle-aged man used this ability on Qin Fu, covered in clover leaves. In an instant, the clover on Qin Fu's body grew wildly, wrapping his entire body, even obscuring his face. From a few inches to a meter long. Everyone was stunned. This ability, Liagua exclaimed, this ability is designed for doomsday. With this ability, we won't have to worry about food shortages in the future. How many times can you use it in a day? Hao Cho asked excitedly. Can it be used for healing? Someone inquired. I have some vegetable seeds at home, I'll go get them now. I have Chinese cabbage, tomatoes, and chili at home. I have eggplants and garlic at home. Everyone understood the significance of this ability and started taking action. They could still distinguish who ate what for each meal. There are trees all around, why are you using it on me? Qin Fu pushed aside the clover covering his face, looking at the green all over him, feeling speechless. He wouldn't need to wear clothes in the future, this green outfit was better than any clothes, keeping him warm in winter and cool in summer. Relax, to live comfortably, you need to carry a bit of green on you. Liagua was ecstatic, happiness written all over his face. Just knowing there was a powerhouse comparable to a level 4 nearby, and now someone had gained the ability to make plants grow rapidly. Life had hope, and it would only get better in the future. Blissful. Qin Fu. Fang Chen chopped some green onions, then used wood elements to make the onions grow back. He checked the detailed information of the Flame Wave Buddha while cutting the onions. The Flame Wave Buddha was a spiritual art combining water and fire elements, forming a huge Buddha statue. It could be used to suppress enemies. However, if the enemies resisted fiercely, it could lead to the water and fire elements going out of control. Once the balance was disrupted, it would result in a violent explosion. So, the Flame Wave Buddha could not only be used to strike but also to explode. After blanching the ribs in hot water, he washed them with warm water, then fried them with oil, added all the seasonings, poured in the right amount of water, and simmered for half an hour. It's not like I'm going to sell it, so there's no need to be so particular. If you like potatoes, you can add some potatoes. If you like radishes, you can add some radishes. Fang Chen doesn't like either, so he didn't add anything. It took an hour to prepare a meal for breakfast and lunch. Besides stewed ribs, he also stir-fried a plate of vegetables. Mixing meat and vegetables prevents it from being too greasy. As the meal was served, he was ready to dig in. At that moment, the voice from the Tower of Questions rang out again. You are sitting down to eat, successfully triggering a question, countdown 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. You have entered the Tower of Questions. Please listen to the judgment question. Lu Zhishan and Lin Daiyu drank together, is it right or wrong? Wrong, Fang Chen replied. Correct answer, congratulations, you have won a pregnancy test. Fang Chen didn't care much about this reward, having to trigger so many questions every day, there would be good and bad ones. This thing couldn't be said to be useless, it was extremely useful for insulting people. If someone was being annoying, just shove a pregnancy test stick in their mouth and discuss them. He ate while scrolling through his phone. Surprisingly, the network hadn't been cut off yet. Level 10. Level 10. Do we really have no hope left? Just as he opened a short video, a new video caught his eye, startling him. Level 10? There were already superhumans at level 10 so quickly? He hurriedly continued watching. A voice came from his phone. Although the Tower of Questions has only been around for less than 2 days, everyone has already agreed on the level division. Just gained power is level 1, breaking through to level 2 raises it by 1 level. Within a day, countless dangers have emerged, including fierce ghosts, zombies, natural disasters, insect plagues, nuclear leaks, countless human casualties. To deal with these dangers, the blogger boldly speculates that only superhumans at level 10 appearing can stabilize the situation. And it's relatively stable. Damn clickbait. Damn it. Fong Chen rarely cursed, but he couldn't help it this time. It was the end of the world, and they were still playing these games with information. Did they not know the word death? Fong Chen didn't comment or report, he just remembered the appearance of this blogger and moved on to the next video. Yesterday, after the Tower of Questions descended, I drove back from the countryside to the city. I just arrived, and you see, Beishua City has disappeared, completely disappeared, leaving only a meteorite crater. My wife and children are all dead. They're all dead. Damn it, I don't want to live anymore. Fong Chen watched the frozen image on the screen, his face darkening. Beishua City was a third-tier city, and now it was gone. Compared to that, the dangers happening in Tiannan City were insignificant. He clicked into the comments section, where the comments were negative. This is the first city to completely disappear. Who knows which one is next? I don't want to live either. I'm going out to deal with the dangers on the street now. Consider it a contribution. Killing 1 covers my costs, killing 2 earns me a profit. I'm at level 2 now, but I feel like the dangers will never end. As long as there are people alive, dangers will keep coming. I'm so tired, better off dead. Fong Chen silently exited the comments section and continued checking the messages. I have gained the ability to prophesy, which helps with answering questions. I have answered all my questions correctly. Everyone can come to Dandong City to find me. I will help you with the questions. Here is my address. A 4-level female ghost has appeared in Tiannan City. She will release little ghosts to scout, looking for strong individuals. Do not kill the little ghosts, or you will attract the female ghost. In Dayuan City, a woman who received a reward is carrying out indiscriminate slaughter. Everyone must be careful. She has already killed from level 1 to level 3. I have endless flour here, flour exchange devices, weapons, spiritual techniques, spells. Latest news, the 4th level female ghost in Tiannan City has been resolved. A 4th level powerhouse has emerged in Tiannan City. It is recommended that everyone seek refuge in Tiannan City. The more people, the more danger, the more danger, the fewer people, the less danger. Therefore, the more people, the less danger. If it's just nonsense, this makes a lot of sense. But the reality is, the more people there are, the more dangerous the place becomes. If everyone in the country comes to Tiannan City, then without a doubt, Tiannan City will become the most dangerous city in the country. Fong Chen wondered if he could issue a statement, telling everyone that he is a 4th level, no, a 5th level powerhouse. Gather all the people in the country in Tiannan City. When Tiannan City is overcrowded, he can quietly slip away to a less populated area. However, after some thought, he dismissed this idea. Regardless of ethics, the implementation would be extremely difficult. Those with power wouldn't come, and those without would probably die on the way. He continued to scroll through short videos, various news entering his eyes. But among these news videos, he stumbled upon a borderline video. A voluptuous woman with long legs, dressed in tight clothing, killing bats on one side and dancing provocatively on the other. Paired with music, Fong Chen watched in astonishment. At a time like this, others do it for money, but you do it purely out of hobby. Clicking on this person's profile, the next moment, Fong Chen felt he had been hasty. This borderline video was the most conservative, the other videos were completely nude. Because of the apocalypse, no one was censoring the videos? Damn it! Fong Chen couldn't understand what these people were doing it for. They couldn't make money at a time like this. Purely out of hobby? Maybe, possibly. Unable to comprehend, he decided to watch repeatedly to figure out the reason. Ding! Just as Fong Chen was about to carefully study, a message popped up, covering the top of the screen. The source showed it was his classmate, Jinro Jin. Unable to see the face, that would be a shame. Fong Chen clicked into the pop-up to see what message this person had sent him. He remembered, this girl was the class flower in their class. Fong Chen, save me! As soon as he clicked in, Fong Chen saw this message and without hesitation, he exited. Save you my foot! Not saving. Class flowers don't smell like pork ribs. Fang Chen put down his phone, picked up a pork rib, and took a few bites. Ding, ding, ding. 3 messages in a row came through. The sound was a bit annoying. Fang Chen was ready to delete her. Clicking into the chat interface, then clicking on the profile picture, he could enter the person's profile and delete the friend. But when Fang Chen clicked back into the chat interface, he saw a message, a picture, and a video. Fang Chen, there is someone here who looks exactly like you. He is full of evil aura, killing people everywhere. He seems to be looking for you. Someone who looks exactly like me? Fang Chen was stunned and scrolled down to see the picture. The picture was clear, showing a person's frontal photo, looking at the face, indeed identical to him. Not only in appearance, but even the eyes, expression, everything was identical. This seemed to be him. Fang Chen widened his eyes, quickly clicked into the video. Buffering for 3 seconds, the video started playing. A figure holding a long knife, massacring people around, every slash resulted in splattering red blood. The long knife had red patterns glowing, devouring all the blood. As more blood was consumed, these patterns became brighter. When the light reached its limit, the figure made a slash, sending a blade of light flying out, leaving a long scar on the teaching building. The patterns on the blade dimmed after this slash. As the figure turned around, Fang Chen's face appeared. The video ended here. It's really me. But how can it be me? He is me, then who am I? Fang Chen scratched his head, spat out a bone, his eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. He quickly replied, "Where did he come from? How do you know it's not me? Are you still at school?" Just after sending the message, Jin Rojin's reply came. "I don't know where he came from, but I know he's very powerful. Through observation, I found that although he looks exactly like you, his behavior and actions are completely different. And you have flame-related abilities, while he uses water-related abilities with his knife. We are still at school. I dare not move. He is looking for people everywhere. I don't know what to do, so I'm asking for your help. I think you might have a way." Reading Jin Rojin's reply, Fang Chen fell into contemplation. A person who looks exactly like me, is it a coincidence? Could he be a blood brother of the original owner? But they shouldn't look exactly alike. Or is someone disguising themselves as me and killing people everywhere? But for what purpose? Come save me, please. As long as you're willing to save me, I'll do anything you ask. Jin Rojin's message came again. Fang Chen glanced at it, didn't reply, still pondering the recent events. However, no matter which way he thought about it, there were still unanswered questions. After much thought, he decided to go back to school. The person who looks exactly like him must have some kind of connection to him. He saw the person's previous attack, which was at a second-level standard. Going to confront him now would give him the advantage in strength. If he let this person continue to slaughter indiscriminately and grow stronger faster than him, it would be disastrous to face him later. With the morning staff in hand and on the verge of breaking through to the 3rd level, he had enough to ensure his safety. Now was the best time to go. Having made his decision, Fang Chen put down his phone, finished the food in his bowl, tidied up, and used worldview ideation to raise his level to the 3rd level. Once the bowl was washed and his level increased, he controlled the wind element with his phone and flew downstairs. He didn't message Jin Rojin to hold on. This time he was only going to deal with the person who looked exactly like him, not to save anyone. "Yun Ge, are you going out?" Liaigua, who was digging soil with residents in the community, saw Fang Chen walking out and hurried over. Fang Chen didn't answer, glanced at the electric scooter parked nearby, and asked, "Is this yours? Can I borrow it?" "No problem. Feel free to use it." Liaigua excitedly handed the key to Fang Chen, nodding. "The battery should last for about an hour. If you're not in a hurry, you can charge it for a while. My scooter charges quickly." "No need." Fang Chen's hand flashed with lightning, instantly charging the electric scooter. Watching the scooter leave the community gate, Liaigua hurriedly followed, bidding farewell. "Take care. Stay safe on the road." As Fang Chen rode away on the scooter and disappeared around the corner, Liaigua was still standing at the gate. "He's like a dog." Wan Simu watched Liaigua's back and couldn't help but sigh. "What dog?" Hao Cho was puzzled. "Loyal dog." Wan Sishu said a word, then bent down to continue digging the soil. Hao Cho was stunned for a moment, chuckled, and didn't say anything more. Who among the people present didn't want to follow Fang Chen? It's just that everyone couldn't let go of their pride. After all, no one had the mindset of Liaigua. In Buddhism, it's all about being able to pick up and let go. Fang Chen rode his electric scooter swiftly along the road, choosing the main street for safety instead of the closer alleys. In case of danger, he could detect it immediately. The street was in chaos, with shadows moving around but no vehicles in sight. Countless pairs of eyes were watching from the shadows. The shops along the street were damaged to varying degrees, some still emitting flames and thick smoke. Occasionally, sounds of fighting could be heard. A scene of desolation. Fangchen paid no attention to it all, staying alert to any potential danger while focusing on his journey. He was somewhat surprised that after turning 3 main streets and covering more than half the distance, he hadn't encountered any danger yet. It seemed like all the dangers had been resolved, and the world was truly peaceful. Was it because the female ghost from before had been dealt with, causing those dangers to hide away? Those little things shouldn't have such high intelligence. Drip, drip. As Fangchen pondered, a honking sound came from behind. He turned in surprise to see a taxi approaching him. The taxi pulled up beside him, rolling down the window. "Hey, handsome, where to?" It's you. How did you?" Fangchen looked at the taxi driver, somewhat speechless. Wasn't this the same driver who had taken him home yesterday? He glanced inside the car to see a woman and a child. What a coincidence. Ha ha. The driver laughed. "Where are you headed? I can give you a ride. It's free. Aren't you afraid of danger driving around so openly on the street?" Fangchen's mouth twitched slightly. "Afraid of what? I've got this." The driver patted the steering wheel. With that, he turned his head to the front, where abandoned vehicles blocked the road, and said, "Just wait a moment." Then, he shifted gears and stepped on the gas pedal. The car shot out like an arrow, crashing into the vehicles in the middle of the road. Bang, bang, bang. A golden light shone on the taxi, and a circular protective shield appeared, sending all the collided vehicles flying to the side of the road. Wherever the taxi went, all obstacles were swept away. Fangchen followed on his electric scooter. What kind of reward was this? The driver drifted at the end of the street, then came back and joined Fangchen, shifting into reverse gear and walking alongside him. "How's that? Cool, right? Cool. Where are you going? It's so dangerous outside, and you're riding a small electric scooter everywhere. Is your scooter also?" "No, I'm going to school. Couldn't catch a taxi, so I had to ride the scooter." "Oh, I see. Helping a classmate, huh? You guys must have a deep bond." Hee hee. Fangchen could only chuckle in response. As they reached the corner ahead, the driver drifted to straighten the car and continued walking with Fangchen. "The world has changed all of a sudden. Luckily, my wife and child are fine. Since yesterday afternoon, no one in our group has spoken. I don't know if they're dead or have struck it rich. Yeah. I mourn for that guy who won millions in cash. Having money is a good thing, but it's useless in the end times, just a false joy, ha ha ha. Yeah. I've seen many people mutate these days and have resolved many dangers. I saw in a short video that a very powerful female ghost is coming to the north of the city. I came specifically to find it. Have you seen it? I haven't heard about it. Then it must be hiding. It was dark before, like at night, that's when it appeared. Is that so? Indeed. The driver wanted to say more, but as he glanced in the rearview mirror, he saw a battle unfolding behind them. A person was locked in combat with a werewolf, prompting him to swiftly turn the car around. "Be careful on the road, I'll go help that guy." "All right." Glancing at the departing taxi, Fangchen couldn't help but smile wryly. The old guy was a chatterbox, never running out of things to say, but he was indeed kind-hearted. Putting the recent events out of his mind, Fangchen focused on driving. 10 minutes later, he arrived safely at the school. Apart from encountering the taxi driver on the way, he hadn't come across anyone else, nor had he faced any danger, which surprised him. However, he didn't dwell on it and rode his bike straight into the school. The school was eerily quiet, and in the distance, Fangchen saw several students moving around in front of the teaching building. Some were carrying guns, others had knives, as if patrolling. While this sight was normal, it made Fangchen cautious. Wasn't there someone who looked exactly like him causing havoc? How? Had it been resolved already? With doubts in his mind, Fangchen rode his electric scooter over, prepared to act at a moment's notice. "Fangchen? Why are you back?" Just as Fangchen approached, someone spoke up. He looked closely and saw his classmate Healy, who had gained immense strength, holding a large knife and looking at Fangchen with confusion. "You couldn't survive outside and came back seeking help, right? An alliance has been formed in the school, led by Director Yao." "Alliance? Director Yao?" Fangchen furrowed his brow. "Nothing happened in the school? What could happen?" Healy smirked. "From yesterday afternoon until now, there hasn't been any major danger in the school. And with Director Yao around, even if something big happens, nothing will go wrong." No major danger had occurred? Fangchen's frown deepened. "What about Jean Rojin?" "I'm looking for Jean Rojin. He asked me to come." "Ha?" Healy's expression turned strange. "Who are you talking about? Jean Rojin?" "No, you must be joking. Jean Rojin died yesterday." Her body split open after answering a question wrong. She couldn't have died more, and I burned her body. Upon hearing this, Fong Chen felt a chilling sensation. Jin Rojin had died yesterday? Then who had just messaged him? Fong Chen immediately suspected someone was playing a prank on him. Someone had taken Jin Rojin's phone and sent him messages. But how could the photos and videos be explained if it was a joke? AI face swapping? Just the phone password was a hurdle. Moreover, in this post-apocalyptic world, who had time for such boring jokes? Are you sure you burned Jin Rojin's body yesterday? Fong Chen asked sternly. Could it be fake? A few of us, including Lu Jia, burned it together. Healy looked at Fong Chen, somewhat displeased. Don't pretend, you left us yesterday and now you're back. Things don't work that easily. Ignoring him, Fong Chen focused on his phone. He took it out and checked the previous chat history. The messages were there, but the authenticity of the photos and videos couldn't be confirmed, so he decided to directly ask in a message. Who are you? What's the meaning of using Jin Rojin's phone to message me? As soon as he sent the message, there was a prompt reply, as if someone had been waiting in front of the phone for Fong Chen to message. You smell nice. Fong Chen stared at these 3 words in a daze, devoid of anger, or any other emotion. Just a faint ominous premonition. He had heard this sentence before, half an hour ago, when the female ghost had said these 2 words to him. But now, it was 3. You'd better be eerie and dangerous, or else. Fong Chen couldn't be bothered to think much and directly made a video call, curious to see who was on the other side. Beep, the ringtone only sounded once before the call was answered immediately. The screen lit up, displaying a virtual animation, a male cartoon figure. The cartoon figure was ordinary, with nothing particularly special about it. It looked like a homework assignment from a beginner in animation modeling. Fong Chen stared at the screen, expressionless. Too scared to show your face, just another clown. Hello, handsome? A voice came from the other side. The voice sounded like a voice assistant on a phone, definitely not a real person speaking. But it could also be someone using AI to alter their voice. I'm so handsome, why don't you come and give me a lick? Fong Chen raised an eyebrow. Don't rush, I'll be right there, wait for me, I'll be right there, a mechanical voice replied. Idiot. Fong Chen hung up the video call and decided to go back to find Liaigua. At times like this, Liaigua's precognitive ability would come in handy. Healy and the others watched Fong Chen ride away on his electric scooter, feeling somewhat puzzled, but they didn't dwell on it, just thinking he couldn't bear the embarrassment and had no face to stay. Why are you shaking now that he's gone? Someone next to Healy asked, looking at him trembling. I'm not shaking, you are, Healy shrugged, looking at the person next to him. The 2 locked eyes and suddenly realized something was amiss. It wasn't them shaking, it was the ground. It seemed like an earthquake. The ground trembled violently, appearing and disappearing in an instant. Fong Chen, still riding his scooter, hadn't noticed yet, thinking the tires had just hit a bump. When the balance became uncontrollable and the ground started to tilt, he finally reacted. A gust of wind lifted him into the air. Earthquake! Earthquake! Healy shouted, quickly crouching down to lower his center of gravity. The people around him also shouted. Those in the teaching building were alarmed and ran out of their rooms. Those with abilities jumped directly from the building, while those without abilities ran down the stairs step by step. However, the shaking came and went quickly. Before the people inside the building could run out, the tremors had already stopped. Who answered the question wrong and caused the earthquake? Who was answering questions just now? Not me, I answered correctly. Not me either, I was burning corpses. This shaking doesn't seem like an earthquake. Earthquakes don't end so quickly and abruptly. Why is there a hole there? Where? Someone pointed out, and everyone looked towards the square. There, a huge circular crater appeared, with a diameter as long as a basketball court. It was dark inside, with no visible bottom. Without needing to be told, Fong Chen was the first to see it, floating above the square, witnessing the ground collapse and the crater emerge. Who are you? What do you want? In the crowd, a middle-aged man with a big belly and a large flat-top haircut stepped forward, questioning Fong Chen. His tone was cold, exuding a threatening aura. Director Yao, he's Fong Chen, from our class, he already ran out of school yesterday. This crater shouldn't have anything to do with him. Healy explained from the side. Not him? Then what's the deal with this crater? Director Yao pushed his glasses. I don't know, it just appeared out of nowhere, Healy said with lingering fear. Suddenly appeared. Director Yao looked alert, slowly moving towards the edge of the hole. The students behind him followed his lead, cautiously approaching the edge of the crater. Director Yao was familiar to Fong Chen, their grade 2 homeroom teacher. He hadn't expected him to still be leading these students now. The rewards must be quite substantial. Flying above and looking down into the deep pit, one couldn't see the bottom, like an abyss. Fong Chen listened attentively and faintly heard the rustling sounds coming from below. As time passed, the sounds became more distinct. Combining the content of the video call just now, Fong Chen suddenly realized something. His face changed abruptly, and he quickly shouted at the people below who were about to explore the cave, "Don't come over, run! Run!" While speaking, he manipulated the wind element to fly into the teaching building. At the same time, he swept away all the people who were dazed at the cave entrance. "What are you doing?" Someone shouted. "What's happening?" Someone asked. "It seems like there really is a sound." Someone uncertainly spoke up. Fong Chen's actions startled everyone, and various voices erupted in the crowd. And just as the crowd was discussing, a dark shadow suddenly jumped out of the cave entrance and landed on the square. The figure was all black, resembling a dog but with a human head, a green face with protruding fangs, and droplets of viscous green liquid dripping from its mouth. "What the hell is that?" someone exclaimed. Everyone was drawn to look. They stared at it, it stared back at them, and the scene fell into an incredibly quiet moment. Fong Chen stood on the rooftop of the teaching building, looking at this little thing with a strange expression. Could it be this thing that the ghost said smelled good? Can it even use a phone? Ugh! So disgusting. Being told he smells good by a female ghost, Fong Chen could accept, but being told he smells good by such a creature, neither human nor dog, made him feel like he had eaten shit. However, he didn't feel disgusted for long as his attention was drawn to the following changes. Suddenly, several more dog-headed people jumped out of the deep pit. As soon as they landed, more dog-headed people jumped out of the pit. After 30 to 40 dog-headed people appeared, there was a rumble from the deep pit. In the next moment, it was as if a pit exploded, and countless dog-headed people gushed out of the cave entrance, covering the square densely. "Ah! What is this? Run!" The square immediately descended into chaos. The students with weapons first thought of escaping for their lives. Faced with this scene, they had no idea how to deal with it. "Don't panic, fight together and eliminate these things." Director Yao remained calm in the face of danger, mobilizing his own power to attack these dog-headed people while giving commands. His power was as brilliant as sunlight, flames burning on him, and with each punch, a firebird flew towards these dog-headed people. The firebird landed on the dog-headed people, directly shattering them, sparks falling around, igniting the nearby dog-headed people. However, his power was limited, and no matter how many firebirds rushed into the pack of dogs, igniting more dog-headed people, they would be instantly overwhelmed. It felt like a school toilet exploding, continuously spewing sewage. And you kept throwing fist-sized paper towels in, which could absorb water, but the effect was as good as none. However, Director Yao's attacks were not in vain. Besides attracting more frenzied attacks from the dog-headed people, it also made all the students react and launch their own attacks. With more people, the effects became apparent. Various attacks fell into the pack of dogs. "Get a few people to shoot." A student pulled out 2 heavy machine guns and 10 boxes of ammunition. As he spoke, he took out a dozen boxes of grenades and desperately threw them into the pack of dogs. Another student transformed directly into a sword, piercing through the pack of dogs at incredible speed, leaving only a blur of the sword. Another student pulled up a tree and engaged in close combat with the dog-headed people, smashing a dog-headed person with each swing of their arm. Another student held a pen in one hand and a notebook in the other, continuously drawing talismans on them, tearing one off after another. The talisman paper fell into the pack of dogs, immediately causing explosions. A student crouched down, took a deep breath, then let out a wild roar, unleashing a massive sound wave from his mouth that sent dozens, even hundreds of dog-headed people flying. The ones at the forefront were instantly turned into minced meat by the roar. Another student controlled a mecha, charging into the pack of dogs like a bulldozer. Everyone was using their abilities to eliminate the dog-headed people. Those without abilities went to the student who had obtained weapons from the armory, firing at the pack of dogs. When their bullets ran out, they resorted to close combat. Everyone was fighting desperately. Damn it, why trigger a problem at this time? So annoying. A student was shooting, but suddenly heard the voice of the Tower of Questions in his mind. Anger flashed across his face. However, 10 seconds later, his body rapidly expanded, transforming into a humanoid beast. Joy lit up his face. A swift change of demeanor. Triggering a problem at this moment is great. He dropped his gun and charged into the pack of dogs, taking on one after another. Many triggered problems during the battle, but not everyone had the luck of this student. Some were rewarded, some died on the spot, and some triggered more dangers. The square was chaotic at this moment, with everyone attacking not reducing the number of dog-headed people. Instead, more were emerging from the deep pit. Fong Chen saw many familiar faces from his class and some acquaintances from neighboring classes. They were fighting the dog-headed people to the death. However, despite the continuous emergence of dog-headed people from the deep pit, Fang Chen had no intention of intervening. It wasn't out of malice but because he was searching for the mastermind who had led him here. The ability to send messages to him using Jin Rongjin's personal account and even forge his photos and videos was not something these mindless dog-headed people below could do. There was definitely someone lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike at him. However, after observing for a while, he found no trace of any suspicious activity. Or perhaps, was that person hiding among the students? But each student was focused on fighting to the death, with no one paying attention to him. Only those weaker than you would resort to using schemes against you. Fang Chen couldn't recall where he had read this, but now, thinking back, he found it to be true. Since he couldn't find the person hiding in the shadows, he decided to shatter all those schemes with absolute strength. Adjusting his pants, he prepared to act. You adjusted your pants, successfully triggering a problem. Countdown of 10 seconds. Fang Chen, you have entered the Tower of Questions. Please listen to the multiple choice question. Who among the following is not one of the 8 great masters of the Tang and Song dynasties? 1. Su Shi 2. Han Yu 3. Lu Zongyuan 4. Xin Shi Huang. The fourth one, Fang Chen. Correct answer. Congratulations, you have received Rule Item Ladder. What is a rule item? Fang Chen was puzzled and checked the ladder he had just obtained. With this ladder, you can enter any place. It can be used to pass through barriers, seals, small world barriers, other people's homes, and so on. Ha! Fang Chen was surprised. Wasn't this rule item too overpowered? Like a universal key. Who invented this? The description of the ladder reminded Fang Chen of a video he had seen before. There was a foreign blogger who used a ladder for testing, entering places like cinemas, theaters, sports arenas, museums, and more without any hindrance. Could this item have been inspired by that video? Roar! A growl came from below, drawing Fang Chen's attention downward, where he saw not only dog-headed people emerging from the deep pit but also corpse apes jumping out. These corpse apes are significantly stronger and faster than the dog-headed people. Although they have not reached the second level yet, they are already at the peak of the first level. With the addition of these corpse apes, the situation becomes even more dangerous. However, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that Fang Chen saw the ground on the other side of the teaching building starting to collapse, with deep pits appearing. Although not as large as this deep pit, there are many of them. Ding dong! I'm here, you smell so good. The phone in his pocket made a notification sound. Fang Chen didn't even bother to take it out to click play, the voice message played automatically. Is the phone hacked? Fang Chen didn't have time to think about it, he didn't care about the phone, he jumped directly off the teaching building to Yao, the head of the department. Yao, ask all students to retreat. Yao glanced at Fang Chen, his face filled with anger. It's already this time, instead of going to kill the enemy, you come to me with this nonsense? As he spoke, he threw a punch. With each punch, a firebird flew out, shattering a dog-headed person. Continuous punches led to the continuous elimination of dog-headed people. Fang Chen, watching his actions, didn't bother to say much. He raised his hand and threw a punch towards the area where there were no students fighting. A huge beam of fire, with majestic power, rushed forward like a laser cannon. Instantly, a 30-meter-long flame erupted, shattering hundreds of dog-headed people along the way. The flames on the ground lasted for a long time. Anything it touched was ignited, turning into ashes. Yao's expression was stunned, his movements froze. The next second, he jumped back, directly to the student who was howling loudly, patting his shoulder. Use your ability to notify everyone to retreat to the teaching building. Ha! Hurry up! Yes. Although the student didn't understand, he still did as told. He took a deep breath, then shouted loudly, Teacher Yao asks all of us to retreat to the teaching building immediately. Everyone, retreat immediately. His voice spread throughout the square, reaching everyone's ears. Even those who were pinned down by several dog-headed people heard the voice. Everyone was stunned. They turned to look at Teacher Yao. Seeing his confident look, they felt relieved. Could it be that Teacher Yao already had a plan? Everyone immediately broke free from the dog-headed people in front of them, fighting and retreating. The dog-headed people and corpse apes, seeing this scene, did not immediately pursue. It seemed they also wanted to change their attack strategy. In a moment, the two sides separated, leaving a dividing line in the middle, facing each other. The number of dog-headed people compared to these students was almost 100 to 1. However, not a single student showed fear. Their figures were disheveled, panting heavily, but each one had a murderous look in their eyes, coldly staring at the dog-headed people. Teacher Yao, what do you plan to do? A student wiped his face and asked. Listen to him. Yao nodded towards Fang Chen. Listen to him? Who is he? Everyone looked at Fang Chen. Some didn't recognize him, while others did. Li Wenhong held a sword, covered in blood, physically and mentally exhausted. Hearing someone nearby asking, he said expressionlessly, "He is Fong Chen, from our class. I haven't seen him. Is he very powerful? Stronger than me?" Li Wenhong didn't know why Fong Chen was here, although they had some unpleasantness before, but now he couldn't care less. In the face of life and death, all grudges could be set aside. Anyway, he felt hopeless, he was definitely going to die today. Then what ability did he gain? Why haven't we heard of him before? Are we going to end up here today? Surviving the first day, dying on the second day, this doomsday game is too difficult, a student said with a low, helpless voice. So many of them, even if a level 2 comes, they will die. Who knows if level 2 monsters will jump out of the deep pit? Unless he is level 3, then it's stable. Which idiot caused this by answering the question wrong? I only got a poisonous snake for answering a question wrong. I didn't answer a single question wrong. Who do I reason with? Damn it. Fear what? Live and fight, die, and be done with it. Fong Chen listened to the words of the students behind him, his lips slightly curved. Faced with such a desperate situation, although everyone was still grumbling, no one was afraid, which was quite impressive. Those who could stand here were all tough individuals. It's not that standing here makes one tough, but tough people can stand here. He shifted his focus to the head dogs and corpse apes in front of him. Seeing that they didn't move, he thought to himself, indeed, these things are coming for him. After he appeared, these things stopped in their tracks, focusing their gaze on him. It seemed like they received instructions, or perhaps they knew of his strength. "You smell good." His phone rang again. Such a sound at a time like this was highly inappropriate. But Fong Chen couldn't care less. He took a step forward, reaching the crowd and positioned himself as if protecting everyone behind him. Director Yao also stepped forward and asked, "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to force these things back into the pit and suppress them. Seeing them coming endlessly, I suspect there is an underground space below, and these creatures all came out from there," Fong Chen said calmly, as if describing something as simple as eating and sleeping. "While they haven't started attacking yet, I want to ask, what level are you? Level 2 probably won't be enough. It's not that we don't trust you, but as you can see, there are just too many of these monsters." Director Yao's internal power had fully recovered, no longer in a weakened state. According to the setting of the Tower of Doubt, killing enemies can enhance one's own strength. He, along with all the students present, although it consumed their strength to eliminate the head dogs and corpse apes, they were slowly regaining their strength. Theoretically, in continuous combat, strength would never be exhausted until the body collapsed. Fong Chen glanced at Director Yao, then turned back to look at the head dogs and corpse apes in front of him. Level 3. Flames surged on Director Yao's body, his eyes gleaming. "Really? Fake. I'm old, don't lie to me, is it true or false? Flame Wave Buddha. What?" Director Yao wanted to ask more, but Fong Chen was already too lazy to explain. He saw the head dogs and corpse apes starting to move, so he directly used the Flame Wave Buddha. He had initially thought of driving the head dogs and corpse apes back into the pit and then suppressing them. Upon further thought, this method wasn't ideal. It was better to block the entrance first, then deal with the scattered head dogs and corpse apes outside. He clasped his hands together and struck with force. Blue and red powers manifested on him simultaneously. The water and fire elements in the world were instantly mobilized, rushing like a bursting flood. In an instant, a Buddha statue took shape in midair. This Buddha statue, in red and blue, was a seated Maitreya Buddha. It started at the size of an ordinary person, but with the continuous influx of water and fire elements, it quickly grew to the size of a small excavator. In the blink of an eye, it expanded to the size of a 2-story building. Director Yao and all the students looked up at the Buddha statue formed from the condensed elemental power, feeling the overwhelming might emanating from it. Once the power inside burst out, the entire square would likely be destroyed. Level 3 is indeed level 3, with the Buddha statue bearing its chest. Director Yao couldn't help but exclaim, "We are all only level 1, how did he become level 3? Is he cheating? Damn it! I'm going to report him." A student exclaimed excitedly, "I'm afraid you won't be able to lift him." Li Wenhong looked complicated. They were in the same class and had gained power together, but now Fong Chen was at level 3 while he was only at level 1, and just barely at that. In just one day, the gap had become so wide. What would it be like in a week, a month, a year? He's here to find Jin Rojin. He must have secretly liked Jin Rojin for a long time. At level 3, a genius, he had a great chance to win her heart, but it's a pity that Jin Rojin is already dead. Alas. Healy stood next to Li Wenhong, lamenting. "Fong Chen likes Jin Rojin? I didn't see that," the heir next to Healy said. "Jin Rojin is so beautiful, who wouldn't like her? Healy said to Wang Lo, who had invisibility charms attached to him. That's true. Fong Chen heard Healy's words. This guy was good at forcing enemies and spreading rumors. If it weren't for something urgent now, he would have to make Healy and these lackeys kiss. The flames of the Buddha grew larger and larger, gradually approaching the height of the teaching building. Looking from below, this was not a Buddha statue, it was a 6-story teaching building. Roar! Howl! The lackeys and corpse apes moved together, rushing towards Fong Chen, one after another, like waves. Rise! A whirlwind rose from the ground, carrying Fong Chen into the sky. Standing in the air, he continued to infuse elemental power into the flames of the Buddha. He wanted to increase the power of the flames of the Buddha to the limit, then compress it and throw it into a deep pit. Help him buy time! Director Yao saw the situation and punched urgently. The students responded one after another. But these lackeys and corpse apes completely ignored them, coming under Fong Chen and starting to stack up like a tower, climbing desperately upwards. Their target was Fong Chen. Fong Chen couldn't ascend any higher, he had to concentrate on gathering strength. The prelude of the flames of the Buddha was too long. But even if he was bitten, it didn't matter. He had previously gained the body of steel, so these things could only tear his clothes apart and not harm him at all. Cui Yingjie, stop standing there. Where the hell is your grenade launcher? Hurry up and bring it out. Director Yao, seeing the situation, immediately shouted to the person behind him. Director Yao, how did you know there's a grenade launcher in my arsenal? Cui Yingjie was a bit surprised as he stepped forward. You said it yourself, the more enemies you kill, the greater power you gain, and since you haven't cultivated, all that power must have been added to your arsenal. Just now, killing so many monsters, your arsenal must be even richer now. Stop standing there, bring out the cannon, and blast this meat mountain in half for me. Oh, okay. Cui Yingjie hurriedly took out the grenade launcher from the arsenal, aimed, loaded, and fired a shot right into the middle of that meat mountain. With a loud bang, the meat mountain that the lackeys and corpse apes had painstakingly piled up was directly blasted in half. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. Quick! Another shot! Another shot! The meat mountain was blasted apart, and the lackeys and corpse apes continued to frantically pile up and build. Director Yao, seeing the situation, shouted urgently. Cui Yingjie directly took out 2 more shells and fired 2 shots in succession. This time, not only was it blasted in half, but even the base was blown into a large pit. Heads of both living and dead lackeys and corpse apes flew everywhere. Director Yao sneered and said, now let's see how you build the meat mountain. Every time you build, I'll blast it. Not good, they're charging at us. Director Yao's face changed drastically. Everyone, attack together. At this moment, Fong Chen in the sky had already completed his power accumulation and threw the compressed flames of the Buddha into the deep pit. The pit was as big as a basketball court, and the flames of the Buddha were also as big as a basketball court. Only this way could the entire passage be completely filled. After the flames of the Buddha entered the deep pit, Fong Chen took out the Sword of Storms and slashed at all the students. A gust of wind rose, blowing all the students away. He also flew towards the distance. Just as everyone was far away, flying out 200 to 300 meters, a huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Boom! The explosion resounded through the sky like a thunderclap. The shockwave from the explosion lifted everyone up 100 meters. The sky was covered in dust, enveloping the entire school like a sandstorm had passed through. Within this dust, countless pieces of flesh and blood scattered, like a sudden rainstorm, with urgent rain sounds that stopped in an instant. In this blood rain, many stones were mixed in, falling to the ground and randomly killing a student. Fong Chen was lifted up a dozen meters before barely stopping, the dust covering his eyes, unable to see the situation on the field clearly, so he swung his sword directly. The strong wind rolled up the dust into the sky, reaching the heavens. When the strong wind subsided, the dust would fall to the ground. As for where it fell, Fong Chen didn't care. The scene on the field suddenly became clear, presenting the battlefield in front of everyone. The square in the teaching building no longer existed, half of the school had been blown up by the explosion. It was as if struck by a meteorite, leaving only a crater on the scene, filled with ruins. As for the heads of dogs and corpse apes, not a single intact one remained, but teeth were scattered all over the ground. In his past life, Fong Chen had sworn to blow up the school one day. He hadn't expected to fulfill that vow in this life. Students with varying degrees of injuries and disheveled appearances climbed up from the ground, looking at this familiar yet strange scene before them, feeling complex emotions, unsure whether to cry or laugh. He's maxed out on experience points with this move, a student murmured. You've gone too deep into gaming, a student beside him teased. By eliminating so many heads of dogs and corpse apes, his level must have increased again, right? He Li Shan envied. After level 3 comes level 4, and if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have burned Jin Rongjin's body. I could have disguised myself as her. Wang Li's figure was faint, his specific features unclear, only the outline of his body, as if composed of a thin layer of mist. What's the point of disguising yourself as her? There is a point. Who are you? He Li Shan was startled when he saw Wang Lu. Wang Lu, covered in dust, the invisibility charm has worn off. Wang Lu said as he brushed off the dust on his body. Once the dust had been shaken off, he returned to his invisible state. Director Yao brushed off the dust from his body, coughing as he approached Fang Chen. The power of level 3 was much stronger than he had anticipated. It's all gone. All gone. Fang Chen's face showed no change in expression, just carefully scanning the deep pit, searching for something he wanted to know. Unfortunately, apart from the slowly closing underground world passage, he didn't see anything. I'm confused about which student's wrong answer led to this underground world. Why can it be manipulated by someone? Fang Chen looked at Director Yao beside him. It came for me. The person behind the scenes led me here and then opened the passage to this underground world. Director Yao didn't know why Fang Chen suddenly brought this up, thought for a moment, and guessed alone with his words. Because the underground world is hidden in the school, that's why he brought you here. He used these creatures to attack you. According to the information we currently have, danger actively attacks those who receive rewards. The greater the power, the more they are targeted. So the person behind the scenes, his goal is to eliminate you and thus raise his own level. So why can he manipulate the opening time of this underground world? Is he the controller of the underground world? Fang Chen shook his head, saying firmly, I don't think so. He should have used some method. I just used the power of the Flamewave Buddha to the extreme, destroying everything in front of me, just to find some clues. But I found nothing. The person behind the scenes still hasn't shown up. Whether there is a controller in the underground world is still uncertain. Even if there is, how could it possibly play on the internet? The images and videos that attracted him must have been created by experienced computer workers. Those who can surf the internet won't do, it must be experienced computer workers. Fang Chen also goes online, but he doesn't know how to use AI face-swapping technology. He now tends to believe that someone has cooperated with the creatures in the underground world. In fact, there are too many problems in this. Fang Chen feels that his intelligence is not enough to think about these things. He still prefers to be straightforward and resort to violence at the first sign of trouble. Since there is Li Aigua with precognitive abilities by his side, why waste brain cells thinking about irrelevant things? This was Fang Chen's initial thought. Blow up this place first. If problems are found, it's good. If not, go back and find Li Aigua to have him predict. The underground creatures on the other side of the teaching building were not affected by the explosion but were just lifted by the shockwave. Realizing this, they launched another attack on the surrounding students. However, compared to the people dogs and corpse apes pouring out from the deep pit here, the difference was like heaven and earth. So, in just a few minutes, all these underground creatures were eliminated. Seeing that he couldn't find what he was looking for here, Fang Chen decided to go back. He took a step forward, then stopped. Looking at the ruins in front of him, his mouth twitched slightly. Where did the electric scooter go? Are you leaving? Director Yao saw Fang Chen's expression indicating he was about to leave and hurriedly spoke. We. On the school's side, life and death are fated, wealth and honor are in the heavens. Fang Chen understood what Director Yao meant. However, he was not born with much sense of responsibility and mission. If it was his business, he wouldn't refuse, but if it wasn't, he wouldn't even spare a glance. So, it was impossible for him to lead these students and protect them. Then, where can I find you? Director Yao was good at teaching and educating, naturally spouting a bunch of principles. But considering Fang Chen's strength, he changed the subject. Don't look for me if there's nothing wrong, and don't look for me if there is. Fang Chen glanced back at the disheveled students, said nothing more, and walked ahead. The road ahead was rugged, so he could only use the wind element to fly himself over. The electric scooter was blown up, and he didn't know how to get back. Flying all the way wasted energy, walking back was too slow, so after some thought, he decided to scan a shared bike. The network was still working, so he should be able to scan a shared bike. Standing on the roadside, Fang Chen took out his phone, first mocking the mastermind behind the design that lured him. Accepting disciples. After sending these 2 words, he started to fiddle with the shared bike. The QR code on the shared bike was covered in dust. Fang Chen wiped it off, ready to scan. You are wiping off dust, triggering a problem. Countdown 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. You have entered the Tower of Doubt. Please answer the judgment question. Su Shi's brother is called Su Zhe. Is this true or false? False, Fang Chen replied. Correct answer. Congratulations on obtaining Master Level Brewing Skill. A lackluster reward. Fang Chen shook his head slightly, scanned the code, and prepared to unlock. Beep, beep, beep. A familiar horn sounded from a distance. Fang Chen paused, looked up. A yellow taxi was speeding towards him. Damn, you're still alive. The taxi drifted in place, stopping beside Fang Chen. The driver rolled down the window, looking surprised. I heard the explosion from far away, saw the mushroom cloud, and rushed over immediately. What happened at the school? Such a big explosion, ordinary missiles couldn't do that, right? There was a danger, but it has been resolved. Fang Chen glanced at the shared bike in front of him, then at the taxi. Are you still in business? If you are, please take me back to the residential area. The driver craned his neck to look into the school, not showing any intention of getting off. Hearing Fang Chen's words, he chuckled. Look at what you're saying, meeting like this must be fate. You are not dangerous, so I'll give you a free ride. In the end times, it's all about helping each other. I won't ride in your car for free. The driver's wife and children were in the back seat, and Fang Chen directly got into the front passenger seat. He took out a box of potatoes from the answering space. This counts as the fare. No need, no need. Food is crucial in the end times, you better keep it for yourself. The driver refused. Since I'm using this as fare, it's because I don't lack. I never owe favors, what's free is the most valuable. Fang Chen handed the box of 7 or 8 potatoes directly to the driver's wife in the back. The driver's hand rubbed the steering wheel twice, looking at Fang Chen, jokingly saying, now that you're in my car, boldly telling me you have plenty of food, aren't you afraid I might harm you? I dare to do so, surely unafraid. It's more like you let me in your car like this, aren't you afraid I might do something to you? Fang Chen joked back. Afraid of what? My car has a defense system. If you can harm me inside the car, it makes no difference outside. The driver glanced at the school turned into ruins, shifted gears, stepped on the gas, all in one go. He boasted to Fang Chen, not to brag, but my car is fully equipped, powerful. It includes long-range attacks, close combat, land travel, underwater navigation, exorcism, demon slaying, and other abilities. When the driver said, not to brag, Fang Chen knew he was about to boast. You, a technological weapon, how can you also perform exorcism, demon slaying? Fang Chen chuckled. Who said this is a technological weapon? This is a product of science and metaphysics. It can not only exorcise demons, slay ghosts, but also discern truth from falsehood, deduce fate, foresee the future. Wait, you said deduce fate, foresee the future? Fang Chen was slightly stunned. Is that true? A taxi that can activate a protective shield, no matter how you look at it, seems like a technological product. How does it combine with metaphysics? Exorcism and demon slaying? Predicting fate? Fang Chen was skeptical. Why would I lie to you? The driver went into chatter mode, not to brag. Although I lack physical strength, being mortal, my treasure is of high level. Within the 4th level, I'm basically invincible inside the car. And the boasting continued. Fang Chen remained composed, asking, what about outside the car? I don't go outside. Fang Chen thought carefully, and it actually made sense, invincible inside the car, not going outside. Ding dong. I'm watching you. You can't escape my grasp. The phone rang again, the voice playing automatically. Fang Chen didn't need to take out his phone. This time, the reply was delayed compared to before, usually instant, but this time there was a gap of 1 or 2 minutes. Hearing this strange voice, the driver found it odd. Who is this? Your enemy? Why does the voice sound so strange? He's the one who lured me into the school, ambushed me, should be a danger. I don't know who he is. Hey, didn't you say your treasure can deduce and foresee? Can it figure out who this mastermind is? Fang Chen didn't fully believe the driver's words. There was a lot of boasting in them. After all, driving, lying and boasting were common. The most common lie drivers tell is soon. Master, when are we leaving? We'll leave soon. Master, how long until we arrive? We'll be there soon. The driver slammed on the brakes and brought the car to a stop, looking at Fang Chen seriously. Of course it can. Really? Fang Chen asked in surprise. Come on, let me help you predict it. Without waiting for Fang Chen's consent, the driver started fiddling with something. He turned on the radio and began adjusting it. After tuning to a certain frequency, voices came through the speakers. Welcome to today's radio program, you ask. I answer. Let's welcome our first lucky listener of the day, Huang Huifeng. Fang Chen blinked. Who is Huang Huifeng? Me, Huang Huifeng grinned. Fang Chen fell silent. The radio host's voice came through the speakers. Mr. Huang Huifeng, hello. What is your question? Huang Huifeng cleared his throat and said, hello, host. I have a question. Go ahead. I have a friend. His name is. Huang Huifeng looked at Fang Chen. Fang Chen supplied. I have a friend named Fong Chen who is in a bit of trouble. He has been deceived by someone, and we want to know who that person is. The host replied, alright, please wait. We need some time to answer this question. It won't take long, so stay tuned. The radio fell silent. The car fell silent. Fong Chen looked at Huang Huifeng suspiciously, feeling strange. Is this what predicting the future is like? Isn't this just an emotional connection program? Huang Huifeng smiled slightly, giving Fong Chen a reassuring look. Time passed slowly. Fong Chen turned to look out the window, where it was quiet with no imminent danger. In the distance, two figures were flying in the sky. One figure was unclear, while the other looked somewhat like a bird person. Was it a reward or a danger? Beep beep beep. The sound from the radio brought Fong Chen's attention back. Everyone was staring at the car screen, although nothing was visible, indicating they were all listening. The host said, welcome back. Mr. Huang Huifeng, are you still there? I'm here. Alright, we have found the answer to your question. Fong Chen's heart tightened. They really found out? It's not a joke, right? Who is it? Huang Huifeng asked. You asked about someone deceiving your friend Fong Chen. According to our investigation, the one deceiving him is not a person, the host chuckled. Not a person? Huang Huifeng was taken aback, looking at Fong Chen. Fong Chen was also surprised. If not a person, then who? Huang Huifeng inquired. It is an AI, an artificial intelligence. We couldn't trace its origin, only its location. Where is it? In the network. What does that mean? It has no life, the network is its life. It exists in the form of data, residing in the network. Fong Chen remained composed outwardly, but inside, a storm of shock and fear was brewing. It wasn't a person who lured me, but an artificial intelligence? A sentient AI thinks I smell good, and it wants to devour me? So, it used Jinro genes to cease to count to message me? So, it can reply instantly, invade my phone, and play voice messages automatically? So, why hasn't the network been cut off yet, allowing everyone to surf the internet? Is it because this AI is manipulating something to maintain the network? Network data is its life, and maintaining the network is preserving its own life? What is this? Huang Huifeng remained silent, observing outside the car before turning his gaze to Fong Chen. This answer exceeded his expectations as well. Despite the various dangers, they were all tangible things after all. Artificial intelligence has also become dangerous, which sounds so awkward. You could say it's powerful, but in this apocalyptic era, no one really fears artificial intelligence. Yet, if you were to say it's not powerful, we can't live without the information network constantly under its surveillance. Moreover, in this apocalyptic era, attention to this aspect has significantly decreased. How can we eliminate this artificial intelligence? Fong Chen's gaze was deep. Destroy all data storage devices, the host said. Fong Chen took a deep breath. Destroying all data storage devices was impossible. This smart brain not only exists simply in the network but can also manipulate some things in the real world to maintain the normal operation of the network, ensuring its own survival. Being able to control external objects to protect itself increases the difficulty of eliminating it significantly. Most importantly, with the world being so vast, its presence is everywhere. Unless the entire world is destroyed, not even a single cell phone or memory card can be left. Can I enter the information world to eliminate it? Fong Chen thought of the latter, the rule item he had just obtained. It could go anywhere, so he should be able to enter the information world. The smart brain controls the information world, the host said. Although the host did not directly answer, the response was already clear. If Fong Chen entered it, that would mean death. Alright, Fong Chen said helplessly. This danger might never be eradicated. Which little bastard answered the question wrong and caused this? This question and answer program is about to end. Do you have any more questions? With a piece of music, the host's voice sounded. I want to know how it manipulated the underground creatures in the school to attack me? Fong Chen asked urgently. It didn't manipulate them, it just knew that there was an underground world hidden beneath the school. Alright, the program ends here. Looking forward to our next meeting. Thank you for listening. Goodbye. Beep beep beep. The host's voice faded, leaving only the pleasant melody echoing in the air. Fong Chen pondered the host's words, finding it hard to wrap his head around them. What did it mean by not manipulating but just knowing? As the music slowly faded, the car returned to silence. Huang Huifeng saw Fong Chen lost in thought, unable to come to a conclusion, and said, "Are you very strong?" "What?" Fong Chen turned to look at him. Based on the principle of danger attacking reward, the smart brain knew there was danger in the school, so it lured you there. Because you are strong, once you're at the school, the smart brain doesn't need to do anything. The hidden danger will awaken by itself and attack you.
Upon hearing this, Fong Chen had a sudden realization. The smart brain didn't need to control anything, it just needed to lure Fong Chen to a place where danger was hidden.
Those dangers would instinctively come out to attack him. Seeing Fong Chen's understanding, Huang Huifeng smiled, "So you are really strong?
Strong enough that in the entire Tianan city, no one else matters, only you.
Could you be the strongest in Tianan city? Are you the one who eliminated the female ghost before?"
Combining Fong Chen's boldness in getting into his car, if Huang Huifeng still couldn't figure out Fong Chen's background, he felt he might as well go eat shit.
Fong Chen smiled, neither confirming nor denying. "How much money? How many potatoes?"
Talking about money hurts relationships, and for one prophecy, not even a mountain of potatoes can exchange. How about this, if I encounter danger in the future, you help me within your capabilities once. Huang Huifeng's eyes lit up at Fong Chen's words. He felt invincible inside his car, while Fong Chen was invincible outside. Together, they were unbeatable. Fong Chen indeed preferred not to interact too much with others, but humans are social creatures after all.
Unless there is a psychological disorder, it is difficult to be completely heartless. Moreover, Huang Huifeng's abilities with this car were indeed impressive.
From a perspective of benefits, he was someone worth befriending.
"As far as I can, a lion opens its mouth wide," Fong Chen quipped. "This is called investment."
Huang Huifeng restarted the car, stepped on the gas pedal, and sped towards Mingyue community.
"These days, I have helped many people. Even if only one can survive in the end, it's a huge gain for me. People's hearts change.
Those who can survive until the end are ruthless.
Whether they will remember your kindness is another matter. At least one person remembers me." Fong Chen didn't say much more. Huang Huifeng's approach was not wrong.
In the apocalypse, everyone had their own choices, walked their own paths, and did their own things. As long as they could survive, it didn't matter if they saved or harmed others. Destroying a creature in the underground world didn't significantly increase Fong Chen's internal power. Although he had eliminated many, the total power gained was still less than a quarter of what a female ghost had.
But something was better than nothing. He had already leveled up today. The future was long, so there was no need to dwell on this matter. Ding! "I'm watching you. I'm watching you."
Jean Rojin sent another message, her voice ringing out. This time, the voice was 90% similar to Jean Rojin's. The AI had already started synthesizing Jean Rojin's voice.
Fong Chen glanced at his phone and ignored it.
Knowing it was artificial intelligence on the other end, he had no interest in conversing.
Reacting to such things was meaningless. He would see if he could obtain technological rewards in the future and remove this artificial intelligence. Ding! 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 Without speaking, Fong Chen's phone kept receiving messages, sometimes from Jean Rojin, sometimes from Liaigua, and sometimes from other classmates. It annoyed him, so he simply turned off his phone. Deleting was useless. According to the AI's methods, deleted messages could be restored. It might even be impossible to delete them. "It's done," turned into a brick. Fong Chen looked at his phone with unresponsive keys. The situation was worse than he had imagined, it had completely crashed. Helplessly, he tossed the phone aside. You threw the phone aside, triggering a problem. Countdown, 10 seconds. Fong Chen. Thank you. You have entered the Tower of Doubt. Please listen to the judgment question. Is Liu in January, right or wrong? Right. Correct answer. Congratulations on receiving Magic Cape. Magic Cape? MOFA Pi phone? This name had a Sichuan and Chongqing flair to it. Fong Chen checked the information on the Magic Cape. It was a large magic device that could resist 70% of magic attacks. It was a precious defensive magic device. In the current world, there were all kinds of rewards and dangers. A single magic defense weapon was not enough. It required defenses against spiritual magic, soul magic, demon magic, witchcraft, Taoism, and other powers. It would be impossible to find all these effects in a single magic treasure, so they had to be collected bit by bit. Others might not be able to collect them, but Fong Chen had no problem. All he needed was time. Whoosh! The taxi sped down the road when suddenly a whistling sound passed by the window. A figure appeared by the window, a human body with bird wings, white hair, and purple eyes. He winked at Fong Chen and said, "Brother, can I ask you something?" Seeing this, Huang Huifeng slowed down the car. "Wow, Mom, it's an angel!" Huang Huifeng's son exclaimed upon seeing this birdman, pulling his mother excitedly. "It really is an angel." Huang Huifeng looked the birdman up and down, his eyes lighting up. The birdman smiled slightly at them and asked, "Do you know where the most powerful person in this area is? The one who dealt with the female ghost before. Also, do you know what happened with the battle at the school?"
I know a little, Fong Chen replied. Where? The Birdman was delighted. That person went outside the city. 60 miles outside, there is a moon lake, he asked us about the location, saying he wanted to seclude himself there for cultivation.
Ah, thank you. You're welcome.
The Birdman flapped his wings and flew away.
Fong Chen rolled up the car window, his expression unchanged. Brother, let's go.
Huang Huifeng,
Huang Huifeng probably understood what Fong Chen was thinking and mourned silently for the angel for 2 seconds. The scenery of Moon Lake is actually quite nice, it's not a wasted trip. With his previous racing skills and years of experience driving a taxi, he drove at top speed on the winding roads. The street scenes kept receding, and the sky started raining at some point. Raindrops shattered against the windshield, forming streaks of water. Driving in the rain, Huang Huifeng didn't slow down at all. June's weather changes quickly, it was sunny just a moment ago.
Huang Huifeng turned on the wipers, sighing to himself. Fong Chen glanced at the sky, one side was sunny, the other side had thin dark clouds.
It looked like rain was coming, not some ghostly creature appearing.
With this rain, it feels a bit apocalyptic, clear skies, blue sky, white clouds, it doesn't look oppressive at all. A little rain is good, wash the roads, but after a heavy rain, we need to prevent diseases, otherwise more people will die.
Huang Huifeng rambled, have you noticed something? Even though it's the apocalypse, so many people have died, everyone's emotions aren't too desperate. Why do you think that is?
Fong Chen hadn't thought about this question, but after Huang Huifeng mentioned it, he carefully recalled. Indeed, that seemed to be the case. The people he had seen these past 2 days, whether residents of the neighborhood or 16 or 17-year-old students at the school, their emotions weren't high, but they weren't too despairing either.
Some could even smile and chat.
It was very strange.
Perhaps those with weak wills didn't survive? Possibly. But I have another guess, Huang Huifeng said calmly. Do you think the Tower of Questions is affecting everyone's emotions? Fong Chen thought for a moment. There's a possibility, quite a big one.
I'm worried that in the end, everyone will become emotionless killing machines, Huang Huifeng expressed concern.
Surviving is already lucky, Fong Chen didn't pay much attention to it. Whether it's humans or not, even if the Tower of Questions didn't descend, there weren't many humans left in the world.
There were dogs, cattle, chickens, and even a dragon.
True.
Huang Huifeng agreed with this view. Whatever the outcome, as long as they survived. Perhaps because they had been scorched by the sun before, as soon as it rained, the water vapor quickly filled every street in the city.
As the car moved forward, the fog thickened, and gradually, the road became unclear. Don't worry, watch my detector.
Huang Huifeng laughed and tapped the screen in the car, the fog lights turned on, and the detector activated. The car radar can detect all obstacles within a range of 300 meters. The system automatically generates a holographic image outside the car. I just need to follow the holographic image. Fong Chen looked ahead, and indeed, blue holographic images appeared around, simulating the nearby and distant scenes, outlining the buildings and roads with blue lines.
Looking out through the windshield, there were arrows on the ground indicating the way.
It felt like driving in a virtual world.
Check out my cool ride, Huang Huifeng boasted.
Not interested, Fong Chen replied. Huang Huifeng fell silent. His taxi was a blend of science and mysticism, combining modern technology with mystical abilities.
Having a holographic navigation system was not unusual at all. Can this radar detect living beings? Fong Chen asked curiously.
Of course. There's no distinction between living and non-living things. Once it detects something ahead, a red projection will appear, and there will be a red dot on the screen, Huang Huifeng explained, adjusting the screen and looking at Fong Chen.
Then, what are those? Fong Chen pointed at several figures shrouded in mist ahead, puzzled. What?
Huang Huifeng turned to look ahead. About 20 meters away, there were figures in white clothes, but there were no red projections where they stood. The car's screen also showed no red dots.
Oh no!
Huang Huifeng slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a halt. Fortunately, the speed had decreased upon entering the mist, so even with the sudden stop, the car only slid about 4 to 5 meters. The car stopped about 10 meters behind the figures. They only saw their backs, unable to see their faces or features. Due to the thick mist, even their silhouettes were blurry, making it hard to discern their attire or movements. Huang Huifeng looked at the figures and then at his car's screen.
He tapped the screen. This is strange, why isn't it showing? The buildings and streets outside have projections, the screen has models, it should detect them. Is this a mirage? Fong Chen looked at the figures ahead. Your radar can detect living and non-living things, can it detect monsters and demons?
Yes, but I need to switch modes. Huang Huifeng realized what Fong Chen meant and quickly fiddled with the screen.
Wait, just a moment, I'll switch the mode.
After a moment, Huang Huifeng changed the mode, and with a beep, the radar began scanning again.
There, done.
Fang Chen looked at the screen, seeing a scanning alert, followed by red dots appearing one by one.
The figures ahead were outlined by red projections, not only those visible to them but also those hidden in the thick fog.
Looking ahead from the car, one by one, hundreds of red figures appeared in their sight.
Huang Huifeng was slightly stunned, exclaiming, "Why are there so many? Oh my, we've encountered ghosts." Ghosts? Fang Chen looked at the screen, where black dots represented ghosts, blue dots represented monsters, and yellow dots represented demons. Currently, there were 100 red dots.
I don't know, maybe, this mode doesn't specify what the red dots represent. Huang Huifeng scrambled to operate the system.
He first hid the radar interface, then opened the music player and local files. What are you doing? Do you need music to deal with evil spirits? Fang Chen held onto the handle on the car window, watching Huang Huifeng's actions.
In the back seat, his wife had already covered their child's eyes. The scene was somewhat eerie and terrifying, likely to give the child nightmares.
It's not music, it's a Buddhist chant. My car has the function to exorcise demons,
Huang Huifeng explained, playing one of the tracks. The Sanskrit chant echoed from the car speakers as he activated the external sound mode, letting the sound spread outside. The volume was high, and the chant sounded mystical.
The melody felt familiar to Fang Chen. The Great Compassion Mantra? What mantra? I have no idea, it's pre-installed.
The car emitted a golden Buddhist light, and the two headlights projected two swastika symbols on the ground. Accompanied by the resounding Great Compassion Mantra echoing through the entire street, it really seemed like the real deal.
Just watch, you little evil beings, no big deal. But why aren't they reacting? It probably needs some time. It's been 3 minutes, still no reaction. Let's wait a bit longer. 5 minutes now. These demons might be deaf. Fang Chen gave Huang Huifeng a disdainful look.
The Great Compassion Mantra was indeed a Buddhist chant, but its purpose was to enhance one's own power, not to drive away evil spirits. The Rebirth Mantra might be more effective than the Great Compassion Mantra.
Let's try another one, test out the others. Yes. With Fang Chen's reminder, Huang Huifeng quickly switched to another Buddhist chant. Actually, it's my first time using this too. A new Buddhist chant started playing.
As soon as Fang Chen heard it, he recognized this one better. It was the Heart Sutra.
Form is emptiness, emptiness is form.
This had nothing to do with exorcism.
Should I give it a try? Fang Chen felt that his method was a bit unreliable. Wait, let's try one more time.
Huang Huifeng switched to another one.
Fang Chen hadn't heard this one before, but it still had no effect. The figures stood quietly in the mist, as if waiting for a prisoner's meal, yet also resembling onlookers in the street.
The mist flowed, creating an illusion of a bustling crowd. Huang Huifeng skipped a song, no effect, then skipped another. He continuously changed 6 or 7 songs.
By the time the 8th song played, the Buddhist music finally took effect.
The Buddha's light shone from the taxi, the Sanskrit chants emanated from the car, spreading suddenly throughout the empty yet lively street. The mist lingering on the street was instantly dispersed, making the street clean and fresh. Fine drizzles fell, carrying a cold breath that was quickly dissipated by the wind.
The people in the car could now see clearly the scene on the street. Over 100 figures, dressed in mourning attire, some holding deity statues, some holding wreaths, some holding paper money. It was clearly a funeral procession. What the heck, a funeral procession? Huang Huifeng looked at these figures. Why can't we drive them away? Is our power too weak? They're moving. Fang Chen stared at the figures closely, noticing the person at the front starting to move.
They scattered paper money towards the sky, leading the procession forward slowly. In the midst of the crowd, someone started playing a swana, beating drums and gongs.
It seems they weren't driven away by my Buddhist chant. It looks like it's time for a funeral procession. Huang Huifeng cursed, damn it, without even a coffin, what are they burying? Let's follow and see. Fang Chen remained calm, saying, once we encounter them, we can't escape, danger will actively attack us. Let's see what they're up to. You said it, so if something happens, you have to act. Don't worry.
Huang Huifeng wasn't concerned about these things in front of them. His taxi hadn't sounded any alarms, indicating the danger level wasn't too high. Plus, Fang Chen was right beside him.
This was someone who could handle even a level 4 female ghost. What were these things in front of them?
It was a good opportunity to follow the elder brother, resolve the danger, and enhance their own strength.
His taxi could be strengthened again, gaining new abilities.
Huang Huifeng glanced back at the mother and daughter huddled together, reassuring them with a smile.
Don't be afraid. I'll take you to drive away the ghosts. Will everything be okay? His wife asked worriedly. The alarm didn't go off, so the problem shouldn't be big.
Huang Huifeng shifted gears and started moving without stepping on the gas, controlling the speed with the clutch, slowly following behind the funeral procession. He turned off the Buddhist music and light, pretending to be just an ordinary taxi. However, the onboard radar remained active, alert for any potential danger that might arise at any moment. The funeral procession continued forward, walking for over half an hour without any sign of stopping. Huang Huifeng gradually lost patience. If they keep walking aimlessly, circling around the city without doing anything, what should we do? Don't worry, give it another 10 minutes. If nothing happens after that, we'll just get rid of them. Fang Chen also had some doubts. Could this funeral procession not actually be heading towards any dangerous place, but just meant to scare people? If left undisturbed, would they just keep circling around the city? Alright. Huang Huifeng's feet were a bit sore. The car was powerful, but he was just an ordinary person, constantly pressing the clutch. Anyone would find it unbearable. However, he didn't feel sore for long, only about 3 or 4 minutes, when the funeral procession arrived at a street corner and made a turn. They turned. I thought they would just keep going straight. Huang Huifeng stopped the car and stretched his legs. It's a coffin. Fang Chen looked in the direction where the funeral procession on the right was heading, and there was a brightly displayed coffin on the main street, with a child dressed in white mourning clothes sitting on it. The group of mourners reached the coffin and directly lifted it to move forward. Are they still going? There's no funeral home nearby. Huang Huifeng picked up the thermos cup next to him and took a sip of tea. Why don't we stop wasting time and just crash into them and get rid of all of them? I've been driving a taxi for so many years, I've never driven this slowly. Okay. Fang Chen also found it uninteresting to keep following them, so why not knock them over and see what happens? With Fang Chen's agreement, Huang Huifeng became excited, put down the thermos cup, and said, "Hold on tight." With that, he turned the car around, stepped on the gas pedal, shifting gears continuously. At the same time, he activated the taxi's protective Buddha light and played Buddhist chants. The taxi protected by the Buddha light was like a shooting star, speeding towards the funeral procession. As the taxi approached these evil spirits, the Buddha light on the taxi became even brighter. Bang! 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 Just like knocking down bowling pins, the car passed by, directly shattering all these figures. These figures dissipated like bubbles, disappearing without any resistance, leaving no trace behind. Only the coffin, after being hit, did not dissipate. It rolled on the ground for several rounds before falling by the roadside. The lid of the coffin opened, revealing nothing inside. It was empty. The lively streets suddenly became deserted, the mourners were gone, and the bustling sounds disappeared. If it weren't for that coffin, it seemed like those things had never appeared. However, with those evil spirits dissipated, the danger should have been eliminated. But at this moment, a dangerous alarm sounded inside the taxi. Beep, beep, beep. The car lights also started flashing. Huang Huifeng looked around in surprise. All those figures had been shattered, leaving only a coffin lying on the roadside, so why was the alarm still sounding? Was there a fierce ghost imprisoned in that coffin? Brother, do you see anything? Fang Chen was also observing the surroundings, and whatever he could see, Huang Huifeng could see too. There was no difference. He didn't say anything, but looked down at the car's screen. Huang Huifeng also looked at the car's screen. The radar had been on all along, showing a blank screen, only the coffin had been scanned. The green dot indicated that it was a magical object. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm in the car kept ringing, accompanied by the continuously flashing lights, giving a strong sense of urgency. Huang Huifeng stared at the screen, and suddenly, a red dot appeared on the blank radar screen, making his heart skip a beat. "It's detected!" he exclaimed. After one red dot appeared, a second one followed. Then a third, a fourth. Huang Huifeng watched the numbers on the screen, 8, 9, 10, 15, and still increasing. Fang Chen's calm voice came through. "I see it. If we can scan it, it means these things are within a radius of 300 meters. Huang Huifeng looked up, and in the street ahead of them, 300 meters away, figures were moving. To his surprise, these figures were not related to the funeral procession. On the contrary, they were a group of people in a wedding procession. They were dressed in red, playing music, carrying a bridal sedan chair, moving slowly. Judging by the number of people, there were probably 100. White events here, red events there, what's going on? This scene felt oddly familiar. Fang Chen suddenly remembered when he used to make educational videos, he had covered this topic. Back then, he was explaining Maoshan Taoist practices and mentioned this forbidden technique within the forbidden techniques. The clash of red and white. What? The clash of red and white, where the vengeful water ghost and the bride who died tragically on her wedding day, once they collide, calamity upon calamity, grudge upon grudge. Fang Chen had only seen related scenes in books and movies, never expected to encounter it in this world.
But they didn't collide, didn't we take care of the water ghost? Huang Huifeng asked, puzzled.
I don't know. I guess, because it's a danger from the Tower of Questions, the red and white calamities are connected. We resolved the white calamity, but since the red calamity couldn't collide with the white one, it went out of control and became powerful.
So, if they collide and balance each other out, would everything be fine? It would be even more powerful. Then no matter what we do, it's wrong. Fang Chen chuckled.
Actually, I heard about this back in my hometown. It's very dangerous for ordinary people, but for cultivators, it's nothing.
That's good to know. However, can you finish a sentence?
However, if these things also have cultivation, then the situation is different.
Fang Chen said calmly, their power will skyrocket to a terrifying level.
At that point, you'll need a bottle of soda.
What does soda have to do with this? Can soda eliminate them? Huang Huifeng asked in amazement. No, I just feel like having one. Fang Chen patted Huang Huifeng's shoulder.
Now, it's time to show your skills, drive, and hit them. The alarm is already sounding. I'm afraid one hit won't be enough, Huang Huifeng said while shifting gears.
Then hit them a few more times. Fang Chen crossed his arms, not worried at all about the danger of the red calamity.
It was no more dangerous than the female ghost before. When that woman moved, half the sky over Tianan City was affected, covered in dark clouds. The red calamity only affected one street, at a second level, not even reaching the third. Even without using morning sticks, relying solely on his own strength, he could resolve it.
Still couldn't resolve it. Elemental power and the aura of resentment were not the same thing. Elemental power couldn't eliminate the power of resentment. It was best to use spiritual power, Buddhist power, soul power, and righteous energy. Alright, hold on tight.
Huang Huifeng stepped on the gas, released the brake, a rapid friction sound followed, and the car shot out towards the red calamity procession.
The out-of-control red calamity was not as rigid as the white calamity. Seeing the taxi approaching, they displayed their power.
They pushed the bridal sedan chair forward, colliding with the taxi.
Bang!
A loud noise as the two collided. The taxi's rear wheels spun freely, and the bridal sedan chair hung motionless in the air. The light of Buddha clashed with the malevolent aura, emitting a strong black mist. Some Buddha light was extinguished, but only sporadically, not intense. From this, it was clear that in the initial clash, the taxi had a slight advantage. The Buddha power on the taxi was stronger than the malevolent aura on the bridal sedan chair. After a moment of resistance, it slowly pushed the bridal sedan chair forward.
Beep beep beep.
They thought they would push all the way, but at that moment, a strange melody began to play. The sound was very familiar to Fang Chen. It was the suona and gongs. However, the melody was too strange. It was not just physically unpleasant, but also mentally discomforting.
Was this a ghostly sound? Fang Chen opened the car window and looked out. Indeed, it was the Huns playing in the wedding procession.
As they played, the power on the sedan chair surged, not only resisting the taxi's force but also pushing it forward.
Lao Huang, can you handle this? Moving along the street, watching the taxi continuously moving backward, Fang Chen said mysteriously, how can a man say he can't handle it? I haven't even used my full strength yet.
Huang Huifeng began to fiddle with the buttons under the steering wheel.
Dad, there are ghosts behind us too. Huang Huifeng's son knelt on the back seat, peering backward.
Upon hearing the sound, everyone turned around. The previously scattered white spirits were slowly crawling out of the roadside pond. It seemed like there was an underwater world beneath the shallow water. Crawling out of the water, they scattered paper money, played the suona, carried coffins, and slowly approached.
Weren't they scattered? The coffin is the main body. As long as the coffin is intact, the malevolent energy won't disperse. I guess there isn't nothing inside the coffin, but rather a pool of water. It just flowed out when it fell by the roadside, merging with the water on the ground. We didn't notice. They are trying to attack from both sides, the collision of red and white spirits, increasing their power. Fang Chen glanced at the white spirit team behind and then looked at Huang Huifeng's son, teasing, aren't you scared? Not scared.
Little Huang grabbed some snacks and took a bite. I've seen scarier things.
You've seen scarier things? Fang Chen was surprised, like what? When my mom gets angry. Fang Chen chuckled speechlessly.
Huang Huifeng's wife, Tang Jing, gave little Huang a tap on the back of his head.
Say it again.
Mom is not scary, the ghosts outside are scarier. Little Huang quickly corrected himself, Mom is the best. You heartless child. Tang Jing rolled her eyes. Huang Huifeng agreed with his son's view, but he was smarter and wouldn't say it out loud, just keeping it in his heart.
With dangers ahead and behind, Huang Huifeng no longer concealed anything.
After fiddling with something under the steering wheel, he pressed a button. Seeing the white spirits behind throwing the coffin towards them, as if to crush them, he honked the car horn directly.
Dong, dong, dong.
The sound coming from the car horn was no longer beep beep beep, but transformed into a deep bell-like sound.
Each press produced a bell toll.
At the sound of the bell, the Buddha light on the taxi also gathered into a huge bell shape, firmly enveloping the car. The sedan chair at the front and the flying coffins were all bounced away.
One in front and one behind, they sandwiched the taxi in the middle.
Upon landing, a white mist instantly surged out of the coffin, forming a huge water ghost. A faint fragrance also emanated from the sedan chair, turning into a bride with a red veil.
They were both 30 meters tall, seemingly like projections, yet solid entities.
This was either a manifestation of divine power or a common display of magical prowess.
Fang Chen glanced out the window, next to a towering building, the rain-washed outer wall vividly reflecting the scene on the street.
Red and white, with a huge bell in the middle, rotating with the swastika symbol revealed.
Dong, dong, dong.
Huang Huifeng accelerated the frequency of the horn, the bell tolling more urgently, the magical power on the taxi reaching its peak.
Amidst the bell tolls, faint Sanskrit chants could be heard.
The bell sound of the Buddha attracted the restless energies of the red and white spirits. They gathered their strength and charged towards the bell. The collision of the three was a clash of two different powers. The sinister forces from both sides pressed down relentlessly. The Buddha light struggled against them, on the verge of collapse. The out-of-control white malevolent spirit was at level 2. The out-of-control red malevolent spirit was also at level 2. The collision of red and white malevolent spirits reached the peak of level 2, faintly approaching level 3.
It could be called 299 level. Huang Huifeng's taxi Buddha power was fully unleashed, also at the peak of level 2, but only at 290 level. Just a slight difference.
Huang Huifeng's hand on the horn was almost leaving an afterimage, faster than when he was in a rush.
Can't do it, can't beat them, they are stronger than me, just a bit stronger, but that's enough, I can't beat them.
Huang Huifeng's right hand became sore, he switched to his left hand, then his left hand became sore and he switched back to his right hand, finally using both hands. While pressing the horn, he said to Fang Chen, actually, I have another way, but I won't use it unless absolutely necessary.
What way?
Open the car door and stuff them inside.
I'm invincible at level 4 inside the car, can treat them like rabbits. Outside the car, not so much. Huang Huifeng's movements slowed down.
As his movements slowed, the Buddha power on the Buddha bell also became unstable, gradually distorting under the pressure of the two malevolent spirits.
No need, let me handle it. Fang Chen glanced over and said. Getting in and out of the car was too troublesome, he had a better way. What will you do? I'll help you.
Although the water ghost is a malevolent spirit, it cannot leave water. I can't directly eliminate the water ghost, but I can strip away all the water on its body.
Will that work? Huang Huifeng widened his eyes, somewhat incredulous. Fang Chen smiled faintly, this is called utilizing the rules.
With that, he manipulated the water element, starting to draw the water from the streets, especially from where the water ghost was. The water was rapidly drained away, water lines rising from the ground, converging towards the sky. The rain falling from the sky was also drawn in. Soon, a huge water sphere appeared in the sky. Swoosh! The water around the water ghost was drained, revealing a comical figure. The large figure instantly transformed into a small, skinny, hairless ghost.
Its body was dark green, skeletal, like a mummy.
It let out a shrill scream, its hands clawing at the air, trying to retrieve the drained water. But the more it struggled, the weaker it became, the malevolent energy on its body dispersing rapidly. Seeing all the water gathered in the sky, it hurriedly flew towards it.
What are you waiting for? Crash into it. Huang Huifeng was fascinated, this was better than a movie.
Reminded by Fang Chen, he quickly shifted gears, stepped on the gas, and crashed into the ghost bride ahead. Didn't expect the water ghost to look like this, it looks strangely pitiful.
Bang! Without the help of the white malevolent spirit, the power of the red malevolent spirit plummeted. The fully unleashed taxi Buddha light crashed straight into it, after a brief pause, shattered the red malevolent spirit's form. Under the Buddha light, the malevolent forces were all dispersed. The taxi didn't stop, driving past, flipping the sedan chair, along with those malevolent spirits, all vanquished. Driving to a distance, a stylish drift, putting an end to the battle. Damn, why hasn't the rain stopped?
Huang Huifeng looked at the sky outside the window, dark clouds looming, the rain still pouring, just enough to need the wipers.
That means it's really raining, not just the condensed bloom brought by the malevolent spirits. Fang Chen reached his hand out of the window and felt the rain. It was cold, nothing special. You are reaching out to catch the rain, triggering a question, countdown of 10 seconds. 10. You have entered the Tower of Doubt. Please listen to the true or false question. Mount Jiuhua is one of the 4 sacred mountains of Buddhism. Is that true or false? True, Fong Chen replied. Correct answer. Congratulations, you have obtained tricolor Saraira. Saraira? Oh, Saraira. Fong Chen examined the tricolor Saraira, not a mere stone as he thought, but a treasure left by a practitioner of Buddhism with Buddha's power. Tricolor is for eminent monks, pentacolor for arhats, heptacolor for bodhisattvas, and nonacolor for Buddhas. I don't know the level of this eminent monk, and there's no explanation. Fong Chen thought to himself as he took the Saraira out and hung it around his neck. With this, he could be prepared for most surprise attacks. At this time of year, one must think of the worst-case scenario for everything. Huang Huifeng chuckled, then shifted his gaze to the coffin and bridal sedan fallen by the roadside. White and red demons were eliminated, leaving 2 items of unknown purpose. Coffin, bridal sedan. They seemed of high quality. How should we handle these things? Huang Huifeng asked for Fong Chen's opinion. If you like them, keep them for yourself. Fong Chen snatched a bag of snacks from Xiao Huang and winked at him. No, although I eliminated them, I couldn't have done it without your help. Let's split them, you choose first, and I'll take what's left. Huang Huifeng wasn't so shameless. These 2 items seemed powerful, but not to the extent of losing his sanity. Moreover, the most important thing in this battle was that he gained strength after defeating the red and white demons. His foundation was still the taxi. The coffin and bridal sedan were just auxiliary items, not that significant. But if he were to give both items to Fong Chen, that would be too hypocritical. Fong Chen looked at the 2 items outside. Who would like a coffin? A bridal sedan, used for the dead, no different from a coffin. You keep and use them yourself. I'm not interested. Combining the coffin and bridal sedan would diminish their effectiveness if separated. If I ever need them, I'll come to you directly. Just having obtained the tricolor Saraira, he truly had no interest in such dispensable items. They would just take up space in the answer space. The big shots wouldn't care for such trifles. Alright then. Huang Huifeng didn't dwell on it. He could tell Fong Chen was someone who disliked trouble, and if he kept nagging, it might upset him. He was impressed by Fong Chen's ability to control the water flow earlier. Snatching water from a level 2 water ghost meant he was at least level 3. Eliminating the female ghost might have involved some water, but this level 3 was genuine. Even in the major cities, the strongest were only level 3. I'll take you back first, then we can study this coffin and bridal sedan. After storing these 2 items, Huang Huifeng said to Fong Chen, study them well. Actually, I'm a bit scared. I don't have any magical powers myself. Take it slow. That's what I intend to do. The taxi restarted and headed towards the Manhwa community. The cold wind passed through the drizzling rain, making the wet streets clean and refreshing. On the outer wall of the Sky Tower, which had previously reflected the battle scenes, the scene slowly emerged, the coffin and bridal sedan on either side, the 20 to 30 meter high water ghost and ghost bride emerging from inside, surrounding the taxi covered by a golden bell. As the taxi drove past, the image became clearer, as if it were happening at that moment. However, after a moment, the image slowly faded away, as if it had never appeared. And Fong Chen and the others in the car were unaware of all this. Over 10 minutes later, the car stopped outside the Manhwa community. Fong Chen bid farewell to Huang Huifeng, got off the car, manipulated the water element, maneuvering through the rain, and walked into the residential area. Li Aigua, the guard at the gatehouse, saw Fong Chen's figure and hurriedly ran over with an umbrella to shield him from the rain. Why did you take a taxi back? Li Aigua asked curiously. Fong Chen hesitated. Your electric scooter seemed to have flown off somewhere. I'll compensate you with a new one next time. With so many people, dogs, and corpse apes attacking, and after passing through the explosion caused by the Flamewave Buddha, there probably wasn't even a trace left now. Oh, that's not what I meant, just an electric scooter. What I meant was, why are there still taxis running now? Li Aigua felt strange. It was the end of the world, yet there were still people driving taxis. Were they so passionate about their work? Oh, just a kind-hearted person, Fong Chen replied as he walked into the residential area. In just a short while since he left, the area had already changed drastically. All the flowers, plants, and trees had disappeared, replaced by vegetable patches. Cabbages, potatoes, sweet potatoes, chili peppers, eggplants, coriander. Do you need vegetables? There are plenty here, help yourself. Li Aigua thought Fong Chen might need them. No matter how powerful someone was, they still needed to eat. The variety here was complete. Everything that could be found outside could be found here. Not really. Fong Chen shook his head slightly and walked towards the residential building. The last thing he lacked was vegetables. Hey, Laoli, nothing happened in the residential area, right? Nothing. I don't think so. I only saw 2 birdmen flying overhead,
and then it started raining.
Is this rain going to be a problem? Li Aigwa expressed his concern. Do you have precognitive abilities now? Why are you asking me? Fong Chen gave him a look. I foresaw some fragments, just the rain. Li Aigwa scratched his head. But my precognition doesn't have a high accuracy rate for these things. It's more like a hit or miss. For things with little variability, I can reach 100% accuracy.
As he scratched his head, Fong Chen clearly saw 7 or 8 strands of hair falling from his fingertips. This amount was quite a lot. Usually, when people lightly scratch their heads, only 3 or 4 strands fall. It takes continuous and forceful scratching to make many hairs fall out. Li Aigwa just scratched his head lightly, and so many fell. How's your Buddhist practice going? You won't believe it, but helping others with their questions has really accelerated my progress in Buddhism. I've already reached the peak of level 1. Li Aigwa said happily. Be prepared. Prepared for what? Just be prepared, that's all. Oh, okay. Watching Fong Chen walk into the hallway, Li Aigwa was a bit puzzled. He foresaw that he would become very strong, shining brightly, but he didn't foresee anything else. Could it be? Is there something wrong with becoming stronger in Buddhism? Weird. Fong Chen returned home, looking at the familiar furniture and layout, feeling at peace. He took a hot shower first, changed his clothes, grabbed a thin blanket, and lay down on the sofa. On a rainy day, in the midst of the apocalypse, with only himself at home, finding a cozy spot to curl up was the best choice. The bed was almost meaningless, the sofa was better. No matter how the world outside changed, choosing a small nest, whether for daydreaming or sleeping, was truly wonderful. You are lying on the sofa, triggering a question successfully. Countdown 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. You have entered the Tower of Questions. Please listen to the multiple choice question. What does a wife like chaff describe about a wife? 1. Character 2. Family background 3. Appearance 4. Status. The first one, Fong Chen answered without hesitation. Correct answer. Congratulations, you have won. Bonfire. Exiting the question space in 10 seconds. Bonfire, a pile of fire. What specific purpose did it serve? The previous multiple choice question allowed Fong Chen to obtain a rule item. This one is also a multiple choice question, and the effect of the bonfire should not be worse than the latter. He hurriedly checked. The bonfire is a hidden treasure fire pit. By putting in different value firewood, you can burn out treasures of different values. Equivalent exchange or small risk for big gains? Equivalent exchange is substitution, which will definitely get something of equal value, but whether it is good or useful is uncertain. Small risk for big gains is gambling, exchanging small things for good things, either trading a bicycle for a motorcycle or doing meaningless work. The information provided is not detailed, so Fong Chen can only try it himself. He moved the coffee table aside, laid the ground with earth elements, and then took out the bonfire and placed it on top. The bonfire, burning with a small flame, held a potato and threw it into the bonfire. Bang! The flame exploded, engulfing the potato. In the blink of an eye, an item appeared, suspended in the flame. Fong Chen took it out and saw a fist-sized goose egg. Potato for a goose egg, is this a small risk for big gains? He thought for a moment and threw the goose egg back into the bonfire. Bang! The flame exploded. This time, the goose egg disappeared, turning into an umbrella. Umbrella. Fong Chen threw the umbrella in again. The flame exploded, and in an instant, the umbrella turned into a piece of crystal. Potato to goose egg to umbrella, umbrella to crystal. From this, it can be seen that this is a small risk for big gains, but it is still uncertain whether it is random. Fong Chen then threw the crystal into the bonfire. In another blink of an eye, the crystal turned into gold. He threw the gold into the bonfire, and the gold turned into ginseng. Whatever was exchanged, Fong Chen kept trying. Ginseng to elixir, elixir to flying sword to airship, airship to white paper to hair, hair to missile, missile to chopsticks, chopsticks to wand, and the wand turned to ashes. After many exchanges, finally, there was nothing left. Now Fong Chen is sure that the essence of the bonfire is small risk for big gains, allowing for continuous replacement. Calculating, the bonfire's explosion rate is still good. A potato produced missiles and wands, much better than a certain goose by who knows how many times. He put away the bonfire, returned the coffee table to its original position, and began to read to pass the time. His phone turned into a brick, so he had to figure out a way to get another phone without using his own identity. Otherwise, the smart brain would come after him again. Artificial intelligence, big data, I didn't expect them to become deadly so quickly. In so many places across the country, surely I'm not the only one being manipulated by it. I wonder how many people have noticed its true nature. Nowadays, artificial intelligence has become dangerous, and one must always be on guard against its unethical sneak attacks.
However, this is not without benefits. In order to survive, it will maintain the normal operation of the network on its own, allowing survivors to obtain information online.
But distinguishing between truth and falsehood is up to oneself.
It's only the second day. Fong Chen sighed. It's only the second day, and he doesn't know what tomorrow will bring. So many things happened today, giving him a feeling of time dragging on endlessly. It's only been a day, but it feels like a month.
The rain outside is still falling, not heavy but not light either. As night falls, the rain intensifies a bit. Listening to the rain, Fong Chen got up to do some barbecue and then made a bowl of instant noodles. A rainy night, dim and quiet, barbecue and instant noodles, this is one of the most extreme pleasures on earth. Eating instant noodles, standing by the window looking into the community, Liaigua is out in the rain with people harvesting vegetables. After collecting the vegetables, they plant new seeds, but they don't use abilities to ripen them, they plan to do it tomorrow. The vegetables planted during the day are enough for the people in the community to eat for a month.
Moreover, constantly using abilities is very exhausting. Even cattle and horses need rest, let alone humans.
After finishing the instant noodles and barbecue, and having a cold drink, Fong Chen's sense of happiness reached its peak.
He burped contentedly and went to wash up before going to bed. Sleeping after a satisfying meal could prolong this feeling of happiness. Please answer the true or false question. Du Fu is Australian, true or false?
False.
Correct answer. Congratulations, you've won, Undead Element. Please answer the true or false question. Salty taste is the foremost of all flavors, true or false?
True.
Correct answer. Congratulations, you've won, KFC Family Bucket. Please answer the true or false question. The first female champion in the Imperial examination was Fu Shanxian, true or false?
True.
Correct answer. Congratulations, you've won, Sorcery. Before going to sleep, Fong Chen triggered 3 more questions.
The questions were not difficult, but the rewards varied. The undead element surprised him, the family bucket was not bad, but sorcery was a bit. He always considered himself a positive character and disdained using such dark methods.
I'll exchange it with a bonfire tomorrow.
When the rain stops tomorrow, I'll get a new phone.
Better sleep early.
Usually, heavy rain is accompanied by thunder. However, in the pouring rain of the first half of the night, there was no thunder at all, not even a strong wind. This was very rare. Sleeping on such a rainy night brought a sense of inexplicable security to Fong Chen. He didn't know about others, but that was how he felt. The rain was heavy in the first half of the night, then it lessened in the second half. As dawn approached, it suddenly poured heavily again. When Fong Chen woke up, he thought a dam was releasing water, as the rumbling sound didn't seem like rain. He got out of bed, went to the window, and pulled back the curtain to look outside. The sky was gray, rain cascaded down like a waterfall, and the low-lying areas in the neighborhood were already flooded, with water flowing like a stream. Such heavy rain was a rare occurrence, not happening even once in a few years. Many people in the neighborhood were busy, working together to fill buckets with soil from the flower beds and carry them away.
If anyone triggered a problem during the process, they would urgently call for Liaigua.
Liaigua ran in the rain without an umbrella, his wet hair sticking to his head, revealing his scalp. Just one night, and it's turning into the Mediterranean Sea. Fong Chen found it somewhat amusing. Even practicing Buddhism could lead to hair loss. It seemed that becoming bald made one stronger. Fong Chen shifted his gaze, left the bedroom, heated up the KFC family bucket he obtained yesterday, ate while walking out of the house. The rain probably wouldn't stop, so he needed to get a new phone first.
A lot could have happened outside during the night.
There was a service center just outside the neighborhood, offering zero-cost purchases during the Doomsday era.
Brother Yun, there's something wrong with this rain.
As Fong Chen descended the stairs, Liaigua spotted him and hurried over, wiping the rain off his face.
You predicted it was just ordinary rain yesterday, right? Fong Chen took a bite of the grilled chicken wing. That's correct, but the problem lies here. When ordinary rain falls excessively, it becomes dangerous. Liaigua expressed his concern. Are you suggesting a rainstorm disaster? Fong Chen was taken aback. It's highly likely. Liaigua said, in special times, we must consider the worst-case scenario. Fong Chen looked at the dark sky. If it was indeed a rainstorm disaster, then he needed to hurry and get a new phone. Once a phone gets wet, it becomes unusable. Do you have? Wait a moment, give me your phone. What's going on? Liaigua was puzzled but still handed his phone to Fong Chen. Fong Chen wrapped the phone in Earth Element, then in Gold Element, and finally in Water Element. After ensuring there were no electronic devices around, he said to Liaigua, how many SIM cards do you have?
It was earth, metal, and water all at once. Li Aigua thought his phone had violated some divine rule when Fong Chen brought up the matter, leaving him stunned. The SIM card can be used for internet and calls.
2 cards. I'll exchange one. Alright, just a SIM card. No need to be so cautious, right? Li Aigua didn't understand, he really didn't.
At the same time, he was deeply shocked. He had been speculating all along what Fong Chen used to cut Xiaoyong into pieces, thinking it was some tool, never expecting it to be an ability. Now it seemed there was not only water but also metal and earth. Coupled with thunder, the tool to deal with the female ghost. Xiaoyong and Xiaoyu's deaths were not unjust.
Let's exchange a SIM card for this information. Someone answered the question wrong, triggering danger, which is artificial intelligence, the brain. Having watched sci-fi movies, you should know what the brain is, right?
I do. This thing has already appeared, lurking in the online world.
Unless all data storage devices are destroyed, there is no way to eliminate it. That's why doomsday has arrived, yet the network hasn't been cut off. To survive, the brain is maintaining the network itself.
This thing is dangerous, so it will naturally attack us survivors. The stronger we are, the more it will target us. It's already targeted me, so my phone and everything related to me can't be used.
Li Aigua understood why Fong Chen had acted that way just now.
His lips parted, tongue-tied.
If that's the case, can we still trust the information online? That's for you to consider. After this, if I message you, never reply. I understand, I won't.
You can use my SIM card from now on. Also, don't mention me in front of any electronic devices, or else.
Fong Chen patted Li Aigua's shoulder, a few hairs on it, which he brushed off.
Then he took out his phone and removed a SIM card. Take care of yourself.
I got it. You be careful too. Fong Chen waved and walked into the rain.
The heavy rain couldn't touch his body, parting to make way for him. Eating a fried chicken leg, he walked towards the residential area. Li Aigua glanced at his phone, picked off a booger stuck on the front camera, then dared to unlock the screen to check. Beware of the AI crisis everywhere, that camera had to be covered, who knows if it might secretly turn on in the background. Stepping out of the residential area, the situation outside was even worse than Fong Chen had imagined. The streets were already flooded. The drainage system seemed to have failed, water had climbed onto the curbs, rushing into the shops along the street.
Fong Chen walked through the street and saw some shop owners draining water outside. At this time, they were still concerned about whether their shops would be flooded, planning to do business tomorrow. He walked past the shops and deliberately glanced inside. The noodle shop owner was shirtless, with a fierce expression, exuding a hot murderous aura. He kept scooping water outside with a trash can. However, the shop was already submerged. His pouring water seemed more like standing in a river, scooping water from the left and pouring it to the right. The noodle shop owner noticed Fong Chen, suddenly grinned, revealing sharp teeth. Want some noodles? Bolognese noodles, very delicious. Fong Chen glanced at the people at the table, smiled politely, and declined. Thank you, I just ate. He walked past the noodle shop and arrived outside a pharmacy.
Inside were 2 women in white coats, wearing gas masks on their heads, carrying a huge glass capsule on their backs, bubbling with green liquid. The gas they inhaled was produced from inside.
Seeing Fong Chen, they waved and greeted him. Fong Chen nodded and continued walking forward.
Arriving at the entrance of the lottery shop, he looked inside to see the shop owner busy at work. The shop owner was wearing a short-sleeved shirt, shorts, barefoot, with slightly damp hair, panting. When he saw Fong Chen passing by, he smiled in acknowledgement.
Fong Chen returned the smile. At the moment, he seemed to be the most normal one around.
In the next moment, the shop owner suddenly twisted his head off, sucked up the accumulated water, then sprayed it outside like playing with a water gun.
Fong Chen. This actually made sense.
This was the apocalypse. Those who were still in the shop at this time instead of going home were either crazy or foolish. The sudden downpour had lessened a bit, but it was still considered heavy rain compared to before. The mist filled the rain gaps, lying across the street, giving a chilling sensation of an impending flood. However, compared to yesterday's heavy fog, this was not even 1/10 as dense.
The raindrops hitting the water surface made a drip, drip, drip sound.
Fong Chen didn't waste any time and entered the Yitong business hall, where he got a phone to make a friend in this world. He didn't choose the most expensive one but opted for a model with a front camera that could be raised and lowered. If the smart brain invaded this phone and tried to access his facial information through the front camera, it would have to raise the camera first, alerting him immediately. He also wanted to get a SIM card but without a password, he couldn't access Yitong's internal network to activate the card. Inserting the phone he got from Li Aigua into the new phone, he fiddled with it while walking outside the business hall. In just a short while, the rain intensified again, the sound changing from a drip to a patter, as if someone was clapping water with their palms. Hiss! Just as Fang Chen stepped out of the business hall, setting a password on his phone, he suddenly felt a burning sensation in his chest, causing him to gasp in pain. This was a dangerous warning from the Buddha's relic. It was scorching hot, as if branded by a red-hot iron block. What kind of danger was this? Fang Chen didn't have time to think much, didn't even assess the surrounding environment, relying solely on his body's instinct to avoid danger. He swiftly retreated back into the business hall.
The movement was extremely fast, almost instantaneous.
As he retreated back into the hall, the spot where he had just stood revealed a figure.
Sizzle.
This figure was dressed in heavy, dirty ancient clothes, wearing a copper coin mask on his face. Under the mask, his face was decayed and withered, with a horrifying centipede scar extending from the right temple to the left side of his neck. His entire figure was black and white, and with his appearance, the space seemed to turn black and white as well.
He looked like a zombie stepping out of an old photo from the Republic of China era. And as the rain fell on his body, it made a sizzling sound as if it were a red-hot iron.
Fang Chen coldly stared at him, a hint of seriousness in his heart. This thing appeared without warning, causing him to break out in a cold sweat.
If not for the Buddha's relic reminder, he would have already been successfully ambushed. The steel body probably couldn't withstand an attack from this thing.
Injury was inevitable.
Not attacking, what's the point? Fang Chen spoke softly, mocking, wanting to see the reaction of this entity.
However, the figure remained lifeless, standing in the rain, letting the water wash over him. His eyes were deep, only pupils visible, no whites. As the rain fell on him, steam rose continuously, creating a smokescreen in an instant. Patter, patter, patter. With his vision obstructed, the battle wouldn't be easy. Fang Chen held the phone in one hand, clenched his fist in the other, ready to strike, aiming for a swift resolution. The thunder element brewed in his hand, infused with the Buddha's power from the relic.
Dealing with such a seemingly vile entity, using thunder and Buddha's power was the best approach.
However, before he could make a move, urgent splashing sounds came from outside. A young Taoist priest in a Taoist robe flew over from the side. Without saying a word, he raised a wooden sword and slashed at the monster. The sword's shadows flowed, and spiritual light flashed. A fast and precise strike, sparks flew instantly. The figure was instantly sent flying backwards, crashing heavily into the nearby wall. Then, the Taoist priest made a sword gesture with his left hand, chanted a spell in front of his chest, and in an instant, 20 to 30 talismans flew out. The talismans surrounded him, emitting a red light. He pointed towards the figure, and all the talismans flew out, wrapping and sealing the figure. After that, he took out a piece of raincloth, wrapped it around to prevent the rain from wetting the talismans.
Fang Chen dispersed the thunder in Buddha's power, quietly watching the Taoist priest's actions.
The Taoist's movements were skilled, full of beauty, clearly having undergone numerous practices and possessing rich combat experience. Both his Taoist robe and talismans emitted spiritual light, not just for show.
Are you okay?
After a flurry of activity, the Taoist priest breathed a sigh of relief, seeing Fang Chen still there and asked. He spoke with a smile, giving off a refreshing feeling.
I'm fine. Good, this is my fault.
I answered the question wrong, triggering danger, and the Tower of Questions summoned the 5 Elements corpse puppet.
I didn't expect it.
I was just fighting it when it suddenly ran out and ambushed you.
Maybe I smell good, Fang Chen half-jokingly replied.
According to the logic of the Tower of Questions, for those hungry dangers, he was like a walking piece of fat.
Everyone wanted a bite of him.
This corpse puppet was probably attracted to him for the same reason. The Taoist smiled, took out his sword, and introduced himself. I'm Yulong, living nearby, a professional tour guide, part-time Taoist. I didn't expect the Tower of Questions to appear, and I become a Taoist.
Why are you alone here? Topping up your phone credit? Something like that.
Then be careful, it's best not to wander outside casually at this time. You need to guard against not only danger but also human intentions. Yulong kindly reminded Fang Chen, regardless of whether he was lying or not.
Danger is approaching. Not everyone will help solve dangers like me everywhere. I know. Fang Chen pretended to be harmless, curious. Have you always been helping people solve dangers? Helping others is a joy.
And by solving dangers, my strength can be enhanced. Yulong smiled. It's too dangerous outside. You better go home quickly. I still need to deal with this corpse puppet, so I'll leave first.
Okay.
If you encounter trouble, you can find me at 1202 in the emerging residential area. Within my capabilities, I can help you solve it.
Okay. Yulong didn't pay much attention to Fang Chen, seeming to think he was just an ordinary teenager.
He took the corpse puppet and walked into the rain. Yulong came and went quickly, just like those cultivators in novels, graceful as a dragon.
Fang Chen watched Yulong's departing figure and silently admired. There's a bit of that immortal and chivalrous vibe. Immortal chivalry emphasizes both immortality and righteousness, both of which Yulong possessed. Fang Chen believed that when Yulong's strength increased, he would have a place in this world. Thinking this, Fang Chen watched Yulong walk away quietly, and then the next moment, he saw Yulong and the corpse puppet embracing each other passionately in the pouring rain. Hiss! In an instant, the ethereal atmosphere shattered. Such a scene was simply unbearable to look at. The corpse puppet, covered with oilcloth, suddenly moved, the oilcloth was lifted by a force, and the talismans ignited. Before Yulong could react, the corpse puppet bit him on the neck. However, no matter what, he was still capable of chopping the corpse puppet into the air, enduring immense pain as he bit down on the puppet's neck. Yet, the body of the Five Elements corpse puppet was indestructible by swords, so how could it be bitten through by his teeth? In just a moment, his neck was bitten off, and he perished. Watching the corpse of Yulong fall into the water, a voice faintly reached Fang Chen's ears. The Iron Blood Youth Group of the Heaven and Earth Society requests the presence of the chief. He came in looking cool, but turned out to be trash. In just one encounter, Fang Chen made two mistakes. He overestimated Yulong and underestimated the corpse puppet. It wasn't underestimating the corpse puppet's strength, but rather its intelligence. In a one-on-one face-off, Yulong should not have been weaker than the Five Elements corpse puppet. However, he didn't expect the corpse puppet to pretend to be captured and then suddenly launch a surprise attack. This level of intelligence was beyond that of ordinary fierce creatures. But ultimately, it was Yulong's lack of experience and preparedness. But then again, the apocalypse had just begun, and who would be so vigilant if not for the paranoid delusions of the self-proclaimed king and persecuted patients? Certainly not Fang Chen. The corpse puppet bit Yulong to death and put the mask back on. Then, turning to Fang Chen, a hoarse voice emanated from his broken throat. "You smell good, Fang Chen." A female ghost teased him, and he endured it. After all, she was a fourth-level being and a woman. An artificial intelligence teased him, and he endured it. After all, it was just a set of data. Now this Five Elements corpse puppet was teasing him, and he couldn't bear it. "Your mom smells good." Thunder sparkled in his palm, blue and white lightning mixed with golden Buddha light. Fang Chen rushed towards the corpse puppet. The rain in the sky had lessened, and the water had risen above knee level. Step, step, step. Fang Chen walked on the water's surface, moving with the wind, and in an instant, he was in front of the corpse puppet. He sent out the thunder in his palm, striking the corpse puppet's chest fiercely. With just one blow, the corpse puppet's chest was pierced. This sensation was not as hard as something a sword couldn't cut through. Instead, it felt like tofu, easily crushed with a light squeeze. It was too easy to defeat, likely a trap. Fang Chen instinctively stepped back, keeping his distance from the corpse puppet. Whoosh! In Fang Chen's gaze, in just 3 seconds, the corpse puppet's body turned transparent, becoming water and splashing into the accumulated water, making a whoosh sound like flowing water. Fake? It seemed like a clone formed from condensed water, something Fang Chen could also do, but not as silently. When did the corpse puppet replace its body with a water clone? The corpse puppet's combat awareness was higher than Fang Chen had imagined. Tricky. The next moment, he was contemplating. Suddenly, a familiar sound of tempering fire rang out from under his feet. Looking down, the water element he controlled under his feet reacted with the accumulated water, causing a vaporization phenomenon that only occurred when water and fire intersected. Water and water? This should be fire. Fang Chen quickly moved aside. He lightly tapped his foot. Puff! Just as he jumped, a hand shot out from the water. The speed was so fast that he couldn't react, grabbing his ankle and forcefully smashing him into the water. Although caught off guard, Fang Chen was prepared. As his foot was grabbed, he manipulated the gold element to condense into a blade and slashed down. Afraid the golden blade wouldn't break through the corpse puppet's defense, he infused it with Buddha power. The blade fell, and the hand was severed. Breaking free from the restraint, Fang Chen leaped to the side. Looking down, the arm that had grabbed his foot had turned into mud, slowly dissolving into the water. Earth. Five Elements corpse puppet, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, right. If the previous changes left Fang Chen confused, then the current transformation into soil made him understand the true meaning of the Five Elements corpse puppet. At first, he thought that the Five Elements corpse puppet had a body of gold, the attack of fire, the vitality of wood, the power source of earth, and the spells of water. This combination of the five elements. Now it seems that it is called the Five Elements corpse puppet because it can use the spells of the five elements. Moreover, the combat awareness of this Five Elements corpse puppet is much higher than he imagined. In that case, Flame Wave Buddha. Without further ado, directly Flame Wave Buddha. The power of Buddha and thunder as the skin, water and fire as the flesh, Fang Chen's on-the-spot innovation. Just wrapping the old version of Flame Wave Buddha with the power of Buddha and thunder will not disrupt its internal balance.
This way, you not only have the power of Flame Wave Buddha, but also the purifying effect of the power of Buddha and thunder. In order to break the water spell used by the corpse puppet to hide, Fang Chen directly sucked in all the accumulated water and rainwater within a radius of 300 meters into the Flame Wave Buddha, creating a water-free cube with a side length of 300 meters. The huge Buddha statue quickly took shape in the air, blocking the sunlight and attracting the attention of everyone in the nearby residential area. The people in Manhwa district were the first to notice and rushed out of the district to observe. Although the Buddha statue is very large, it is at most the size of half a building.
In a steel forest like Tianan City, it is insignificant.
Adding half a building to the city, apart from the nearby residents, not many people would care.
Restricted by level, the Buddha statue is still not big enough. In the future, I must create a Flame Wave Buddha that can cover the entire city. Fang Chen used the wind element to lift his body into the air, overlooking below.
The accumulated water and rainwater were all sucked away, breaking the water spell of the 5 elements corpse puppet, revealing its true form. Casting Flame Wave Buddha requires energy accumulation, even a fool can see that, let alone the 5 elements corpse puppet with extremely high intelligence. When its true form was revealed, it soared into the sky and rushed towards Fang Chen. For it, this distance was just a stone's throw away.
Puff! In an instant,
the same passing through the body, the same effortless. But it also turned into water splashes. The 5 elements corpse puppet looked at the water mist that was sucked into the Flame Wave Buddha by Fang Chen, stunned.
It seemed like this was its trick.
Realizing that this was just a clone, it had been tricked, the 5 elements corpse puppet hurriedly searched for Fang Chen's figure. However, there was no trace of his breath, heat, or figure.
Where did he go? No need to look, I'm right here.
On the street, in a shadow, Fang Chen removed the dark elements and walked out slowly.
I never left the business hall from the beginning. Knowing that swords cannot cut through your body, how could I be so foolish as to engage in close combat with you? Your combat awareness is really impressive, but compared to me, you are still a bit lacking. After all, a puppet is still a puppet, even with intelligence, it cannot compare to a human. Playing clever tricks, acting like a fool, I can be your ancestor. If there is a chance in the future, I can teach you. I'm not telling you all this to show off. My Flame Wave Buddha is ready. With that, Fang Chen reached out his hand and controlled the Flame Wave Buddha to strike down.
The huge Buddha body fell, and the first thing that landed on the 5 elements corpse puppet was a shadow. The Buddha body was huge, making it appear clumsy, and even at high speed, it took time to descend. This gave the 5 elements corpse puppet a chance to escape. However, as soon as it moved, it was bound by a force. This force was invisible, intangible, and its origin was unknown. It couldn't even feel it. Fang Chen looked at it with a smile that wasn't a smile, saying nothing. Why isn't it leaving? Liaigua and the others ran out of the residential area and, seeing the scene before them, Hao Qiu was somewhat puzzled. The Buddha statue fell quickly, but in fact, it was slow enough that he could dodge it with all his might, let alone this 5 elements corpse puppet. He was very puzzled. The people around him were equally puzzled. Liaigua immediately made a prediction. It's that shadow, the one that's binding it is that shadow. What? Shadow binding technique? Shadow restraint. Is this a spell? Thunder, Buddha's light, water, fire, metal, earth, shadow, his power has increased again.
Just half an hour ago, Liaigua had just seen it, and at that time there were no Buddha's power and shadow, but now 2 more had appeared in such a short time. Could it have been there before? Wouldn't that be even more terrifying? Indeed.
When using the Flame Buddha, Fang Chen thought of how to use the cumbersome Flame Buddha to hit the 5 elements corpse puppet. When the Flame Buddha appears, there will definitely be a shadow, which is the perfect scene for using dark elements. By binding the corpse puppet with dark elements, no matter what it transforms into from gold, wood, water, fire, or earth, it cannot break free from the shadow. Bind it, then the Flame Buddha strikes down fiercely.
Inescapable. Goodbye. Fang Chen uttered 2 words, controlling the Flame Buddha to strike heavily. Boom!
With a loud noise, the street collapsed and kept falling. In the end, only a Buddha's head was left above the ground. The power of the Buddha and the power of thunder burst out in the pit, becoming the dominant force to eliminate the 5 elements corpse puppet. After the evil energy on the corpse puppet was worn away by the power of the Buddha and thunder, the water and fire elements in the Flame Buddha melted simultaneously, flowing into the corpse puppet's body through its 7 orifices.
A new change?
Witnessing the water and fire elements entering the corpse puppet's body, Fang Chen was slightly stunned. This was something he hadn't expected, that the Flame Buddha would have such a change. He hadn't noticed it at all before. However, upon careful consideration, he also understood that the last time he used the flame Buddha, it exploded, but this time it was suppressed, so there was no such change last time. As the water and fire elements entered the corpse puppet's body, it was actually replacing the Buddha's body with the corpse puppet.
Balance remains.
Once the corpse puppet is not dead, the water and fire imbalance will cause an instant explosion.
The water and fire elements cannot be compressed as much in the outer space, but they can enter the corpse puppet's body. Is the space inside the corpse puppet's body larger than the outside? Concealed space? Fang Chen rubbed his chin, pondering silently.
However, such matters could not be figured out by thinking alone.
Only by doing.
Either dissect the corpse puppet, or wait until the level is higher to study with some kind of power.
Fang Chen didn't want to do it, nor did he bother.
Looking at the motionless 5 elements corpse puppet, not knowing if it was dead or alive, but it was definitely immobile,
he immediately decided to completely eliminate it. I wonder if a bonfire can burn a corpse. It should.
Using the wind element to lift the body of the 5 elements corpse puppet, Fang Chen turned and walked into the business hall. Seeing the corpse of the water dragon still outside, he thought for a moment, took the water dragon's belongings, and then cremated it. He had no intention of putting the water dragon's body into the bonfire. Some lines still needed to be drawn. As Fang Chen entered the business hall, everything outside returned to normal. The heavy rain continued, flooding the streets again, only this time with an added large pit where much of the water flowed into. Fang Chen entered the business hall, took out the bonfire, and without a word, threw the 5 elements corpse puppet into the fire.
A bonfire can burn anything, so can I use a bonfire as a trap in the future? Not limited to its appearance, this is a weapon even more powerful than a morning staff. Watching the flames burst, Fang Chen's mind suddenly became enlightened, his thoughts suddenly became clear. His emotions soared instantly. After the flames burst, an item appeared, floating in the bonfire. A needle? Fang Chen took it out to examine.
As soon as he held the needle, he felt an unbearable weight, with no possibility of resistance. He quickly let go, allowing the needle to fall to the ground. However, the needle that fell to the ground did not undergo any unique changes. It jumped twice on the ground, making a sound like ordinary sewing needles, then remained still.
I thought it would create a pit.
Fang Chen reached out to pick it up, feeling its weight again, using all his strength, but still unable to lift it. He pondered for a moment, then manipulated the wind element to lift the needle effortlessly.
Is it only effective on living beings? A needle, quite heavy, could it be?
A single needle, heavy once again, only brought one thing to Fang Chen's mind. The Rui Jingu Bang of the Great Sage equal to heaven, also known as the Dinghai Divine Needle. Wait, the Dinghai Divine Needle is called the Dinghai Divine Treasure, made of Dinghai Divine Iron, related to you the Great's water control. It shouldn't be just a needle.
What is this thing? A replica? Forget it. Let's just consider you as the Dinghai Divine Needle. How do I use it? Control it with the wind element? Hee. Fang Chen let out a foolish laugh.
Unsure if this thing could control water, he decided to test it directly, using the wind element to carry the silver needle out of the lobby and into the water. As soon as the silver needle entered the water, the flowing water on the street instantly stopped. Not even a ripple, as if frozen in time. Rain from the sky touched the water's surface, and it too froze instantly. Each raindrop turned into a water droplet upon contact. Everyone in the Manhwa community standing in the water seemed to be cemented in place, unable to move. This thing was real. And even more powerful than imagined. This wasn't controlling the sea, it was controlling the water. Any water it touched became a single entity, completely immobilized.
Fang Chen quickly retrieved the silver needle, wiped the drool from his mouth, and grinned widely.
Although he had no magical powers and couldn't lift the Dinghai needle, he already had countless ideas on how to use it.
Just throwing it at someone could crush them alive.
Forget about the morning staff, forget about the flame wave Buddha, they all paled in comparison. He tried to calm his excited emotions and stored the Dinghai needle in his spatial storage. Then he continued burning things in the bonfire. He took out the manual for the bewitching technique and tossed it into the fire. It wasn't really a waste, the rewards from the Tower of Doubt could be mastered without learning, self-taught. He had already learned the bewitching technique, now he was just squeezing out its remaining value. As the manual entered the fire and burst into flames, a goose egg appeared in the flames.
A goose egg? No way!
He took out the egg, threw it back into the fire, and an umbrella appeared after the flames burst.
Fang Chen had a foreboding feeling, so he threw the umbrella back in.
Soon, the umbrella turned into crystal.
Oh my goodness! Fang Chen's hand trembled slightly as he threw the crystal back into the fire. After the flames burst, a seed appeared in the bonfire. Phew! Thank goodness! It wasn't gold. Following the previous sequence, gold should have come after crystal, and ginseng after gold.
A seed seemed even less valuable than gold. Fang Chen took the seed out of the fire and observed it in his palm. The seed shimmered with a spiritual light, which was not visible when it was covered by the flames. With a spiritual light, it wasn't ordinary, but what was the use of this seed? Should he burn it again? After some thought, Fang Chen decided to take a gamble since he didn't know the seed's purpose, might as well burn it again. He threw the seed into the fire. The flames burst once more, and after the burst, there was nothing left. When the flames settled, there was nothing inside. He had encountered this situation before, a failed transformation where nothing was produced. Darn it! Fang Chen cursed and then sighed helplessly. He shouldn't have burned it again. What was the point of burning it? Just leave it be when things are going well. Why try again? Now the bicycle couldn't even turn into a motorcycle, it didn't even have wheels. A gambling dog is doomed to die. Yungu, are you okay? Liaigua and a few others appeared at the entrance of the lobby holding umbrellas. Seeing Fang Chen sitting by a pile of bonfires, they found it strange. Wasn't he able to control water? Why was he making a fire? Roasting potatoes? Fang Chen glanced back at the group at the entrance, revealing a meaningful smile. He stood up, extinguished the bonfire, and walked towards them. I'm fine. That smile was a bit unsettling. Everyone looked at Fang Chen's smile, feeling a bit strange in their hearts, as if something bad was about to happen. That's good. I never thought that just going out for a walk would lead to danger. This society is really messed up. Liaigua took the initiative to hold an umbrella for Fang Chen and led everyone back to the residential area. Fang Chen had never said he wanted to be a leader, nor had he ever thought about it. But in this moment, anyone would see Fang Chen as a leader. You've become stronger again, haven't you? Liaigua smiled and said, just now we were all trapped in the water, unable to move. I took a look, and the water on the whole street stopped flowing. Your power radiated throughout the entire street. Because he was holding the umbrella for Fang Chen, Liaigua stood in the rain himself. The heavy rain washed away a few strands of his hair. Fang Chen pushed the umbrella back, feeling a bit reluctant. You can shelter from the rain a bit longer, can't you? Shelter from the rain a bit longer? Liaigua looked puzzled. Fang Chen smiled without explaining. The torrential rain disaster might be real, so be prepared for disaster, he said. No problem, our Manhwa residential area is at a higher elevation, so it won't flood. Even if it does, the lower floors are unoccupied. There are many vacant floors now, so I'll gather everyone together, making it easier to answer questions and also to enhance our bond and encourage each other. Liaigua wiped the water off his face and said with a smile, sounds good. Suddenly, Fang Chen stopped in his tracks and looked up at the sky. Rain fell around him, carrying a chill without any sign of stopping, probably lasting for several more days. Could this torrential rain disaster be more than meets the eye? Fang Chen was lost in thought. Everyone followed suit, stopping in their tracks and looking up at the sky. They didn't know what Fang Chen was looking at, just joining in the fun. Seeing Fang Chen look away and continue walking towards the residential area, they hurried to catch up. Upon returning home, Fang Chen's first task was to check the equipment that had been obtained from the Yulong answer space. Apart from the Taoist robe he was wearing and the wooden sword in his hand, there were some food items and talismans. Among the talismans was a manual on talismanic techniques. Other than that, there was nothing else. For a level 2, why is it so poor? Fang Chen was disappointed. He put away these items without exchanging them for firewood. He would burn them all together when he had more items next time. Now, he wanted to see what had happened outside after half a day and night had passed. Taking out his phone, without connecting to Wi-Fi and using data directly, he started watching short videos. Brothers, I have arrived at Beishua City and found the body of that brother. Rest in peace. But what I want to say is not this. It's that Beishua City has reappeared. Look, Beishua City. Fang Chen was lying down initially, but upon hearing what the blogger said, he sat up straight on the sofa. He stared intently at the screen. Beishua City, destroyed by a meteorite, had indeed reappeared, not clickbait or special effects. The meteorite crater was still there, and on top of the ruins, a city had emerged. The city was shrouded in dark clouds, with faint figures moving inside. Is this a reward? Or an illusion? A city that had been completely destroyed suddenly reappeared, something beyond the capabilities of ordinary people. This was definitely the work of the Tower of Doubt, but whether it was a reward or a danger remained unknown. Beishua City is right there, brothers, I'm going in to take a look, wait for my good news. At the end of the video, the blogger said these words. Fang Chen checked the time the video was posted, it was from yesterday, a night had passed, there should be some updates, right? He swiped to the person's profile to check, but there was nothing, no results even after a night had passed?
Fang Chen casually followed the person and returned to the recommended page to continue watching videos.
The next video was the continuation.
Don't wait for updates, this is the body of that blogger, he's already dead.
I just arrived here and was about to go inside to check, but I saw his body on the way. My abilities are quite special, they helped me escape a disaster.
It's fortunate I didn't go deeper. This is not a human city, it's a ghost city, filled with ghosts inside. The further you go, the stronger the ghosts get. There are already 4th level ghosts on the outskirts, and who knows how strong the core area is. There might be 7th, 8th, 9th, or even 10th level ones. If the ghosts inside erupt, we might be doomed. We don't know who triggered this danger by answering the wrong question. We don't know if that person is dead or alive. The next video quickly moved on to updates, indicating high interest in this matter. But it's understandable, a city of 4 million people destroyed, not a single person left. In just one day, another ghost city emerged, housing entities far beyond human capabilities.
Once it erupts, it will be a disaster for all humanity.
The Tower of Doubt only heralded the apocalypse, leaving a glimmer of hope.
But this ghost city is the end of humanity, offering no hope at all.
Fang Chen felt his breath quicken, but soon he calmed down.
If the ghost city doesn't erupt, it means there's a need for a catalyst, and he still has time. As long as he's given time, he can face even a 10th level threat without fear. Besides, the sun naturally restrains ghosts. Worst case scenario, he could head to the Arctic. It's summer there, perpetual daylight. By the time the daylight ends, he would have surpassed the 10th level.
Not afraid, even if the sky falls, there's someone tall to hold it up. Shua, I think I might be that tall person.
Fang Chen glanced at the comments section. Most people seemed pessimistic, a few indifferent, only a small group displayed optimism.
Finding no useful information, he exited and continued scrolling through videos.
The siege in Dayuan City is ongoing, many are risking danger to pursue the hunt. Brothers, latest news, 5 second level extraordinaries have already fallen. Who knows how many first level ones, the numbers are increasing. This might be the most united humanity has been since the apocalypse.
Unprecedented. What siege? What unity?
The term Dayuan City rang a bell for Fang Chen. He clicked into the comments section, and without searching, the top liked comment explained the situation.
You must be confused, let me explain.
It all started with a woman. After receiving a reward, she began indiscriminate slaughter, humans or monsters, she killed them all. She went from 1st level all the way to 3rd,
causing panic throughout Dayuan City.
So the people of Dayuan City spontaneously organized a siege. They can die from danger, but not at the hands of their own.
Oh, so that's what happened.
Fang Chen suddenly understood. He had only skimmed through it before, not paying much attention, never expecting it to have consequences.
There were highly upvoted replies below. She's only 3rd level? Even if there are more 2nd levels, they won't be enough to handle her. The original poster replied, she got injured. Seems like she answered a question wrong, triggering a dangerous situation too strong. Both sides suffered, the danger wasn't resolved, her powers couldn't recover. Some witnessed it firsthand, and that's how the siege began. She's in trouble then, she's quite pretty, what a waste. You're the one who's in trouble, the first one she'll kill in Dayuan City. Why is she killing indiscriminately? Is she out of her mind?
I heard, just rumors though, she believes as long as there are people alive, someone will answer the question wrong, so by killing everyone, the danger will naturally be averted.
Impressive, why didn't I think of this method?
Killing everyone indeed is a way to eliminate danger, but the difficulty of this method surpasses even that of forming an alliance in the apocalypse. It's clear this woman is extremely paranoid and harbors deep resentment towards this world.
Normal people wouldn't have such thoughts, and even if they did, they wouldn't act on them. Fang Chen flicked away his thoughts and continued scrolling through videos. Heavy rain in Tiannan City overnight, many areas flooded, potential rain disaster, everyone be careful.
Greetings from the Mirage Group in Dahai City. Our group is full of experts with special abilities to help with quizzes, now inviting more righteous individuals to join us in resisting doomsday. A giant dragon with 3 claws, all black, has appeared in the East Sea, perched on Rising Sun Island, breathing clouds and mist, showing no signs of attacking humans. A mechanical island has emerged in the enchanted lake, everything on it is mechanical, even the creatures are mechanical, with mechanical birds and insects roaming around. A primeval forest has appeared on the plateau, ancient creatures lurking within, a dinosaur even ran out from it. Wildfire has broken out in the Wolong Ridge, burning all night. Each piece of news entered Fang Chen's eyes. It might not be from his own account, and he couldn't see the blogger who posted nude videos last time. Quite regrettable. He didn't come across the edgy videos he was looking for, but stumbled upon several videos that crossed moral and legal boundaries. A man enslaving several opposite sexes, recording the violent, bloody, and lewd processes in extreme detail. A woman manipulating several opposite sexes, sleeping with them while killing, and a Hannibal from another world, live streaming his actions. The world had lost its order, unleashing the inner beasts of some people completely. Fang Chen felt a bit nauseous. This wasn't just extreme, it was tasteless. His tongue and heart were numb. He was numb. You are adjusting your underwear, successfully triggering a question. Countdown 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. You have entered the Tower of Doubt. Please listen to the judgment question. Does refer to the last performer in a show. Is it correct or incorrect? Incorrect, Fang Chen replied. Correct answer. Congratulations on receiving Xuanwu Bloodline. Xuanwu Bloodline wasn't an item. Upon receiving the reward, Fang Chen's blood was directly replaced with Xuanwu blood. After all his blood had been replaced with Xuanwu blood, his body's strength suddenly increased. Mysterious patterns intertwined on his skin, then quickly disappeared. His aura became robust and heavy. Fang Chen couldn't help but wonder. With all his blood turned into Xuanwu's, was he still human? Would consuming his own dead skin have a healing effect like a turtle's shell and turtle's blood? It was already 10 in the morning, and he had gone through a battle since waking up, only triggering one question. The frequency was much lower compared to yesterday. Would he only trigger a few questions today? The number of questions posed by the Tower of Doubt varied for each person, but there should be a range, fluctuating daily within that range. Based on the number of questions triggered in the past 2 days, Fang Chen felt he wouldn't have fewer questions today. But why? You are yawning, successfully triggering a question. Countdown 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. You have entered the Tower of Doubt. Please listen to the judgment question. Were geese used as ancient marriage gifts? Is it correct or incorrect? Correct, Fang Chen replied. Correct answer. Congratulations on receiving wine gourd. Thank goodness. Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Just when he thought there were fewer questions today, it seemed the rhythm had changed. He took out the wine gourd. Read the instructions. It was a gourd for storing wine, each pour yielding a different type of wine. It contained various flavors and types of wine from myriad realms, including spirit wine, poison wine, and wines with various effects and functions. Let's have a taste. Fang Chen poured a small cup and took a sip. The wine was sweet, not spicy, but refreshing and smooth. Hey! He felt pleasantly surprised, changed the cup, and poured another small cup. The second cup was not sweet anymore, nor mellow, just a sip, and all his pores opened up, his whole body feeling refreshed. What is this? He changed the cup again and poured another small cup. The third cup of wine was sour. Wherever the wine reached, it stung fiercely. As it entered his stomach, it felt like his stomach was on fire. Quite interesting. Fang Chen poured a fourth cup. Playing with alcohol while watching videos. Rain, alcohol, playing with the phone, the second greatest pleasure in life. The most important thing is the mood. If the mood is bad, no matter where you are, it feels like being dead. North of Tianan City. Moon Lake. Yan Jin, Deng Dishang stood in the rain pavilion by the lake, watching the rain hitting the lake, splashing continuous water droplets. They looked a bit tired and puzzled. Are you sure that person told you the big shot came to Moon Lake? Yan Jin turned off his waterproof device and asked Deng Dishang next to him. Deng Dishang flapped his wings, shaking off the water droplets on his feathers. You've asked this question 4 times already. I'm very sure that young man said so. He had no reason to lie to me. But we've been searching for a day and a night, and haven't found a trace of anyone. Yan Jin was starting to feel frustrated. If that person was lying to me, what do you think his purpose is? For fun? To divert your attention? What? Is it possible that person is? Yan Jin paused for a moment, then instantly understood Deng Dishang's meaning, surprised. You mean, he didn't want to be found, so he deliberately gave you the wrong location? Wow, that's possible. Let's go back and find him. Don't rush, take a rest first. Your machine doesn't need rest, but my flesh and blood does. Deng Dishang sat on a bench, holding onto Yan Jin. Seeing this, Yan Jin sat down beside him. His aircraft, electromagnetic cannon, personal battle armor, all powered by oxygen, nitrogen, and hydrogen in the air. Even if they ran continuously all day, they wouldn't run out of energy. Deng Dishang, on the other hand, relied on physical strength to flap his wings, and when that was exhausted, he needed to rest and recover. Do you think this rain will flood all of Tianan in a few more days? Deng Dishang fell silent for a moment, looking worriedly in the direction of Tianan City. Tianan is so big, it's not a small town. Even if it rains for a few more months, it won't flood the whole city. At most some areas will be submerged by a dozen meters. Yan Jin wiped his shoes with a towel, then looked up. But his gaze shifted to Moon Lake behind him. If Moon Lake breaches, then Tianan is done for. Moon Lake connects to the river. If the river floods, no matter how big Tianan is, it's useless. You're talking nonsense. Moon Lake is higher on the side facing Tianan City. If the lake overflows, it will go out the other way. So, flooding all of Tianan is impossible. Unless someone blows up the main dam on this side. Yan Jin pointed to the lake shore as he spoke. As his finger pointed over, a loud noise suddenly came from the layers of rain, as if that gesture caused an explosion in the distance. Yan Jin widened his eyes, looking at his own finger, then at the electromagnetic cannon on his wrist. I didn't fire it. What are you thinking? Someone is blasting the lake shore over there. Deng Dexiang stood up abruptly, patting Yan Jin's shoulder. Go check it out. Blasting the lake shore? Is the dangerous faction trying to flood Tianan? Yan Jin quickly got up, following Deng Dexiang's lead. What a scheme! Flooding Tianan, who knows how many reward faction survivors it could eliminate in one go. Its power probably reaches level 7 or 8. 7 or 8? At least level 10. Tianan has a population of 8 million. Even if half died on the first day, half on the second, there are still 2 million left now. The power gained from killing 200,000 is immeasurable. Hurry! Both of them were anxious. The Moon Lake was wide, but they flew there and arrived at the explosion site in just a dozen seconds. The lake shore was thick, with the mountain peaks serving as a natural embankment, and the recent explosion had created a large crater at the saddle. It was 1/5 of the embankment's width and 1/4 of its depth. It would require multiple explosions to completely breach it. A person? A mutated person? Doesn't seem like it. The two arrived overhead and saw no dangerous objects, only a perfectly normal person. It was a young man with a crew cut. The young man also noticed Yan Jin and Deng Dexiang in the air, smiling broadly as he spoke slowly. Oh dear, caught in the act. Who are you? Why did you blow up the lake embankment? Yan Jin's face was stern as he aimed the electromagnetic cannon at the young man, questioning him. Let me introduce myself. I'm Hu Bai, a former deliveryman. I luckily answered the first question correctly and received a reward. Hu Bai said calmly, hands in his pockets. Aren't you a dangerous mutant? Why blow up the lake embankment? Don't you know that if it breaches, the water from Moon Lake will flood into Tianan City? Yan Jin's electromagnetic cannon was ready to fire. The visor on his helmet had activated, locking onto Hu Bai automatically. Not an enemy, so why would he do such a thing? I know. Hu Bai showed no fear on his face, still smiling. If I don't blow up the embankment, how can I create a disaster to destroy Tianan? Not an enemy, yet wanting to destroy Tianan. Did he have a grudge against someone in the city or against the city itself? Why? Deng Dexiang's spear shimmered with light as he held it. He stared intently at Hu Bai, ready to strike if Hu Bai showed any signs of aggression. You've been hurt by someone, left alone in the lowest point of your life, mocked and ridiculed. So you hate this city? So you want to destroy this city? So you want to destroy the world? Yan Jin speculated. Not because he was particularly clever or had a broad mind. It was just how it played out in movies and TV shows. Someone wanting to destroy the world must have been mistreated by it. Otherwise, why would anyone bother to destroy the world? What nonsense! You're overthinking it. Hu Bai crossed his arms, looking relaxed. I just want to create a disaster. Look at this rain, so heavy and lasting. It's bound to cause a rainstorm disaster. But a regular rainstorm disaster is too small. For a city as big as Tianan, it's like soaking your feet. The city would just have more mud, and not many people would die. But blowing up Moon Lake is different. Moon Lake connects to the river, and if the river water enters Tianan, the whole city will be flooded, destroyed, and more than a few people will die. It could be tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, even millions. But I don't need that many deaths, just 100,000 will do. After 100,000 deaths, I will intervene and control the flood. I solved the danger, and by solving such a huge danger, my power will skyrocket, reaching level 4, 5, 6. At least level 10. Ha ha ha. Hu Bai started calmly but grew more excited as he spoke, almost becoming frenzied at the end. Solving danger to increase power, you must know that too. Danger already exists, I just magnified it a bit, so don't blame me. Yan Jin angrily retorted, solving danger to increase power refers to dangers caused by answering questions incorrectly, not ones you artificially create. How do you know? Have you tried it? Hu Bai countered. Even a donkey could figure it out. Yan Jin cursed. If you haven't tried it, how do you know if it works or not? No practice, no right to speak. Hu Bai said lightly. So, have you tried it? Deng Dexiang's face turned cold. Artificially increasing the danger, the experimenter would definitely not experiment on themselves. Using others to increase the danger they face, how is this any different from murder? Killing without just cause, what others would do when faced with it is unknown, but Yan Jin and Deng Deshang would never allow it.
What they have in mind is peace and stability. I haven't tried it, that's why we are conducting an experiment. Hu Bai smiled. You're using the lives of hundreds of thousands of people for an experiment?
Yan Jin and Deng Deshang looked at the somewhat crazy Hu Bai, feeling chills and numbness. They thought the other party had already experimented, hence they were taking action now.
But they didn't expect this to be the experiment. Using the lives of hundreds of thousands of people for an experiment?
If the end of the world arrived in a few years, a dozen years, a century, it wouldn't be surprising to have such people.
But the doomsday has only just arrived 3 days ago. Just 3 days. How could a person's heart be so cruel?
Indeed, some people are indifferent emotionally, not caring about the passing of life, not even having any emotional fluctuations when loved ones pass away.
But if you ask them to kill hundreds of thousands of people, they wouldn't be able to do it. This is no longer a human being, this is a demon. Hu Bai, *CKU. Yan Jin couldn't bear it anymore and continuously fired the electromagnetic cannon.
Deng Deshang, under Yan Jin's cover, charged forward with a spear.
Then let's play with you guys. Hu Bai smirked, raised his hand, and easily froze the electromagnetic cannon's attacks in midair. Then with a wave of his hand, these attacks flew towards Deng Deshang.
The reason he was so verbose with Yan Jin and Deng Deshang was simply because he felt invincible, coupled with ample time. They were just 2 second-rate players.
Burp.
Taking only a sip of wine each time, he had tried dozens or even hundreds of types of wine, each being a large cup. Some wines had low alcohol content, while others burned the throat with just a drop.
Fang Chen burped after drinking, feeling hot all over, the alcohol showing on his face.
These wines were not just intoxicating, they had other effects too. Just now, he had drunk a cup of wine that enhanced his psychic power.
This brought his level directly to the peak of the 3rd level, just a bit more, only a bit, and he could use the worldview ideation again to enter the 4th level. It's a pity he only poured a bit of wine just now, he didn't know when he would encounter it again. But he had remembered the look and taste of this wine. Next time he met it, he would pour a whole roomful. Wine is also water, he didn't even need a wine glass. Burp. This wine had quite a kick. Fang Chen burped again, activating the power of the Xuanwu bloodline to disperse the alcohol.
However, after some thought, he stopped this action. It was almost noon, and since there was nothing urgent, he decided to take a nap. It didn't matter if the alcohol dissipated or not.
The tower of questioning wouldn't trigger while he was asleep.
He sat on the sofa, pulled over a blanket, and fell asleep.
As he slept, the inherent power of the Xuanwu bloodline automatically activated.
Runes appeared on his skin, visible on his face, neck, and hands. A pale yellow barrier resembling a turtle shell emerged, enveloping him.
This was the self-protection of the Xuanwu. The drizzling rain was the best lullaby. Bang!
Huang Huifeng drove a taxi speeding through the heavy rain. The accumulated water on the street was enough to submerge his car's front. But there was no need to worry, his taxi had ship and submarine modes. By activating the ship mode, he could still drift on the street. However, drifting in the water had more inertia, less friction, and a larger turning radius.
But that didn't faze him.
The taxi's protective shield ensured that even if he hit the buildings on the street corner, nothing would happen.
Instead, he would continue to destroy everything in his path, like a bulldozer.
As he galloped down the street, a figure fell from the sky and crashed hard onto the hood of his car, making a dull sound.
What the hell is this? Huang Huifeng was startled. Looking closely, it was the birdman he had seen yesterday. Dad, it's an angel, Little Yellowbird exclaimed. He's injured.
Tang Jing saw that Deng Deshang's clothes were torn, blood was flowing from multiple wounds, he was coughing up blood, indicating internal bleeding, his injuries were severe.
Quick, find him. Deng Deshang's consciousness was hazy, on the verge of unconsciousness.
No, big brother, don't speak gibberish, speak human language, I didn't hear clearly. Through the protective shield and car window, Huang Huifeng didn't just fail to hear clearly, he didn't hear anything at all. He tapped on the car screen twice, and the front windshield slowly opened. When the windshield was fully open, he pulled Deng Deshang into the passenger seat. The defense system inside the car activated, automatically fastening the seatbelt around Deng Deshang.
A probe appeared on the car roof, scanning Deng Deshang's entire body.
21 obvious wounds on the body, ruptured kidneys, liver, damaged lungs, 6 broken ribs, fractured spine, multiple torn muscles, severe injuries.
The scan results echoed through the speakers.
Both men in the car felt their scalps tingle, wondering what Deng Deshang had gone through to sustain such serious injuries.
Dad, you killed him with the crash. Little Yellowbird said fearfully. Huang Huifeng, don't speak. Find him. Go. Deng Deshang's consciousness was blurred, struggling to speak intermittently. What did you say? Speak louder, big brother, I can't hear clearly. Huang Huifeng had brought his ear close to Deng Dexiang's mouth, almost sticking it inside, but still couldn't make out what he was saying. Danger! Danger! Shield activated. Huang Huifeng was still listening carefully to Deng Dexiang when the car stereo suddenly blared an alarm. Boom! The next second, a blue water ball landed on the taxi's shield, exploding loudly. Damn! Huang Huifeng looked up and saw a figure appearing on the rooftop of the adjacent building. The person jumped down from the building, landed in the puddle, shattered instantly, merging into the water. But in the blink of an eye, the figure reformed, blocking the path in front of the car. Bang bang bang! Without a word, the figure launched an attack on the taxi. The attacks hit the taxi's shield, exploding repeatedly. Watching the figure, Huang Huifeng furrowed his brow. He shifted gears, released the brake, and activated the healing mode, injecting Deng Dexiang with a healing potion. Then he stepped on the gas. The taxi's rear wheels spun rapidly, kicking up 2 sprays of water, hovering for a moment before shooting forward like an arrow towards the figure ahead. Boom! The figure that had fallen from the building and turned into a splash of water, now withstood the impact of the taxi, holding firm. The two collided, deadlocked. Even with Huang Huifeng flooring the gas pedal, he couldn't move an inch forward. Instead of advancing, he was pushed backward. Level 3? Damn it, my car's upgrade isn't over yet. Seeing this, Huang Huifeng decided to make a run for it. When he had gained the power to deal with the red and white collision, the taxi began to evolve. But the evolution was not yet complete, expected to reach level 3 by the afternoon. I don't have this kind of son, Tang Jing retorted from the back, holding the child in her arms, sarcastically. I was just kidding, not serious. Stop talking so much, let's run first. In a few hours, I can easily take him down. Huang Huifeng said as he shifted to reverse, creating distance from the figure, then performed a drift turn on the spot, and sped off into the distance. He drove while observing through the rearview mirror. He caught up, the speed is so fast, like a mad dog. Dad, dogs are on land, not in the water. How about sea dogs? Huang Huifeng drifted at the intersection, changed direction, drove a distance, then turned again, trying to shake off the pursuer. In the water, there are traces no matter where you go. Huang Huifeng, focused on escaping, heard Deng Dexiang's voice from the passenger seat. Are you awake? Cough, cough, cough. Deng Dexiang coughed up blood. After injecting the treatment drug, the wound inside his body was healing, and the accumulated blood was being expelled through his throat. He wiped the blood, regained some strength. You must know him, right? The situation is urgent, take me to him quickly. Who? Stop pretending, time is running out, take me to him. Hu Baiyao wants to blow up the Moon Lake embankment, he wants to flood the entire Tiannan. Deng Dexiang's voice was weak, his face fierce. Although Huang Huifeng's treatment drug was effective, it could only save his life, not completely heal the injuries. It was painful to even breathe, let alone speak. He wasn't sure if Feng Chen was the person he was looking for, but now he had to try his luck. What? Huang Huifeng was shocked. Flood the entire Tiannan, damn it, if Tiannan is flooded, where will he go for a stroll? Even though the apocalypse had arrived, Tiannan City was slowly deteriorating, but it was still the place he had lived for decades, his hometown. Huang Huifeng would never allow such a thing to happen. He changed direction, floored the gas pedal, hold on tight. Hearing Huang Huifeng's words, Deng Dexiang breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid he had guessed wrong. It seemed that the young man from that day was indeed the powerful one who had vanquished the female ghost. He was the person he was looking for. The taxi sped across the water, rushing at full speed towards Manhwa district. 20 minutes later, the car arrived outside Manhwa district. Without slowing down, it crashed directly into Li Aigua's house. Li Aigua was startled, he had foreseen this and that, but he had never expected to be hit by a taxi while sitting at home. Brother, this is the 5th floor. Li Aigua recognized the taxi, relaxed after being tense, and said to Li Aigua, Sorry, I was driving too fast. You were flying too low. Brother, time is running out, stop talking nonsense. Where is Feng Chen? Take me to see him. Someone is chasing us, he is level 3. He's about to arrive. Huang Huifeng pointed to Deng Dexiang, covered in blood in the passenger seat, and urgently said to Li Aigua, Level 3? Li Aigua was somewhat surprised, but only somewhat. Although level 3 was strong, there was a tough guy in the neighborhood who had defeated level 3 before. It was nothing to worry about. I'll take you there. You don't need to take me, just take him. Huang Huifeng unbuckled the passenger seatbelt, let Deng Dexiang out of the car. Aren't you going to see him? I don't want to get out of the car. Anyway, you take him to see Feng Chen first, I'll get the car out. Okay. Although Li Aigua was puzzled, he didn't ask further. In just half a minute, he had foreseen that Huang Huifeng and the others meant no harm. He picked up Deng Dexiang and rushed downstairs. In the neighborhood, he dashed into Block 3, straight to the 5th floor. Brother Yun, open the door. The taxi driver is here to see you. That birdman is looking for you. Angel, Deng Dexiang corrected through the pain. Yes, that angel birdman is looking for you. Li Aigua corrected himself. Deng Dexiang. After 3 knocks, the door opened from inside. Fang Chen appeared at the door with sleepy eyes, looking displeased. You better have a good reason for this. I'm not here to see you, he is. The taxi that brought you back yesterday sent him here. Li Aigua put Deng Dexiang down and quickly distanced himself. Fang Chen's gaze shifted downward, looking at Deng Dexiang. Deng Dexiang weakly said, someone wants to blow up the Moon Lake embankment, flooding the entire Tiannan city. So what? Fang Chen asked. Someone wants to blow up Moon Lake, flooding the entire Tiannan city. Deng Dexiang thought he had misspoken, so he repeated himself. I know. Fang Chen stared at Deng Dexiang. So what? So please go stop him. If Tiannan is flooded, many people will die. Deng Dexiang said anxiously, enduring the intense pain in his body. Fang Chen remained unmoved and calmly asked, is this person from the dangerous faction? What level? After coughing twice, Deng Dexiang said, he's not from the dangerous faction, he's from the reward faction. At least level 3. He wants to intensify this rain disaster, then intervene to enhance his own power. Upon hearing this, Li Aigua couldn't help but interject, is this even possible? Can it be done like this? Deng Dexiang shook his head. I don't know. He said he's also conducting experiments by flooding Tiannan. Using so many lives for experiments? Is he insane? Li Aigua exclaimed. He's just a lunatic. Deng Dexiang said bitterly. Fang Chen casually removed some gunk and said, isn't this perfect? Since it's an experiment, by increasing the danger, he will also solve it. Deng Dexiang urged, no, many people will die. If people don't die, it's not considered dangerous. He plans to let tens of thousands drown before intervening to resolve the danger. Hubei only mentioned tens of thousands, but Deng Dexiang exaggerated the number, hoping to get Fang Chen's attention. However, Fang Chen remained indifferent, maintaining his nonchalant demeanor. This reasoning is not justified. Fang Chen said calmly, even if someone from the reward faction is eliminated, they won't gain power. As for many people dying, what does it have to do with me? I'm not a savior or a saint. Respecting everyone's fate is the right choice. My principle is not to harm others unless they harm me, do my own thing, and live quietly. I haven't enjoyed any benefits, yet I'm expected to bear the responsibility. Do I look like someone who enjoys being taken advantage of? Fang Chen's words silenced Deng Dexiang. He didn't agree with this approach, but it was very reasonable, and he couldn't morally coerce Fang Chen. The flood will also affect you, Deng Dexiang tried to persuade Fang Chen. The flood that can affect me hasn't even occurred yet. Fang Chen retorted, then turned to Li Aigua, don't send everyone to me in the future. It's not me who sent them, it's the taxi driver who brought them here. I just lent a hand, Li Aigua explained with a smile. Where is he? In the car. Where's his car? Locked in the garage. Fang Chen understood why Huang Huifeng didn't get out of the car. With the car, his external strength was at the peak of level 2, possibly already reaching level 3. Inside the car, he was invincible below level 4. But once he left the car, he was just an ordinary person with racing driving skills. If he encountered danger, he wouldn't know how to survive. That's it then. Fang Chen glanced at Deng Dexiang, you better go take a shower, you'll look more refreshed. With that, he prepared to close the door. Wait! Deng Dexiang sat on the ground, his upper body clinging to the door, making a large movement that aggravated his wound, causing him excruciating pain. What is it? You don't have to stop this disaster, but could you save my friend? He's still delaying time on the other side of Moon Lake. I'm willing to reward you, I have treasures on me. Don't play tricks, Fang Chen said indifferently, if I want treasures, killing you would also get me what I want. Thoughts were exposed, Deng Dexiang had no more reasons to convince Fang Chen. He hung his head, utterly defeated. The only ones who could defeat a level 3 were level 3s and above. There must be other level 3s in Tiannan City, but where could they find them now? Tiannan couldn't escape the fate of being submerged. Compared to Deng Dexiang's desolation, Li Aigua seemed relatively happy, with a constant smile on his face. Seeing Li Aigua's smile, Fang Chen paused in closing the door and asked, what are you laughing at? What's making you so happy? Ha! Li Aigua suppressed his smile, shaking his head like a bell, his chubby face jiggling, a few strands of hair falling as he hurriedly denied, nothing? I'm not laughing, maybe my teeth are a bit hot, I let them come out for some fresh air. Fang Chen looked suspiciously at Li Aigua, fell silent for a moment, and asked, "Did you foresee something?" "No, how could I didn't, what a joke." Li Aigua repeatedly denied. "Really? Not true." There was an answer, but it wasn't Li Aigua or Deng Dexiang answering. It wasn't even a human voice answering. The sound of breaking glass came from inside the house, and a figure appeared in the living room, prompting Fong Chen to respond. Seeing the appearance of that figure, Deng Dexiang was first stunned, then reacted sharply. Pointing at the duplicate of Hu Bai inside the house, he exclaimed excitedly, "He's offending you! He's offending you! If someone doesn't offend you, you don't offend them, but now someone has offended you, so you have to offend them. This glass, breaking so well." Fong Chen took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and turned irritably to look at Hu Bai inside the house. "Do you not have legs or brains? Don't you know how to use the stairs?" Hu Bai glanced at Deng Dexiang, whose expression was twisted on the floor, then at Fong Chen, without answering. Instead, he began to survey the living room. His gaze swept across the entire room, finally settling on the checkers placed on a shelf. His eyes lit up, and he hurried over, picking up a black bead from the checkerboard. "Foundation pill, what a pleasant surprise." Hu Bai's face lit up as he pocketed the pill. Turning around, he noticed the paper figures casually stacked on the side. He picked up one of the paper figures, mocking, "It's the end of the world, and they still use these things. A lame dog can't climb a wall. Don't know how to go rob? As long as you have strength, what kind of woman can't you snatch?" Setting down the paper figure, he went to inspect a bottle of wine on the side. The wine was a blend of over 100 kinds, stored in a wine jar by Fong Chen, emitting a faint aroma. Hu Bai uncapped the bottle, sniffed it, then hastily recapped it. "What a disgusting taste, smells like horse urine." After looking at the wine, he flipped through a book on the side, finding it uninteresting, and casually tossed it on the floor. Li Aigua and Deng Dexiang watched Hu Bai's actions, discreetly observing Fong Chen's reaction. They sensed beneath Fong Chen's calm expression a rising anger. Fong Chen stared at Hu Bai, not speaking for a long time. After a while, his lips parted slightly, uttering 3 words. "Flame Wave Buddha." No sooner said than done, Flame Wave Buddha. In the past, he was the one pretending, but today someone came to pretend in front of him. This reminded him of the disgusting faces of those relatives and elders who wanted to seize his family's property. They were all just putting on a show. People like this were wasting time with every word they said. Uphold traditional virtues. The Flame Wave Buddha was not inside the house but in the sky outside. With several previous experiences, Fong Chen was even more adept at using the Flame Wave Buddha. It appeared at a wave of his hand, coming at his beckoning. The Flame Wave Buddha quickly took shape, its imposing aura leaving the people below in the neighborhood breathless. Hu Bai felt the compelling force outside. He sneered and said, "Such a clumsy thing, can't even hit a rat." Fong Chen didn't reply. He looked expressionless as he controlled the dark elements from the shadows, entwining around Hu Bai's body. Controlling Hu Bai's body was effortless, easily binding him without him even sensing a trace of the dark elements. Not only bound, but the dark elements surged in, instantly decaying his body. His body turned into a puddle of black water flowing to the ground, and the foundational pill he had tucked in his pocket fell to the ground. Too easy, there would inevitably be surprises. As expected by Fong Chen, Hu Bai's voice echoed from outside. Impressive method, hard to guard against, but that's all. The voice carried a hint of mockery and echo. The echoes continued incessantly, merging into noise. Fong Chen walked to the window and glanced down. With just one look, he raised his hand and retracted the flames in the sky. How did he do that? Li Aigua and Deng Dexiang were puzzled, exchanging glances, seeing confusion in each other's eyes. Are they not going to fight anymore? Surrender directly? Or something else? Li Aigua prepared to go and see. Deng Dexiang, enduring the pain, hurriedly said, "Brother, help me up." Li Aigua assisted Deng Dexiang to the window, and they looked down together. Hu Bai was down there, standing in the rain, standing on the puddles. The problem was, it was all Hu Bai in the rain, all Hu Bai on the water. Dense, at least 300 of them. This voice was not an echo, but the continuous voices of over 300 Hu Bis speaking one after another. All clones. Each one is 3rd level. Clones are all 3rd level, then what level is his main body? 4th level? Or 5th level? It's over, we're doomed. Deng Dexiang's voice trembled, filled with fear. Tears even flowed from his eyes. He cried. Despite such severe injuries, he didn't cry, but now seeing this scene, he cried. Fong Chen didn't know if he was genuinely scared or just pretending, but his expression looked quite funny. Cloud brother, is it 3rd level? It's a ghostly 3rd level. At most 2nd level. Fong Chen looked at these clones and said calmly, his power is special, likely related to water, able to harness the power of water. With the accumulated water below and the rain above,
his power directly reaches 3rd level. His main body is at most 3rd level. Main body at 3rd level, harnessing the power of water, shouldn't it reach 4th level? Liagwa said, envious and jealous. How do these people answer questions? Damn, I have precognitive abilities, answer so many questions correctly, and still stuck at peak 1st level? Damn! Fang Chen evaporated the puddle of black water on the ground, placed the foundational pill back on the chessboard, and said, the rewards are different, destined to have different strengths. Some may answer 10 questions all about life skills, while others answer 1 question and ascend directly to godhood. It's just luck. I want that kind of luck too. Liagwa sighed to the sky, then worriedly asked, what's next? Fang Chen sneered, I fear water the least, even if a 10th level comes, it's useless. Liagwa breathed a sigh of relief, that's good. You said the same thing when you encountered that female ghost last time, not afraid of supernatural beings. If you're not afraid of anything, just say it all, so I won't worry. I already know what you'll do next. What will I do? You'll be very handsome. Seems like your precognitive abilities are indeed impressive. Fang Chen grinned, swept all the broken glass into the trash can, put the books back on the table, then walked out onto the balcony. The rain in the sky gathered into steps, and Fang Chen, like a king, looked down below, slowly descending step by step. Hubai watched Fang Chen's leisurely demeanor with some annoyance. He had always been calm in front of others, and no one had ever been so calm in front of him. I give you 2 choices, either submit to me or die. You came all this way just to fart in front of me? Fang Chen sneered, we're about to fight, and you're talking nonsense like this. Since that's the case, remember my name, or it'll be too late to say it after I kill you. Hundreds of Hubai took a step forward and spoke in unison. The one who will kill you is the water god Hubai, remember my name. Your old man is getting forgetful. Fang Chen waved his hand. Giving out names, late-stage Chunibu, giving me goosebumps. Hubai's eyes turned cold, no longer speaking. He condensed a water ball in his hand and shot it directly at Fang Chen. Over 300 figures equaled over 300 water balls. The power contained in each water ball was enough to destroy a newly advanced level 2 transcendent. 300 water balls filled the space densely, and Fang Chen in the crowd was like a boat in a lake, on the verge of capsizing. However, despite the impressive display of water balls, Fang Chen just raised his eyes and froze them in midair. He was also very skilled in playing with water. With his peak level 3 strength, he could control all the accumulated water in the entire North City area. Dealing with a few water balls was a piece of cake. Not only did he freeze these water balls, but he also stripped away the power of Hubai inside them, then controlled the water balls to fly back and hit Hubai. Plop, plop, plop. The water balls burst, and Hubai's body burst as well. Over 300 Hubai exploded in an instant, turning into a puddle of water that merged into the accumulated water. Then, on the rippling water, more than 500 Hubai bodies condensed. Just like before, each one possessed level 3 power. Fang Chen was still wondering what tricks Hubai would play. Although his attacks were strong, there was no reason why he would easily deal with Hubai's clones. Seeing this scene, he suddenly understood. Hubai was showcasing his power, indicating the gap between them. Clones, can't kill them? So this is the water god's ability? Fang Chen pondered silently. While he was contemplating, Hubai had already condensed water balls and shot them at him. The same move, the same solution. The water balls were controlled by Fang Chen and shot back. Hubai's over 500 clones were all shattered, turning into a puddle of water that merged into the water. Then, 1,000 Hubai emerged. The solution for 300 was the same for 500. When the number reached 1,000, it was still the same solution for 300. The water balls shot by Hubai were once again reflected back by Fang Chen. Seeing 1,000 clones defeated, and 2,000 emerging from the water, Fang Chen understood Hubai's power. Sourced from water. As long as there was water, there would be an endless supply of power. However, regardless of the quantity, it would never exceed the level of the original body. In other words, Hubai's original body was level 3, and the clones were level 2, utilizing the power of water would always be level 3. If it were another person, indeed invincible, with the capital to be arrogant, continuing to fight him would lead to no result, and eliminating the clones would be meaningless. Since enmity has been formed, then follow the vine to find the melon, target his whole family. Otherwise, they'll keep coming one after another, which is annoying. Root out evil. Fang Chen looked towards the north, in the direction of Moon Lake. In an instant, he made a decision. With a light step, a strong wind rose, and without hesitation, he flew towards the north. Will this ever end? Is he unable to fight and fleeing, or is it a tactic? Deng Dexiang was startled by these clones, then saw Fang Chenfei leaving, and asked in a daze, obviously, he's going to find the main body. By solving the source, these clones will self-destruct.
Li Aigua sniffed and sighed. This ability is simply invincible. As long as there is water, the power is endless. I don't know how he's going to solve the source. If only I reached level 2, I could foresee some battles. After Li Aigua finished speaking, he realized that Deng Dexiang had stopped crying. Weren't you scared and crying just now? Why? Acting. Acting? Why? Just acting. The more than 2,000 Hubei below saw Feng Chen heading north and did not stop him. They also guessed Feng Chen's intentions, but as long as there was water, he could continuously create clones. Therefore, it was completely unnecessary to stop or pursue him. Instead, it was Deng Dexiang who had offended him before. Everyone who offended him deserved to die, so he wanted to kill Deng Dexiang. It's over, he didn't catch up, he seems to be looking at you. Li Aigua, who had come to his senses, felt the gaze of the Hubei below and shivered. It was impossible not to notice, with more than 2,000 pairs of eyes staring at them, even if there were eyes on their faces, they could still see. His heart is extremely narrow, otherwise he wouldn't have chased me from Moon Lake to here. Deng Dexiang said with a bitter expression. What did you do to him in the first place? What could I do? I just stopped him from bombing Moon Lake, scolded him a bit, we couldn't beat him at all, what could I do to him? No, I can't take it anymore, how about I throw you down, anyway, he's here for you, I didn't offend him. Deng Dexiang sighed, feeling somewhat helpless and relieved. It was a relief to die early, the pain on his body was too unbearable. Throw me down, hurry, otherwise when he kills me, it might affect you. Forget it. Li Aigua vetoed, I'll stay with you. Ha? It's not me who said that. Li Aigua's face twisted in misery, I'm not in control. What ability do you have? Buddhism, if I don't go to hell, who will? Then, why don't you transform into my appearance and die for me? It's better to have one die than both of us. Li Aigua himself didn't want a sacrifice, but the power of Buddhism on him controlled his body. He didn't want a sacrifice, but Buddhism would help him sacrifice. Just like Buddhism had its own thoughts, at critical moments, it would occupy his mind and control his body. Just like when a person is angry, anger can make them lose their reason. Li Aigua was thinking, would Buddhism also be a kind of emotion? When emotions come, would it make him lose his reason directly? Buzz, just when both of them were feeling hopeless, a deafening roar rang out. A golden taxi flew past them and landed in the residential area. The taxi spun twice on the water's surface, shattering all the water clones in the area. Ha ha! I leveled up. Huang Huifeng lowered the car window and shouted to the two upstairs, I'm level 3. I'm invincible at level 3. Awesome! Awesome! In the midst of despair, Li Aigua shouted excitedly. Seeing this, Deng Dexiang also smiled. It's really the perfect time to level up. Love you. I'll never say that taxi drivers are idiots again. Huang Huifeng raised the car window, stepped on the gas, and began his performance. Like a compass, he kept drifting in place, the bright protective shield hitting these water clones, instantly shattering them. The scene of struggling before did not reappear. 1, 2, 3, 4. All easily eliminated. Although it was easy to eliminate these water clones, just like when Feng Chen attacked before, no matter how many were destroyed, they would reappear. However, this scene did not surprise Huang Huifeng. He had already seen this situation upstairs. Now facing it, he had a solution. After upgrading the taxi, it had many new functions. He tapped on the control panel a few times, and the exhaust pipe at the back of the car immediately extended into the water. Then he put the car in neutral, stepped on the gas, and revved the engine. Vroom! 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 As the engine roared, the car vibrated, releasing concentric circles of exhaust into the water, causing ripples on the surface. Waves spread out in all directions from the taxi, growing larger and more intricate, resembling a range of mountains. The water clones standing on the surface had not reacted before being shattered by the resonating waves, dissolving into the water. When they tried to reform, the shaking water waves dispersed their power. Moreover, there were black exhaust gases in the water, turning into bubbles within the clones when they appeared. The larger the clone, the larger the bubble. When the bubble burst, the clone exploded. Car shaking. This is a real car shaking. Li Aigua shook Deng Dexiang's shoulder, excitedly exclaiming, Level 3 artifacts are truly amazing. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Deng Dexiang cried out, if you shake me again, I'll turn into a masterpiece. Sorry, I got too excited. Li Aigua quickly let go. I'll be shaken to death even if I don't die. Deng Dexiang endured the pain, leaning on the balcony, sweating profusely, and said, I think this is just temporary suppression. Hubei's ability is too overpowered. As long as there is water, his power is endless, unless the waves continue until the weather clears and the water evaporates. What should we do then? What can we do? Of course, run. Deng Dexiang worried, without special means, Hubei can't be killed at all. I'm concerned about Moon Lake. Even if we find the main body, we can't do anything to him.
Liagua said bitterly, damn, he saved the world in his past life and got this kind of power.
Why isn't it me? You can start saving the world in this life. Maybe you'll get blessings in the next. Splash, splash.
While the two were talking, Huang Huifeng below lowered the car window again. In the gaps of the roaring engine, he shouted to Deng Dexiang upstairs, come down quickly, I'll take you to run.
Okay.
Deng Dexiang wanted to jump from the balcony, but now even walking was a problem, let alone flying.
So he looked at Liagua. Thank you.
Liagua, helpless, could only pick up Deng Dexiang and run downstairs.
As he descended, his Buddha power increased a bit.
By helping others and sacrificing himself, his understanding of Buddhism deepened. Now he was getting closer to level 2, just one more opportunity away from entering it.
Where to?
Liagua carried Deng Dexiang to the car and asked Huang Huifeng.
Front passenger seat.
Huang Huifeng opened the door lock and said, this guy's ability is too unique, unbeatable.
It's not that I can't beat him,
I can keep him at bay, but it's meaningless, just a waste of time.
While my resonating seal restrains him,
I'll take you to Moon Lake.
With Fangchen there, it should be fine. Does he have a way?
He should, otherwise, he wouldn't go to Moon Lake. Besides, in a fight, the more people, the better the odds.
When Liagua heard this, he thought it made sense. He quickly said, I'm going too. Get in the car.
Liagua hurriedly sat in the back seat. The car door closed, seatbelt fastened. Huang Huifeng directly activated the flight mode and flew towards the Moon Lake to the north. His taxi could only run on the road at level 1, walk on the water surface and dive at level 2, and fly at level 3. He estimated that level 4 could directly enter space, and level 5 could enter the netherworld. But that was just his estimation. As the car left, the waves on the water still undulated. After a few minutes, the waves subsided, the restraining force dissipated, and Hubai's clone slowly condensed.
Good, good, good. You will all die.
I will slowly torture you to death, stick an umbrella in your ass and open it, take out your kidney stones and make them into bracelets. Hubai said viciously as his body slowly dissolved into the water.
Fangchen's speed was not slow, and he arrived at Moon Lake in just over 10 minutes.
When he arrived at Moon Lake, he saw such a scene. There was a huge gap blasted near the shore of Tiannan City. With a few more explosions, the gap could be completely blasted open, letting the water in Moon Lake flow out. However, at this gap, there was a light cluster blocking it. Hubai was standing on the lake, continuously attacking the light cluster. Fangchen carefully observed that the light cluster was a protective shield, and inside the shield was a young man wearing battle armor, carrying a flying device, holding a toy gun, and half of his body buried in the ground. One person holds off Hubai, and one person goes to shake the person. This should be the friend that Birdman mentioned. This protective shield can withstand Hubai's attacks, at least at the peak of level 3 or level 4.
Fangchen landed on the embankment and intercepted the water ball shot by Hubai towards the protective shield.
Looking back at the protective shield covered with dense spiderweb-like patterns that seemed like it could shatter at any moment.
Judging by the appearance, it should not be a level 4 object, just a peak level 3. Take back your glass shield, he's just playing with you. Fangchen crushed the water ball and said indifferently.
Yan Jin saw Fangchen, although not recognizing him, had already guessed his identity.
Deng Dexiang brought the person here. I held back the time. Maybe.
Although Hubai was only at level 3, standing on Moon Lake in the pouring rain, his strength could reach level 4. This protective shield was simply impossible to withstand. The only explanation was that Hubai was just playing around.
I've been waiting for you for a long time.
Hubai chuckled lightly. Able to control water, able to fly, I haven't sensed any magic or spiritual power from you.
What is your power? Have you ever heard a saying? Fangchen crossed his hands in front of his chest and asked. What? Villains die from talking too much.
Hubai's face turned cold. I will tear your mouth apart first and then kill you. With that, his body slowly dissolved into the water. As he melted into the water, behind him in Moon Lake, a huge figure quickly condensed. This figure was like a skyscraper, slowly standing up from Moon Lake. The water in Moon Lake was instantly drained, but it was quickly filled with water from the river. The accumulated lake water only submerged up to his shins.
Looking up at this huge figure was like looking up at a mountain. Let's see how you kill me.
The giant spoke, his voice like thunder. He took a step forward towards Fangchen.
As he moved, huge waves suddenly surged in Moon Lake, water overflowed the embankment and rushed out.
The massive water flow washed over Fangchen, who was unharmed, but nearly swept Yan Jin away. He activated the flying device and flew into the air, narrowly escaping.
Now he believed Fangchen's earlier words and stuttered, Big brother, what should we do? He's too strong. You've held on here for so long, have you found his weakness? Fang Chen took out the water-sealing needle from the answer space and held it in his palm with the wind element. Does a special kind of narcissism count? Saying it is as good as not saying it. Forget it, stay away from the water. Oh. Fang Chen flew up just as the water giant's foot was about to come down on him, and he plunged the water-locking needle directly into the water. He knew how to control Hubai, but when it came to killing him, he was at a loss. Hubai was vastly different from him. He was flesh and blood, able to control water because of his psychic power, manipulating the water element. However, Hubai's ability was not a spell or elemental control, it was direct assimilation with water, becoming one with it. How could he separate him from the water? Perhaps by igniting a fire, burning the water drop by drop until it evaporated? Moon Lake connected to the Great River, which in turn connected to the sea. How long would it take to burn all that water? As the water-locking needle entered the water, all the water froze. The lake water, the water giant lifting its foot, the rain falling on the lake's surface, the entire Moon Lake, everything was frozen. If not for the rain still falling from the sky and the distant river flowing, at this moment, the scene resembled a photograph just taken, everything frozen in time. What kind of spell is this? Hubai's voice, filled with fear, broke the calm scene, the source of the voice indiscernible, seemingly coming from the water. Fang Chen ignored him, observing the frozen lake, gaining an understanding of the water-locking needle's range. It was roughly the size of Moon Lake. Well, just about the size of a lake. This range seemed a bit limited. In reality, Moon Lake held a volume of 7.3 billion cubic meters of water at a depth of 4 meters, covering an area of 2,300 square kilometers. Fang Chen pondered if the water-locking needle could freeze the Great River connected to Moon Lake. Could it freeze the sea connected to the river? And the other rivers connected to the ocean? It seemed he was overthinking. If he could freeze almost all the water on this planet, the water-locking needle must be a formidable weapon. Creating a rule artifact with the 5 elements corpse puppet was like upgrading from a bicycle to a spaceship. What spell is this? Hubai's voice came again, this time tinged with anger, sounding somewhat comical and childish. Fang Chen still paid him no mind, contemplating how to kill Hubai. He didn't have many lethal tools on him, and at this moment, the morning staff seemed to be the only option. Extracting Hubai's soul with the morning staff? That might work. Brother, what's wrong? Yan Jin, snapping out of his shock, saw Fang Chen lost in thought and hurried over, cautiously inquiring, do you have a way to destroy it? No, you can control it, can't you just kill it? Yan Jin was utterly perplexed. If you could control someone, you could do anything to them, kill, torture, or sleep with them. Why ask me? You know, the rewards from that damn Tower of Doubt are all over the place. Just because you can control doesn't mean you can kill, Fang Chen shrugged. Power overflowed on the lake's surface, like the aurora cracking the Arctic glaciers, dazzling and beautiful. But it was useless, the lake remained frozen, motionless. He's trying to break free from the restraint. Yan Jin worriedly exclaimed. Let him, Fang Chen replied. Hubai exerted all his strength, even tapping into the power of the entire Moon Lake, but he couldn't break free from the control. Frustrated, he cursed, damn it, I am the water god, a god. Gods cannot be killed. If you dare, kill me and let me see if you have that ability. Don't have the ability? Just because you're called the water god, you think you're a real god? I have 100 ways to kill you. If you don't believe me, say it, and let's see if I can kill you. Fang Chen resorted to the crudest provocation. He remembered a news story he had seen before, where the police directly called a criminal suspect to meet up and then made the arrest. That criminal was quite foolish, but in reality, there were quite a few fools like that. Based on their previous interactions, Fang Chen felt that Hubai might also have the potential to be a fool. Ha! Do you think I'm a fool? Would I tell you the method? Hubai sneered. Well, it seemed that encountering such a fool wasn't that easy after all. Fang Chen felt somewhat helpless. If he couldn't figure it out through probing, then he would have to try using the morning stick. He took out the morning stick, preparing to summon Lord 8. However, at that moment, he suddenly saw a bright yellow object floating towards them from a distance. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Huang Huifeng's taxi. Seeing the taxi, he felt relieved as now he had a plan. Huang Huifeng drove the taxi swiftly towards them, and from afar, he could see the water giant with one foot raised and immobilized. As they were shocked by Hubai's methods, they also noticed that the giant's body was immobilized. Water immobilization, I know. Water immobilization. Liaigua exclaimed, I saw Yungu use it in the morning, and the entire street's water was immobilized. Water immobilization? It means reaching a terrifying level of water control. Anyway, it's very powerful. Oh, I see. It seems we've come to the right place. Huang Huifeng flew the taxi to the embankment and landed. Before the car even stopped,
Li Aigua got out of the car and excitedly patted Fang Chen on the back. Fang Chen ignored him, walked straight to the car, opened the passenger door, moved Deng Deshang out of the car, and then got in himself.
What's wrong? Huang Huifeng asked nervously, noticing Fang Chen's unusual expression. Damn, I didn't think too much when we came, but now I realize there's a problem. Quickly use your radio to find out about this Hubai.
Although they're both level 4, I feel like he's more special than that female ghost, Fang Chen complained.
Oh, okay. Huang Huifeng quickly turned on the radio, searching for channels while saying, it's normal actually.
We haven't received any special training, so most of the time, we just take things step by step as long as the general direction is right.
Yungu, I can also predict things. Li Aigua leaned on the car window and said,
your predictions are hit or miss, and what I want is information about Hubai, not things that will happen in the future, Fang Chen scolded Li Aigua.
Oh,
a voice came through the car stereo. The channel search was complete, and the voice of the host reappeared.
Welcome to today's radio program, you ask, I answer.
Let's connect with our first lucky listener of the day, Huang Huifeng.
Mr. Huang Huifeng, do you have a question?
Huang Huifeng said, hello, host.
I have a question about my friend Fang Chen.
He has encountered an enemy named Hubai, who claims to be a water god. I want to know about this water god and how to defeat him.
Alright, please wait, the host said. The bell rang again, like inserting a commercial break.
Soon the bell stopped, and the host's voice returned.
Alright, we have found the answer to your question. What is it?
Hubai, from Jianyan County, Tiannan City, was imprisoned for 3 years due to theft, molesting a man, and inciting a fight. He suffers from mild mental illness. When the Tower of Questioning arrived, he answered a question correctly and gained the identity and abilities of the water god. His physical body has been destroyed, and his soul has evolved into a divine soul, merging into the position of the water god. His ability is to merge with water, control water, and draw power from water.
To defeat him, you just need to destroy his divine position.
Li Aigua, Deng Deshang, and Yan Jin stood outside the car window, looking stunned and amazed.
Can this really work? IF*CK.
Huang Huifeng and Fang Chen exchanged a glance, then pursued, so how can we destroy his divine position?
Just break it with your hands. Isn't that too simple? Deng Deshang couldn't help but say.
He suffered such a serious injury, yet to eliminate Hubai, all it took was a gentle break.
What a ghostly horse. Don't speak, it's not that simple, Yan Jin said. Who knows where the divine position is? Huang Huifeng continued. Where is his divine position? In the temple is in the divine realm. How to get to the divine realm?
The divine realm is everywhere. As long as you have the token of the divine realm, or use absolute strength to break through the divine realm, you can go to the divine realm.
Everyone fell silent.
They didn't have the token of the divine realm, and as for breaking through the divine realm, with their current strength, breaking a condom was already difficult, let alone the divine realm.
Where can we get the token of the divine realm? Please wait, answering this question takes time.
Huang Huifeng wanted to ask further, but saw Fang Chen signaling him to turn off the radio. Although puzzled, he complied.
What's wrong? It's fine, I have a way to go to the divine realm. Fang Chen unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car. You have a way? Huang Huifeng turned the car around and rolled down the window. Do you have the token of the divine realm? No. Can you break through the divine realm? No. Then what will you do? Everyone looked at Fang Chen with confusion. Fang Chen smiled mysteriously and took out a ladder from the answering space.
Everyone looked at the long ladder in Fang Chen's hand with strange expressions.
What does this mean? Can a ladder go to the divine realm? A ladder can go to the divine realm?
Fang Chen didn't explain. He took the ladder to the lakeside, looked at the water, and said, no wonder you're so arrogant. With this almost invincible ability, anyone would be the same.
But you're unlucky, you've met me. Mortals can also slay gods. Fang Chen squatted down, whispered to Hubai in the water, I can cheat. What do you mean? Do you think by placing your divine position in the divine realm, I can't get it? Impossible. You can't enter the divine realm. You're not a god. You don't have the token. You can't break the divine realm.
Remember in your next life, don't mess with others for no reason. I didn't want to bother with you originally, I didn't even want to deal with you flooding the south, but you broke my glass and messed up my home, so I'm sorry.
With that, Fang Chen set up the ladder.
As the ladder was set up, a silent passage appeared in the void. This passage emitted a white light, with a mysterious aura flowing out from inside.
The divine realm. This is impossible. Impossible. No, please. I know I was wrong.
In Hubai's frantic voice, Fang Chen climbed the ladder and flew into the divine realm.
Can this F*** king work?
Huang Huifeng and the others stared blankly. They had seen sword flying, airplane flying, even flying carpets, taxis, and a leaf flying, all of which they could understand. How could a ladder fly? And it even opened a passage to the divine realm. What kind of ladder was this? I told you. There's nothing Cloud Brother can't do in this world, Liaigua exclaimed excitedly. The divine realm was not as mysterious and majestic as Feng Chen had imagined. On the contrary, it was filled with the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers, fresh and natural. It didn't look anything like a divine realm, more like a tourist attraction. Feng Chen felt like he hadn't come to the divine realm, but had gone on a trip to the grasslands. At the border between the forest and the grasslands, there was a huge temple. The temple had no courtyard walls, the temple gate was wide open. Standing at the entrance, one could clearly see the scene inside. It was like the ancestral hall of some families, with a tiered offering platform where the divine position was placed. Feng Chen walked in and immediately saw Hubai's water god divine position. It's not about how good his eyesight is or how great his divine position is, but there are only 3 divine positions on the offering platform. The divine position of the water god, Hubai. The divine position of the mountain god, Xing Yuan. The divine position of the judgment god, Feng Ning. These 3 divine positions are arranged from bottom to top, with the water god at the bottom, followed by the mountain god, and then the judgment god. However, these 3 divine positions only occupy the bottom 3 levels of the offering platform. Above them, there are 7 more levels. In other words, among the gods, there are 10 levels, and the water god, with the strength of the bottom 3 levels, is only the lowest level in the temple. The water god and the mountain god may not reveal much, but with just one judgment god, it can be seen that these deities are different from the traditional gods of the Chinese culture on Earth. They seem somewhat like Western gods, but it could also be a combination of the 2 types of deities. The fire drilling man obtained fire from wood, and Prometheus stole the fire seed. It's obvious where his fire was stolen from. Feng Chen didn't bother with the other 2 divine positions. Since there was no grudge or grievance, he left them alone. He directly took down Hubai's divine position and broke it in half. He had expected the divine position to be very sturdy, but it turned out to be as fragile as a biscuit, breaking easily with a gentle twist. As the divine position broke, a surge of divine power dissipated from it. This indicated that Hubai had lost his divinity and had become a mere soul. If he couldn't find a physical body, he would just be a wandering spirit. You are breaking the divine position, triggering an issue successfully. Countdown of 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. You have entered the Tower of Questions. Please listen to the multiple choice question. What is the birthplace of what in the world is Zibo? 1. Barbecue. 2. Soccer. 3. Go. 4. Table tennis. The second one, soccer. Feng Chen. Correct answer. Congratulations on receiving. Rule item, playing cards. Issues can also be triggered in the divine realm? Is this also created by the Tower of Questions? Feng Chen felt somewhat emotional. Without checking the reward first, he continued to explore the temple. In the vast temple, only 2 divine positions remained now. Feng Chen looked at them and felt it would be a pity to leave just like that. Since he had come, shouldn't he take something back with him? He wandered around the temple. Floor tiles, wall plaster, plates for offerings, censers, roof tiles. He looted everything. Then, he left a line of words on the conspicuous white wall. Liaigua was here. After doing all this, he left the temple. The flowers, plants, and trees in the divine realm might have unique functions, so Feng Chen took some of them as well. When he saw there was nothing else to take, he took out the ladder and returned to the real world. How long was I gone? Feng Chen climbed down the ladder, emerged from the void passage, and as soon as he landed on the ground, he asked Liaigua. 10 minutes and 18 seconds. About right. In the divine realm, Feng Chen had only stayed for that long. It seemed that time flowed at the same rate in the divine realm as in the real world. Brother Yun, what does the divine realm look like? Liaigua asked excitedly. The ticket price of 200 was too expensive for me. 50 was too cheap. 100 would be just right, Feng Chen said indifferently. Hearing this, everyone felt like they were evaluating a tourist attraction. Is this the divine realm? Huang Huifeng tasted this sentence, thinking there might be some profound meaning in it. But after pondering, it was just an ordinary and mundane evaluation. It was not as exciting as the comments under the shops on food delivery apps. Dismissing these thoughts, he asked, how did it go? Did you find the divine positions? I found them, broke them, and discovered something else, Feng Chen said as he retrieved the water-defining needle. As the water-defining needle left the water's surface, the entire Moon Lake's water began to flow again. The water giant condensed by Hubai also collapsed in the blink of an eye, and the rushing water poured down, as if the Milky Way was falling from the sky. Feng Chen sent this water into the great river, letting it flow into the sea along with the river water. The water of the Moon Lake was enough to submerge the village at the foot of the mountain. Then, the dam that Hubei had blown up was sealed with earth elements. As the waves of the Moon Lake calmed down, only the splashes stirred by raindrops danced, and Hubei's true form emerged. He lost his divinity, his soul turning into an ordinary spirit, now just a lonely wandering ghost. If exposed to sunlight, he would still scatter. Standing lost on the lake, he muttered some self-deceptive words, unable to come to his senses for a long time. Fang Chen ignored him and solemnly said to everyone, "A third-level water god is only the lowest level of deity in the temple. In the temple, there are 2 more levels of deities, each higher than the last. If the inner and outer levels are equal, then a 4th-level mountain god and a 5th-level judgment god have appeared in the world. If the inner level corresponds to 2 outer levels, it would be a 5th-level mountain god and a 7th-level judgment god. 5th level, 7th level." The crowd was astonished. Not to mention the 7th level, even the 5th level would be invincible. If Hubei, a 3rd-level water god, was already so troublesome, what about a 5th level? "I'm only 1st level." Liaigua cursed. What kind of luck do these people have? One man's success is another man's loss, Deng Disheng said sadly. Yan Jin closed the aircraft, landed, and said, "Why haven't we heard of these people stepping forward? With such strength, forming an organization would be beneficial for both answering questions and obtaining extraordinary resources." "Each to their own," Huang Huifeng said simply, then stared at Fang Chen. Without saying a word, he just kept staring at him. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Fang Chen raised an eyebrow. 5th level, 7th level, even if it's 10th level or 20th level, aren't they all like ants to you? Huang Huifeng grinned. Everyone came to their senses. Damn, that's the truth. Being able to freely enter and exit the divine realm, easily break divine positions, what difference does it make how many levels of deities there are? Invincible, I get it. Then why did you look so serious just now, as if we were facing a major disaster, telling us all this? Liaigua stretched and yawned. If I don't talk about the power of these deities, how can I show off my awesomeness? Fang Chen took out several clumps of mud from the answering space and handed them to everyone. Divine soil, everyone gets a share. Everyone was shocked and quickly held the clumps of soil in their palms. Bro, divine soil. Such a precious thing, are you really giving it to us? Liaigua stammered. Don't give it back to me. Fang Chen reached out to take it. Yes, yes, yes. Liaigua hurriedly put the soil away. Everyone looked at the divine soil. Although they couldn't see anything special about it, they still carefully put it away. Only after everyone had put away the clumps of soil did Fang Chen say slowly, "The main reason is that if the divine realm sends down divine punishment or curses, I can't bear it alone." "Ha? Isn't a bit of soil too much?" Fang Chen smiled mysteriously, without explaining further. On the lake, Hubei finally came to his senses. He looked at Fang Chen with resentment and said, "I will kill you. I will kill you." At first, his voice was low, but later it thundered like a muffled thunder, echoing on the lake, drowning out the sound of rain. Fang Chen turned to look at him and teased, "You have no power left, how will you kill me? Do you think I only have the abilities of a water god? Do you think I haven't left myself a way out? Do you think I haven't gained power from elsewhere?" Hubei said, then burst into laughter, a hint of smugness in his laughter. At this moment, Fang Chen truly felt that Hubei's mental illness was not mild, but rather moderate. Not light at all. Which sane person would reveal their identity and expose their weaknesses during a battle? Have they read too many novels or watched too many TV dramas? Even in a fight between two people, there was no small talk before the fight. They just exchanged insults and curses towards each other's families. "Oh, so, what other tricks do you have?" Fang Chen gave him a chance to perform. Countless people have drowned in this world, in this moon lake alone, throughout history, who knows how many have perished. Although I am in a soul state now, I have a ghost spell that can summon vengeful spirits from the water. The power of their grudges is enough to kill all of you, Hubei said fiercely. The expressions of the crowd were almost the same. They all looked like they couldn't hold back. Ghost spell? Vengeful spirits? Do you know who you're talking to? Fang Chen pursed his lips, turned around, and at the same time, directly controlled a thunderbolt to strike Hubei. As the lightning flashed, Hubei's soul was annihilated. This kind of thing makes me drool. Fang Chen didn't wait for him to use any ghost spells, nor did he bother with any mind games like the greater the hope, the greater the despair. It was unnecessary, it was just a waste of time. Ghost spells, vengeful spirits. Fang Chen was dealing with vengeful spirits. He finished the job directly. He was truly Hubei's nemesis. When it came to water, he had the water-sealing needle. When it came to vengeful spirits, he had the morning staff and the Buddha's relic. These two items were invincible elsewhere, but unfortunately, he encountered them. It's all fate.
You are rubbing your eyes, triggering the question successfully. Countdown 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. You have entered the Tower of Doubt. Please listen to the judgment question. Can a hen physically transform into a rooster? True or false? True, Fong Chen said. Correct answer. Congratulations on winning, suspenders. Thank you. Speaking of rewards, Fong Chen remembered the rule item card he obtained in the Divine Realm before.
He hadn't checked the specific function of this playing card yet. There were many things he had obtained from the Divine Realm whose functions he hadn't figured out and needed to understand.
With so many things, if one of them was useful, it was all worth it. Alright, everyone go back to your own homes and find your own mothers. Glancing at everyone, Fong Chen dropped a sentence, didn't linger, and flew towards the city center.
Although there was no power increase in this battle, there were still gains. At least he now knew about the existence of the Divine Realm and had obtained some things worth exploring. Flying slowly in the sky, Fong Chen took out the card he had received as a reward earlier. The card was a deck of playing cards, not 54 cards, but 13 cards, all hearts from 3 to A, without the jokers. With just these few cards, he could only play a simple game of comparing sizes, nothing else.
Holding the cards in his hand, full of anticipation, Fong Chen checked the information on this item.
10 seconds later, he stood still in the wind. The rule of this card turned out to be a drinking game from a past life, where drawing different cards represented different rules. A. Designate a person to receive a punishment. 2. Drinking buddy card. After drawing this card, if someone says they want a drinking buddy, the person who drew the card must accompany them in drinking a glass. 3. Visit 3 gardens. 4. Duel card. Play a game with someone, the loser drinks. 5. Camera. Say these 3 words, and whoever moves has to drink. 6. Twist a willow tree. Mispronounce a word and drink. 7. Skip sevens. 7 and multiples of 7 cannot be said. 8. Restroom card. Only with this card can one go to the restroom. 9. Self-punishment of a glass. 10. The lunatic cannot be spoken to. Shout I am a lunatic after drawing the card, and whoever speaks to them afterward loses. J. The person on the left drinks. Q. The person on the right drinks. K. Complete the task assigned by the person who drew the card last time. Fong Chen was filled with question marks. The drinking game from the table had become a rule item here. How was this thing used? To make people drink? When someone wants to kill you, do you take out a card and play a drinking game with them? Are you not going to kill me after getting me drunk? Fong Chen was speechless. Take a closer look, maybe there's a new meaning. Ladder has a new function, so the playing card should too. Fong Chen carefully examined the rules of the cards, and as he went through them, he felt relieved. Luckily, he paid attention, otherwise, he would have misunderstood. These rules had subtle changes. They became more powerful. The rule of drawing cards was gone. Fong Chen could now choose which card to use. When he used the ace, he could instruct someone to do anything, not limited to drinking. Cooking, laundry, driving, jumping off a building, suicide, and anything else was possible. Using the 2 card was no longer about drinking together but sharing damage. If the opponent attacked him, they would both receive the same amount of damage. With the 3 card, he could name a garden, and the opponent had to continuously name flowers in that garden for 10 minutes. If they made a mistake, they would be stuck on that mistake for 10 minutes. The 4 card designated a duel between the opponent and someone else for 10 minutes. Using the 5 card, Fong Chen could say camera and freeze the opponent for 10 minutes. If they moved, they would be immobilized for 10 minutes. The 6 card involved twisting a willow tree. If read incorrectly, the person would be whipped by the willow tree for 10 minutes. The 7 card meant counting from 1, and if the count reached 7 or a multiple of 7 within 10 minutes, the person would die instantly. The 8 card made someone continuously use the restroom until they urinated blood. If they didn't die within 10 minutes, they would be free. Fong Chen had to drink a glass of alcohol within 10 minutes. Failing to do so would result in a thunderous punishment. The 10 card turned anyone who spoke to Fong Chen into a lunatic for 10 minutes. The Jack card transferred damage to the person on the left, the Queen card to the person on the right, and the King card involved completing the previous person's task. The first task was set by Fong Chen, and each time someone used the King of Hearts, they had to set a new task after completing it. The King of Hearts was similar to the Ace but had some differences. One involved assigning tasks from one person to another, with a delayed effect, while the other involved giving immediate commands. Although some abilities of these 13 cards overlapped, their power could not be ignored. Fong Chen never expected a drinking game to become such a powerful tool of rules, and it started with 13 cards. Just one card could trigger a reward, yet the Tower of Doubt gave out 13 at once. If multiple choice questions were like this, what would happen when fill-in-the-blank questions were introduced as a reward? Fong Chen knew he was being greedy. Judging by the difficulty ratio of the triggered questions, for every 10 true/false questions, there would be one multiple-choice question. It would probably take 100 true/false questions to get a fill-in-the-blank question. Moreover, there might be other factors affecting the question difficulty, such as average response time, accuracy rate, and daily question trigger frequency.
Forget it, they're out now anyway. Let's find a place to test these props first.
After understanding the rules of the cards, Fang Chen decided to experiment to avoid any accidents when using them in the future. He looked around for a test subject. Lowering his gaze, he saw a forest and a suburban road below. He could see a gas station and a convenience store, but no one was moving. He continued flying forward. The closer he got to the city, the more noise there was. He could hear various sounds like gunfire or war drums. Looking at the horizon, the city was covered in a thick gray mist, with rain falling incessantly, and the cold air turning into fog.
This fog not only enveloped the city but also shrouded everyone's hearts. After flying forward for a few minutes, Fang Chen stopped his flight when he passed a forest road. He looked down and saw several cars parked crookedly on a straight road in the middle of the forest, with a few people entangled in between the vehicles.
4 men were besieging a man and a woman. The 4 men exuded an aura of evil. This aura was not a subjective feeling but a tangible power that could be seen. Threads of black, cold darkness emanated from them. They were just a bit short of reaching the peak of the 3rd level, enough to try the rule cards, so Fang Chen decided to go down and take a look. Silently, he approached a tree by the roadside to observe the people entangled in the fight. However, when he took a closer look, he was surprised to find someone he knew among them. Among the man and woman being besieged, the woman was the popular top female star, Zhua Aijuan. Beautiful in appearance, sexy in figure, with a large chest, she was loved by both men and women.
Fang Chen had seen movies she starred in.
The woman was Zhua Aijuan, and the man seemed to be her manager. As for the 4 attacking them, they were in their 20s, all young people. However, these 4 had pale faces, devoid of any color, looking like corpses just crawled out of an ice cellar, with chopstick-thick iron nails stuck in their bodies.
The evil aura emanated from these iron nails. Within this evil aura, Fang Chen also sensed a familiar gloomy aura, somewhat resembling something from the underworld.
It's a bit strange. Fang Chen watched the people in battle with a sense of surreal absurdity. This feeling arose inexplicably, much like a woman's sixth sense.
This didn't seem like an ordinary fight.
It's the end of days. Why is this manager of yours fighting so hard to protect his artist? One of the pale men said.
Come over here, join us, we can share her with you. Another pale man invited.
Your defeat is certain, continuing to fight is just a waste of time.
A third pale man said. Have you fallen in love with her already? You work in the entertainment industry, don't you know what people in the circle are like?
It's ridiculous to treat her like a treasure and hold her in the palm of your hand. The fourth pale man said.
The manager's mouth was bleeding, looking somewhat weak. He had been seriously injured in the recent fight.
If you want to touch Aijuan, you'll have to step over my dead body.
Brother Chang. Zhua Aijuan's expression was poignant.
I'm willing to die with you.
Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you even if it costs me my life.
The manager smiled faintly, saying with a touch of sorrow, it's just a pity that we finally got together after so much difficulty.
No, I want to die with you. In the next life, come to me earlier, don't make me wait too long, okay?
Zhua Aijuan's eyes were firm, showing a resolute determination.
Aijuan.
The manager urged anxiously, you can't.
No, don't say anything, I want to die with you.
I won't be separated from you even in death. The rain was pouring heavily, but no amount of rain could extinguish the fiery love between the two. Couples in love often say solemn vows, but very few can truly fulfill them. Fang Chen believed in love, but he didn't believe love would happen to him. Watching the determined couple at this moment, he recalled a line from a song.
I thought sacrificing for love was just an ancient legend. Oh well, let's help them out. Fang Chen shrugged and walked out from the shadows under the tree. How can your hearts be so cruel? To remain steadfast until death, how precious is this kind of love?
The closer it is to doomsday, the more we should protect such rare qualities.
Fang Chen's sudden appearance startled everyone.
They all turned their gaze towards him, their faces filled with seriousness. Despite hiding in the shadows all along, they hadn't noticed him, indicating that his level was higher than theirs. At the very least, he possessed means that they couldn't fathom. Such a person, if they were a friend, it would be fine, but if they were an enemy. The four corpse men had gloomy faces, and Fang Chen's words just now clearly indicated that he was on the side of Zhua Aijuan and her group.
Mad, women are so lucky. If I were a woman, I wouldn't have these kinds of problems.
One of the corpse men muttered under his breath.
No, you'd have to be pretty too.
Another corpse man grumbled in discontent.
Enough, we don't know much about this person. Should we fight or flee? Let's try first. If we can't win, we'll run. Maybe we can negotiate first. Fong Chen looked Zhuo Aijuan up and down.
Her figure was indeed very good, even better than those short video bloggers who used special effects. Especially in her current disheveled state, it added a touch of vulnerability, making people can't help but feel sorry for her.
I've seen your pirated movies. It's fate that we meet. This time I'll help you out. Consider it as repaying you for the movie ticket. Thank you. Zhuo Aijuan was a bit confused. Anyone else would be just as confused as her. On the brink of death, suddenly someone appeared, claiming to have seen their pirated movie and wanting to save their life. Just when their heart had sunk to the bottom, they were forcibly pulled back up. It was like riding a roller coaster, one moment down, the next up. The brain couldn't keep up with it. No need to thank me.
Fong Chen turned to the four people opposite him, smiled apologetically, and said, "Sorry, blame your bad luck. Don't worry, I'll act quickly, and I won't kill you, just knock you down." As he spoke, 4 water balls had already formed in front of him. By the time he finished speaking, the water balls flew towards the 4 people. Feeling the irresistible force from the water balls, the 4 turned and ran. But at their initial level, they were no match for Fong Chen's attacks. They had just turned around when the water balls hit them. The water balls burst, their bodies flew out, and with a gushing sound of water, they fell to the ground. After rolling on the ground twice, they lay still. A 3rd-level peak against a 2nd-level initial was no different from swatting a few mosquitoes, just a matter of raising a hand. "Alright, even though I didn't pay to watch your pirated movie, I've saved your life now, so we're even."
Fong Chen turned around, smiling at Zhuo Aijuan. Thank you. Zhuo Aijuan thanked repeatedly, took 2 steps towards Fong Chen. Due to the intense battle earlier, her clothes were a bit torn.
As she got closer, Fong Chen could see her fair and delicate skin.
Oh my.
It seemed that because of her injured foot, Zhuo Aijuan was walking unsteadily. Just as she took 2 steps, she stumbled and fell towards Fong Chen in front of her, letting out a soft cry.
Fong Chen hurriedly caught her, concerned, "Are you okay?"
A fragrance wafted into Fong Chen's nose, making his body restless, blood boiling, and his cheeks flushed, like an inexperienced young man.
I'm sorry. Zhuo Aijuan apologized hastily. "My leg is injured, it hurts a bit, and I can't control it. I was just pretending earlier. If you hadn't come to save me, I would have died by now." "Is the injury serious?" Fong Chen asked with concern. "I can still walk, barely." Zhuo Aijuan looked past Fong Chen, towards the 4 corpsemen lying on the ground, and asked worriedly, "Are they dead?" "No, not dead." Fong Chen avoided Zhuo Aijuan's gaze, shyly saying, "Just lost their mobility. You don't have to be afraid, even a dog could kill them now." "Really? That's great." "Yeah, then you can go die." "What?" Zhuo Aijuan plunged a knife into Fong Chen's heart, the blade piercing through his back. There was no change in her charming face, still smiling faintly. At the same time, she twisted the handle of the knife, making a full turn. Fong Chen looked at Zhuo Aijuan in disbelief and murmured, "Why? Why?" Zhuo Aijuan leaned close to Fong Chen's ear and softly said, "Because killing you will level me up. You smell so good. When you appeared in front of me, that fragrance was so intoxicating, I have never smelled such a delightful scent before." Fong Chen suddenly realized, so that's how it is. "You can rest in peace now." Zhuo Aijuan pulled out a long knife, looking smugly at Fong Chen. The light of life in Fong Chen's eyes dimmed more and more until it completely extinguished. His body fell backward, and as he hit the ground, it turned into a puddle of water. Zhuo Aijuan's pupils contracted as she stared fixedly at the puddle of water, a strong sense of crisis rising in her heart. Tense all over and shivering, she heard Fong Chen's voice coming from the trees by the roadside. I knew it. Emerging from the shadows of the forest, he walked out, wearing a knowing smile, as if he had seen through everything. "I knew something was off. Turns out you're from the dangerous faction. Those 4 had an evil aura, while they are from the reward faction." You're not." Zhuo Aijuan's face changed drastically, taking 2 steps back, unable to speak the words on her mind. "Oh, that was just a decoy. But I saw your expression. Shy like a virgin, right? You look good. Let's have some fun. And them. Oh, just a little shadow binding trick." Fong Chen moved his fingers, and the dark elements controlling the 4 corpsemen were removed, granting them freedom. The 4 got up swiftly from the ground, still trembling but also relieved. They looked at Fong Chen, puzzled, not understanding his intentions. "At first, they advised me to share you with the manager. I thought it was to share your beauty, but now it seems it's to share the power gained after killing. So, the manager is from the reward faction, you're from the dangerous faction. How did you 2 end up together? Don't you want to kill him? Or is there really love between you?
Fang Chen crossed his arms, supporting his chin with one hand, looking curious.
Love? What a joke! Bring it on!
The manager, furious, was about to attack.
Zhuo Aijuan quickly stopped him, calmly saying, No need. Aijuan.
Bang! Before the manager could react, Zhuo Aijuan delivered a chop to the back of his neck, causing him to faint. Catching the unconscious manager, Zhuo Aijuan gently laid him on the ground, caressing his face reluctantly.
I'm sorry, I can't stay with you till the end. You must live well, live for me.
Heavy rain, the perfect scene for parting, with Zhuo Aijuan's beautiful face, never tiring to look at. Just as Fang Chen was earnestly admiring this beautiful scene, Zhuo Aijuan stood up decisively and said to him, He's from the reward faction, killing him won't increase your power. As long as you're willing to spare him, I'll do anything.
Play with me or kill me, I'm willing. I can offer many poses and many ways to die. Really? Fang Chen's heart raced at these words.
A beautiful woman standing there silently was already captivating, not to mention saying such things.
Anything? Fang Chen swallowed nervously. Yes. Zhuo Aijuan nodded.
Can I touch your chest?
Sure. Zhuo Aijuan walked up to Fang Chen. Fang Chen's palm trembled slightly with excitement as he reached out slowly.
Just as he was about to touch, he accelerated.
With a plop sound, Fang Chen's entire hand sank into Zhuo Aijuan's right chest.
Blood splattered as Fang Chen, to Zhuo Aijuan's disbelief, took out her heart. The four people behind were all stunned, expecting to witness a romantic scene, but the plot took a sharp turn.
Where did this good person come from, digging out someone's heart like that?
You! Zhuo Aijuan's chest gushed out a large amount of blood, like a burst fire hydrant, splattering blood all over the floor, staining Fang Chen's shoes red. When the blood flow subsided, something could be seen wriggling inside the red wound, like a bunch of maggots.
Fang Chen looked at the bloody heart in his hand and squeezed it, causing countless wriggling worms to scatter like earthworms.
Seeing these worms, Fang Chen felt a creepy sensation on his scalp. He immediately used fire elements to burn all the worms to ashes.
I hope you keep your promise.
Zhuo Aijuan stared blankly at Fang Chen. Despite missing her heart, she remained calm, showing no discomfort as if it wasn't her heart that was taken, but someone else's.
Fang Chen remained silent, pondering one thing. Why wasn't he afraid of bloody things but felt uneasy because of these twisted worms? Was it the influence of the Buddhist relics, the undead elements, or the Xuanwu bloodline that made his beastly nature unafraid of blood? After thinking for a while, he couldn't make sense of it.
Fang Chen glanced at Zhuo Aijuan, nodded slightly. Rest assured, I will fulfill my promise to you.
You can die now.
A cluster of flames was sent into Zhuo Aijuan's chest wound, igniting inside her body. After a sizzling sound, all flesh and blood turned into ashes. The black char mixed with rainwater, painting the ground like an inkwash painting.
With Zhuo Aijuan eliminated, Fang Chen's power rose directly from 390 to 399.
He immediately used the worldview ideation to level up and enter the fourth level. Each level had a different perception of the world, especially for Fang Chen's psychic power. The enhancement of his psychic power made his perception clearer in certain aspects. Instead of immediately feeling how powerful the fourth level was, he recalled what had just happened. Going over the recent events, he keenly noticed some changes. At the moment Zhuo Aijuan was eliminated, the four people behind could sense a change in Fang Chen. However, they couldn't quite grasp what the change was, only feeling that he had become stronger. Previously at level 3, now stronger, wasn't that reaching level 4? It couldn't be just reaching the peak of level 3, changes in power within the same level wouldn't alter a person's demeanor. Only a level up would bring such a change.
Level 4. Level 4. The four individuals felt anxious and uneasy. They thought Fang Chen would turn around and speak to them the next moment, but to their surprise, he condensed a ball of thunder in his palm and walked towards the manager lying on the side. What does he want to do? He won't kill the manager too, right?
The manager belongs to the reward camp, killing him won't increase his power.
A murderer. He won't get carried away and kill us too, right? We didn't provoke him. Hearing the murmurs of the four, Fang Chen glanced back at them. With just one look, the four were petrified in place. One of the corpsemen trembled and hastily said, Do as you please.
Do as you please.
You can kill as many as you want.
Yes. If you're happy, you can even kill my brother.
Another corpseman hurriedly added. Do you think I'm a murderer?
Fang Chen gave them a cold look, withdrew his gaze, and continued walking towards the manager.
No, well, we were just a bit curious.
Yes, just curious.
Curious about what? Well, the few of them hesitated, unable to speak. Curious about what? What could they be curious about? What is curiosity, anyway?
In the next moment, a surge of thunder erupted in Fang Chen's hand. They jumped in surprise and hastily said, "You just mentioned earlier that you always keep your promises, so now you're targeting the agent."
We are curious if there's something wrong with this agent.
Yes, that's what we're curious about.
Aha! Fang Chen grinned and said, "I did say I always keep my promises, but did I promise her anything just now? Ha! You made a request to her, isn't that a promise?" Fang Chen continued, "Moreover, even if I did promise, if she deceived me beforehand, then it wouldn't be considered wrong to deceive her back, right?" "Deceived you? I don't understand. How did she deceive you?" It wasn't that the four of them had many questions, but they could sense Fang Chen's desire to express himself was strong. If they didn't respond, they might be the ones in danger the next moment.
Leaving the boss's words hanging there would only embarrass him. Fang Chen raised an eyebrow and said, "Initially, I didn't notice anything, but upon careful reflection just now, I sensed something amiss. Zhua Aijuan is willing to die for the agent, which is quite strange."
Because of love? What's so strange about that?
It's precisely because of love that it's strange.
Love is something that only exists in movies and TV dramas. How could it possibly exist in real society?
This statement left the four of them in silence, as they didn't fully agree with it.
After all, the world is full of wonders, and maybe these two are just in love? But they didn't dare to argue, so they remained silent, accepting whatever was said. In their minds, the same thought arose. Has this boss ever been hurt by love?
Fang Chen's voice continued, "Even if there is love, let's assume he is in love."
Then a new question arises. Don't you find it strange?
Zhua Aijuan is willing to sacrifice herself for her lover, so why not just exchange directly with me?
Why bother knocking out the agent? Why did she do that?
To diminish the agent's presence.
Why reduce the agent's presence?
Because behind the scenes, the puppeteer is the agent, and Zhua Aijuan is just a puppet.
So, the agent manipulated Zhua Aijuan to act in this play to survive? You feel deceived and want to kill him for that?
I'm not killing him, he's also a manipulated individual.
I want to kill what's inside him. Ha? What? This is a bit confusing, I don't understand.
Seeing the four of them looking puzzled, Fang Chen said, "Let me explain it in a way you can understand. Besides Zhua Aijuan and the agent, there is a third party, the dangerous faction, existing within both of them, constantly controlling them.
If both of them die, this third party will die too. As long as one person survives, the third party can survive. Since this third party can't defeat me, it manipulated Zhua Aijuan to stage this play to protect the agent. Because the agent also holds the identity of the reward faction, there's a high chance I might spare him. If the agent survives, it survives too."
The four of them exchanged glances.
Still not getting it? Fang Chen smirked. "You guys are a bit slow, can't even understand this. Forget it. In short, the agent is problematic, and I'm going to kill him too. These two reasons seem a bit far-fetched. Just because of this, you want to kill someone, and you claim you're not a killer? Well, in the end times, you have to be ruthless. Better to kill by mistake than to let someone go. Kill as you please, but don't come after us later." The thunder in Fang Chen's hand emitted a dazzling light, dimming the pale sky. He approached the agent and slowly pressed down the thunder in his hand. At first, the agent remained still, but as the thunder approached, about to strike him, he suddenly opened his eyes, leaped to the roof of a nearby car. Looking angrily at Fang Chen, he said, "You actually found out." His face was slightly charred, marked by the electric arc that had just struck him. His hair stood on end, resembling an explosion. Fang Chen extinguished the thunder, grinned, "You fell for it." The agent paused, subconsciously asking, "What do you mean?"
"All those words just now about love, about a third party, I made them up." Fang Chen's expression was innocent as he winked at the agent.
"I'm not one to talk nonsense.
I said all that just to deceive you. I didn't expect that a little heat from the thunder would expose you directly. It seems my intuition was right, there is indeed something inside you. If he had only been discovered due to poor hiding, he wouldn't have been so furious.
But being tricked into revealing himself made the agent almost spit blood in anger. "Stop with your nonsense. Now that I'm sure you're the problem, you can die." Without hesitation, Fang Chen acted. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in the dark environment, red flames erupted, engulfing the agent. In the flickering flames, the agent's resentful face was reflected. "If I have to die, I'll make you all die first. Since I can't live, let's all go down together." The agent's flesh sizzled as it burned, but he paid no attention, taking out 3 sticks of incense from the answer space. He lit the incense with the flames enveloping him, then knelt in a direction, shouting loudly, "Please, by June, help me." As he spoke, he deflated like a balloon, and the 3 sticks of incense, held in his hand even as his body turned to ash, continued to burn steadily. The smoke from the burning incense rose and disappeared into the void at a moderate height. Fang Chen watched the 3 ordinary incense sticks with a sense of foreboding.
Not knowing their origin and feeling the ominous premonition, he saw no reason to stay any longer.
He turned and ran.
Regardless of the incense's effects, which had not yet taken hold, he decided to flee first. However, as he manipulated the wind element to lift off, thick white mist surged from all directions, blocking his path. The mist exuded a strong Yin aura, much denser than when the 4th-level female ghost had come looking for him. If not for the Buddha relic shining with light protecting him, the Yin aura would have harmed him.
More ghostly stuff. What kind of ghostly stuff is this? Fang Chen returned to the ground and slapped the 3 incense sticks away. Perhaps because he was from China, he always encountered ghosts and spirits. Why couldn't it be magical creatures or monsters? He was more adept at dealing with those. The 3 incense sticks fell into a puddle on the ground, still burning, emitting a denser smoke. Seeing the increasing white mist around him, Fang Chen had a clever idea. He picked up the 3 incense sticks and directly sent them into the answer space. Inside, time stood still, and it wasn't a real space. This incense was clearly meant to summon ghosts. He couldn't believe that ghosts could be summoned into his answering space. The move was slick but a bit late. As Fang Chen stored the incense in his answering space, he heard the sound of chains rubbing against the ground. Did you hear anything strange?
Fang Chen looked at the 4 people beside him, but they had their eyes closed, enjoying the Yin energy in the air, lost in their own world.
They completely ignored Fang Chen.
Slapping his head, he almost forgot that these 4 were corpses, and the Yin energy was a big boost for them.
Damn it!
He cursed and looked in the direction of the sound. Under his gaze, time passed by second.
The sound became clearer and clearer. Gradually, the figure in the thick fog appeared closer.
It was a bailiff dressed in white ancient clothes, wearing a tall white official hat with the words "Fortune upon first sight" written on it. His tongue hung down to his chest, holding a mourning staff in one hand and dragging a soul-binding chain in the other, with a cold and eerie demeanor.
Bai Wuchang. Fang Chen stared blankly at the figure, unable to speak for a long time. This incense had summoned Lord Bai Wuchang? Damn it! This wasn't a phantom but a real entity. Lord Bai Wuchang in person. If Lord He Wuchang's mourning staff could summon an illusion of Lord Ba, capable of eliminating a 4th-level female ghost, what about you, the real deal with both the staff and the soul-binding chain? Would you annihilate 7th and 8th level beings? What qualifications do I have to deal with a mere 4th level? Your debt is due, I bind your soul. As soon as Bai Wuchang arrived and identified Fang Chen as the target, he acted without a word. The soul-binding chain flew out, pierced Fang Chen's body, bound his soul, and began to pull it out. For an ordinary person, this pull could extract the soul directly. However, when the soul-binding chain bound Fang Chen's soul, his Xuanwu bloodline was activated. Runes appeared one by one, sealing the soul inside his body, unmoved by the chain's pull. At the same time, the relic in his chest lit up with a tricolor light, and the illusion of a high monk appeared behind him, dispelling all surrounding Yin energy. The bloodline of a sacred beast, the heritage of Buddhism, how can they appear in an ordinary person like you? Bai Wuchang's voice sounded, cold with a hint of surprise. But it was only a hint of surprise, followed by, however, the gap in strength cannot be bridged. There is a head for every debt, and I will take your soul. With that, Bai Wuchang raised the mourning staff and struck at Fang Chen. Fang Chen didn't just sit back and wait. He reacted as soon as the soul-binding chain entered his body. In this short time, he had enough to bring out the rule card. He opened his hand, revealing a red ace of hearts. Holding the ace of hearts, Fang Chen saw Bai Wuchang swinging the mourning staff and said directly, "Give me what you have in your hand." Hearing Fang Chen's words, the 4 onlookers thought they were hallucinating from inhaling too much Yin energy. How could he ask for the weapon that was meant to kill him? Was he a fool? Were they fools? However, the next moment, Bai Wuchang, who had already swung the mourning staff, suddenly shook, pausing his movement. He retracted the soul-binding chain and walked towards Fang Chen. Coming to Fang Chen's side, he handed over the mourning staff and soul-binding chain to him. What a fool indeed! The 4 onlookers were dumbfounded. Damn it! Bai Wuchang didn't know what had come over him. While thinking that Fang Chen was crazy, he suddenly felt an irresistible force descending upon him. Then, his body moved uncontrollably as Fang Chen had instructed. "You!" Bai Wuchang wanted to speak, but Fang Chen preempted him. Another card had appeared in his hand. The 10 of Hearts. Just talking to him would make one go crazy. Fang Chen held up the card and shouted, "I am crazy." "So what? Do you want an award for that?" Bai Wuchang and the 4 others beside him were all puzzled. Bai Wuchang furrowed his brow. The power he had just displayed made him cautious. Even though Fang Chen was right in front of him now, he dared not act rashly. "What kind of power do you possess?" he asked. As soon as he finished speaking, that irresistible force descended once again.
Bai Wuchang's mind and heart trembled.
What now? What was happening?
Panic rose within him as he suddenly felt his consciousness being pulled by a force, entering into a chaotic darkness. His thoughts became disjointed, his mind no longer coherent, his memories fading away.
Gaga.
Bai Wuchang's mouth twisted into a silly smile. He looked at Fang Chen, shook his hand, and said, Hello. I have a question. Why does this tree look like a person?
Because I am originally a person.
Fang Chen put away the playing card, the morning staff, and the soul binding chain, taking a deep breath. These rule props were quite useful. If not for them, today might have ended differently.
Nonsense, if you are a person, then what are these around you?
They are trees.
They are clearly people. You're all insane. Alright, they are people. Fang Chen took out his phone, turned on the recording function, and captured Bai Wuchang's foolish behavior.
In fact, when using the first card, Fang Chen could have made Bai Wuchang commit suicide. But he was afraid that Bai Wuchang's power was too high to be killed by suicide, so he had him hand over the morning staff and soul binding chain.
Lowering the demands would yield better results.
Now, using the 10 of hearts, he discovered that the rules of the cards had nothing to do with demands, the effects were the same regardless, and the opponent could not resist.
Bai Wuchang's level was above 7, possibly 8, 9, or even 10.
But he too could not resist.
Brother. One of the corpse men beside them couldn't help but speak. What's wrong with it?
Maybe it misses its mother, Fang Chen said, taking Bai Wuchang's morning staff and dispersing the white mist around them.
Are you leaving? Yes. Then go. Fang Chen glanced at Bai Wuchang and directly took out the 5 of hearts. The 5 of hearts was a camera.
After saying the word camera, one could not move for 10 minutes, or they would be immobilized for the same duration.
He loudly exclaimed, camera.
After that, he looked at Bai Wuchang. However, Bai Wuchang paid no attention.
What camera? What was that? He absent-mindedly moved towards a tree at the roadside.
As soon as he took a step, the force of the rule fell upon him.
His body was immobilized, unable to move. Hey, what's happening? Something is pressing me down. Help me check. I can't see.
Then gouge out my eyeballs, and I'll check myself.
I dare not. For the next 10 minutes, Bai Wuchang could not move. Fang Chen signaled to the 4 others and swiftly departed. Seeing Fang Chen leave, the 4 also drove away. Terrifying. It was too terrifying.
This Bai Jun, with a strength of at least above level 5, was easily dealt with in just a few words.
Was it the power of those playing cards? What was that?
Hurry, let's leave before he wakes up and blames us.
It's a pity about all this underworld energy.
Soon, the road fell silent, leaving Bai Wuchang standing there.
The heavy rain poured down, submerging the road. Bai Wuchang first became crazy, then his body was immobilized.
So he first regained his sanity, then his mobility was restored. He checked his body and found no injuries, nor could he sense where the power that had just imprisoned him had gone. His gaze was calm, his face cold.
What power is this? Who is he after all?
Damn it, he actually took my morning staff and soul shackles.
A white mist emanated from Bai Wuchang's body, quickly covering an area of hundreds of miles.
Within the white mist, ghostly figures swirled densely, crowding the forests and roads, even filling the sky.
Lord Wuchang, go find me someone. No, 5 people. Their appearances are. Yes.
All the spirits received their orders and dispersed to search for the people Bai Wuchang wanted them to find. The suburban roads were flooded, and the streets in the city would only get worse. When Fang Chen returned to Manhwa district, the water on the streets outside had already submerged half a floor. The water level was still rising, soon to engulf a whole floor. He glanced at it, ignored the situation, and went back to his residence. The 4th level could influence the weather, but his power was not yet stable enough. He planned to wait until his power was stable to disperse the dark clouds in the sky and resolve the danger. Saving people was secondary. The main goal was to address the danger of the heavy rain.
By gaining power, he could level up.
Once this major rain disaster was resolved, the power gained would be substantial.
You are closing the window, triggering the problem successfully. Countdown 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. You have entered the Tower of Questions. Please listen to the judgment question. In a deck of cards, do diamonds symbolize wealth, true or false? True, Fang Chen replied. Correct answer. Congratulations on receiving the innate divine power of Nirvana.
Nirvana, the innate divine power of the phoenix, allows for rebirth through fire.
I have the bloodline of Xuanwu, yet I have obtained the innate divine power of the phoenix. It's strange, can I undergo nirvana without the blood of the phoenix? Fang Chen checked this divine power and found his concerns were unnecessary.
He could use it directly without any other restrictions. As long as he died, he could trigger this divine power and be reborn through fire. This divine power was indeed very powerful, but it felt somewhat ominous. However, on second thought, despite the ominous feeling, having this innate ability meant having an extra means of survival. It was like having a resurrection coin. There are still things given to me by the divine realm. After reviewing the innate divine power, Feng Chen took out the soil, mud, flowers, leaves, bricks, and tiles he had brought from the divine realm and examined them one by one in the answer space. These items might not have any special effects, but they all carried a divine nature, so they couldn't be that bad. The results surprised Feng Chen. These items seemed incompatible with the environment. When left in the air, they initially showed no change, but after a while, they began to fade. Colors turned into shades of gray, as if all life had been drained from them. Useless? All that effort for nothing. Originally done casually, it was good to have them, but it wasn't a big loss if they didn't work out. These faded items crumbled at a touch, turning into a cement-like appearance. Feng Chen clicked his tongue and threw them all into the trash can. Although these items didn't seem like much, they filled up an entire trash can. Feng Chen shook his head, not dwelling on it, and lay down to meditate, consolidating his cultivation. His psychic power had become strong enough to influence the weather. With just a release, he could cover half of Tianan City. At level 1, he could cover a building, at level 2, a small district, at level 3, a northern city district, and at level 4, half of Tianan City. At level 5, he should be able to cover the entire Tianan City. He extended his psychic power, and the situation of half of Tianan City entered his sight. Some people were having dinner, with a plentiful spread that didn't resemble an apocalypse at all. There was stir-fried pig liver and heart, slightly off in color, probably due to improper cooking. Fried chicken feet, a bit small, and the chicken seemed mutated, with 5 claws on top. Beef bone hot pot, the bones don't even need to be sawed, they can't all fit in the pot. There are pig brains by the pot, and the taste of pig brain flowers in the hot pot is not bad. It can be seen that this family is powerful, otherwise they wouldn't be able to eat so well in this situation. Someone is in battle, his opponent is a giant python. The giant python swims in the water, casting a huge shadow, leaps out of the water, and pounces towards the man. The man performs a set of military boxing and starts fighting with the giant python. Military boxing? Feng Chen's mouth twitches slightly. This military boxing is unexpectedly strong, displaying the appearance of a dragon and tiger. Someone is hiding in the shadows. Feng Chen's psychic power sweeps over, he seems to sense it, shivers, looks around, but finds nothing. He quickly holds his breath, hiding himself better. Someone is wiping his guns, checking the bullets, with werewolf corpses underneath him. The werewolf's blood has stained his shoes, he has a bit of werewolf blood on his face, drawing 3 stripes on each cheek. Someone is washing their hair, dipping their head into a basin of water to wet their hair, then lifting their head and dipping another head into the basin. After wetting all 3 heads, they apply shower gel on them. After a brief glance, Feng Chen retracts his psychic power. However, as his psychic power sweeps over the trash can in the living room, he suddenly discovers a problem. He can't sense the presence of the trash can. Opening his eyes and looking down, the trash can is still there, filled with soil. He closes his eyes again and scans with psychic power. Just like before, he can't sense anything. Opening his eyes, the things are still there. Psychic power can't capture their presence. Is the function of this waste to conceal psychic power? It shouldn't be just psychic power. Anything related to divine consciousness can be concealed. So, this is the correct use of things in the divine realm. Feng Chen smiles slightly. This can be considered an unexpected gain, and he happily collects this bucket of divine waste. Taking advantage always makes people happy. Boom! Thunder rumbles in the sky, shaking the glass windows. Feng Chen looks outside. After so much rain, the first thunder strikes. It didn't thunder before, but now it suddenly does. Strange. He stands up and looks into the distance. The sky becomes increasingly gloomy, as black as a total solar eclipse. Dark clouds roll in from the north, soon covering half of the city. In these dark clouds, there is a piercing demonic aura. This situation definitely means a great demon is lurking. Could it be coming for me again? Sometimes Feng Chen really wants to commit suicide. Low level, powerless, easily bullied, unable to protect himself in danger. But with a high level and strong abilities, those dangers will automatically come to him, trying to devour him. Pushed relentlessly by the Tower of Doubt, he can't stop for a moment. It's really frustrating. If you don't come looking for me, I won't come looking for you. If you come looking for me, I will kill you. Feng Chen shifts his gaze from the sky, preparing to make dinner and see if the demonic aura disperses after eating. If it disperses, he will dissipate the dark clouds in the sky, resolving the danger of heavy rain and gaining some power. If it doesn't disperse, then he will rest and sleep. However, as he withdraws his gaze, he subconsciously looks towards the residential area. he notices that the accumulated water on the ground is also changing.
The murky yellowish water is slowly changing color.
Gradually, a faint green color emerges. This green color doesn't seem to be a chemical pigment or dyed water.
It's as if there is something at the bottom of the water emitting a green light. But all the water sources are glowing. What could it be? Jellyfish? Bioluminescent algae? Or some other type of microorganism? Hiss! Fang Chen cursed under his breath, averted his gaze, drew the curtains shut, and headed to the kitchen to cook something to eat. Regardless of what was happening outside, one still needed to eat. The dangers were becoming increasingly frequent and significant, which was actually quite normal. Who was to blame for there being so many people in this world? Even if half of the population in Tianan City died, then another half, and yet another half, there would still be over 1 million people left. If another half of them answered a question incorrectly, the number of dangers would rise to over 500,000. Moreover, the key point was that each person had to answer at least one question every day. For those who answered 4 or 5, or even 7 or 8 questions daily, if they all answered incorrectly, the number of dangers would multiply several times over. Just in Tianan City alone, there were millions of dangers every day. What Fang Chen could see was just the tip of the iceberg. For dinner, he had beer duck. The aroma of the beer, the thick soup clinging to the duck, paired with a bowl of rice, was a true delight to be savored on an empty stomach. While outside, lightning flashed and thunder roared. Inside, steam rose, and fragrant scents filled the air. The atmosphere was brimming with a sense of fulfillment. For those who enjoyed solitude, there was nothing more joyful than this environment. You are nibbling on duck feet, triggering a question successfully. Countdown of 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. You have entered the Tower of Questions. Please listen to the true or false question. Please listen to the true or false question. The most peculiar mountain in the world refers to Huangshan. Is this true or false? True, Fang Chen replied. Correct answer. Congratulations on obtaining gravity control. Burp. Just by the name, there was no need to check the details of this reward. Although this reward was indeed very powerful, Fang Chen had received too many rewards, and for simple powers like this, he didn't pay much attention. He grabbed a duck leg and ate heartily, while with his other hand, he opened his phone, found a TV series, and watched it while eating. It was worth thanking the artificial intelligence for keeping the internet running smoothly, otherwise, he wouldn't know how to pass this boring time. Everything had its multiple facets, good and bad, but they only became enemies due to different factions. You are shaking off water from your hands, triggering a question successfully. Countdown of 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. You have entered the Tower of Questions. Please listen to the true or false question. Shomei belongs to white tea. Is this true or false? True. Fang Chen answered. Correct answer. Congratulations on obtaining Dark Energy Cluster Bomb. You are smelling a stinky sock, triggering a question. Please listen to the true or false question. A woman at the age of 24 is considered the year of blooming. Is this true or false? True. Fang Chen replied. Correct answer. Congratulations on obtaining swordsmanship. Please listen to the true or false question. The taste of a fly is sweet. Is this true or false? True, Fang Chen answered. Correct answer. Congratulations on obtaining lightning agility. The thunder rumbled intermittently, making the glass windows vibrate. The rain remained heavy, with little change. The demonic clouds in the sky had completely shrouded the city, stretching endlessly without an end in sight. Apart from darkening the sky, they didn't make any other movements. The pooled water on the ground had turned greener, adding a touch of horror to the already dark night. Fang Chen didn't pay much attention to this. After finishing his meal, washing the dishes, taking a short rest, he went to bed. In the meantime, he had triggered 7 questions in a row and received 7 rewards: Dark Energy Cluster Bomb, Swordsmanship, Lightning Agility, Magnifying Glass, Master Level Marksmanship, Beast Language, and a bag of urea. Rewards could be good or bad, but none compared to the rule cards. The disparity was too significant, not in the same league. He wondered what rewards tomorrow would bring. He fell asleep. A night of silence. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Fang Chen got up from bed and went to the window to check the situation outside. The heavy rain had subsided, leaving a gloomy sky and the ground floor submerged in water. The water not only stopped flowing, but the green shimmer had vanished, replaced by a deep darkness. In this dark water, figures floated, men and women, old and young, their faces contorted in struggle. It seemed like something was holding them back, preventing them from surfacing or sinking. They drifted along with the water, their destination unknown. Another person might have investigated further, following the flow of water, but not Fang Chen. After a brief glance, he withdrew and went to the kitchen to make breakfast.
His rule was simple: observe if encountered, but don't actively seek out, as curiosity could be fatal. After a simple breakfast, he lounged on the sofa playing on his phone. Leisurely and unhurried, he spent the morning on his phone until lunchtime. After lunch, he napped if tired, then resumed playing until hunger struck in the evening, prompting him to prepare dinner. Depending on how he felt after dinner, he either played a bit more or went to bed if sleepy. This was Fong Chen's daily routine, one he faithfully followed. As the day ended and he lay down to sleep, he triggered 11 quiz questions, answering them correctly to receive 11 rewards. Apart from this, nothing else happened. With hopes for a peaceful tomorrow like today, Fong Chen drifted off to sleep. Life often doesn't go as planned. Having hope for something usually meant it was unlikely to happen. So, the next day was not as peaceful as Fong Chen had hoped. In fact, even before the next day arrived, the commotion outside woke Fong Chen in the middle of the night. Thud, thud, thud. The knocking echoed throughout the neighborhood, piercing the night with its intensity. Fong Chen didn't open his eyes but extended his mind to observe. The water outside had stopped flowing, and the figures within no longer struggled. They emerged from the water, entering various buildings, knocking on doors one by one. Their voices were chilling, asking, "Is anyone there? Is anyone there?" These people. They were not human. Fong Chen's chest burned with a sensation, realizing these figures were all ghosts. They were ghosts, but what about the flowing water? The river of oblivion? But there was no aura of the underworld here. Strange. It wasn't just his Manhwa neighborhood, the entire North City and half of Tianan City were the same. The other half, beyond Fong Chen's reach, was likely the same too. After a moment of thought, Fong Chen concealed his presence, enveloping himself in necromantic energy, and ventured outside. Necromantic energy was akin to ghostly spirits, concealing him from the lower-level ghosts. Mingling with the ghostly crowd, he asked a man nearby, "Brother, what are we looking for?" "We're searching for something belonging to Lord Baijun, looking for 5 people. How could you not know?" The man, with a deathly pallor, gasped out, "I'm a clueless ghost. Can't remember a thing." Fong Chen replied casually, "You truly are a clueless ghost." The man shook his head, "Stop slacking off, hurry and find those people, or Lord of the Underworld will throw us into the river of oblivion." "Ah, right, right," Fong Chen responded, but inwardly, he couldn't help but wonder. All this fuss just to find him. Is Bai Wuchang really that powerful, controlling so many ghosts? Or was it just a coincidence that someone in Tianan City happened to answer a question wrong and attracted the attention of the river Styx, with Bai Wuchang using the ghosts and the river Styx to do his bidding? Seeing the whole city suffer because he had snatched Bai Wuchang's magical tool, Fong Chen felt a twinge of guilt. So he returned home, made a square box out of the waste in the divine realm, enveloped himself inside it, and went back to sleep. As long as he couldn't be seen, he could rest easy. And while Fong Chen slept, a figure appeared outside Tianan City, causing unrest throughout the city, truly unforgivable. "Today, I must pass judgment on you. Book of Judgment, please guide me to his location." This figure was one of the 3 gods Fong Chen had seen in the temple before, the judgment god Fong Neng. He was being pulled by some force from the east. As soon as he arrived outside Tianan City, he sensed a strong aura of sin, flipping through the Book of Judgment incessantly, indicating the severity of the person's sins, which were unforgivable. So he had the Book of Judgment lock onto the person's location and went to pass judgment. The Book of Judgment was a divine tool, and its strength lay in the fact that if someone was stronger than the Judgment God, it couldn't sense their location. This ensured that every judgment by the Judgment God was 100% successful. After the Judgment God left, a figure emerged from the darkness. Bai Wuchang watched the direction the Judgment God went, his eyes dark, secretly pleased. The Judgment God wouldn't appear here for no reason. He had let the little ghost lure him here. He wasn't a fool. He already knew that Fong Chen possessed a power he couldn't resist. If he foolishly went looking for trouble, wouldn't that be demeaning? Asking to be beaten up? So, after some thought, he played a hand in causing trouble from the east, using someone else to do his dirty work. He couldn't find the location, but the Judgment God could, and it just so happened that a river Styx appeared in Tianan City. This river Styx was similar to the Lethe in the underworld, housing countless souls but not as powerful as the Lethe. He summoned the ghosts from inside to harass the city's residents. And all this karma was attributed to Fong Chen. But this was just causing trouble, not using someone else to do his dirty work. The Judgment God was strong, but compared to him, there was no difference. He was also under Fong Chen's control, so naturally, the Judgment God would be too. The role of the Judgment God was to find Fong Chen, while using someone else to do his dirty work. Bai Wuchang looked up at the sky, and in his eyes, within the layers of demonic clouds, a figure appeared faintly.
That figure was someone even 100 of him couldn't match, enough to control a mere human. The bloodline of a sacred beast, the inheritance of the Buddhist sect, appearing in one person, he must not be human. Feng Ning stealthily made his way, stepping on black puddles, into the city. Although the rain falling on Tianan City had lessened, the entire city was shrouded in thick fog. Visibility was no more than 10 meters. Feng Ning walked the streets, seeing wandering ghosts with no purpose. These ghosts would knock on any door they encountered, asking if anyone was there. They didn't harm anyone or cause damage, their main goal was to harass. The key was that ordinary people couldn't see these ghosts, so even though it was just harassment, it scared people half to death. Were all these people killed by that person? Killing so many people, it's no wonder his sins are so great. Once I pass judgment on him, my rank will surely rise. Even if I can't reach the 6th level, I can reach the peak of the 5th level. When I reach the 6th level, I can go to the North Snow Ghost City and see if I can resolve that danger. Once I solve the danger of the Ghost City, I can become the only true god. People will worship and adore me. I will end this era. I will usher in a new era. As Feng Ning thought excitedly, he followed the guidance of the Book of Judgment to find Feng Chen. Drip, drip. In the mist, there were orange-yellow lights, and the sound of car horns echoed. A taxi wrapped in golden light emerged from the mist and sped past Feng Ning. Why is there still a taxi running? Ghost taxi? Feng Ning frowned and looked in the direction where the light disappeared. He saw the taxi coming back again. The taxi stopped beside him, the window rolled down, revealing a man's astonished face. Human? Huang Huifeng asked. Feng Ning shook his head. Ghost? Huang Huifeng asked again. Feng Ning shook his head once more. Animal? Huang Huifeng, puzzled, asked after a moment of thought. Feng Ning replied, could it be a deity? Deities and animals are no different. Huang Huifeng lit a cigarette, took a puff, and said, I met a deity a few days ago who wanted to flood Tiannan and upgrade by taking the lives of tens of thousands of people. What else could you call that but an animal? Feng Ning was shocked to learn of such a deity. If he could deal with this deity and then resolve the sins of the people here, wouldn't he be guaranteed a promotion to the 6th level? There's actually such a thing? Who is it? Where is he? Seeing Feng Ning's look of aversion to evil, Huang Huifeng instantly confirmed in his heart that this person was a good one. Although not sure if he was human, he must be good. Don't get excited, he's already dead. My brother took care of him. Your brother? He killed a god? Is he a god too? Feng Ning asked in amazement. He's not a god, but he's indeed a bit godly. How could someone who's not a god kill a god? Are you lying to me? As a judgment god, Feng Ning naturally knew that only a god could kill another god. Because the method to kill a god is to strip them of their divinity, and only a god can do that. Why would I lie to you? If my brother hadn't killed that water deity, Tiannan City would have become a submerged city long ago. Judging by your tone, are you a god? Huang Huifeng cautioned, you're not planning to flood the entire city too, are you? I am the judgment god, here to punish all evil. Feng Ning declared solemnly. Is that true? Huang Huifeng doubted. I came here this time to judge the person who turned this place into a ghost town. Feng Ning flipped through the Book of Judgment in his hand, glanced at it, and said, I won't say more to you. Just watch, the ghosts of Tiannan City will soon dissipate. With that, he glanced at Huang Huifeng and headed towards the Manhwa residential area. Watching Feng Ning's departing figure, Huang Huifeng shook his head slightly and sighed, this god feels quite powerful. Dad, do you want to rely on him as a backer? Little Huang asked casually while snacking. Hey, you actually know about finding a backer? Huang Huifeng laughed. Dad, you used bad language again. Little Huang said seriously, you shouldn't use bad language. I didn't use bad language. You clearly did. I was just telling the story of your origin. Tang Jing rolled her eyes at Huang Huifeng after hearing this. She couldn't be bothered to say much. It was the end of the world, and who cared about such things anymore? Children grew up wild and lived longer. Stop dawdling, go have barbecue with your cousin to bond. When Huang Huifeng went to the mall for a zero-cost purchase, he found a shop selling top-quality ingredients, with steaks sold by the gram, something he had never tasted before. It was a good opportunity to go eat with Feng Chen in Bond. He stepped on the gas and headed towards the Manhwa residential area. As a 5th-level deity, Feng Ning naturally didn't walk like an ordinary person. With each step, he covered tens to hundreds of meters. It was as if he was using a shrinking spell. This speed far exceeded the speed of ordinary vehicles. However, it wasn't much faster than Huang Huifeng's taxi. 100 meters per second, which equated to 360 kilometers per hour. Many cars could achieve this speed, let alone Huang Huifeng's 3rd-level taxi. So, after walking just a few steps, Huang Huifeng's car caught up. He went left, and Huang Huifeng also went left.
He went right, and Huang Huifeng followed suit. After walking a few blocks, the two were still close together.
Feng Ning grew impatient and said, "What do you want? I have important matters to attend to. Following me might put you in danger when things get rough. I am the god of judgment, I cannot harm the innocent. I'm not following you.
I'm going to have hot pot with my brother in Mingwei community." Huang Huifeng flicked his cigarette butt out of the car and said, "Why don't you let me go ahead?"
"You go." "All right." Huang Huifeng drove forward.
He turned left, Feng Ning turned left. He turned right, Feng Ning turned right. They were still close together.
"Are you also going to Mingwei community?"
Huang Huifeng suddenly remembered what Feng Ning had said before about dealing with the mastermind behind turning Tianan City into a ghost town.
Could this mastermind be Feng Chen? Brother Feng has that ability. Which community?
I am following the guidance of the Book of Judgment, and the destination is not far ahead.
Mingwei community is just ahead. Oh, Feng Ning squinted. Your god-slaying brother is in Mingwei community? So, it's highly likely that he caused this ghost town? I don't know. You're not really going to find him, are you?
There's no grudge between you. You seem like a good person, don't go looking for trouble.
Huang Huifeng hastily said.
Feng Ning thought Huang Huifeng would plead for his brother, but instead, he was advised not to go looking for trouble.
Not to go. Looking for trouble. Looking for trouble?
What a joke. He is the god of judgment, a fifth-level deity. Among all superhumans, there are few stronger than him.
He is here to end the chaos and usher in a new era. He is to be worshipped by all. Am I looking for trouble? Can he kill me? No one in this world can kill me.
I will make him taste the power of my judgment sword.
Don't get agitated, I'm just telling the truth. Killing a god for him is as simple as squashing an ant.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to look down on you. Of course, you're powerful too, but you're a god, and his specialty is killing gods.
Hey.
Huang Huifeng wanted to tell Feng Ning directly about Feng Chen's ability to enter the divine realm, so he wouldn't die in vain. Before he could finish, Feng Ning had already strode forward with determination, leaving the taxi behind. Huang Huifeng hurriedly drove to catch up. A few words could earn him a favor and make Feng Chen's life a little easier, killing two birds with one stone. This must be said. However, Feng Ning's speed was faster, and by the time Huang Huifeng drifted around a corner, Feng Ning had already turned onto another street.
Dad, why is he in such a hurry?
Little Huang sucked his finger, threw the potato chip bag out the window, and asked.
To reincarnate,
Huang Huifeng said sadly. Little Huang seemed to understand, wanting to eat another bag of chips, but Tang Jing was quick to snatch it from his hand.
No lunch later? Mom! My dear mom! My most beloved mom! You're the best, give me a bag. The last one.
You're the most beautiful in the world, even the sun and moon can't compare to you.
No!
Feng Ning didn't want to hear Huang Huifeng's short-sighted words, so he quickened his pace towards the location marked by the Book of Judgment. He was not a reckless man, his confidence came from the Book of Judgment. The Book of Judgment would not sense the location of someone stronger than him. After a short walk, Feng Ning arrived at Mingwei community.
Is it really his brother? He looked at the security room where a man with only a few strands of hair on his head, like a few scallions growing on an empty field. He didn't disturb him and silently entered the community. Building 3, 5th floor. Feng Ning gazed at the location of Feng Chen's bedroom, furrowing his brow.
The Book of Judgment was supposed to be there, but under his divine sense, there was nothing.
A bit of a trick. Feng Ning flipped to the first page of the Book of Judgment, ready to test the waters first.
Judgment sword, come forth. He murmured softly, flicked his finger, and the judgment sword depicted in the book condensed in the air. The judgment sword was entirely silver, like the extraordinary sword used by the character in the world-conquering novel. However, the position of the sword's jaw was symmetrical.
The sword grew enormous, standing upright in midair like a hero's monument. Feng Ning controlled the judgment sword, preparing to strike towards the 5th floor.
But at that moment, someone suddenly spoke up, interrupting his actions.
Who are you? A muscular man emerged from building 1, questioning. I haven't seen you before, you're not from our community, who are you? What are you here for?
Hao Qiu scrutinized Feng Ning warily. Seeing him manipulating a towering giant sword with astonishing power, he shouted, Bossly, Bossly.
What's wrong? Li Aigua heard Hao Qiu's urgent voice and rushed out of the security room.
Seeing Feng Ning and the giant sword, he was first stunned, then a golden light shone from him as he questioned, Who are you?
What do you want to do?
We have no grudges, no reason to fight.
This is where we live.
The judgment god is a god of justice, not an evil god, so Feng Ning naturally wouldn't randomly kill or harm people. He looked at the crowd around him and explained, I am the judgment god Feng Ning, in charge of judging evil. Any wicked criminals will face my judgment. Step aside, there is a criminal upstairs. The reason Tiannan turned into a ghost town is because of him. I will judge him. What? The crowd was shocked. Compared to the astonishment of the crowd, Liaigua felt even more bewildered. The Judgment God. Where had he heard that name before? Wasn't it one of the 3 gods in the temple? Is it him? How did he end up here? He wants to judge Yun Lao. He's gone mad. No, wait a minute. Are you a god? Liaigua hurriedly embraced Fengning. What are you doing? Let me go. I'm sorry. Every time I have to save someone, my body goes out of control. Liaigua said anxiously. Go quickly, you will die. You can't beat him. Don't be a fool. He can kill you as easily as a dog. Huang Huifeng's words already made Fengning somewhat displeased. Now Liaigua said the same. He was directly angered, pushing Liaigua away and saying, I can't beat him? I'll show you what judgment is. I will end this chaotic world. No, all of you who can become gods have issues, right? If you anger Yun Lao, the consequences will be severe. Liaigua embraced him again. Fengning, still angry, quickly flipped through the Book of Judgment to the 3rd page. Imprison all protectors who interfere with judgment, seal their powers, and nail them all to the wall. As Fengning spoke, suddenly, a force pulled everyone in the community. They were all nailed to the wall of Building 1, unable to move. Fengning snorted and said, I will show you what judgment is. With that, he controlled the judgment sword towards the bedroom where Fangchen was on the 5th floor. Beep beep. Before the giant sword could strike, the sound of a car horn rang out. Huang Huifeng drove a taxi at high speed from outside the community, shouting loudly through the car's speakers. Stop! At the same time, he floored the gas pedal, and the car sped towards Fengning at the speed of sound. No matter what level of god you are, don't mess with Fangchen. Fengning couldn't contain his anger. These people were simply unreasonable, acting like they had lost their minds. They kept saying things that were supposedly for his own good, but in reality, they were just cursing at him. Faced with this supersonic car, he could only dodge for now. Then, using the power from the Book of Judgment, the taxi was confined to the wall on one side. Don't push it too far. Although I won't harm the innocent, it doesn't mean I'm easy to bully. No one is bullying you. Big brother, I didn't finish speaking and you left. You can't provoke Brother Fong. He can easily kill you. Does the divine realm know? Does the temple know? Does the godhead know? He can. Huang Huifeng leaned out of the car window, speaking seriously. The next moment, his eyes caught a figure, his pupils constricted, and any words he wanted to say got stuck in his throat. It's over, Boss Yun is coming out. Liaigua hung on the wall, arms crossed over his chest, legs crossed, and sighed. It's too late to say anything now. It's not my business. Huang Huifeng sighed. I tried my best to stop him. Fangchen sat cross-legged, floating in the air, glanced at Fengning below, then turned his gaze to Huang Huifeng. Why do you always get me into trouble? I'm innocent. This guy wanted to come and kill you. I tried my best to stop him, and then he nailed me to the wall. For heaven's sake, if you don't believe me, ask him. I advised him all the way not to come and seek death. Huang Huifeng explained. Shut up! Fengning exclaimed. Fangchen felt a bit overwhelmed. With your way of advising, isn't it counterproductive? He looked at Fengning, curious. Are you from the danger faction? No. Then did you eat too much and come bother me with nothing to do? I'm here to judge you. You turned Tiannan City into a ghost town, causing public outrage and heinous crimes. Fengning argued righteously. Fangchen gave him a disdainful look, thinking about the word judgment, then suddenly realized, Judgment God Fengning? You've heard of my name? Seen it. Fangchen rubbed his chin with his fingers, pondering the situation. It wasn't me who turned Tiannan City into a ghost town. You've got the wrong person. How could the guidance of the Book of Judgment be wrong? Fengning stared at Fangchen, flipping the Book of Judgment in his hand. Stop the nonsense. The sins you've committed must be punished. Annoying. Watching Fengning being struck by the judgment sword, Fangchen appeared behind him in a flash of lightning. The flash of lightning was a body technique, not a spatial jump, but it was no different from a spatial jump. Lightning streaked across the sky, and the point where the lightning struck was where Fangchen landed. This was a single flash of lightning. If 10 lightning bolts appeared simultaneously, then the landing points of the 10 lightning bolts would be where Fangchen could appear. He could instantly shuttle back and forth among the 10 lightning strike points because his speed was fast enough, making it look like he had 10 clones. After 10 flashes of lightning came 100, 1,000, 10,000. The judgment sword had locked onto Fangchen's aura, so no matter where he flew, the judgment sword would strike at him. Fangchen directly used 10 flashes of lightning, 10 lightning bolts appeared around Fengning, and 10 Fangchens materialized in the lightning. The speed was too fast, although the judgment sword could lock onto Fangchen's aura, its striking speed couldn't keep up, so as he moved below, the judgment sword also moved in the sky.
Feng Ning frowned.
Although the Judgment Sword was a single target attack, as long as it was large enough, a single target attack would become a group attack. But now he was surrounded by Feng Chen, so when this sword fell, he would also be hit. He had never encountered this situation before. He planned to use a direct restraint method. But just as he was flipping through the book, Feng Chen acted faster than him. He took out the red heart 8 toilet card. This card didn't require Feng Chen to say anything, it was an active ability that could be triggered upon use. The effect of the toilet card was immediate. Feng Ning, who was flipping through the Book of Judgment, changed his expression. He felt a strong urge to urinate, which came on fiercely, like a flash flood that couldn't be stopped by any dam.
Its power could directly destroy a dam.
Now Feng Ning had two choices, either wet his pants or take them off and pee. There was no time to think, as the urine had already surged out. Now there was no need for him to choose, he just peed in his pants directly. In an instant, he felt a warm stream passing from his thighs, to his calves, then to his heels, and finally to the soles of his shoes. The people hanging on the wall saw Feng Ning's face suddenly change, then freeze abruptly, all puzzled.
Did Brother Yun make a move? How did he make a move? I didn't see it clearly. Why is he frozen? Li Aigua couldn't help but ask.
Huang Huifeng glanced at him and said, from my experience of raising children, when little Huang was crying and suddenly froze, it was either pee or poop.
Ha? No way, he's in the middle of a battle, how did he suddenly pee? Couldn't he hold it for a while? How would I know? Aren't you able to foresee things? Foresee it. I'm at level 2 now, I can foresee up to level 4 at most. This judgment god is at least level 5. Are you stupid? You can foresee Feng Chen. Right. Li Aigua realized and quickly closed his eyes to foresee Feng Chen.
In a dark void, a pair of eyes slowly opened, glanced at Li Aigua, and in the next moment, the image shattered. Outside, Li Aigua's 7 orifices bled, he let out a painful scream, golden light emanated from his body convulsed, and the last few strands of hair on his head fell off.
What's wrong? What's wrong? Huang Huifeng was startled, don't scare me. There's trouble. Big trouble. Li Aigua endured the pain and shouted loudly to Feng Chen, Brother Yun, there's something even more powerful. Even more powerful. Oh my, didn't you say you couldn't foresee beyond level 4? How do you know it's more powerful? Not being able to foresee is also a form of foresight. Hiss. Feng Chen frowned slightly upon hearing Li Aigua's voice. Is it Bai Wuchang coming for something more powerful?
If he comes, it's no trouble.
Manipulating Bai Wuchang once means manipulating him twice. Feng Chen is not afraid of him.
The toilet sign had already been activated, Feng Ning didn't care about him, and he didn't need to use Thunder Flash anymore. Feng Ning's face grew increasingly serious. The urge to urinate was strange, he had peed but couldn't stop, it was like a broken faucet, continuously gushing out. He, the mighty judgment god, was destined to end the chaotic world and usher in a new era. Yet today, he actually wet his pants, and it didn't seem to stop. If this got out, his dignity would be ruined. Who would worship a god who wets his pants? If this urine didn't stop, even if he ended the chaotic world, it would be while wetting his pants. You don't need to hide, I made you wet your pants. Feng Chen looked at him and said, I've already recorded how you wet your pants, if you come looking for trouble again, I'll post it online. You don't want the whole nation to know about you wetting your pants, right? You! Feng Ning was furious, his face extremely dark. Do you think I'll compromise like this? As long as I kill you and retrieve the video, who will know? You're peeing. Who says you can't move while peeing? Feng Ning said as he flipped through the Book of Judgment, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Feng Chen. Feng Chen sighed helplessly, I really can't do anything with you. He took out the Heart K card and said to Feng Ning, guard the community gate for 10 years. The Heart K card was a mission card, although similar to the Heart A card in instructing the other party to do something, only the first task was proposed by Feng Chen, the rest would be proposed by the user of the mission card. So after Feng Chen gave the task, the card lit up, waiting to be written into the task. Feng Ning wanted to say something, but an irresistible force had already descended upon him. His body uncontrollably moved towards the entrance of the residential area, unable to resist even with the power of the Book of Judgment. What kind of power is this? What have you done to me? Feng Ning's face changed repeatedly, shocked. What have you done to me? Guard the gate for 10 years, if you perform well halfway, I can let you go, Feng Chen said. I am only loyal to the Book of Judgment, even if I die, I will not work for you. Feng Ning finally realized that Feng Chen held the power to control him. It turned out that what those people said just now was true, killing him was as easy as killing a dog. But even though he knew he couldn't beat Feng Chen, he was unwilling to admit defeat. As he spoke, he walked towards the entrance of the residential area, still urinating in his pants. He had finished urinating, now he was urinating blood. Go ahead,
Kill me! Kill me! I will never work for you!
Fang Chen couldn't be bothered with him. He was just a small fry. The mastermind behind had not shown up yet. He scanned around, took out the morning stick and soul binding chain, and said, "Come out, I know you are watching. Since you're here, come out and have a chat." If Li Aigua's prediction was correct, Bai Wuchang should be lurking in the shadows. Fang Chen didn't want to play hide and seek with him, so he asked directly. However, his words lingered for a long time, but Bai Wuchang's figure was still nowhere to be seen.
"What, don't want your stuff anymore?" Fang Chen said again.
The residential area fell silent. Even Feng Ning closed his mouth, looking puzzled at Fang Chen.
Who was he talking to? Was there someone in the shadows? Boom!
Fang Chen thought Bai Wuchang would continue hiding and not show up, but he didn't have to wait long before a thunderous sound came from the sky.
In an instant, the weather changed. The dark clouds became even darker, and a vortex appeared in the black clouds. Finally here! Fang Chen stared at the vortex, smiling slightly. He was not afraid of Bai Wuchang. He had the rule cards in his hand, and as soon as Bai Wuchang appeared, any card except the 9 of hearts could subdue him. Something seems off. Fang Chen looked at the vortex and noticed something was wrong.
Bai Wuchang was a ghost, and his appearance should be eerie. But in this vortex in the sky, not only was there a strong yin aura, but it was also filled with demonic energy. Bai Wuchang had nothing to do with demons.
Moreover, this yin aura was stronger and purer than anything he had seen before, as if it were a concentrated version of the aura of the underworld. It's not Bai Wuchang. This is another danger. Fang Chen's face changed slightly. The vortex slowly stopped spinning, and a black shadow emerged from it. The figure was indiscernible, but it opened a pair of eyes. Its gaze was substantial, carrying enough power to kill a 10th-level transcendent being, and it fell upon Fang Chen. Then, Feng Ning at the entrance of the residential area let out a scream. Ah! His body split open, shattered, and turned into specks of starlight. The Book of Judgment flipped, and his body slowly recovered. However, even though his body had recovered, he was still urinating in his pants and couldn't leave the entrance of the residential area. So strong! Fang Chen held the Jack of Hearts, murmuring. The Jack of Hearts transferred the damage he received to the person on his left. Although Feng Ning was at the entrance of the residential area, he was indeed the closest person to his left. What have you done to me? What kind of power is this? How can you kill my body? Feng Ning exclaimed in astonishment. Fang Chen ignored Feng Ning, looked up at the figure in the vortex, and asked, "Who are you?" Woof, interesting. A dog's bark came from the vortex. In an instant, a powerful force descended once again. Ah!
Feng Ning let out another scream, his body shattered, turning into specks of starlight.
Fang Chen frowned. What are you barking at? He understood the dog's bark.
It wasn't surprising that he could understand it after receiving the reward of the beast language.
He was just puzzled. What kind of dog was this? Woof! Dodged again. The dog's bark rang out once more. Its power descended once again.
At the entrance of the residential area, Feng Ning, who had just condensed his body with the Book of Judgment, screamed in agony again, his body disintegrating.
Woof! Come again! Ah! Woof ah! Constant forces fell on Fang Chen, and Feng Ning's body kept disintegrating.
In the end, Fang Chen couldn't bear it anymore and interrupted. Let's play later. For now, just get down here.
If he wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be in a good mood. Tell me to get down, kid. You're really overestimating yourself. Do you know who I am?
A voice came from the vortex.
Xiao Tianquan, Fang Chen said casually. Ha, that little thing dares to compare itself to me? The voice sneered. Wrong guess? Not Xiao Tianquan? Besides Xiao Tianquan, was there another dog so powerful?
In the vortex, a white figure appeared.
Rather than a dog, it looked more like a wolf. I am the ancestor of the Tengu clan, Bai Huang. Tengu clan? Tengu? The Tengu that eats the moon? Fang Chen widened his eyes, looking at this silver-white wolf-like creature.
If some novels were to be believed, Xiao Tianquan was also from the Tengu clan. In that case, Xiao Tianquan was indeed a small fry compared to the ancestor of the Tengu clan.
Tengu, Bai Huang, quite interesting.
While Bai Huang was introducing himself, he showed no intention of stopping his attacks. The unparalleled demonic power kept falling on Fang Chen, preventing Feng Ning's body from solidifying before disintegrating again. It felt like someone saying hello, thank you while stabbing someone with a knife. Polite words but ruthless actions. Such an interesting method, actually transferring my power to someone else. However, I still intend to devour you. I smell the scent of a sacred beast on you. By eating your flesh and drinking your blood, my power will increase. I can then leave this cursed place faster. After Bai Huang finished speaking, he opened his mouth and spat out a ball of light. The light was white, starting as a tiny speck of light, growing larger and brighter, resembling a moon. Watching the expanding light, Feng Chen acted first. He took out the Heart 3 card. At this moment, card A would be useful, commanding Bai Huang to do something. But Feng Chen wanted to try all these cards. Bai Huang was such a good experimental subject, it would be a waste not to try.
Holding the card, Feng Chen said calmly, "Sunday, visit the 3 gardens." "What garden?" "The zoo."
As his words fell, the power of the rules descended on Bai Huang, silently enveloping him with an irresistible force. Bai Huang felt everything being imprisoned, stripped of his power, and the moon he spat out disintegrated instantly. Then a voice echoed in his mind.
"Name all the animals, you have 10 minutes. Start."
Bai Huang's eyes widened in anger. He could feel that it was the power of that damn little tower. It was this tower that brought him here. It had searched for a day and night without finding any trace, only to be summoned by the young man in front of him.
"What's your relationship with that damn little tower?" Bai Huang demanded angrily.
"Name all the animals, countdown 10 seconds, failure if not completed in 10 seconds.
10, 9, 8. Bai Huang's body trembled like chaff.
But it wasn't out of fear, but because it was struggling to resist this force. No matter how it resisted, the power remained unmoved, growing stronger as the countdown progressed, inflicting greater pain upon it. As the final 3 seconds approached, Bai Huang felt like he was about to die, with no other choice but to utter a word.
"Dog." "Correct. Countdown 1 second."
Upon hearing the correct 2 words, the oppressive force upon Bai Huang suddenly dissipated, making him realize what was happening.
Realizing there was only 1 second left in the countdown, he hastily mentioned another animal. "Chicken." "Correct. Countdown 1 second." "Pig." "Correct." "Duck."
The people on the wall had already returned to the ground when Feng Ning's body first shattered. At that moment, they saw the figure standing in the sky, spitting out the moon, not only ceasing the attack abruptly but also muttering about chickens, ducks, and geese, casting strange glances.
They could naturally associate this with Feng Chen, but the power that could subdue even such a powerful monster, wasn't that far beyond level 10? "Cloud Boss, are you level 10? Li Aigua asked hesitantly.
"No, it's a reward from the Tower of Doubt."
No, don't tell me. I want to live a few more years." "I get it, the more you know, the faster you die."
Li Aigua hastily interrupted.
"What does it matter if it's known? Who do you think can take anything from me?" Feng Chen shot him a glance.
Li Aigua chuckled. He looked at Bai Huang in the sky and then at Feng Ning, who had reformed his body, and sighed. He becomes braver with each setback. Although his body shatters every time, he still reforms time and time again.
"I admire him a bit." "Admire my ass." Feng Ning's angry voice rang out.
With his body reformed, the pain had vanished, leaving only a sense of weakness.
"The Book of Judgment automatically reforms my body.
As long as the Book of Judgment exists, my body will not perish.
This is not something I can control. Do you think I want it this way?"
But even if the monster in the sky surpasses level 10, even if it's level 20, 30, it still can't kill me.
"I am immortal, never think of killing me. Never. You can imprison me, but you can never kill me. Ha ha ha."
"Shoo, lower your voice." Huang Huifeng drove up and hurriedly warned, "Don't be so arrogant, if you anger Feng Chen, no one can save you. You gods are not invincible, break the godhead, and you will die just the same."
"Your godheads are kept in the temples of the divine realm, isn't that right?" Feng Ning was taken aback. "How do you know? Didn't I say that Boss Feng can kill gods? The previous water god was killed by him after he entered the temple in the divine realm and shattered his godhead."
Huang Huifeng said as he took out divine realm debris, "This is what he brought back from the divine realm, you should recognize it, right?
Why didn't you say so earlier?"
Seeing the handful of divine realm debris, Feng Ning's face turned pale, and his body couldn't help but tremble.
"I've been wanting to say it, we chased you all the way here from outside, but you didn't give me a chance.
Li Aigua was also advising you, but you didn't listen."
Huang Huifeng shot him a glance. "Then, what should I do?" Feng Ning's face turned ashen. "Should I apologize? Does he like women?"
"I can use the Book of Judgment to turn into a woman, a well-endowed one, with 36E, long legs, and black stockings. No, I suggest you start lowering your presence from now on, don't attract Boss Feng's attention. At the same time, resolve all the troubles that have come your way, don't let them appear in front of Boss Feng.
If you do that, Boss Feng might just let you go. Is that okay?" Feng Ning asked skeptically. "Trust me, I never lie." Huang Huifeng showed a charitable expression. Feng Ning fell silent for a moment before asking, "Why are you helping me?"
"I've helped many people, not just you. If you become successful in the future and are willing to, just help me out."
"Consider it as my investment in you." Huang Huifeng smiled. "Dad, didn't you say he was reincarnated? How did it turn into an investment?" Little Huang interjected.
You, be quiet. Huang Huifeng turned to glare at little Huang, then looked back at Fengning.
What do you think? Alright, if I am truly saved, I will definitely repay you in the future. I swear on the Book of Judgment. Good. Huang Huifeng grinned. Oh, there's one more thing. What? You just said you could use the Book of Judgment to turn into a beauty, 36E, long legs, black stockings, is that true? I'm not saying I don't believe you, I just want to broaden my horizons. Fengning.
Huang Huifeng was caught by the ear, his mouth used to being slippery, forgot that his wife was sitting behind him. He begged for mercy repeatedly and vowed to make amends, thus escaping from the clutches. Fengning listened to Huang Huifeng's advice, stopped talking, and went into the security room to hide. Focus on the gate. Many heroes start from humble beginnings. To end the chaos and usher in a new era, take a step back for now and focus on guarding the gate.
You are fixing your hair, triggering the question successfully. Countdown 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. You have entered the Tower of Doubt. Please listen to the judgment question. A baby koala smells like syrup, is that true or false? True. Fong Chen. Correct answer. Congratulations on obtaining the art of dream weaving. After answering the question, Fong Chen looked at the sky dog, Bai Huang. 5 minutes had passed, and Bai Huang had been speaking for 5 minutes straight. Truly a venerable ancestor of the sky dog clan, speaking for 5 minutes without error. Who knows, it might be able to speak for 10 minutes, so Fong Chen decided to connect with Red Heart 6 when it was about to end in the 9th minute. A willow tree twists and turns. Eagle, sparrow, cricket, mantis, crab, maggot, roundworm, threadworm, white deer, egret, lion, louse. Bai Huang's eyes rolled rapidly, racking its brains to think of animals in the world. It had been speaking for over 5 minutes, and its mental reserves were running low, growing more anxious as it went on. 10 minutes, it couldn't make it. Ground ox, ground tiger, earthworm, mole cricket, violent hen. Unable to hold back, it even started listing dialect names. The result was predictable. Wrong. Damn. I knew it. Damn. I've had enough. You dare kill me. Kill me. I'm not afraid. Bai Huang shouted loudly, not willing to back down. When had the dignified ancestor of the Skydog clan suffered such humiliation? However, before it could finish speaking, another mighty force descended. Its body instantly shrank, then changed shape, from a dog to a chicken. A hen. Violent hen. Fong Chen's mouth twitched slightly, feeling like laughing. It was impressive that it could come up with that, even saying the name out loud. A violent hen, referring to an irritable mother hen. In some places, it refers to a mother hen with newly hatched chicks. Because of the newly hatched chicks, the hen's temper becomes irritable in order to protect them. If a person gets too close, they are likely to be attacked. Fong Chen had previously learned about this knowledge. Bai Huang didn't last the full 10 minutes and turned into a chicken. However, Fong Chen had no intention of letting it go. Watching the powerless Bai Huang falling from the sky, he caught it with the wind. What have you done to me? What have you done? Bai Huang was furious, flapping its wings and shouting loudly. But all that came out was chicken sounds, cluck cluck, cluck cluck, cluck cluck. Fortunately, Fong Chen could understand. I never expected to turn into a chicken and lose my original powers. Fong Chen patted its wings and said, stop squawking. Keep it up, and I'll stew you for dinner. I am a celestial dog. How dare you turn me into a chicken? You're not that great even as a celestial dog. I am a celestial dog. I see. So, celestial dog, are you ready to continue the trial? Fong Chen smirked maliciously. Bai Huang was first stunned, then flapped its wings desperately, trying to fly higher, losing a few feathers in the process. Let me go. Let me go. Fong Chen held onto it, took out the red heart 6, and used it on Bai Huang. At the moment the card was used, a voice echoed in Bai Huang's mind. Each time the value increases by 1, a 10-minute countdown starts. 1 willow tree twists, 2 willow trees twist twice. Please begin. Bai Huang remained silent, not uttering a word. Why aren't you starting? I'm not doing this. It had tried hard before, but what was the result? 6 minutes in, it made a mistake, failed, and turned into a hen. Want to try again? Who do you think I am, the ancestor of the Celestial Dog clan? Play if you want to play. I'll just mess around, die, and be done with it. Bai Huang already harbored resentment coming to this damn world, and now this happened, deepening its resentment. Time ticked by, and as Bai Huang remained inactive, intense pain surged through its body once more. It gritted its teeth and endured the pain in silence. A little pain was nothing to fuss about. 1 willow tree twists, 2 willow trees. At the 8th second, Bai Huang couldn't bear it any longer and started twisting while speaking. It was too painful, even a dog couldn't bear it. Once it started, it couldn't stop.
It didn't know what would happen if it stopped, so it tried to delay as much as possible, hoping to postpone the inevitable. Maybe it could endure for 10 minutes and pass the test. However, the seemingly simple game grew increasingly challenging as it progressed. Just 5 minutes in, Bai Huang made a mistake. 101 willow trees twist, 102 trees twist. Wrong. Bai Huang was shocked. Where did I go wrong? Where did I go wrong? What did I do wrong? There was no response, only the apparition of 102 willow trees. Each tree had slender branches swaying gently like strands of hair. Bai Huang was forcibly drawn into the willow forest. Snap. Ouch. It hurts, it hurts. Snap. Gah. With each lash, Bai Huang cried out in pain, jumping as if flying, while in reality, it was a dog leaping. Unable to bear a single strike from a willow tree, now enduring over 100 strikes, it fainted after a couple of cries. However, each time it fainted, it was whipped awake again shortly after. There seemed to be a certain power in the willow branches. Faint, awake, faint, awake. This cycle continued for 10 minutes. Even in the final minute when the transformation countdown ended, reverting to its true form, Bai Huang was still whipped unconscious and then awake by the willow trees. In the realm of the willow trees, everyone was treated equally. Initially defiant, Bai Huang fell silent, standing there in a sorry state. Fang Chen directly took out the red heartache, instructing it to guard the entrance of Unit 3 like Feng Ning, for 10 years. This way, you won't be disturbed anymore. Watching Bai Huang sitting at the entrance of Unit 3, everyone felt a surreal sense of realization. A 5th-level judgment god watching the door, and at least a 10th-level dog god watching the building. They were invincible in the Bright Moon residential area. I knew it. My choice was right. Hao Qiuxing was grateful. Thank goodness I listened to Manager Li's advice back then, or else. Xiao Yong and Xiao Yu, 2 idiots. If they were still alive now, they would definitely regret it to the core. Wan Xishu chuckled. It's all fate. But thank goodness for Manager Li. It's all thanks to Manager Li. Hey, Manager Li, why aren't you saying anything? As everyone discussed, Li Aiguo remained silent. He looked up at the sky, furrowing his brows, murmuring to himself, this isn't right, this isn't right, this wasn't what I foresaw. It should have been the eyes. It should have been the eyes. As he spoke, a hole suddenly appeared in the black clouds in the sky. This hole seemed endless, like an abyss. In this infinite darkness, an eye slowly opened. The eye was a golden yellow, resembling a yellowing moon. As the eyeball moved, scanning the city below, it looked extremely terrifying. Yet, what was even more terrifying was not just one. As this eye roamed around observing, more holes kept appearing in the black clouds, each revealing a golden yellow eye. In no time, the entire sky was densely filled with eyeballs. They rotated chaotically, surveying the city below as if overseeing the world. What the heck is this? It looks damn terrifying. Someone in the neighborhood exclaimed in shock. However, as soon as he finished speaking, one of the eyes suddenly stopped rotating and locked onto him. Then a beam of golden light descended, piercing through him, directly taking away his life. Watching the man fall to the ground beside him, everyone was horrified. He was attacked? And died just like that? How could he be attacked? Fang Chen also paled slightly. The power on this eye was imperceptible, meaning there was no way to evade it. That wasn't the issue, he had the rule cards. But why was this eye attacking people? With so many people here, why did this particular person die? Damn, quickly run into the building, just one look and you're dead. You'll be fine if you don't look. A man shouted in alarm, rushing into the building. Hearing this, the others felt it made sense and hurried to follow. However, as they ran, one eye fixed on them. A beam of golden light fell, piercing the man leading the way into the building, freezing him in place, devoid of life. Another one dead. Fang Chen looked at the body and recalled the previous death, a thought forming in his mind. He thought of a possibility. Don't speak. Speaking is the cause of death. Fang Chen widened his eyes, incredulously looking at Li Aiguo beside him. This was what he had just thought of, but he didn't expect Li Aiguo to think of it too. If you've thought of it, why say it out loud? Li Aiguo also realized, regretting speaking out. Speaking was the cause of death, so by speaking just now, does that mean? Li Aiguo saw Fang Chen's shocked expression and felt despondent. Damn, he was going to die. Everyone looked at Li Aiguo in surprise. Indeed, speaking was the cause of death, and both of them had just spoken. So, he had spoken too, does that mean? Wait, that's not right. Why hasn't he died yet? Speaking isn't the cause of death. Hao Qiuxing looked at the sky, no eyeball was locking onto them, and no beam of light had fallen after so long, confirming that Li Aiguo was wrong. If it's not speaking, then what is it? Li Aiguo was sweating profusely, relieved to have narrowly escaped death. There must be another reason. Fang Chen was the first to think of speaking, as it was a common point before their deaths,
But if it wasn't speaking, then what was it? Beams of light continued to fall from the sky into the city, indicating that many people had triggered the cause of death. So many people can trigger it, what is the reason after all? Fong Chen didn't want to think too much. Since he could deduce and ask, why waste brain cells? He ran towards Huang Huifeng and said, turn on your radio and ask about the origin of these eyes. Okay. The benefits of predictive deduction ability are undeniable. Fong Chen was somewhat envious of the taxi owned by Huang Huifeng. Huang Huifeng acted quickly, turned on the radio, and began to inquire. Welcome to today's radio program, you ask, I answer. Let's welcome our first lucky audience today, Huang Huifeng. Mr. Huang Huifeng, do you have any questions? Huang Huifeng said, hello, host. I have a question. I encountered danger, and now the sky is full of eyes. These eyes are golden, constantly rotating. I want to know what it is and what the conditions are for killing. Alright, please wait. Familiar music played, and Li Aigua also approached the car. As everyone eagerly awaited, soon the host's voice rang out again. The answer to the question is already known, Mr. Huang Huifeng, are you listening? Yes. Alright, the eyes you just asked about are collectively called golden eyes, and each golden eye has different functions. The golden eyes currently appearing in the sky over Tian'an City are also known as the eyes of justice. As long as someone speaks profanity, it will deprive that person of their life. Profanity. Everyone carefully recalled, it seemed that, perhaps, the two of them had indeed used profanity before. The reason is actually this? Li Aigua was shocked and couldn't help but curse, Zhao. As soon as this word came out, an eyeball turned towards Li Aigua. Fortunately, Li Aigua reacted quickly and hastily said, Zhao, marinating meat can remove the fishy smell, making it taste better. After saying this, he felt the gaze of the eyes leave him, and he breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. Fong Chen was speechless. He exchanged a glance with Huang Huifeng, both showing a wry smile. The eyes of justice, truly bizarre. From now on, they couldn't use their usual phrases. As taxi drivers, we often curse people. It's going to be hard to change that now. Huang Huifeng used to love cursing two kinds of people, those who cut in while driving and those who didn't let him cut in. Anyway, when talking, he would say anything, without any filter. Suddenly not being able to curse. He was afraid that he might not react in time and blurt out profanity out of habit. Cursing was not intentional, but rather an emotional intensifier. What should we do now? You can change it up, use different words instead. What words? I feel like no other words can express that emotion. Fong Chen thought for a moment, took out a red heart card, then faced the security room on his left and exclaimed loudly, I fervently horse. Everyone stared blankly at Fong Chen. Are you blatantly cursing in front of the eyes of justice? Do you not want to live? But to everyone's surprise, there was no eyeball locking onto Fong Chen. Seeing this, Fong Chen smiled slightly. This phrase works. I fervently horse, is that okay? Huang Huifeng was astonished. Don't say it to me. Fong Chen gave him a look. I know, it's just an exclamation. I fervently horse. Huang Huifeng. Fong Chen. I can't be bothered with you. Every time I see you, it's never good. I'm going back to sleep, don't bother me. Hey hey hey. Huang Huifeng hurriedly stopped Fong Chen, who was about to leave, saying, I came to invite you to eat hot pot. I went to 0 yuan shopping this morning and found a restaurant where all the ingredients are top-notch. Beef at $10 per gram, lobsters costing thousands of dollars. I fervently horse, let's eat together. I've never had it in my life. Fong Chen thought for a moment, realizing it was indeed lunchtime, so he didn't refuse. He had never eaten beef that cost several thousand yuan per kilogram, enough to wash his feet many times. Fong Chen, Li Aigua, Huang Hui, and Feng, a family of 3, totaled only 5 people. Huang Huifeng finally dared to leave the taxi. However, he parked the taxi outside the 5th floor window, then opened the protective cover on the car, enveloping the entire building inside. Only after taking precautions did he dare to get out of the car. Fong Chen and Li Aigua took the stairs. As they passed the entrance of the building, Li Aigua was cautious, afraid that his footsteps would startle Bai Huang, who was sitting on the ground with his eyes closed. Bai Huang suddenly jumped up, barking madly at him, scaring him to scramble upstairs. Bai Huang licked his leg and disdainfully said, cowardly as a mouse, afraid even of a dog. Fong Chen walked by, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Truly a celestial dog, even scolding himself fiercely. Celestial dogs are still dogs. People like to tease dogs, and dogs like to tease people, especially the smarter ones. There was an explosion outside, while people inside were having hot pot. On the rooftop of a tall building outside the Mingyue community, Bai Wuchang stood with his hands behind his back. Strange, with this person's intervention, there's no reason he shouldn't be killed. But why can't I sense the aura of the weeping stick and soul binding chain? My lord, what should we do next?
Beside him, a cautious little ghost inquired.
Send a few clever spirits to gather information.
Bai Wuchang dared not approach the Manhwa community easily, fearing he might not be able to leave once he entered. What happened to him that day still haunted him. Watching several souls hide their forms and head towards the Manhwa community, Bai Wuchang slowly withdrew his gaze. Just as he did so, he suddenly felt a familiar presence behind him. He quickly turned around to look. After identifying the aura, his expression changed slightly, leaving the spirits beside him and heading towards that presence.
Half a minute ago, in the central district, on the top floor of the Daijing building, in an ancient-style courtyard, a young man was sitting by the pond fishing, with two beautiful women in sexy attire by his side, one brewing tea for him and the other feeding him fruits. He baited the hook, put it in the pond, and the voice of the Tower of Doubt sounded in his mind. You are shaking the fishing rod, triggering a question, countdown of 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. You have entered the Tower of Doubt. Please listen to the judgment question. The abbreviation for renminbi is RMB. Is this true or false?
The man looked at the projected question, lost in thought.
What is renminbi? What is RMB? Not everyone is like Fang Chen, a local answering questions.
Without the ability to foresee, they can only rely on guessing in gambling.
However, the man didn't think for long.
To him, getting the answer right was good, but getting it wrong was fine too. He was already a third-level sorcerer, so even if he answered incorrectly and triggered danger, he could handle it.
True. Incorrect answer. You have triggered danger. Yama. Countdown of 10 seconds. Exit the answering space. 10, 9, 8. What is Yama? The man furrowed his brows slightly as he exited the answering space.
To him, Yama should be similar to Lion King or Tiger King, something he, as a third-level sorcerer, could easily crush. But in the next moment, a chilling coldness suddenly appeared within him. A huge figure rose behind him. In an instant, his body could no longer move. He felt as if he were in an ice cellar, his heart stopped beating, and his blood ceased to flow. The two women beside just glanced at the apparition, their eyes rolled back, and they collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Their souls drifted out of their bodies, standing nearby with bewildered expressions. The man stiffly turned his head, looking behind him. His face was deathly pale, his heart ashen, murmuring, Yen. Luo. Wang. You have 10 levels? The apparition did not answer him but suddenly contracted and entered his body. Just as the Yen Luo Wang's apparition entered the man's body, Bai Wuchang's figure floated over. Greetings, King Yen. Bai Wuchang respectfully bowed.
Yen Luo Wang turned around, glancing at Bai Wuchang.
At this moment, his aura was restrained, similar to an ordinary person but with a chilling edge.
No need for formalities. I didn't expect you to come out first. Yes. Besides you and me, has anyone else come out from the underworld?
Currently, I haven't sensed anyone else, but the heavenly dog ancestor has already come out, in the Bright Moon district.
Even it was captured by that damn little tower? What kind of existence is this little tower? Yen Luo Wang's expression changed, showing astonishment. I don't know, but I already know someone who is connected to the tower. Starting with him, we might be able to.
Bai Wuchang was interrupted by Yen Luo Wang raising his hand.
No need to say more. I have probed his soul and already know what's going on.
The Tower of Questions, everyone in this world is connected to it.
Ah, what an interesting world.
Yen Luo Wang turned around, gazing at the sky. The golden eyes in the sky made him frown. Even as the ruler of the underworld, he had never seen such a thing.
This person cannot be killed yet. Keep him for future use. I will reside within him and use him to understand this Tower of Questions. Yes, this place is good, crossed by the river of the underworld. Let's make this our residence in this world. Help Chongqing rebuild the underworld. Those willing to submit shall be under our command. Those unwilling shall be used as ghost slaves. Yes. Well, that's settled. Yes.
After Yen Luo Wang finished speaking, he returned the body to Chongqing, leaving him alive but marking him with a ghost slave imprint.
Chongqing climbed up from the ground, fear evident on his face.
He first checked his body, finding it unharmed, then turned his attention to his surroundings. When he saw Bai Wuchang, he couldn't help but tremble.
Yen Luo Wang? King Yen asked me to help you establish a new underworld. From now on, you are the agent of the underworld. Gather those willing to submit and eliminate those who resist.
Chongqing instantly understood the meaning behind these words and vigorously nodded.
Yes, yes, yes. Sir, I am only at the 3rd level. I fear I may not be able to defeat some extraordinary beings. Chongqing expressed his concern. Bai Wuchang flicked his sleeve and said, No worries, I will accompany you. Let's start today. beginning with this building and sweeping through. Yes. The bottom of the hot pot is used a lot, even the soles of your shoes taste good when dipped in. Whether it's meat that costs $12 per gram or $12 per pound, when rolled in the hot and spicy broth, the taste is almost the same. Fong Chen ate for a while before realizing his mistake, so he got a clear soup base to bring out the true flavor of the meat. I wonder how that silly dog downstairs tastes, Fong Chen mumbled while eating meat. Probably not that great. The body of a strong being is harder than steel. A piece of its meat boiled down might take hundreds of years, Huang Huifeng said, snatching a piece of freshly cooked beef from Li Aigua's bowl. You monk, how come you eat meat better than me? Practicing Buddhism, not killing or eating meat is the way to go. Li Aigua scooped up a piece of beef from the pot, eating while mumbling, whenever someone needs help, my body acts uncontrollably. Whom did you help? I helped you by finishing off this meat. Huang Huifeng gave him a glance and continued eating. After a while, he turned to Fong Chen and said, if we had that kind of strange fire, we could roast that dog's meat. We don't. Fong Chen stood up, walking towards the window. With higher levels, ordinary fire can kill it. The rain outside intensified, and as the wind blew, raindrops hit the glass window. He opened the window, gazing at the distant sky. Come and see if there's something floating in the sky over there, he said. Upon hearing this, everyone stood up and looked towards the distant sky. The sky remained gloomy, filled with golden eyes and occasional beams of light descending. In the southern city area, it seemed like a light column connected the sky and the earth, with a triangular red flag floating within it. It looks like a red flag, Huang Huifeng said uncertainly. Someone must have obtained a treasure. This red flag is sealed within the light column, and its purpose is unknown, Li Aigua said, proceeding to foresee. Various images flashed before his eyes. Although he didn't understand the significance of the red flag, he gained some useful information. He immediately took out his phone and dialed a number. I foresaw the presence of Deng Dexiang and others. I'll ask them what's happening over there, Li Aigua explained to Fong Chen. By this time, the call had connected, and Deng Dexiang's voice came from the other end. In a fight, what's up? Deng Dexiang asked. I know you're in a fight. I saw you in the future. What's the deal with that red flag? I'm asking for the boss. Li Aigua didn't mention Fong Chen's name, always mindful of the artificial intelligence matter, so he never mentioned Fong Chen when using his phone. Upon hearing the term boss, Deng Dexiang instantly understood who he was referring to and said, wait a moment. I'll leave the battle and find a safe place. Yan Jin, Tong Lin, retreat. Okay, Yan Jin's response came through the phone. In just a moment, the background noise on the call disappeared. Then Deng Dexiang's voice resumed. Suddenly appearing, it seems not to be attracted by answering questions, neither a reward nor a danger. Place your hand on the light column, and the information about the red flag will appear in your mind. It's called a camp flag, used to establish camp forces. Everyone in a camp force must abide by the set rules. Once betrayed or rules are broken, there will be consequences. Joining a camp force, the stronger the force, the more power you gain from killing enemies. Like me, a third-level angel, previously killing a second level might grant 1000 power, but after joining a force, depending on the force's strength and position, you can gain 1200 to 1600 power. Is it true? Li Aigua looked skeptical. Are you sure this isn't some conspiracy or trap? I'm sure. I saw this thing appear with my own eyes. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come into contact with it and known so much. Deng Dexiang said seriously. More and more people are competing for it now, with 100 already gathered. The closer you are to the light column, the stronger the attraction, like moths to a flame. Everyone is making their move, and 3 third levels have already died. Luckily, we retreated quickly, otherwise, we would have been surrounded by now. Let the boss make a move, snatch this thing, get a camp flag, equivalent to answering dozens of questions correctly. Li Aigua remained silent, looking at Fong Chen. Fong Chen gestured for him to turn off the phone, then sat back at the table, picking up potato slices from the pot to eat. Seeing this, everyone exchanged glances and returned to their seats. How could a camp flag appear out of nowhere? I feel like someone dug the trap. Huang Huifeng said with lingering fear, the dangers from the Tower of Questions are not brainless monsters, quite the opposite, many things there are even smarter than humans. It could also be part of the Tower of Questions setup, Fong Chen said while eating potatoes. Setup? Everyone looked at him puzzled. It's like playing a game, some setups are obvious, while others need players to discover. Right now, the Tower of Questions is like this game. The obvious setup is answering questions, getting rewards for correct answers, and triggering danger for wrong answers. As for the hidden setups, for example, after the first question, those who answer correctly belong to the reward camp, and those who answer wrongly belong to the danger camp. Furthermore, the reward camp gains strength by defeating the danger camp, and vice versa.
These two setups make conflict and killing inevitable. Now with the appearance of the camp flags, it further promotes strife and slaughter. Just like a game, it has opened up a new way to play. Everyone pondered his words carefully and found them quite reasonable. If that's the case, the camp flag might indeed be something released by the Tower of Questions. The camp flag represents the son of the version.
Are you going to go grab it?
No, I won't. Fong Chen took a sip of his drink. The camp flag is related to the son of the version. It's none of his business.
Even if it's the son of the version, facing a cheater, what can he do?
It's better to watch the show rather than get involved. The appearance of the camp flag will surely bring out the hidden powerhouses. The people at the top of the pyramid are only third level on the surface. In reality, who knows how many old cunning people are hidden in the shadows? The rewards from the Tower of Questions are not systematic. There are all sorts of strange and powerful things.
It's better to be cautious. I also think it's better to develop sneakily.
Huang Huifeng sniffed. As someone with a family to take care of, he disliked conflicts and preferred stability.
I would like to grab it, but I don't have the strength. Li Aiguo lamented.
He's only second level, and hearing that some third levels have died, he knows he would be wiped out if he went there. Those capable don't want to grab it, and those who want to grab it lack the ability.
Everyone sat down to continue eating hot pot.
Even in the past, gathering with friends for a hot pot meal was extremely enjoyable.
Not to mention in this apocalyptic era.
They ate and drank heartily, chatted, and after over an hour, they dispersed. Li Aigua drank some alcohol, but his Buddha power dispelled the effects of the alcohol. Huang Huifeng got drunk directly.
If it weren't for the taxi, he would be just an ordinary person.
With the help of Tang Jing and Xiao Huang, he managed to climb into the car. However, the taxi had extraordinary power. He tapped the screen twice, and a surge of energy woke him up from his drunken state.
I'll go take a look and see who ultimately grabs the camp flag. Don't get yourself involved. Fong Chen tidied up the table and went to the window. That's impossible. I'll just take a look, not actually go there. Huang Huifeng burped loudly and said, "Alright, I'm off. We'll have another meal together next time."
The taxi made a graceful turn in the air and flew southward. Fong Chen stared at the taillights for a long time, only shifting his gaze to the sky when the taxi was far away. The sky was overcast, raining heavily, and the golden eyes in the sky were rotating, sending shivers down one's spine.
Fong Chen released his psychic power, enveloping half of the sky above Tiannan City with dark clouds. The fire elements evaporated the rain clouds instantly.
Then, he manipulated the wind elements to disperse the remaining clouds on the other half of the sky.
The former took only a few minutes, while the latter took half an hour.
Blowing away clouds with wind takes more time. However, in just under an hour, not only did it stop raining, but there wasn't a single cloud left in the sky. In the blue sky, golden eyes were scattered all over. The sun shone from the east, illuminating the river Styx brightly. It was different from what Fong Chen had imagined. He thought that once the sun came out, the power of the river Styx would dissipate. But he didn't expect that not only was the river Styx still there, but it also didn't reject the sunlight. The souls in the river Styx were still there, harnessing the power of the river to roam inside, unaffected even when exposed to the sun. However, they could only stick to the surface of the river and dare not show themselves from within. It seemed like the surface of the river Styx divided the upper and lower worlds, where even a centimeter below the surface was the underworld.
So much power.
The power gained from resolving the danger of the torrential rain surprised Fong Chen. It was much more than he had imagined. He thought dispelling a dark cloud was a simple matter and wouldn't require much power, considering that before the Tower of Doubt descended, humans could use cannons to drive away the rain. He didn't expect that dispelling the rain this time would directly increase his power by 1/3. With 2 more attempts, he could reach the peak of the 4th level directly.
You are sneezing, successfully triggering the question. Countdown 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. You have entered the Tower of Doubt. Please listen to the judgment question. Is painting one of the 6 arts of a gentleman, true or false? False, Fong Chen replied. Correct answer. Congratulations on obtaining the law of battle. Fong Chen thought, I don't seem to need this. This is a technique for fighting, and I'm alone. What do I need the law of battle for? Fong Chen rolled his eyes, took out the law of battle, and carefully examined it, aiming to understand it thoroughly. It might not be necessary, but he couldn't afford not to know. The attraction of the camp flag to the people around it came from a certain power. The closer they got, the more they desired it. Those with slightly weak minds would be controlled by it, thus getting involved in the fighting and competition. It was like a mousetrap, setting traps to lure the mice in. At this moment, although less than 2 hours had passed, the area around the pillar of light was already filled with bodies. These people didn't die from answering questions but died here. The situation had gradually stabilized,
with only 3 groups left for the final struggle. One was a group of over 30 half-beast people, who had no magic or spiritual power, relying solely on physical strength. However, even with just physical strength, the leader at the front had already reached the 4th level. On the other side were Bai Wuchang and Chang Xing. Bai Wuchang had strong power, but the problem was that the group of beast people had no souls, rendering his ghostly powers completely useless. The densing energy that fell on these beast people couldn't harm them at all. As for using ghostly powers to confuse their minds, they simply had no minds. Their actions were purely instinctual, just a few lumps of powerful flesh. Their life composition had nothing to do with the 5 elements of yin and yang. He could only rely on Chang Xing's wizardry. Fortunately, he had helped Chang Xing deal with a ghost king before, gaining some experience and allowing him to advance to the 4th level. A 4th level wizard had poison in the air around him, capable of firmly suppressing all extraordinary beings except those in a soul state. Apart from the half-beast people and Bai Wuchang's group, there was a third group. The third party was a group of insects that gathered and dispersed intermittently. They were the insect clan. When combined, they possessed the power of the 4th level. Damn it, we're standing above the river Styx, but these powers can't harm them at all. Where did these things come from? Bai Wuchang couldn't help but curse. The golden eyes in the sky noticed that he had used foul language and sent down a beam of light. However, when these beams of light landed on Bai Wuchang, they didn't cause any substantial harm. The golden eyes could strip away life force, killing half-beast people and insects, but they had no effect on Bai Wuchang. He was already dead, devoid of life force. Moreover, energy attacks couldn't harm the yin spirits. Lord Impermanence, what should we do next? Changxing asked with a serious expression. You can rest assured and fight them. I will take care of anyone who tries to interfere. This is very different from what I imagined. My power is not on the same level as theirs. It seems that rebuilding the underworld is not an easy task. In the human world, at the level of white impermanence, he is invincible. But here, with various beings from all realms and worlds, each with different life states, his power may falter at times. Just like how nuclear radiation is harmful to biological cells but does not cause substantial harm to metals. Humans can mutate, but iron remains iron, just with added radiation. Lord Impermanence, I have a way to snatch the camp flag, Changxing said. I will lure these insect tribes into the bodies of the half-beasts with my poison, and then we can take the camp flag while they are distracted. But there's a problem. I can't get the poison into their bodies as they don't breathe. Let me handle it, White Impermanence said calmly. The half-beasts have no souls, no intelligence, which gives White Impermanence the perfect opportunity. Without a soul, isn't it just an empty shell? He could enter easily. White Impermanence was starting to doubt why Yama hadn't shown up after all this time. Perhaps he was afraid of losing face. If he came out and found that the underworld power was ineffective against these creatures, he would lose his authority in front of them. So, he pretended not to see and stayed hidden. Exhaling the random thoughts, White Impermanence released a breath of underworld aura. Taking the poison from Changxing, he dispersed his body and drilled into the bodies of the half-beasts. This poison was concocted on the spot by Changxing. Using the bodies of the insect tribes as bait and infusing them with the primal power of the insects, both had a deadly attraction to the insect tribes. With Changxing's poison, this attraction was intensified. When the poison burst inside the bodies of the half-beasts, the insect tribes would abandon them and fiercely attack the half-beasts. The defense of the half-beasts was strong all over, but their weakness lay within. Since each insect was small, they could penetrate the bodies of the half-beasts easily. Without a soul, without intelligence, the benefits were clear, but so were the drawbacks. A cold wind blew as White Impermanence sent all of Changxing's poison into the bodies of the half-beasts. The poison burst, releasing a power only the insect tribes could sense. The half-beasts, unaware of the change, continued towards the pillar of light. Clumsy in movement yet exceptionally strong, they seemed unaffected by the tense atmosphere around them. They had no brains, only instincts. As they moved, the insect tribes followed suit. Countless insects flew towards the half-beasts, enveloping them and entering their bodies through the facial orifices, voraciously devouring the poisonous sources attached to their flesh. The half-beasts let out a wail, instinctively struggling and thrashing their bodies. They didn't know how to express this sensation and could only use their hands to beat their bodies hard to alleviate the pain. Like war drums being struck, a dull and heavy sound echoed. Some half-beasts beat themselves to death with a few punches. Others rolled on the ground, howling continuously. Still watching? Take the camp flag and leave. White Impermanence appeared, reminding Changxing. Changxing reacted swiftly, rushing towards the pillar of light and taking down the camp flag. The onlookers were restless, but upon seeing White Impermanence, they all retreated. The half-beasts and the insects were not afraid of White Impermanence because of their different life forms.
they couldn't withstand his attacks. Just a touch of his cold aura made them feel icy and unconscious. The camp flag is obtained by our underworld. All extraordinary beings willing to join can go to the Emperor's View Tower. White Impermanence announced to the crowd. The appearance of the camp flag saved him the time to conquer them one by one. It came just in time.
The crowd fell silent.
Some started moving towards the Imperial building. Some stood still, watching the half-orcs rolling on the ground. Some turned and left, continuing to hide. Why aren't you leaving yet? How long do you plan to stay?
Bai Wuchang glanced at Changxing, who was reluctant to leave, and said coldly,
"What a pity! If I could feed these insect tribes with poison, I would have an ace up my sleeve."
Changxing lamented, running outside. He was a warlock, unable to fly, but with a physique slightly stronger than an ordinary person. He had to travel on foot without any means of transportation. Bai Wuchang sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. A warlock whose only ability is poison, he had never seen such a waste. With a wave of his hand, a cold wind surged, lifting Changxing and flying towards the Imperial building. Changxing flew in the air, holding the camp flag in his hand, feeling somewhat excited. Looking back at the insect tribes still fighting the half-orcs, he smiled. This time, seizing the camp flag went smoothly.
If it weren't for the brainless half-orcs and pets, the seizure process would indeed have been very smooth. Others wouldn't last a second against Bai Wuchang. Even without Bai Wuchang, there weren't many who could withstand Changxing, a level 4 warlock's poison. This world is more complex than I imagined. We must be cautious and hide our strength. Bai Wuchang knew that although their underworld was powerful, it might not be the strongest in the original world. Now, with the power of the heavens and myriad realms descending upon this world, their underworld strength ranking might have to step back. Arrogance and flaunting are not the way to survive. Changxing was completely unaware of the seriousness of the problem. Your strength is at level 10, Lord Yanwang is even stronger. As long as you don't encounter those without a soul and intelligence, whose bodies are not flesh, everyone else can be killed instantly. Bai Wuchang scolded, "You know nothing. At any moment, a figure might appear in the sky and kill us instantly." "It shouldn't happen. You fool."
Bai Wuchang didn't want to say anything more. He had realized this within 2 days of coming here, yet Changxing still hadn't. What a fool! But Changxing couldn't be blamed too much. After all, he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Bai Wuchang had witnessed Tian Go Laozu dealing with a level 4 human without a word. Seeing it with your own eyes makes the impact deeper.
"What is that?" Bai Wuchang didn't want to speak, but Changxing's voice rang out. He looked at the sky, swallowed hard, and exclaimed in panic, "Could it be true?" Bai Wuchang felt a familiar aura coming from the sky and looked up. In the sky, the blue canopy was filled with golden eyes. And in the higher void, a shadow condensed into form. It was also an eye. This eye was thousands of times larger than the golden eyes, but it was closed, seeming to split the sky into 2 halves. Looking at this eye, Bai Wuchang felt an overwhelming familiarity. But before he could recall it carefully, he felt the power from the eye locking onto them. No, not locking onto him, but onto them, locking onto the camp flag in Changxing's hand. His face changed drastically, and he instantly remembered what this eye was. "Quick, drop the camp flag," Bai Wuchang shouted. "Ah!"
Changxing was so scared that his body trembled, and the camp flag slipped from his hand and fell below. As the camp flag fell, the pillar of light reappeared, protecting the camp flag within it.
Why is it? Why is it? Damn it!
Bai Wuchang didn't care about that. He cursed while carrying Changxing and flying down. When Changxing landed safely and entered the house, Bai Wuchang quickly turned into a wisp of blue smoke and entered the body of a white cat.
"Lord Wuchang, what was that? Candle dragon. What?"
Changxing wanted to ask again, but Bai Wuchang had already hidden himself tightly in the body of the white cat, not daring to show any breath. He even closed his eyes, pretending to be a dead cat. Changxing looked up at the eyes in the sky, only to see those eyes slowly opening.
What was going on?
Changxing felt that Bai Wuchang, as a ghost like this, should hide in the river Styx, so why hide in a cat's body?
Is a cat's body stronger than the river Styx?
The giant eye in the sky slowly opened, just a tiny slit, yet it caused a huge change in the whole world. It felt like the temperature had risen by hundreds of degrees, making the air boil. But in reality, the temperature hadn't changed at all. The heat was felt because of the power of the sun. The power of the sun does not refer to the sun's strength but to the power corresponding to the moon's. It is the power of the source. The faint power of the sun filled the city of Tiannan, only sentient beings could feel it. So even though the temperature hadn't risen, everyone felt like they were in a furnace. And the river Styx. After the power of the sun appeared, the river Styx began to boil, like a pot of cooked black sesame paste. The souls in the river Styx let out a piercing scream. Even those hiding at the bottom of the river Styx were roasted by this power of the sun, making their souls unstable. The eye of the candle dragon had not fully opened, just revealing a slit, but even that slit was close to taking the lives of everyone in Tiannan City. Fortunately, the purpose of the candle dragon opening its eyes was not to kill everyone but to target the faction flags.
Fireballs flew out from the eye slit, transforming into human forms and heading towards the faction flags on the ground.
After leaving Fengchen, Huang Huifeng rushed towards the central district. Flying in the sky would attract too much attention, so he chose to travel on the river Styx. The nature of the river Styx was perfect for shielding him from those with ill intentions lurking in the shadows. The car sped along, and he quietly muttered about the appearance of the faction flag. Before he could finish speaking, a red triangular flag landed on his car's hood. Then a beam of light appeared, pushing the taxi away and enveloping the faction flag.
Huang Huifeng looked slightly dazed at the faction flag. Could it be this coincidental? Am I the chosen one?
He swallowed hard, his heart pounding like a drum.
After hesitating for a moment, he decided to take the faction flag.
Since it was delivered to him, there was no reason to ignore it. If someone came looking for it later, he would decide whether to hand it over based on the situation. If all else failed, he could give the faction flag to the judgment god. Feng Ning still owed him a favor. With that in mind, Huang Huifeng turned the car around, ready to pocket the faction flag. But as he turned the car around to retrieve the faction flag, 5 figures appeared around his taxi. These 5 figures had fiery red hair, bare upper bodies, and black runes on their bronze-colored skin. Flames were marked on their foreheads. Their whole bodies exuded a scorching aura, making them look like burning coals. "I'm just looking, not taking." Huang Huifeng's face twitched, awkwardly speaking. He sensed a 6th-level power from these figures, which he could also discern from the urgent alarm inside the taxi.
5 6th-level beings. Indeed, the faction flag was not easy to take. Apart from the monsters sent down by the Tower of Questions, perhaps only Feng Chen could securely hold onto this thing, right? One of the figures took the faction flag down and held it.
Then, they continued to surround the taxi with the other 4 figures.
"You have the power of the moon,"
one of the figures said expressionlessly.
"Ha?" Huang Huifeng was puzzled.
Very faint, very faint. You must have picked it up while passing by the power of the moon."
Another figure explained. "What is the power of the moon?" Huang Huifeng asked weakly.
Looking at these figures, he had a foreboding feeling creeping over him. When the power of the sun filled this corner of the world, Feng Chen felt a surge of intense heat. Although he could control the fire element, the power of the elements and the power of the sun were 2 different things. He couldn't resist it at all. Releasing his psychic power, he covered half the city, searching for the source of this solar power. However, even if he were a 10th level, let alone a 5th level, he couldn't trace it back. Apart from the fact that psychic power and solar power had different attributes, it was also because Feng Chen's level was too low. Just like a cultivator in the qi refining stage couldn't comprehend the power of the laws. However, even though he couldn't trace it back to its source, he could sense that there was no such power at all at the exit of the building.
"This dog." He got up and went out, arriving on the 1st floor.
At that moment, Bai Huang was lying on the ground asleep. Seeing Feng Chen come out, it just lifted its eyelids, turned its head, and went back to sleep. "I sense a power that seems to envelop the entire city of Tiannan, but it's not here. What's going on?"
Feng Chen asked.
Bai Huang drooped its ears, pretending not to hear. Feng Chen glanced at it, said nothing, but took the deck of cards in his hand, 13 rule cards, shuffled them, making a rustling sound.
Bai Huang's body trembled, opened its eyes and said, "That guy is here too." "Which guy?" "Candle Dragon." Feng Chen's movements paused, surprised. "The candle dragon that turns day into night when it opens its eyes and night into day when it closes them?"
"Yes," Bai Huang said, "when it opens its eyes, the power of the sun flows out, and the whole world is filled with light."
"The power you just felt is the power of the sun."
"I don't have it here because my body is filled with the power of the moon, which neutralizes the sun."
"You have the power of the moon?"
"I don't have the power of the moon, but the moon does. I've eaten the moon, so naturally, I have it." Bai Huang said lightly, "Originally, I should have not only the power of the moon but also the power of the sun.
It's just that when I went to eat the sun, I was stopped by the Heavenly Emperor and couldn't eat it." Feng Chen rolled his eyes.
According to ancient myths, the sun is the golden crow, and the golden crow is the child of the Heavenly Emperor.
If you go eat someone's child, how can the Heavenly Emperor not stop you? It's good if he doesn't kill you and stew you to eat. The candle dragon has appeared. Do you know where it is?
I can only sense the power of the sun, but I can't sense the source. If you can't sense it, you can actually look up at the sky. Bai Huang wagged its tail. At Bai Huang's words, Feng Chen walked out of the stairwell and looked up at the sky. His huge eyes divided the sky into 2, like a deep abyss.
"Bright." Feng Chen.
Accustomed to using psychic power to see things, he had overlooked his eyes. To discover the most profound power, all he needed was to open his eyes. The golden eyes detected Fong Chen's foul language, locked onto him, and a beam of light descended. Fong Chen took out the Queen of Hearts, transferring the damage to Bai Huang's right side. Bai Huang twitched its tail, unharmed. Although the power of the golden eyes was strong, it was as harmless to Bai Huang as scratching an itch. Now, Fong Chen could proficiently use the rule cards. At first, he had a bit of trouble distinguishing between the Jack and the Queen, but after careful observation, he realized that the hook of the Jack pointed to the left, and he remembered it accurately. You are petting the dog's head, successfully triggering the question. Countdown 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. You have entered the Tower of Doubt. Please listen to the multiple choice question. The core of agriculture is 1. Forests 2. Farmland 3. Fertilizer 4. Seeds the fourth one. Fong Chen. Correct answer. Congratulations, you have won a timepiece. Watching Bai Huang's silver-white soft fur, Fong Chen couldn't help but want to reach out and touch it. As soon as his hand touched Bai Huang's dog head, a question was triggered. Hearing that it was a multiple-choice question, Fong Chen felt excited, thinking it was another rule-related item, but it turned out to be an ordinary weapon like a storm sword. Without the word rule, he felt something was missing. Carelessly, he took out his watch to check. Even if the item from the multiple-choice question was poor, it couldn't just be an ordinary watch, right? Fong Chen carefully read the instructions on the watch. After reading it once, the next second, he started shaking all over. The timepiece could rewind, pause, and accelerate time within a certain range. Although it didn't have the word rule, it possessed great power. Bai Huang, can you control time? Being patted on the head, Bai Huang dared not speak out of anger, so he had to suppress his hatred and calmly said, just traversing the river of time, who can't do that? I asked about control, not resistance, Fong Chen corrected. Only those who understand the way of controlling time can do it. Although I can't, I can eat. Feeling his head being stroked by Fong Chen, Bai Huang unexpectedly felt a hint of comfort. It felt somewhat unbelievable and quickly dismissed the thought. You can also eat the power of time? There's nothing in this world that I can't eat. Then do you eat excrement? Suddenly, Fong Chen remembered something. Do you want to eat Candle Dragon? Can you get it for me to eat? It seems that Candle Dragon belongs to the reward camp. If Bai Huang eats Fong Chen, then it must belong to the danger camp, but if it wants to eat Candle Dragon, it proves that Candle Dragon is from the reward camp. The reward camp is good, they won't bother him, and everyone can coexist peacefully. What is the reward camp? Nothing. Bai Huang is from the danger camp. If Fong Chen kills it, his level will skyrocket. Although not reaching the maximum level, it will at least reach the highest level. But the problem now is that Fong Chen can't kill Bai Huang. He can make Bai Huang commit suicide with rule cards, but he can feel that Bai Huang can't kill itself. He can only wait for later. Bonfire should work, but that's replacement, not elimination. Although Bai Huang can be replaced with something else and cease to exist, it won't give Fong Chen any power. If Bai Huang is replaced several times with trash like stones and glass, and then these trash are eliminated, will I gain power? I estimate that after replacement, the identity of the danger camp will be eliminated, and there won't be any power gained after elimination. Even if there is power gained, it will be based on what was eliminated. If a piece of glass is eliminated, that power is no different from a mosquito. It's better to leave it to guard the door, it will be more useful. Understanding what that strange power was, where it came from, and obtaining a powerful item from answering questions, Fong Chen decided to go back, take a nap in the afternoon, and prepare dinner. He returned upstairs, opened the window to let some fresh air in, looked up, and saw a black dot in the distance. Unable to see clearly, he released his telekinesis and realized it was Huang Huifeng's taxi. In front of the taxi, there were 5 figures. The aura emitted by those figures was the solar power that had filled the world before. Fong Chen frowned. Could it be that Candle Dragon had come looking for trouble? Beep beep beep. Just as he was pondering, his phone rang, indicating a new message. I've been kidnapped. These guys might be looking for you. They said I have the power of Taiyin, and I guess this thing belongs to you. No. I led them south, but their noses are even more sensitive than a dog's. They smelled the scent and came straight to you. I swear, it's not that I want to cause trouble for you, but trouble always seems to find me on its own. Did you answer the question wrong and trigger danger? Nothing good ever happens when you're around, right? This is a reverse situation. Fong Chen didn't want to mention anything about Huang Huifeng anymore. To be precise, these guys filled with the power of the sun weren't here for him but for Bai Huang. The power of the moon belongs to that guy. The faction flag fell into the hands of these guys, and they even forced me to join their faction. I didn't want to agree in the first place, but they almost melted my car. They made me join and even gave me the position of a senior elder.
I'm burning with anger. I'm also very scared.
I can't beat anyone, and making me a senior elder will only attract hatred.
Why don't you join too, and I'll give you the position? Fong Chen didn't reply.
In the blink of an eye, those 5 figures had arrived above the residential area in a taxi.
Fong Ning flew out from the residential area and stood in front of them with a strange expression. Master Huang, you.
I was also forced into this. Huang Huifeng anxiously looked at his phone screen, with no response from Fong Chen.
What should he do next?
It's really not his fault. These people followed the scent here. Ignoring Fong Ning, the 5 individuals shifted their gaze downward, towards Bai Huang in Unit 3 of the building. When they appeared, Bai Huang also noticed them.
Sun spirits.
Bai Huang muttered to himself, involuntarily swallowing hard.
You possess the power of the moon. You deserve to die.
All living beings with the power of the moon should die. Flames instantly ignited on the 5 sun spirits, the manifestation of the power of the sun. The true sun fire burned the surrounding space, causing the collapsed space to emit a whistling sound, creating ripples throughout the area. They charged towards Bai Huang. The space distorted, and as the light shone upon them, it emitted a colorful glow.
Their movements resembled a rainbow. Ah! Despite having eaten so much, this was Bai Huang's first time at a buffet.
Seeing the 5 spirits flying towards him, he simply enlarged his head and opened his mouth. Then, without doing anything, he waited for the spirits to fall into his trap. The spirits realized that Bai Huang was stronger than them, but it was too late to retreat. They had flown right to Bai Huang's mouth. Before they could react, a force descended upon them, directly pulling them into Bai Huang's mouth.
Burp! Swallowing the 5 spirits, Bai Huang burped contentedly, showing a satisfied expression.
This tastes much better than the moon here. When Bai Huang first arrived in this world, he took a bite of the moon but found it unsatisfying, shifting his attention to Fong Chen below.
Unexpectedly, Fong Chen revealed an impressive move, turning him into a watchdog. One misstep leads to eternal regret.
After Bai Huang swallowed the sun spirits, their intelligence dissipated, leaving only the power of the sun. However, Bai Huang quickly assimilated this sun power. Although the increase in strength was minimal, it was better than nothing. Something was stuck in his mouth. Bai Huang used his tongue to sweep around and then spat it out.
He looked at the triangular red flag. A beam of light appeared, enveloping the flag.
As the beam of light interacted with him, he extracted relevant information from it.
Faction flag can be used for useless stuff, and I can't eat it. Bai Huang took down the faction flag and sent it to Fong Chen's window on the 5th floor. Do you want it?
Fong Chen glanced at the faction flag outside the window, decisively took it down, and stored it in the answer space.
Aren't you uninterested in this kind of thing? Huang Huifeng drove up to the window, surprised by Fong Chen's actions. His expression earlier didn't seem like an act.
The meaning of what I said before was that I wouldn't actively go and snatch this thing. No matter how precious it is, it's all the same to me.
But now that it's been delivered to me and I don't want it, isn't that crazy? I don't want this treasure on me.
Besides, the camp flag from the central city, after many twists and turns, has ended up in my hands, which means...
Means what? This was originally mine. Fong Chen grinned. Huang Huifeng. This sounds somewhat reasonable. What's not yours, you can't force it. What's meant to be yours will eventually come to you, no matter how far away it is. All right. It seems my Grand Elder plan won't work out. Wait, I'll answer a question.
Huang Huifeng said regretfully. As soon as he finished speaking, the voice of the Tower of Questions rang in his mind.
Countdown of 10 seconds. You are moving your toes, successfully triggering a question. Countdown of 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. You have entered the Tower of Questions.
Please listen to the judgment question. In the expression tea poured over the head, does tea refer to lava? Is it correct or incorrect? Huang Huifeng, being an old hand at answering questions multiple times, had both correct and incorrect answers. He had concluded from multiple questionings that if an answer seemed absurd at first glance, it was probably correct. Upon hearing this question, he thought carefully. Tea poured over the head, poured over, lava poured over.
Seems absurd. This is too absurd. So it should be correct.
Correct, Huang Huifeng confidently replied.
Incorrect answer. You have triggered a danger, the destruction of Tianan City. Countdown of 10 seconds. 10, 9. Coming out of the answering space, Huang Huifeng's face changed instantly. He exclaimed excitedly, I answered the question wrong. I got it wrong. Your taxi is already at level 3, invincible below level 5. What are you afraid of for answering a question wrong? Fong Chen shrugged it off. It's not about the danger that falls on me, it's a collective danger.
Individual dangers are usually related to the level of the person answering, while collective dangers are random. However, there are exceptions, but they are rare. But when the population base is large, exceptions become more common. Like Chongqing, he was an exception, only at level 3, but he summoned the King of Hell by answering a question wrong. The King of Hell must be at least level 20 or 30, right? Huang Huifeng faced a collective danger, which meant it was a random danger. What is it? Feng Chen asked. The destruction of Tianan City. Huang Huifeng said solemnly. Feng Chen paused. Just the destruction of Tianan City, nothing else? How will it be destroyed? What will be used to destroy it? It didn't say. Either you get in the car, or I'll ask on the radio? Okay. Just in case, Feng Chen also took out a deck of cards. There were thousands of things that could destroy Tianan City, small and big. Like floods, earthquakes, all capable of destroying Tianan. But these were all minor, and superhumans could counter them. What he feared was some mysterious force descending, directly destroying Tianan with overwhelming power. Like in Beishu's city, where a meteorite fell, leaving only debris. Then the ghost city arrived, leaving nothing behind. If Tianan City was hit by a meteorite, Feng Chen would have to transfer the damage. He couldn't withstand the impact of a meteorite himself. Feng Chen got into the car. Huang Huifeng stepped on the gas, heading north. With Tianan City's destruction, leaving the city would solve the problem. At the same time, he immediately turned on the radio to search for programs. Feng Chen sat beside him, holding a Queen of Hearts, transferring the damage to the person on his right, not knowing who that was, but he didn't care. He couldn't transfer the damage to Huang Huifeng on his left. Meanwhile, he released his telekinesis to observe the entire city. Although the program had not been found yet, Feng Chen could already feel a change in power. A familiar force appeared within the range of his telekinetic senses. Feng Chen patted Huang Huifeng's arm, signaling him to stop searching for radio programs. What's wrong? No need to ask. I know how Tianan City will be destroyed. Ha! Feng Chen looked out the window. In the sky, the eye of the candle dragon slowly opened, releasing the boundless power of the sun, gradually condensing into a figure clad in black robes. It was the incarnation of the candle dragon. Huang Huifeng glanced at the rearview mirror, then turned to look out the car window. What is that? Feng Chen took a deep breath and then exhaled slowly, saying helplessly, Bai Huang swallowed the spirit of the sun, and now the candle dragon is coming after him. If they fight, even just a little, Tianan will be destroyed. Really? Bai Huang is that powerful? I feel. You feel that I easily dealt with it, so you think Bai Huang isn't strong, right? Feng Chen chuckled. That's because I cleverly use tools, not my own strength. With just my 4th level power, I can't even touch a hair on its body. Oh my horse. So, does that mean you can cleverly deal with this candle dragon too? With the candle dragon and the celestial dog guarding the neighborhood, your neighborhood will be invincible. Huang Huifeng exclaimed. When are you planning to take action? Feng Chen turned to look at him, silent. Huang Huifeng hurriedly said, Don't get me wrong, I'm not asking you to be a savior out of charity. It's also a danger, a mistake I made in answering a question. By resolving the danger, you can enhance your strength. By solving the danger that could destroy Tianan City, you could directly advance to level 5, right? Watching Huang Huifeng anxiously explain, Feng Chen smiled faintly. Charity. Charity. Feng Chen said, There's no need to explain. Charity is not wrong. What's wrong is showing charity without strength. Without strength, but overflowing with kindness, that's a crime, a path to self-destruction. If you have strength, with strength, everything you do is right. Moreover, people often confuse the Virgin Mary with the bitchy virgin. In fact, the Virgin Mary is generous, while the bitchy virgin is taking advantage of others' generosity. So, are you advocating for the Virgin Mary and against the bitchy virgin? Huang Huifeng asked. No, Feng Chen's gaze returned to the distant sky. Whether it's the Virgin Mary or the bitchy virgin, it's none of my concern. As long as they provoke me, they can all go to hell. Just as Huang Huifeng had just said, the battle between the candle dragon and Bai Huang was a danger triggered by answering the wrong question. So, resolving this danger was a matter of greater benefit than harm. Feng Chen decided to deal with the candle dragon. In fact, he still had some doubts in his mind. Was this danger caused by Huang Huifeng answering the question incorrectly? If he had answered correctly, would the candle dragon not have come to trouble by Huang? Could the Tower of Doubt control the thoughts of the candle dragon? While Feng Chen pondered, the candle dragon had already come face to face with Bai Huang. Hovering over Manhwa neighborhood, the candle dragon gazed down at Bai Huang at the foot of the stairs. White dog, didn't expect you to be caught too. Firefly, you're getting more and more rude, talking to Lord Dog like that? Bai Huang yawned, appearing nonchalant. Seeing Bai Huang's attitude, the Candle Dragon grew furious. They had been enemies for a long time, and with old scores unsettled and new ones arising, today's encounter would not end well. There were no kind words to be exchanged. The Candle Dragon directly released its power of the sun, crushing towards Bai Huang.
Was just thinking there's nothing to eat.
Bai Huang, seeing this, calmly stood up and opened its mouth.
The power of the sun entered its mouth. Let's see how much you can eat.
The Candle Dragon kept stuffing the power of the sun into Bai Huang's mouth. The clash of the two beasts only filled Manhwa neighborhood with power.
They held back, not unleashing their full force right away.
If one were to say they were considering the safety of others, it would be somewhat laughable. They were simply testing each other. Being brought into this world, not knowing what changes the other party had undergone, starting off with full force right away, easily falling into a passive position.
The Candle Dragon sent how much solar power? The White Emperor would swallow how much solar power?
It seemed like there was a universe inside its belly, never to be filled. However, after a moment of devouring, it suddenly closed its mouth. Its expression changed. This taste is wrong. This is not solar power.
Yes, I added a little something else. Candle Dragon sneered. Ignorant, don't you know that poison is ineffective against me? White Emperor sneered. If its belly could withstand solar power, what kind of poison could harm its body?
This is not poison.
Not poison? It's feces. I added feces. I hid all the feces and urine from this city into the solar power. You like to eat, don't you? I'll let you eat your fill. Stupid dog.
Candle Dragon burst into laughter, sweeping away the previous gloom. Its mouth may not be as powerful as the White Emperor's, but when it came to using its brain, 100 White Emperors couldn't compare to it.
Hearing this laughter, the White Emperor's face turned extremely ugly. You're dead.
A cold word came out of its mouth, and at the same time, its power surged. Behind it, a crescent moon appeared, filled with lunar power.
Let's see who dies first.
Candle Dragon showed no weakness, coldly snorting, its body turning into nothingness.
At the same time, the eye of the Candle Dragon in the sky slowly opened. When the eye of the Candle Dragon fully opened, a sun appeared in the sky. With the sun in the sky and the moon on the ground, the entire world was divided into red and white by the sun and moon. The collision of solar and lunar powers plunged the whole world into silence. Where the two powers collided, swirling vortexes of the two colors slowly emerged. Not to mention the city of Tianan, even the entire world was divided by these two powers. However, in the next instant, a shadow of an ancient tower appeared in the sky, invisible to anyone, but emanating a force that compressed the battle between the two beasts into the Tianan city area. If it was agreed to destroy Tianan city, then only Tianan city would be destroyed. 1 meter more, 1 foot, 1 centimeter, 1 millimeter, none of them counted as a complete Tianan city. The sun represented solar power, the moon represented lunar power.
At the same time, the shadows of the Candle Dragon and the Celestial Dog also appeared.
What's going on?
As the world was divided, in this red and white, a third color emerged.
Fang Chen floated in the air, looking at the power that appeared on his body with some confusion.
He couldn't see clearly, but Huang Huifeng beside him could see it clearly. A shadow of a tortoise appeared behind Fang Chen.
Wow, such a big tortoise. In the taxi, Xiao Huang couldn't help but shout. Fang Chen is a tortoise? What kind of tortoise is this? I've never seen this kind of tortoise before.
Huang Huifeng looked astonished.
Fang Chen looked at the black runes that appeared on his skin, then looked back at the huge shadow of Xuanwu behind him. Are they fighting, awakening the Xuanwu bloodline in me? There were 3 colors in the world, but there were 4 figures, aside from the Candle Dragon, Celestial Dog, and Fang Chen. Not far away was a young man. Fang Chen turned to look, feeling very familiar, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the great director, Teacher Yao. A red firebird shadow appeared behind him. Vermilion bird? Ha! Fang Chen couldn't help but laugh, never expecting that Teacher Yao's firebird was not of the fire element, but of the same divine beast.
In the vast city of Nanshan, among the millions of survivors, only 2 received rewards related to divine beasts. The drop rate was a bit low. Teacher Yao's face was pale, his level had just reached level 2. How could he withstand such a situation? It felt like 2 elephants fighting, and he, an ant, was getting involved.
Isn't this seeking death?
Seeing Fang Chen beside him, his mood improved slightly.
There was another ant.
The appearance of Fang Chen and Director Yao caught the attention of Candle Dragon and White Emperor. White Emperor didn't look at Fang Chen, only at Director Yao, while Candle Dragon glanced at Fang Chen and then at Director Yao. The bloodline of divine beasts, what a pleasant surprise. Candle Dragon said, "Stupid dog, how about we each take one of these 2 bloodlines of divine beasts and fight again, what do you say?"
Not a good idea.
You can't eat that little chubby vermilion bird, and you can't handle the Xuanwu.
Don't waste time,
See if you've made any progress over the years. White Emperor let out a long howl, and the moon's shadow slowly rose.
Candle Dragon brought down the sun's shadow, suppressing the moon. Why can't I eat that vermilion bird? Because I won't let you. Then why can't I eat the Xuanwu? If you eat me, you won't be able to eat him either. Funny, you won't let me eat, but I will.
Candle Dragon said, pulling Director Yao into the sun.
Then, its power descended towards Feng Chen.
The power of the sun fell on Feng Chen, but under the effect of the rule card, all the power transferred to White Emperor.
White Emperor let out a cry. Firefly, are you blind? White Emperor scolded angrily.
Candle Dragon was stunned, then looked deeply at Feng Chen and said, you can actually transfer my power away, you possess a Great Tao artifact.
Are rule props considered Great Tao artifacts in their eyes?
Feng Chen nodded, stepped on the wind element, walked up to White Emperor, and stared directly at Candle Dragon. The one you just killed was my teacher, he taught me history.
So what?
Candle Dragon was only slightly surprised, then regained composure, a look of ecstasy on its face.
A mere human cultivator actually possessing a Great Tao artifact. How is this any different from a child carrying gold through a bustling market? This Great Tao artifact belongs to it. Feng Chen pondered, not answering immediately.
White Emperor was grinning from ear to ear, excitedly repeating, visit the 3 gardens.
Visit the 3 gardens. Visit the 3 gardens. Feng Chen glanced at it, took out the 3 of hearts.
However, he didn't use it right away. Instead, he turned the minute hand on his timepiece.
Tick, tock.
As the minute hand turned, everything in the world stood still, and in the next instant, everything began to rewind. The blowing wind, flowing water, released gas, and spilled urine all returned to their previous positions as time rewound. Except for Feng Chen, who remained unaffected, the entire world changed. He stopped turning the minute hand, freezing time 3 minutes earlier.
Candle Dragon brought down the sun's shadow, suppressing the moon. Why can't I eat that vermilion bird? Because I won't let you. Then why can't I eat the Xuanwu? If you eat me, you won't be able to eat him either. Funny, you won't let me eat, but I will.
Candle Dragon's voice abruptly stopped as it realized that Feng Chen had somehow appeared next to White Emperor. In one moment he was over there, and in the next, he was next to White Emperor.
Teleportation? Spatial travel? Why didn't it sense it?
White Emperor was also startled, but quickly regained composure.
This must be the power of that little tower. Are you going to make a move? White Emperor asked. Visit the 3 gardens, right? Feng Chen smiled faintly. Ha! How did you know what I was thinking? White Emperor exclaimed, can you read minds? Yes.
Feng Chen looked at Director Yao, who still looked confused, and said, at your age, why participate in such events?
Why not leave? Ha! Oh!
Director Yao realized and hurriedly flew down.
Did I tell you to leave?
Candle Dragon snorted coldly, and the power of the sun descended, pulling Director Yao into the sun.
Next is you.
Then, it controlled the power of the sun to fall on Feng Chen.
White Emperor let out a cry. Firefly, are you blind? White Emperor scolded angrily.
Candle Dragon stared blankly, giving a deep look at Feng Chen, and said.
Feng Chen adjusted the minute hand, rewinding time, and went back 10 minutes.
Candle Dragon continuously delivered the power of the sun, feeding White Emperor as much as it could swallow. After a moment of feasting, it suddenly closed its mouth, its expression changing. This taste is wrong. This is not the power of the sun.
Yes, I added something else. Candle Dragon sneered. Ignorant, don't you know that poison is ineffective against me? White Emperor sneered.
This is not poison.
Not poison? Then what is it? Feng Chen appeared next to White Emperor and calmly said, it's feces. It stored all the city's excrement in the power of the sun and fed it to you. I was curious before if you eat feces, now I know the answer.
White Emperor was shocked and furious. White Emperor didn't care why Feng Chen suddenly appeared. It was ready to fight Candle Dragon now. Behind it, the shadow of a celestial dog appeared.
Feng Chen placed his hand on its dog head and said, let me handle this. You?
Then it must take a walk in 3 gardens.
White Emperor paused and said. Okay, Feng Chen replied.
Candle Dragon looked at Feng Chen solemnly and asked, who are you?
Feng Chen, class 6 of the 2nd year at the 8th high school in the North City district of Tianan City. Feng Chen introduced himself. I don't know you. Are you getting involved?
Candle Dragon confirmed that it had never heard of him and asked.
Yes. What's your relationship with this stupid dog? No relationship. Then why are you here? In 3 minutes, you will kill my history teacher. Candle Dragon was full of question marks. 3 minutes later? Kill your history teacher? Are you crazy?
Candle Dragon was about to curse, but the next second, Feng Chen slowly spoke. Sunday, walk in 3 gardens. What garden? Flower garden.
What nonsense! Candle Dragon fell silent. It looked at White Emperor, who had a smug expression on its face. It gradually felt something was amiss. The voice of the Tower of Questions rang in its head the next second. In 10 minutes, name all the flowers in the garden. Please begin, countdown 10 seconds. White Emperor laughed. Firefly, start, name the flowers, let's see how many you can say. Candle Dragon remained unmoved, sneering, I'll say if I want to, who does he think he is? Not yielding? Never. 8 seconds later. Peony, Rose, Chrysanthemum, Gardenia, Azalea. Candle Dragon hurriedly spoke, naming flowers continuously. While Candle Dragon listed the names of flowers, White Emperor did not interrupt or laugh smugly. It just watched and listened. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. It was also about 5 minutes later when Candle Dragon had almost exhausted its repertoire of flower names. Its speech slowed down, and a hint of panic appeared on its face. Morning Glory, Plum Blossom, Amaryllis. Seeing the opportunity ripe, White Emperor's mouth curled up, revealing a sly smile. It suddenly interrupted Candle Dragon. Water Lily. Water. Lily. That was close. Candle Dragon was startled but reacted quickly. It glared fiercely at White Emperor, full of anger, but time was not up, so it had to continue. Hyacinth, Ginger Flower. No Money Flower. No. Flower. Tricolor Violet, Night Blooming Jasmine. Candle Dragon swore it would smash this despicable dog's mouth to pieces later. Dahlia. Dahlia. Nowhere to Flower. Rose. Xianchao Flower. Xianchao Flower. Noble Orchid. Noble Orchid. Osmanthus. Osmanthus. School Flower. School Flower. Ha ha ha. White Emperor burst into laughter, the sound echoing. Candle Dragon was completely stunned. It could prevent interruptions, but it couldn't stop being constantly interrupted. After Bai Huang said a sentence, it subconsciously followed suit. Before it could react, a force descended upon it. Subsequently, its body underwent a transformation, slowly turning into a young girl with long legs, a large chest, fair skin, and a beautiful face. Fang Chen widened his eyes, staring blankly at the girl in front of him. The campus bell. This is possible too? Damn! Besides its consciousness, Candle Dragon's cultivation, body, everything had turned into that of the campus bell, and there were 10 minutes, that's not. Ha! Why did I use and there were 10 minutes? It should be only 10 minutes. This change left Fang Chen speechless. Even though he knew it was Candle Dragon transformed, he still felt a flutter in his heart. The power of the rules was truly terrifying. Fang Chen was affected, but Bai Huang didn't care at all. Dogs don't like women, whether they are good-looking or have a nice figure. In its eyes, they are just a lump of flesh. More than the beauty, what it cared about was Candle Dragon's current appearance. Ha ha ha. I'm laughing my ass off. Firefly, you have your day too. Look at you, look at you. Ha ha ha. Candle Dragon was first terrified, unable to resist the power. Then it was angry. This power had turned it into this appearance, and it was seen by Bai Huang, that stupid dog. Finally, it wanted to curse loudly. But everything turned into a single awe. As Candle Dragon transformed into the campus bell, it lost all its power and could no longer fly. The eye of the Candle Dragon in the sky disappeared, the illusory sun dissipated, and her body plummeted downwards. Without Fang Chen saying anything, Bai Huang had already gone to meet her. It caught Candle Dragon, brought her to Fang Chen's side, and excitedly said, "Let's twist a bit more. Twist like a willow tree. Let me go. You stupid dog." Candle Dragon's mouth emitted a woman's clear and sweet voice. Although she was scolding the dog, the voice, coupled with her stunning appearance, made Fang Chen unable to resist stealing another glance. My bad, my bad. Without much thought, Fang Chen took out the Heart 6 card and used it on Candle Dragon. Only after using this card did he suddenly realize. He shouldn't have used this card. How could he use this card? Candle Dragon had already fallen to the ground, and the voice of the Tower of Questions rang in her mind. Then, she began to twist like a willow tree, 1 twist, 2 twists. As expected, 2 minutes later, she made a mistake, and dozens of willow trees began to continuously whip her. Then, a scene of 404 appeared. A girl with an exquisite appearance and a great figure was continuously whipped by willow branches, her mouth emitting screams turning into soft moans due to her melodious voice. No, can't watch. Can't watch. Fang Chen kept reminding himself in his mind that this girl was transformed from Candle Dragon and fundamentally male. He couldn't watch, let alone have any feelings. Damn! I'm so excited. Boss Yun is truly amazing, this is love and dream come true. Huang Huifeng exclaimed in the taxi, unable to help but admire. He still had some doubts in his mind. Fang Chen was clearly in his car before. When did he go over there? But all these doubts were overshadowed by his excitement at the moment.
turning a powerful monster into a beautiful girl and then whipping her with a whip.
This method was truly breathtaking. So damn awesome. Father, what does love and dream mean? Kids shouldn't ask so many questions. This is not something you should know.
Tong Jing blushed, glared at Huang Huifeng, covered little Huang's eyes, and said to him. This scene made her, a woman, feel a special kind of sensation, let alone men.
How could a child watch this?
Xiao Huang couldn't see, but the other people in the Minghui community were watching with great interest. Some even took out their phones to record.
Wow, Cloud Boss, invincible, Li Aigua exclaimed. Truly invincible.
He solved such a formidable opponent effortlessly.
If I could follow him, I'd even be willing to be a dog, Hao Chou said. If you were a woman, maybe you'd have a chance. Wan Xishu teased on the side. Men have a chance too. If he can turn this monster into such a beautiful girl, I can do it too. It seems like only 10 minutes. 10 minutes is enough. I've had my fill anyway. Fang Chen couldn't make the candle dragon stop, but fortunately, the transformation ended a few minutes later. The candle dragon, back in its original form, was whipped for a few more minutes before dissipating along with the willow tree. Watching the candle dragon emerge from the willow forest, Fang Chen directly used the red heart A. Go guard the heavenly terrace for 10 years. The heavenly dog guards the main gate, the candle dragon guards the heavenly terrace, one above and one below, one on each side, just right. Watching the candle dragon turn into a girl for 10 minutes, then being beaten by the willow tree for another 10 minutes, totaling 15 to 16 minutes. Bai Huang was somewhat unsatisfied. Ha, it guards for 10 years too. I started guarding before it, so when my time is up, it will still be guarding. What's there to be happy about? Fang Chen gave Bai Huang a disdainful look, knowing that dogs, even the heavenly dog ancestor, should not be judged with human eyes. He looked at the candle dragon and asked lightly, do you have something to say? What's your relationship with that tower? The candle dragon's eyes revealed deep fear. Like Bai Huang, it didn't know that everyone in this world was connected to the Tower of Questions. Seeing the power of the Tower of Questions in the cards Fang Chen used, it assumed he was related to the Tower of Questions. In reality, it was just a reward given by the Tower of Questions. We have a close relationship. We often exchange questions. It frequently asks me questions, and I provide answers. Fang Chen said with a faint smile. The candle dragon's heart sank. The fact that the tower would ask this person questions. Could it be that he was hiding power? He was on the same level as that tower, and likely even higher. As long as he stayed by his side, wouldn't there be a way to leave this place? No wonder this foolish dog was willing to stay here, it was because. Alright, I'll guard the heavenly terrace for 10 years for you. The candle dragon gave Fang Chen a deep look, said no more, and flew directly to the heavenly terrace. Surrendering the candle dragon, resolving the danger caused by Huang Huifeng Fa's mistakes. A power quietly emerged within Fang Chen's body, and his level directly reached the peak of level 4. Not 490, but 499. As long as he activated the worldview ideation, he could level up again and enter level 5. Level up. Compared to before, Fang Chen's joy at leveling up now was incomparable. After all, the rewards from answering multiple-choice questions could allow him to fight opponents dozens of levels higher, which was much more useful than leveling up. First, go back to level up, then check the faction flag. Fang Chen glanced at the people around him who were still immersed in joy after the battle, as well as the taxi approaching from the distant sky, said nothing, and turned to walk into the building. Climbing up to the 5th floor, he returned home, locked the door, and began to activate worldview ideation for leveling up. Fang Chen had used worldview ideation many times before, so he was very familiar with how to activate it. In just over a minute, he raised his level to 5. After running it a few more times, his power was basically stabilized. After experiencing multiple upgrades, he was adept at handling such matters. With the leveling up done, Fang Chen took out the faction flag to examine it. What was so extraordinary about this thing that caused a group of people to fight to the death over it? The faction flag appeared in his hand once again, and detailed information surfaced in his mind. He took some time to carefully examine it, and after finishing, he felt somewhat regretful. He should have used the camp flag first before dealing with the dangerous battle between Candle Dragon and White Emperor. Without the camp flag, the power he gained elevated him to the peak of the 4th level. With the camp flag, he could reach the peak of the 5th level, and with visualization techniques, he could even reach the 6th level. The power he gained from the camp flag could increase by an additional 80% on top of his original strength. This was equivalent to having a permanent double experience card. Besides providing a power boost, the camp flag also involved camp battles. This was something Fang Chen had not anticipated. The Tower of Questions would rank the various camps,
with the camp owner's strength being the standard for the initial ranking. Subsequently, the ranking would be based on the number of victories in camp battles, from highest to lowest. Each victory in a camp battle would yield rewards, while those who failed would face dangers. During the battles, questions would inevitably arise, at least once per match. However, the mode of answering questions changed, with both participants entering the answering space simultaneously for a rapid response.
Correct answers did not yield rewards, instead, they provided amplification rewards related to the ongoing battle. The amplification was only effective for that particular match and could be stacked. There was no danger in answering incorrectly. In the end, isn't it all the same? It's just that rewards and dangers are placed after the match ends, with winners receiving rewards and losers facing dangers. And who wins and who loses will definitely be determined by the amplification gained from answering questions. Fang Chen found this camp battle quite intriguing. Glancing out the window and seeing nothing happening, he decided to experience it firsthand. He bound the camp flag to himself. Please name your camp. Mountain and Sea. Camp successfully created. Greetings, Lord of Mountain and Sea. Due to insufficient members in your camp, camp battles cannot be initiated yet. You need at least 3 members. Note, the higher the camp's ranking, the more power gained when facing dangers outside. The higher the position within the camp, the more power gained when facing dangers outside. Death on the martial arts stage will lead to exiting the stage, and participants will not die. Camp battles can initiate life and death battles. Death on the martial arts stage results in permanent death for participants. Fang Chen initially thought he would be enough on his own, but he realized he needed at least 3 members. After some thought, he directly invited Candle Dragon and White Emperor. Candle Dragon belongs to the reward camp, so there shouldn't be a problem. White Emperor is from the danger camp, not sure if he can join a private camp. Fang Chen sent invitations to Candle Dragon and White Emperor through the Tower of Questions, and without any hindrance, both successfully joined Mountain and Sea. Watching the camp battle being activated, Fang Chen was somewhat surprised that these 2 individuals were willing to join his camp. He had thought he would need to use the rules to persuade them. What do you want me to do? Candle Dragon's voice came through. No need, just to make up the numbers with you guys. Fang Chen directly set their positions as ordinary members, equivalent to having no position. The Tower of Questions had regulations for positions, including members, captains, vice-captains, and camp owners at the 4th level, with each level having primary and secondary positions. Candle Dragon and White Emperor were the lowest level of ordinary members. After not finding any issues, Fang Chen immediately began the matchmaking for the first camp battle. Do we have enough camps for matchmaking? To Fang Chen's surprise, within 3 seconds of confirming the matchmaking, it was already completed. He was matched with a level 7 camp named Death God. Being a level 5 camp and getting matched with a level 7 camp on the first attempt could only mean one thing: there were few camps currently, and the closest in level to Mountain and Sea was a level 7 camp. Just like entering the answering space, Fang Chen was pulled into a vast arena where the 2 campsites stood facing each other. On the side of the Mountain and Sea, there was only Fang Chen alone, while on the side of the Reapers, there were 8 people. Among these 8 individuals, the highest was at level 7, and the lowest was at level 3. Seeing that only Fang Chen was on the Mountain and Sea side, smiles appeared on their faces. Just level 5, easy points, exclaimed one of the young men joyfully. The leading young man chuckled. With the appearance of the camp battle, a bit of chaos is normal. This is our chance to climb the rankings. Let's quickly boost our camp's ranking during this time, then go out to deal with dangers. This way, we can enhance our own strength and level faster. He's just level 5, who wants to go? A woman said indifferently, turning around and leaning against the fence of the martial arts stage. Her level was the same as the man who spoke earlier, both at level 7. The man was the camp leader, and she was the deputy camp leader. Dealing with a level 5 opponent seemed like a waste of time to her. There was no need for her to intervene. I'll go. A man volunteered. Why should you go? It's just a level 5, I'll go. He's mine. Another woman interjected. You're just level 6, what are you fighting for? You're not even level 6 yet. Then let me go. The girl with the lowest level of 3 said from the side. Laughter erupted among the group. They didn't regard Fang Chen highly. Being only level 5, he was at the bottom of their rankings. Any random level 6 could easily crush Fang Chen. Fang Chen paid no attention to their disdain and mockery but pondered on one thing. All of these people had reached level 7 at the highest, with 2 at level 6 and 3 at level 5. In Tianan City, the local indigenous people, including himself, were only at level 5 at most. How did these people level up so quickly? Was it an exception, or were the people in Tianan City just slow in leveling up? It's strange. Fang Chen couldn't quite figure it out. Lost in thought,
he walked up to the martial arts stage. On the side of the Reapers, after some banter, the camp leader Nian clapped his hands to quiet everyone down.
Alright, let's not waste time. Finish this round quickly so we can move on to the next one. Huaxian, you'll fight the first round and end it with one move. Okay, the level 6 woman responded and jumped onto the stage. In the camp battle, it was 3 rounds with 2 wins. In a situation like Fang Chen's, where there was only one person, he would have to fight 3 rounds. Glancing at the woman who jumped onto the martial arts stage, Fang Chen was momentarily stunned. Just as this woman leaped onto the stage, a question was triggered directly. You are in battle, successfully triggered a question, entering the Tower of Doubt. 10, 9, 8. Triggering a question right from the start surprised both Fang Chen and Huaxian. It was an early trigger. You're lucky, you can stand on this martial arts stage for an extra minute. Huaxian looked at Fang Chen and said with a smile. Her words sounded gentle, but the contempt in them was evident. Ignoring her, Fang Chen entered the answering space as the countdown of 10 seconds ended. Please listen to the true or false question. Yu Gue Jishi refers to a woman getting married. Is this true or false? 1 minute countdown. The answering space was no different from the solo answering space, except for the presence of another person. Huaxian, a level 6 extraordinary individual, had answered 20 questions, which was considered quite a lot among survivors, indicating her rich experience. Upon hearing the question, she immediately analyzed it. Yu Gue Jishi Gue should refer to returning or something similar. When a woman gets married, she goes out, not back, so this should be false. True, Fang Chen said. Huaxian was about to respond, but before she could, Fang Chen had already given the answer. She was slightly taken aback. How could he answer so quickly and confidently that it was true? Gue refers to returning. When a woman gets married, she goes out. Are you randomly guessing and getting lucky? Correct answer. Damage increased 5-fold in this battle. He got it right. Huaxian was a bit bewildered. How could that be the correct answer? What kind of luck was this? Wait, the damage has increased 5-fold. Huaxian was shocked. The opponent is at level 5, with damage increased 5-fold. Does that mean the attack power has reached level 6? She had just reached level 6 not long ago. She could definitely compete with this, but if she's not careful, she might end up in deep trouble. The countdown of 10 seconds ended, and both of them came out of the answering space. Huaxian's face became more serious, muttering under her breath, damn luck. Fang Chen checked the strength inside him, feeling no change. He looked at Huaxian and said lightly, you talk too much. You think that by answering the question correctly and increasing the damage 5-fold, you've got me figured out? First, you have to actually hit me. With level 6 strength, I can drag the fight long enough to kill you. Huaxian sneered, my speed is something you can't match. Fang Chen responded lightly, manipulating the golden elements towards Huaxian. Countless golden blades appeared. Even though it was only level 5 strength, it directly increased to level 6 upon appearance. Damage increased 5-fold. Put! The golden blades hit Huaxian, but her body burst like a punctured bubble, disappearing into thin air with a light sound. In the next instant, her body reappeared. Between dispersing and gathering, she dodged all the golden blades. You can't hit me, what's the use of higher damage? Huaxian chuckled, it's my turn now. With that, she transformed into a mythical fire eagle and pounced towards Fang Chen. As she flapped her wings, numerous golden feathers shot out. But at that moment, a question was triggered, and the voice of the Tower of Doubt rang in their minds. Triggered again? How long has it been? Less than 20 seconds. Huaxian snorted, there's still a countdown of 10 seconds. 10 seconds is enough to kill you. 10, 9, 8. After triggering a question, there would be a 10-second countdown to enter the answering space. During this time, Huaxian was confident she could defeat Fang Chen. With incredible speed, she swiftly reached Fang Chen, extending her sharp claws to grab him. Tick-tock. 7. The sound of a ticking second hand was faint, barely audible even in the quietest environment, let alone in the midst of battle. Even if heard, it had no effect. Because time stopped and rewound a second. Time froze. Fang Chen adjusted his timepiece, halting time. Except for the Tower of Doubt's countdown, everything else was frozen. The Tower of Doubt's power was stronger than the timepiece, unaffected without a doubt. 6. Walking in the realm of time, Fang Chen observed the fire eagle Huaxian had transformed into a real mythical creature, not an illusion. The flames were truly the power of fire spirits. The ability to transform into anything was quite unique. 5, 4, 3. Fang Chen severed the wings of the fire eagle with golden blades, cutting off its 2 claws. 2. Then he stood in front of where Huaxian had been. 1.
The countdown ended at that moment, and both were pulled into the answering space.
What's going on? In the answering space, Huaxian looked at Feng Chen beside her, shocked. Wasn't she just attacking Feng Chen? How did they end up in the answering space? And he was unharmed? Wasn't there still 10 seconds from triggering the question to entering? How did they come in directly? What happened in between? You have entered the Tower of Doubt. Please listen to the judgment question. Is it right or wrong to be accustomed to seeing money? Without much thought, Huaxian quickly focused on the question. She couldn't let what happened before repeat itself. Accustomed to seeing what? She didn't know, just randomly answer one. Wrong. Feng Chen. Before Huaxian could speak, Feng Chen answered again. Sikong Jianguan, accustomed to seeing beautiful women, not money. Huaxian. Correct answer. This round of battle, immune to physical attacks. Huaxian. Got it wrong again. Such good luck.
Huaxian was both jealous and resentful, previously suffering a 5-fold increase in damage, and now immune to physical attacks. If encountering those with body cultivation, sword cultivation, extraordinary technology, being immune to physical damage, even a 10-level battle is no problem. Resolve the battle quickly after going out. Huaxian made up her mind, not saying a word of nonsense after going out, directly aiming for Feng Chen's life.
The 10-second countdown ended, and they came out of the answering space. Huaxian had only one thought in her mind: resolve the battle quickly.
However, when her consciousness returned to her body, she noticed something strange.
What's going on? How come my wings?
A shrill scream came from the eagle's mouth. After Feng Chen cancelled the time stop, Huaxian's consciousness returned. Her wings and claws were cut off, the intense pain making her instinctively scream. Whatever she turned into, the damage affected her transformed body, which was her true form. The fire eagle fell to the ground. Huaxian returned to her true form, but her limbs had already been severed. Limbs on one side, torso on the other.
What's happening? Huaxian. Is she okay?
The Grim Reapers outside the arena stared blankly at the scene before them, some unable to believe their eyes.